only interfere with his plan, and now the most appropriate way is to wait. Only this is the case. If so, then I will appreciate it. What is the current level of the ice modeling magic of those two boys? Urusha smiled and rejoined the game. It's just that in the eyes of the three of them, there are not obvious worries. After taking off their clothes, Gray and Leon's battle was fierce, which was obviously higher than just now. Both sides began to leave wounds on each other and refused to give in. The entire competition field has almost become an exhibition of ice sculptures, with ice shields, ice beasts, ice guns, and ice beasts emerging in endlessly. The two of them can definitely be called Fiori the best in terms of their knowledge of ice modeling, and even Urusha is not as good as the two of them. After all, what she is really good at is the arc of time. In terms of magic power, Leon has more reserves than Gray, but after liberating the second source of magic, although Gray is not as good as it will not be too far away. At most, it is slightly inferior, only 7 years. It can never be easily obliterated, regardless of combat experience or knowledge of ice modeling. Leon is still higher than Gray. This novel. Me as the battle continued, it gradually revealed that Leon had the upper hand unknowingly, and the farther behind, the more he pressed Gray to fight. It's just that he couldn't completely defeat Gray, so the scene was deadlocked. The audience was still watching mesmerized, and no one noticed that in a corner, a man in black with a black cloak and hood watched in a daze, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind the man in black, and she was shocked. She planned to run away, but was stopped, and she inadvertently revealed a touch of blonde hair. The visitor was also dressed in a black cloak and hood, and it was the black wizard who came out to find the mysterious magic. Seeing the familiar face of the black sorcerer, the man in black couldn't control her depressed feelings immediately, tears couldn't stop streaming down, and choked to ask, "Is that you? Calvin?" "It's me, this is my summoned beast, talk to me." Calvin's voice came out of his mouth, bringing great peace of mind to the people in front of him. Lucy. Chapter 260, Desperate Future. Lucy, tell me everything. In a hidden corner of Kurikas, the black sorcerer asked in Calvin's voice. Standing in front of him was a beautiful blonde woman with a haggard face and a sad expression. And her face and magic power, no matter how you look at it, are Lucy, the celestial wizard of fairy tale, Lucy. After finding this woman who was exactly like Lucy, the black sorceress took her out of the venue and came to this remote place to have a good talk. Calvin, help me. Hearing Calvin's voice, the woman with the same appearance as Lucy couldn't help crying again and sobbing softly. Looking at her appearance and reaction, she knew that she had gone through a terrible disaster. After all, there was only one arm left. I'll help you and tell me all the causes and consequences. The black sorcerer said calmly. Seeing the situation at the moment, even if he is stupid, he guessed that something big must have happened. Calvin extremely believed that the woman in front of the black sorcerer must be Lucy, so it must be because of his self-confidence. He did not believe that anyone could lie to him in front of him. Because of this, he was puzzled. After a while, Lucy regained her peace and whispered. I came from the future, and went back to the past through a gate called Eclipse. And my purpose is to go back to the past at all times and to change the worst future. Upon hearing this, the black sorcerer's face suddenly sank, and he was a little bit unbelievable. In the future, what is going on? The black sorcerer asked. On July 7th, the day after the end of the great demon director Wu, more than 10,000 dragons attacked this country. The streets were burnt down, the castle collapsed, countless lives were reduced to ashes, and only despair awaited us. After speaking, both Lucy and the black sorcerer were silent. This incident was so frightening that even Calvin didn't know how to react. So, are you the only survivor? I also died. After a while, the black sorcerer spoke again, but even Calvin couldn't keep calm, his tone trembling slightly. In the future, Lucy bit her lip, as if she didn't know how to answer, but Calvin couldn't guess what she looked like. I'm dead. Well, just die in front of me. Mirai Lucy replied tremblingly, her tone full of fear. It's too bad that you can't even escape. The black sorcerer sighed and said lowly. No, you are protecting the injured Myra while being besieged by a three-headed dragon at the same time. You resisted until the last moment and even killed a dragon. Future Lucy shouted excitedly. The black sorcerer was a little frightened by Lucy's reaction in the future. He was stunned for a while before he smiled bitterly and said, so what, after I die, Myra can't escape. In the future, Lucy had nothing to say, but kept her head down and said nothing. Seeing her low and haggard look, Calvin couldn't bear it either, and couldn't help patting her on the head, gently. Well, fortunately you didn't have the urge to die, otherwise no one would bring this news to me. Sorry, I haven't been able to bring a solution from the future. I don't know how to avoid that situation from happening. Lucy lowered her head and said, Calvin's comfort was not effective. In fact, Calvin himself was also very worried. He asked himself whether his brain was bad, and he was smarter than the average person, but when he heard about this, he was really at a loss and didn't think of a solution at all. Even he, at this moment, cannot avoid panic. But in the future Lucy is obviously more panicked. Although I went back to the past, I didn't know what to do. I just wandered around in the street. After I came to the venue, I was beaten by you. I'm really sorry. I don't know why I came back. In the choked words, the black sorcerer interrupted Marie Lucy, and it held her hand tightly. Although there was no human temperature, Marie Lucy felt very warm and reliable. It's enough to bring me this news. Believe me, I will figure out a way. The extremely confident tone seemed to dispel all the anxiety in Lucy's heart in the future and made her smile uncontrollably. Thank you, Calvin. Future Lucy said again. I am the most reliable wizard in Monster Tale, am I not? I have long been used to solving problems for you. Therefore, I need the most detailed information to tell me everything you know. Then, the tone of the black mage became serious and solemn, and the future Lucy also knew the importance of the matter, and quickly began to remember. After all, Calvin is a wizard who has experienced strong winds and waves. Even though he panicked for a while, he quickly calmed down, thinking about what Lucy said just now in the future, and he really found something wrong. According to Lucy in the future, there will be 10,000 dragons coming to attack. So, where did these 10,000 dragons hide before? Although the world is big, it is not endless. If there are 10,000 dragons hidden in a corner of the world, he would not believe that there is no news at all. After all, the huge body of the dragon is not so easy to hide. He counted carefully, including the dragons he had seen and heard. There were only 7 heads in total, Naz, Gojalu, Wendy, and the sword-bitten devil dragons, and the 5 dragons who taught them dragon-killing magic. The poisonous dragon killed was also Akunarokia. 5 of them disappeared on July 7, 777. In addition to these 7-headed dragons, dragons have disappeared from human sight since hundreds of years ago. Therefore, since he was a child, he has not heard any information about a large number of dragons, which is very strange. The second is why they chose the day of July 7, with more than 10,000 dragons. As long as they want, they can dominate the world with their power at any time, so why disappear and hide for 400 years? Hearing what Lucy said in the future, this dragon with more than 10,000 heads seemed to have suddenly appeared out of thin air, which had to be doubted. However, no matter how he observed, he didn't find that Lucy had any possibility of lying in the future. The tears were not the ability of lies. As he was thinking about it, future Lucy had sorted out her thoughts and slowly told her experience. After the 4th day of the game, Calvin found the dragon tomb under the ground, and took a group of people to check it out. Lucy was one of them. At that time, through Wendy, talking to a dead dragon soul, he learned that Akunarokia's identity was originally a human, and then there was a knight wearing a white armor, bringing Yukino to the stage to explain his plan to everyone. The solar eclipse plan, through the magic power of the astral sorcerer and the 12 keys, reversed time and space, and went through the solar eclipse gate 400 years ago on July 7 to kill the immortal Jeff, and Akunarokia is not yet invincible. The group was taken by the White Knight and Yukino to the eclipse gate inside the palace. Novel.me. At this time, the Minister of Defense suddenly appeared and arrested the White Knight and the 2 celestial wizards. There is no way to use magic in front of the gate, so even Calvin can't stop it. In the final day of the game, the Monster Tale soldiers were divided into 2 groups, one way to participate in the melee of all the guilds, the other way to rescue Lucy, although successfully rescued, but after passing through the solar eclipse gate, was absorbed by the magic power and was arrested again. The eclipse gate is inevitably opened. The next thing, Lucy is not too clear in the future. When she reacted, it has been destroyed everywhere, and the dragon is raging. Then came Lucy in the future through the broken eclipse gate and returned to July 4. So far, that's what happened. After listening completely, the expression of the black sorcerer became extremely heavy, and Lucy in the future was obviously a little frightened. At this moment, she was like a frightened bird. Suddenly, Calvin's voice came out slowly. I understand, there is still room for resolution. Chapter 261, Irritated Calvin. You said, there is a solution. Future Lucy asked incredulously, her mouth opened slightly and she looked surprised. She was a little confused whether Calvin was comforting her or really had a way, but she didn't dare to ask clearly, what if it was really just comforting? I am afraid that she will really collapse in the next moment, and now Calvin gives her a point of hope is better than despair. The black sorcerer nodded, a gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Am I the kind of person who makes false statements? In the future, Lucy nodded with peace of mind. Indeed, in addition to joking, Calvin will always make a comprehensive plan and know well in serious matters. He said that if there is a way, and Lucy will believe it in the future. I'll take you to the hotel first, get a good night's sleep and keep up your spirits. In case of any accident, I might need you and the original Lucy to help. Said the black sorcerer, and then took Lucy there. A small hotel. After she settled in, she didn't know where to go. At this time, it happened to be the end of the battle between Gray and Leon. The audience was leaving and crowded. At this time, Calvin passed the black sorcerer and learned about the future. He was very heavy, but it didn't show on his face. Elisa and others on the same team did not notice his abnormality. The team slowly dispersed. However, one of the people in the audience was watching a certain player all the time. The observer was Meister, who had sneaked into the council. As for the observer, it was the summoned beast Zanpsa disguised as Mr. Gang. Since seeing Zanpo, Meister has been doubting his identity, and now is a good time to question. Even if they left together, Zanpaku did not follow Laxus and the others, but fell behind a certain distance. Later, it would find a secret place to meet Calvin and turn it into a card. Otherwise, it would consume too much magic. As for the other people, they were already used to this out-of-group summoned beast. Anyway, it wouldn't go to the tavern to celebrate with them. It was Zanbao's order that gave Meister an opportunity. Using the teleportation, Meister suddenly appeared in front of Zanpo, blocking its way. Seeing this person who appeared suddenly, Zanpao didn't make waves, just looked at him with those empty-eyed eyes to see what's wrong with him. Of course, Calvin knew about this incident synchronously, and hurried over immediately after cursing inwardly. Who are you? I know you are not Mr. Gang, who are you? Mr. asked seriously, his eyes sharp, as if he wanted to see through Zanbao's mind. But how can he see it through, everything is his own conjecture. Dolan Bart, what happened? At this moment, Rahal brought a group of troops over and saw his colleague stop the contestants of Monster Tale. Rahal was afraid of what might happen. Asked. At the same time, he was afraid that Meister would suffer. After all, the magic that Zanpo used was too amazing. Meister didn't pay attention to Rahal, but kept staring at Zanpo's eyes, not letting go of any of its movements, waiting for its answer, and depending on the situation, he would take corresponding actions. You're blocking my way. Zanpo said slowly. Its voice was magnetic, aloof, and confident. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is somewhat similar to Calvin's original voice. After speaking, Zanpo wanted to bypass Meister. But Meister didn't intend to let it go, and directly took Zanp's shoulder. This is not good, Mist Gang shouldn't exist in this world. Meister said coldly. Seeing this, the ignored Rahal has also been secretly guarded. Whenever there is any movement, the troops behind him will swarmed. Zanpai also looked at Meister with cold eyes, as if looking at an ant. What makes people sigh is that a summoned beast can express such complex emotions through his eyes. In fact, Calvin in his body is indeed very impatient. Let go, if you don't want to die. The direct threat made Meister feel wrong. Today he also knew that this man was the one who could defeat Jura, saying that he must be deceiving if he didn't say it, but the guilt in his heart for the demon tale forced him to expose it. The true identity of the person in front of you. Unpretentiously, he directly stretched out his hand to pull towards Zanpo's face towel and hat. However, halfway through his hand, he was grasped by another slightly thin arm. Although that arm looked very ordinary, Meister still felt a huge grip on his wrist. Didn't you hear what Mr. Gang said? Who is it? Meister turned his head to look, but the image that came into his eyes made him jump out of his throat in fright, and even Rahal was in cold sweat with fright. The person in front of him was obviously Calvin. For Meister and Rahal, Calvin may be the most terrifying and powerful wizard in the world. Why do you say that? They watched Calvin and Akunarokia with their own eyes back then, and they also fought back and forth. After all, he was the only one who could fight with that kind of monster. Although he lost in the end, it was really amazing to be able to play against Akunarokia. Of course, they didn't know that Calvin was sacrificing his own life at the time, only in exchange for a momentary toughness. But it is undeniable that in the council, Calvin has long been included in the most dangerous observation file, second only to Jeff, the legendary Black Wizard. So, now Calvin looks impatiently, with an unknown strength of Mist Gang, can he kill Meister and Rahal instantly? Even though the wizards of Monster Tale usually don't kill, after beating them, is it possible that they still dare to find a place? And, don't forget, Meister witnessed Calvin killing with his own eyes. The guy who got out of the tree was almost killed by a spike, and Rahal is not much better. He will always remember Carl. The day when went to attack the council when he was controlled by the 6 demons. Various signs indicate that the guy in front of him is a man with blood on his hands. Even though he has always been easygoing, who knows if he will suddenly go crazy. But as far as I know, Mr. Gang is no longer in this world. He has already returned to Adris tomorrow. Although he was scared, Mester didn't think Calvin would attack on the spot. He was just shocked. That's all, he still asked stubbornly, he thought that Mist Gang in front of him must be the one who deceived the Monster Tale. After all, this guy's magic to defeat Jura was deceptive phantom magic. Dare to say it. You guy who once sneaked into our guild and pretended to be Mist Gang's disciple. It was for the purpose of this time that the great demon director Wu, specially opened the channel between the 2 worlds and asked him to come and help. Calvin said coldly. Impossible, the 2 worlds obviously can't. Are you doubting my ability? Meister was interrupted by Calvin before he finished speaking. Meister swears, that impatient and irritable tone, he had never seen him on Sirius Island. Over. But. Don't ask until novel.me. I still have a bad mood in Mist Gang today, don't challenge my patience. Calvin interrupted again, throwing away Meister's hand, and leaving with Zanpo go with. As for Meister and Rahal, naturally they did not dare to stop them. For Calvin's words, Meister is only skeptical, but he is even more puzzled as to why Calvin is so irritable. Obviously, Wu Zhong, the director of the Great Demon, has always gained an overwhelming advantage. Where did the unhappiness come from? Looking at the back of the 2 leaving, Meister always felt a bad feeling. At this moment, Rahal approached him and whispered. Calvin didn't tell the truth, but they must be clear about Mr. Gong's identity, so don't worry about that. Can you tell whether a person is telling the truth? Rahal is an expert, and to be honest, he is really real. Don't want to provoke Calvin. Well, I understand. Meister responded lightly, but the worries in his heart were no longer limited to Mr. Gong's identity. The Calvin people were anxious, and he was also uneasy. Chapter 262, Calvin thinking too much. Ignoring the mood of Meister and Rahal, Calvin and Zanpaku turned into a card when they went around to a certain remote corner. At the same time, there was also the Black Mage, which was already there. Calvin is waiting here. After retracting the 2 cards and putting them back on the storage belt around his waist, Calvin suddenly whispered. Peeping is not good character, Kagura. A soft cry suddenly came out from the corner, and soon, Kagura's figure walked out of it, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, not at all her usual indifference. Sorry, I didn't mean it, but I just saw your dispute with the council, so. It's okay, our demon tail had a bad relationship with the council. Calvin shook his head and said indifferently. However, it's really surprising that the mysterious magician who defeated Saint Tenkora is actually just one of your summoned beasts. This is a foul. Seeing that Calvin was not angry, Kagura also relaxed and began to tease Tao. God knows why she was so relaxed today, Calvin secretly guessed, is it really because of Elsa's absence, and once again lamented Elsa's extraordinary charm. The convention stipulates that as long as they are not the president of the guild, and as long as the members with the guild crest can participate, each of my summoned beasts has a crest. Calvin smiled and said, he was not there. Nonsense, after the update of the summoning card, indeed each one has the emblem of the demon tail carved somewhere. Strictly speaking, he is really not a foul. I had known that Zanpo would not be allowed to pretend to be Mist Gang, so that it would not attract the attention of the council. I didn't intend to expose it either, but, just now I saw you seem to be in a bad mood, are there any troubles? Kagura asked cautiously, her purpose of catching up was the same as Mester. Because of Calvin's inexplicable irritability. This is what makes Calvin quite eye-catching. I never thought this girl was so sharp. You know, even Elisa and the others did not find any signs. Of course, this may also be because these guys have always been heartless and careless. Nothing, a small matter. I'm going to meet up with my friends. Goodbye. Calvin shook his head and said. He didn't intend to tell Kagura. If things can develop according to his plan, everything is safe, if not. What can Kagura know? Let her go to Dalong. Seeing Calvin, who left without hesitation, Kagura couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, but he was immediately replaced by a more enthusiastic admiration. Mist Gang, who defeated Jura, was actually Calvin's summoned beast. She knew very well that Calvin could summon up to 3 summoned beasts at the same time. The most powerful thing was his cooperation with the summoned beast. The strength of a summoned beast is only how much of Calvin's full strength? It's hard to say. But for sure, Calvin is definitely a wizard far better than Jura. How can this not make her excited? Although she did not know that Calvin can now summon up to 7 summoned beasts at the same time. After parting with Kagura, Calvin walked down the street quietly, his head thinking quickly. In fact, when the Black Sorcerer and future Lucy met just now, he still had other doubts and worries, that is, the magic of future Lucy, why does it contain the magic related to Gerald? If we want to say how the future Lucy is different from the original Lucy, apart from her physical characteristics, she is the only one who has traveled back through the solar eclipse. The only difference is that the future Lucy has been exposed to the solar eclipse. In addition, the future Lucy said that the purpose of setting up the great demon director Wu is actually to absorb the magic power of the wizard, and Gerald also discovered the magic power related to Jeff after the great demon director Wu opened. If this reasoning goes on, what is related to Jeff is actually the eclipse gate. Calvin was just at a loss for the information about the solar eclipse. He just knew that he could travel through time and space through the magic power of the astral sorcerer and the key of the 12th house of the King's Way, but suddenly it involved Jeff, but it was an argument. Just now after listening to Lucy Marai, Calvin had a vague idea, and after thinking about the eclipse gate and Jeff, this idea gradually became clear. Calvin never believed that there were still more than 10,000 dragons in this world, so the only way to say is that the dragons passed through the eclipse gate 400 years ago. After all, the time of 400 years is just too good. There were dragons 400 years ago, and the royal family, as the organizer, wanted to cross the meeting 400 years ago. I really have to let Calvin have this kind of guess. If it weren't for Lucy in the future to know that the dragon disappeared 400 years ago because of the killing of Akunarokia, he would think it was because the dragons came 400 years later that the dragon disappeared. But in the future, the intelligence Lucy obtained from the Emerald Dragon in the Dragon Tomb just confirmed that there would never be more than 10,000 dragons in this era. Can't it prove that the dragon crossed over 400 years ago? In this way, as long as the eclipse gate can be prevented from opening, it can prevent the arrival of more than 10,000 dragons. It's just the other 2 pieces of information that left him deeply scrupulous. This information is that Jeff is immortal, and Akunarokia is an invincible dragon. Moreover, the eclipse gate is probably related to Jeff. God knows if Jeff is planning this thing, if it is really planned by him, Calvin really has no confidence to stop it. After all, that is the legendary Black Sorcerer, the most fierce and dangerous person in history. God knows what Jeff, who killed countless lives, has a great notoriety, and created a large number of demons, is thinking. Anyway, Calvin thought he was a complete lunatic, and he was still immortal, he could do whatever he wanted, maybe he really wanted to die, so try to see if the dragons can kill him. Thinking of this, Calvin couldn't help laughing. Novel.me shook his head and threw the absurd idea out of his head. Forget it, the soldiers are here to stop. I can't do anything until I know Jeff's purpose. As he walked, the plan in his mind gradually came to completion. Although Jeff was still unclear, he was cautious to think on the premise that there was a man behind the scenes. Before he knew it, Calvin had arrived at the gathering place of his own guild, a tavern. While still outside, he had heard his friend's carnival. It was really difficult and imaginatively noisy, he didn't know why these guys can toss so much every day. However, the joyous atmosphere made him smile. Isn't he what he wants to guard their smiles and Mila's smile? Regardless of Jeff or Akunarokia, I will never let Sirius Island happen again. However, it is necessary to discuss with the first generation. With such a big name as a fairy strategist, it would be too wasteful not to use it. Chapter 263, Curse of Angsalam. Walking into the tavern, Calvin's friends were making noises like madmen, and they actually put the board on the barrel to play surfing. It is difficult to maintain balance and it is easy to fall. But even so, Elisa in her short skirt fell desperately and she seemed to be playing very happily. After the fall, she was still excited and planned to do it again. Moreover, she tried to bring Ashka, the youngest girl. Ashka smiled happily, but her mother Beska obviously didn't think so, for fear that she would fall. Calvin had just seen the wonderful scenery under Elisa's skirt, and immediately quietly came to Myra's side, and said softly, "Don't be as heroic as Elisa." "I won't, don't think of me as a little girl." Mila puffed her cheeks and retorted a little bulgingly. Yes, I have something to look for the first generation, have you seen her?" Calvin said, his tone sounded a little perfunctory. "I'm not very clear, but she seems to have left with the president and Laxus." Myra said uncertainly after thinking about it, not paying attention to Calvin's perfunctory tone. "I'll go out and look for them. Don't play too far." Calvin nodded and wanted to turn around and leave. However, Mila pulled his sleeve. "What's wrong?" Calvin asked. "It's okay, I seem to be rushing to see you." Myra asked slightly worried. Calvin paused after hearing the words, and immediately showed a consistent gentle smile, and smiled, "It's okay, but there is something to ask the first generation. You know, I'm learning the 3 magic tricks of fairies from her." "Oh." Mila let go of her hand, but the charming eyes still fixed on Calvin's eyes, and said seriously, "Don't carry anything by yourself. You can tell me if you have any troubles. We are partners. Also a couple." Calvin nodded seriously and said, "Of course." When Calvin left the tavern, he followed the magic of Macaro and Laxus, and it didn't take long to see the 2 grandsons and Mabis in a quiet place. It's just that he seems to be here at the wrong time. As soon as they saw Calvin, Macaro and Laxus seemed to have found a savior. They waved enthusiastically to ask him to come over, and of course they were coaxing Mabis. God knows what they were talking about just now. Anyway, when Calvin arrived, Mabis happened to be crying. It can be seen that she has been patient, trying to withdraw the tears, but the tear duct is always uncontrollable. The more she does not want to cry, the faster the tears flow. Calvin was so frightened that he almost ran away, but Laxus was a step faster, and after the crackling, he stopped behind Calvin. "As for you." Calvin looked dull and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. "First generation, I beg you." Pushing Calvin to the front of Mabis, Laxus immediately let go and backed away, seeing his appearance. If Makarov was still there, he would have run away. Mabis was still choking and sobbing. Makarov was talking nonsense on the sidelines, but at first glance, he knew that he was getting more and more help. Calvin, who was pushed in front of Mabis, was dripping cold sweat, and the same was true. At a loss. "Why, I didn't cry, I absolutely, no. Cry." Mebius sniffed and explained unhappily. Calvin decided to believe Mebius, she was not crying. "But it's just cleaning the eyes." After a round of comfort, Mebius finally stopped his tears, stared at a pair of red eyes, and asked Calvin what happened. As for Makarov and Laxus, they ran away a long time ago, and Calvin is there anyway, just leave it to him. Makarov has long been used to throwing the pot to Calvin. "What's the matter with me?" You can hear from Mabis's tone that she is still very upset. She has always been a wise and old-fashioned image in front of Calvin, but she is sure that no matter what her previous impressions, she must be an awkward little girl now. Calvin deliberately ignored Mabis's emotions, and solemnly said the words of future Lucy completely. After listening, the little emotions of Mabis had disappeared, replaced by a solemn face. Immediately afterwards, Calvin reiterated his own considerations and concerns about Jeff. After this, Mabis said slowly. "It is indeed very difficult and convincing, but it cannot be denied that the reason is very convincing. Your consideration is sufficient, and I have nothing to add, but I can tell you something about Jeff." Calvin's eyes lit up suddenly, listening expectantly. "You are fundamentally wrong with Jeff's perception. He is not a big evil person, just a poor person." "Poor man." Calvin said differently. "Yes, his immortal body, the correct way to say it is the curse of Angsalam, also known as the curse of contradiction. In addition to being immortal, the more he respects his life, the more he will take his life. If he doesn't respect all creatures, he won't take anyone's life." The faint words came from Mabis's mouth, and Calvin was shocked the more he listened. In other words, he does not want to kill at all by killing people. What about the demons in the Book of Jeff? No matter how you look at it, every demon in the Book of Jeff is an out-and-out disaster. I don't know much about the demons in the Book of Jeff, but I guess that maybe he created these demons to kill him himself. That curse caused him to take too many lives, and his conscience was tortured and guilty all the time. He even took the life of his favorite person. Mabis's tone was full of sorrow, and the feeling even infected Calvin and made him feel depressed. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he killed Myra. Would he collapse and go crazy? "So, is he essentially a kind person?" Calvin asked. "As far as I know him, it is. He loves life, so he can't touch any creatures, whether it's humans or animals, even flowers and plants can't be avoided." After listening to this, Calvin felt heavier, and for a while, both of them were silent. After a while, Calvin asked. "You are very familiar with Jeff in the first generation, have you seen it?" Calvin was nervous and gossiped when he asked this. Mabis raised his head to look at the moonlight in the sky, his eyes showed infinite sadness, and said quietly. "Yes, before I built Fairy Tale, Magnolia was ruled by an evil guild. In order to defeat this guild, my partner and I had learned magic from Jeff, and the president of the Devil's Heart was also one of them. No wonder Hades is certain that Jeff is still alive. Calvin thought secretly. Suddenly, Mabiz changed his grief, smiled at Calvin, and said, "This incident should be nothing to do with Jeff, and why the eclipse is related to Jeff. It is estimated that the eclipse was originally the magic he created. After all, he is a genius that has never been seen before. I believe that your resourcefulness and strength are sufficient to deal with the future. I am optimistic about you, boy." A seemingly optimistic smile, but Calvin understood that it was just a forced smile and nodded seriously. "According to your words, if there is any emergency, I will come to the first generation to advise you." Chapter 264, Tequila Paradise. When Calvin and Mabiz were about to end their conversation, Myra's cry was heard in the distance. "Ka-er-wen." I saw Myra hurriedly ran towards him, her expression a little worried and excited. Calvin hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, and said with a slight reproach, "Be careful if you fall, why is it so in a hurry, and you can't walk slowly? I'm not eager to find you. By the way, we are going to the nearby Tequila Paradise, so come you too." Mila breathed a few breaths and explained with a squint. "Tequila Paradise? I heard it's a fun amusement park, do you want to go all? The first generation, do you want to come together?" Calvin thought for a while and said, turning around to ask Mabiz Tao. Mabiz was originally looking at Calvin and Myra with a teasing gaze, with a thick gossip in his eyes. Suddenly he heard Calvin ask himself, pretending to be innocent, and said in surprise, "Can I also?" "Of course, other people can't see the first generation anyway, and there is no charge." Myra answered with a smile. "I'm going. Calvin, take me there." Mabiz immediately cried excitedly. Suddenly, Calvin felt as if he had an extra daughter, a daughter who was not much older than him. Let's go, the others have already gone, it's just us." Mila took Calvin's arm easily, and the bird happily pulled him forward, and Mabiz was also humming a little tune. "Keep up. Looking at it from afar, if you can see Mabiz, you will find how warm this scene is. Tequila Paradise, even in the entire Fiori Kingdom, is one of the few summer entertainment facilities." When Calvin and Mila put on their swimsuits and walked in, a group of people had already played. What makes Calvin curious is that this group of guys are all wearing swimsuits and swimming trunks, but Kana, who usually wears no different from swimsuits, wears ladies' underwear instead. You know, even Laxus, a disinterested guy, puts on swimming trunks, but Kana doesn't bring a playful guy, which is amazing. Of course, his own storage belt has all kinds of clothes. Seeing Laxus and Makarov doing nothing, Calvin immediately decided to throw Mabiz to them, go on a date with Myra by himself, and play in the water. Just when he got to the pool, he saw Naz get on the amusement water train. It seemed that he had the intention to spit out Brilliant into the pool. After 1/100th of a second, Calvin decided that he would never step into this pool. Then he wanted to sit with Mila on the most massive water slide called Heart to Heart, full of romance, but just about to take a step, he saw that Jubian and Grey were still in a triangle relationship. Premonition told him to stay away. "Forget it, let's go to the reclining chair over there and lie down for a while," Calvin suggested with a smile. Myra looked at the reclining chair, and a black line immediately appeared on her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Are you sure?" Calvin turned his head and saw that the three beautiful men of Cyan Pegasus and a super handsome guy, professed, were harassing Elisa and Lucy, and couldn't help but twitch. "Did you make an appointment? How come these guys are there, and why do you insist on pestering Elisa overnight? Are you not afraid that Gerald will give him a 7-star sword?" Calvin murmured in reflection. Not only the Cyan Pegasus and the scales of the snake girl, but the group of 4 hounds also came to this Agavi paradise to play. God knows how those guys who are all men are so childlike. Wendy and Snake Jazzy's little girl Shuria, who used the sky-extinguishing magic, became friends, and they were playing happily, seeing the men as if they were in heaven. The red long-haired girl with the crow's tail did not know when she appeared. After talking to Lucy, she left alone again, and then Lucy showed an expression of inexplicable relief. Makarov and Laxus are watching the rise of Mabiz playing alone. The beautiful men of the Blue Pegasus are harassing every beauty enthusiastically. The one night that guy is very close to Naz for some reason, and they eat, he said something cheerfully. Gagaru and Libby play with the 3 kittens in some children's facilities, and they seem to be quite suitable. Elfman and Albagellan are sneaking in the water together, looking at each other from time to time, but they have to separate immediately. Calvin felt that he should try not to let Myra see the scene. Even Mila was taken away by Jenny, who is also the cover girl. Calvin felt so lonely for a while. Great guy, it's too lonely to be alone. It's rare to come to the water amusement park to be happy. Just as Calvin sighed alone, a familiar sound came from behind. Looking back, it turned out that it was Kana. She had a different charm in her underwear, except that the reddish cheeks and the wine bottle in her hand destroyed her rare temperament. "I really don't understand, why are you drinking wherever you go?" Calvin said with sweat. "What do you know, the swimming pool is the best place to drink," Karna said with disdain. "I really don't understand. Anyway, for you, where is the best place?" Calvin thought secretly. He didn't say this, because based on his understanding of Kana, after saying this, Kana would definitely let herself drink with her again, so that Calvin could understand the true meaning of wine. Then Calvin will undoubtedly be drunk. Although it was Calvin who led Kana into the world of fine wine. It didn't matter before, but now he's with Mila, and he always has to be a little apart from other beautiful women. What's more important is that now he can't look directly at Kana. Kana in underwear reminds him those photos taken by Calvin Lucifer, you know, there are many photos wearing large-scale underwear. Of course, he couldn't look at Lucy directly. You must know that Lucy in Adris is quite bold and dare to play anything. It's rare to come, just relax, I always feel that you are more depressed than before when you come back. Kana patted Calvin on the shoulder, and turned around dashingly. Novel.me and I don't know where to find people drank. Relax. It just so happened that Pascal is also there. It's time to fulfill his bet with Elsa. Calvin smiled unkindly and walked towards Pascal. Generally speaking, when all the members of Fairy Tale come to a fresh environment, there will be no good results in the end. When Calvin takes care of Pascal, it comes to mind that the pool is frozen and Naz is right. Hit the ice cube with a burning fist. The cause of the matter is no longer known. Anyway, the scene was completely destroyed. Naz, the 100% culprit, was tragically cleaned up by Calvin and Laxus, but in any case, the final repair cost was still included. On the head of the Fairy Tale. Why did he be the only Sorcerer Guild president present? Originally, Fairy Tale was already heavily in debt, and with this processing fee, I really didn't know how much money would be left after winning. It is conceivable that Naz has been repaired by Laxus and Calvin. Gray and Leon are no exception. The only people who can ice the entire pool are these two goods. The pair of fellow apprentice brothers were hugged by the ice for some reason, and it was effortless to clean them up. Calvin regretted it, and had known Pascal to take the account, but it was too late. He had just let the summoned beast stun him and sent it to a tavern full of various men. Tomorrow he will have chrysanthemums blooming brilliantly. On a pleasant evening, a few people have always had a bad time, and a new day has arrived. On the fourth day of Director Wu, the title of the competition was Sea Battle. The most suitable for naval battles are undoubtedly Lucy, who owns Aquia, the Aquarius star spirit, and Zhu Bian, who is made of water. The two women represented the Monster Tail of team, appearing on the stage with full momentum. Chapter 265, Anger Hatred. On the fourth day of the competition, when you see the preparation of the venue, you will understand why it is called Sea Battle. On the wide open space, a huge magic circle is depicted. Above the magic circle, there is a water ball with a diameter of tens of meters. All the contestants enter and fight in the water ball. The sooner you are blasted out of the water polo, the lower the ranking will be. The competition will end when there is only one person left in the water polo, and the remaining person will naturally be the winner. But in order to keep a sense of tension and see the end of the game, the organizers also added special rules. When there are only 2 people left in the water polo, it will start timing for 5 minutes. If the team is out within these 5 minutes, it will become the last one. I don't know if it's because of the water battle. Almost all the teams coordinated to discharge female wizards. Except for the all-female and male guilds of Mermaid Heel and Four Hounds, other guilds sent women to participate. Jenny of the Cyan Pegasus, Shuria of the Scales of the Snake Girl, Miniba of the Tiger Bite, Lucy of Team A and Zhu Bian of Team B, the 7 players officially competed. Among today's players, if you want to ask who is the most eager for first place, it must be Minerba of the Sword Bite Tiger. In addition to winning, she also needs to make the 2 teams of Monster Tail drop to the lowest score ranking. The rules this time are very interesting, and they happen to allow her to make good use of it. Minerba's plan is to let one goblin out first, then let the other goblin to last, tortured it in 5 minutes, and then shame her. Throwing a water polo outside, pitifully ranked last. Watching Lucy coldly open the door of Aquarius, summoning Aquia and Zhu Bian to collide evenly, making her sneer and moving her hands slowly to block the swaying water. Since the strong rise of the Monster Tail, Minerba has inquired all the information of the Monster Tail. She understands that in the battle in the water, Zhu Bian has a 100% advantage, and it is almost impossible to torture her within 5 minutes. Possibly, but on the contrary, although Lucy's protagonist Aquia is also quite powerful, as long as she doesn't have the key, then Lucy is no different from an ordinary girl. When the time comes, she can play whatever she wants. There was a dark sneer again, and Minerba's magic had been quietly activated while Zhu Bian resisted Aquia. Minerba is a wizard who uses space magic. One of his abilities is that he can instantly move objects to other locations, and he is unconscious and extremely difficult to find. Zhu Bian was still controlling the water flow in front of him a second ago, but the next second people were already outside the water polo, and before she could figure out what was going on, he fell from the air to the ground and was stunned. And Jenny of Cyan Pegasus also took the opportunity to kick out the 4-headed hound contestant. Suddenly, there were only 5 players left in the water polo. Without Zhu Bian's involvement, Aquia immediately exploded with great power, and the water bottle in his hand pulled through a whirlpool, throwing out the other 3 people except Minerba's. It became a scene where only her and Miniba were left. Great! Now only the woman with the sword-biting tiger is left. Naz exclaimed excitedly. The reason for the excitement was that in addition to Lucy sending 3 outs, there was actually Zhu Bian who was the first to be out. Whether it was second or first, the score would far surpass Team B. He simply ignored the additional rule. Don't be happy too early, that woman is not easy, she should have let Zhu Bian out just now, I am afraid it is a kind of space magic, she can obviously let everyone out in an instant, why did you deliberately keep Lucy until the end? Calvin said in a bad tone. He would have asked what will happen to Lucy's game in the future if he knew it. He didn't want to put extra energy on the game of the Director Wu. Don't think too much, just trust Lucy. Naz said dissatisfied. Hey! I've got the three of you, then I'm going back, there is a date. Aquia smiled triumphantly, and after attacking Minerva symbolically, Lucy was ignored. He returned to the astral world. You are the strongest in the water. Is there a wayward protagonist like you? Lucy yelled absurdly. At this time, Minerva smiled after resisting Aquia's attack. Looking at her with an unsmiling smile. Seeing Lucy panicked. However, at this point, as long as 5 minutes have passed, you can get 8 points even if you lose afterwards. Lucy looked at the timer outside and just started the countdown, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Go through it. Even if there is no Aquia, I have other protoss to help. Lucy thought with a solemn expression, and naturally touched the key on her waist with her right hand. But it felt empty. The key is gone. Looking up, the belt that Minerva was holding was clearly the belt she used to hold the keys. When was it taken away? Just now Zhu Baiyan was out inexplicably, could it be Minerva's magic? Lucy frowned deeply and thought so. At this moment, she saw Minerva showing an inexplicable smile. The next moment, an air bubble suddenly appeared next to her. Boom! Exploded. The power of the explosion was not very powerful, but it was very close to Lucy, and immediately caused her to suffer a lot of injuries, but in order to score, Lucy still insisted on keeping herself awake. Can't be killed so easily, at least it will last 5 minutes. Lucy gritted her teeth and thought. But the next moment, Minerva's voice came from behind her. It's naive. It's a good idea to admit defeat directly. Is it possible that you think the little girl is very gentle? In a gentle tone, but Lucy felt the most vicious emotions from it, but she could not think too much because her back was covered by rice. Neba kicked hard and the pain made her unable to calm down. For the rest of the time, Lucy was attacked relentlessly by Minerva, and she was bruised all over her body in no time. Everyone could tell that Minerva could have let Lucy out in an instant, but she just happened. Just to continue torturing Lucy and vent the humiliation suffered by the sword-biting tiger a few days ago. Just like this, it was able to show everyone the nobility and power of the sword-biting tiger. During this cruel process, Minerva was able to provoke the anger of all the members of the demon tail very well, but the person who bit the tiger with the sword was obviously very proud, staring at Naz and the others with a proud smile, as if laughing, "Come on, this is the strength and style of our strongest guild." When the 5-minute countdown came to the last few seconds, Minerva smiled wildly and pinched Lucy's neck and threw her out of the water polo. By this time, Lucy had already fallen into a coma, and she was not even sure whether she was still there. Alive. Naz and Grey had already jumped to the center of the stage and caught Lucy who had been left behind, lest she continue to aggravate her injuries, and Wendy rushed out to give Lucy emergency treatment. In fact, not only the three of them but Novel.me Calvin and Elisa quickly followed, looking at Minerva with indifferent and hateful eyes, as if they were about to rectify her on the spot. Naturally, the other members of the sword-biting tiger also rushed out and stopped in front of Minerva, their faces were still rampant, and all of them had an arrogant smile. What are your eyes? The little girl is playing the competitive game according to the rules. I can only blame that she is useless, really a trash girl. Miniba walked out of the water polo gracefully with a contented look. Said disapprovingly. And it was her words that made both parties ignited. Naz looked like he would rush up in the next moment, but the steady and calm Elisa stopped him and went to war with the sword-biting tiger here, and it was easy to let the previous advantage go. It's just that she can stop Naz, can she still stop Calvin? Calvin had already stepped out expressionlessly, facing Stinger, Olga and Rufus who were guarding in front of Minerva, staring at them indifferently. You are a good guild that abides by the rules? Well, I won't deny you on this point, but contrary to you, Fairy Tale never puts the rules in its eyes. It angers us, even the king kills. Show you. Little girl? Is it if you are not as strong as you? Then to me, your sword-bite tiger can be regarded as Fury's biggest dump. So, are you ready to die here? As Calvin's voice fell, an overwhelming magic power enveloped the entire Colokas, and everyone felt the unmatched magic power oscillating and roaring. No one can keep calm, even Minerva, who has been keeping calm, can't help but show a look of horror. Chapter 266, Boo. Originally, Calvin had a headache because of the coming disaster, and he was in a bad mood and annoyed. In order for his friends to enjoy the lively celebration of the great demon director Wu, he did not intend to tell everyone about the future Lucy, thinking that he would smooth the matter quietly by himself. This kind of thinking stems from his sense of responsibility that he does not know where to come from after his strength has greatly increased. He hopes to settle everything on his own. After the event is over, everything will be business as usual, there will be no abnormalities, as long as everyone happily returns to Magnolia. And what is he under such pressure? Isn't it just to protect his partner? But Minerva actually drilled a loophole in the rules directly in front of him, tortured and beat Lucy severely, and it was strange that he was not angry. In fact, he was indeed so angry that he almost lost his mind. Calvin was originally a calm person, but after 7 years of imprisonment in darkness, his strength by leaps and bounds after waking up, and the pressure brought by disasters enough for countless lives, he has long lost his former calmness. Just like a volcano that is about to erupt, only a little fuse. Minerva's behavior undoubtedly ignited the volcano that was erupting. How terrible Calvin is full of magic power, I am afraid that even he himself does not know this. Since the soul habitat came out, Calvin has not tried to mobilize his magic power. Before being imprisoned by the 7 deadly sins, because the summoned beast had its own limits, Calvin's magic power could not be fully utilized. More magic power was used to maintain the operation of the altar of evil. Otherwise, the demon tail wanted to defeat the seven sects. Sin is not so simple and easy. The seed of magic power given by Calvin Lucifer, after growing up, brought Calvin almost the magic of the entire world of Adris. Even if the magic of Adris is about to run out, the remaining magic will gather in a person, it is also unimaginable. Do you really think that using the magic crystal made by all the members of the demon tail, crashing into the island of the Transcender can really bring infinite magic power? Infinite magic power is not so simple, it's just a dying struggle. Calvin Lucifer knew this and made this plan to seize Calvin's body. In fact, after the seed of magic power turns into a towering tree, it does not mean that it has fully grown. On the contrary, as long as it still exists in Calvin's body, it means that it is still growing. Only when it disappears completely does it mean that the seed of magic power has completed its mission, and then Calvin can truly master the magic of a world. But even though it was not complete, the magical power that Calvin exploded at this moment was horrifying enough, and the deterrent force even made people unable to resist. The magic power radiated by the seed of magic power is absorbed by Calvin, and at the same time it is expanding Calvin's magic source, so even if the magic power is consumed, it is easy to supplement it. All the magic power was extracted all the time for 7 years, which allowed Calvin's magic source to be maximized. Calvin raised his palm gently and pointed it at the members of the sword-biting tiger. The attacking intention was obvious enough, but they still failed to make any movements because fear had already taken over their bodies and they were completely immobile. They have been able to see the future where they are about to die. Enough, Calvin, don't be impulsive. At this time, it was Elisa who stopped him. She was pressing Calvin's arm with her pressure and shouting with a heavy face. Kill them here, do you know how much trouble it will cause us? Don't worry, neither the Council nor the Fiori Kingdom dare to take any action, otherwise they will be the next to be annihilated. I have this strength. Calvin replied blankly. So you want us to bear the name of the Dark Guild in the future? Do you really want to live up to the expectations of the President in the first generation? Elisa roared angrily, both distressed and sad. Calvin, once you are wrong, you can't turn your head back. Another person also held Calvin. She is Myra. When she noticed something was wrong, she quickly came to Calvin and pleaded. At this time, Macaro also took advantage of this gap and said with a calm face. Lucy is okay, Calvin, calm down. Calvin was not completely indifferent to the advice, even his own president said the same. His angry mood was slightly calmed down, and his terrible magic power was reduced a lot. His reason could still suppress his emotions. It seemed that Calvin couldn't do it anymore. Minerva's nervousness that was so tight that she was about to break instantly withered, she felt that she was about to lose her footing, and her legs kept trembling. The feeling that life and death were only between the enemy's thoughts just now was a feeling she had never encountered before. At this moment, she only has fear and panic. Calvin glanced at the sword-biting tiger, who was like a frightened bird, instantly backing into a defensive posture, with cold sweat on his head and daring not to blink his eyes. Calvin didn't do any more violent moves. After snorting disdainfully, he turned around and walked to Lucy's side and asked Wendy about Lucy's situation. Although the injury is serious, there is no life-threatening. Wendy replied while healed. After Calvin heard it, his anger was completely suppressed. The person facing the sword-biting tiger became Elisa. Although she stopped Calvin just now, it does not mean that she is really tolerant. She looked at the opponent with cold and indifferent eyes, and said with patience. Speaking first, you angered the guild that shouldn't be the least enemy, and angered the most terrible person. Neither Minerva nor Stinger dared to show the expression of the villain's ambition just now, even dare not to say a word of cruelty, and returned to their stands sullenly, without the joy of winning on their faces. At this time, the audience recovered from the shock, and the next moment was a boo that resounded through the world. Obviously, this boo would not be a gift to the fairy tale. After all, even if the audience has no eyes, they can still see Miniba's brutal personality and behavior just now. Anyone will think it is too much novel. Me, what is more disgusting than bullying? There is no such atmosphere as the sword-biting tiger belonged to the strong in previous years. They admire strength and are fascinated by it, but it does not mean that they worship violence. And the sword-biting tiger, in front of a stronger opponent, did not even dare to let out a fart, which made people despise even more. If you really fight, even if you lose thoroughly, the audience will not be as disappointed as they are now. Complicated emotions such as shame, unwillingness, anger, etc. were filled in the hearts of the sword-bite tiger but they did not dare to resist, and they were even fortunate that Calvin was still sensible and did not act on himself. Roger, the only one who didn't go down, couldn't help sighing while looking at his teammate's expression like a losing dog. In the past, because they were strong, there was no shame in everything. When they found themselves in front of more powerful people, they were actually no different from the weak people they despised in the past, that false self-esteem was as fragile as glass. A moment ago, their faces were still full of arrogance and domineering, but after a moment, they realized that there was nothing to hide their shame. The thoughts of the 5 sword-bite people are different. Roger is thinking about whether the sword-biting tiger is correct, Oluga is questioning his own strength, Rufus is still afraid of Calvin's strength, Stinger is guessing that Calvin is strong secret. The same is that the 4 of them have no courage to fight Calvin. The only exception is Miniba. After the crisis passed, she no longer had the fear of facing death just now, only full of anger and endless humiliation. The education she has always received is that only the strongest is the only one. Other than that, it is equivalent to failure. Her heart is extremely distorted and she only thinks about how to beat Calvin. I swear that I will let him lower his arrogant head in front of me, even if I do whatever it takes. Chapter 267, Sunflower. Minor Ba believes that as long as the final result of the Great Demon Director Wu can win, it means that they can still keep the name of Fiori's strongest guild. This is not impossible, after all, the current score of the Sword-Bite Tiger and the Fairy Tail are not far away. After the naval battle just now, the Sword-Bite Tiger successfully scored 10 points, while the Monster Tail of teams only had 1 point and 0 points respectively. Now the scores of each team are as follows. Fairy Tail Team B, 48 points. Fairy Tail Team A, 47 points. Sword-Bite Tiger, 40 points. Mermaid's Heel, 35 points. Scales of Snake G, 25 points. Cyan Pegasus, 20 points. Four Hounds, 15 points. The difference between the Sword-Bite Tiger and the Demon Tail is only 8 points. If you are lucky, you will be able to overtake after a duel. Of course, the most important thing is the usual 5-person participation competition on the last day. Somewhere in the venue, a knight saw the two teams calm down and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief from the tension. He is the head of the Sakura Knights of the Kingdom of Fiori Arcadios Deizo. This time the final person in charge of the Director Wu of the Great Demon is also what Lucy said in the future, the White Knight who made the Eclipse plan. His plan wants to proceed smoothly. In addition to the 12 keys of the Royal Road, the Astral Sorcerer himself is also very important. When he saw Lucy almost killed just now, he was really scared, but he couldn't stop it because of the rules, and then he saw Calvin's magical power released with his anger, which made him feel terrified. For fear of an accident, Calvin shot directly, and in the end, no matter what the result is, he will definitely break up, so how can he use Lucy? And after Lucy was seriously injured, Fairy Tail would definitely protect her from all aspects, and it would definitely not work if she wanted to take her away by force. Arcadios had previously recruited Yukino, who was driven by the sword-biting tiger, but she alone was not safe. The Eclipse plan took him a lot of time and effort, and he did not allow any shortcomings. However, after nearly 4 days of Director Wu, the strength of the Fairy Tail has been shown to be ineffective, not to mention that Calvin, who is as powerful as a ghost, he showed that no matter who the enemy is, he bravely fights. The courage, wanting to win Lucy from the Monster Tail, the difficulty is not lower than the outbreak of a war. In that case, if you want to use Lucy to open the Eclipse Gate, you must take a more secure and gentle method. The previous stupid method of hiring someone to take him captive must never be tried again. In the recuperation room, members of either Team A or Team B flooded in. On the one hand, they wanted to see Lucy's condition, and on the other hand, they were looking at Calvin. No one thinks that Calvin who just broke out is a normal state. If he is the past, he should be the first person to calm others down, and he will come up with other ways to find his place, and promise that there will be no any tail is caught by someone. Directly desperate to use strength to crush the opponent, this is what Naz and former Laxus would do. Therefore, everyone could not help but look at Calvin from time to time with worried gazes, and Mila kept holding Calvin's arm. Calvin also knew that he was too abnormal just now. Although helpless, he was not embarrassed to say that he was okay and could only bear it silently. Fortunately, Makarov came in at this time and diverted the attention of others. He came to inform the organizer of the notice. After the Crow's Tail violated the rules and was disqualified, there were only 7 teams left, and the duel part could not be arranged. Therefore, the 2 teams of Fairy Tail were integrated into a new team. As for the scores, the lower 47 points are used. So, how do you plan to make arrangements, President? Calvin asked. Don't worry, I won't leave you out for what I just did. You, Laxus, Elsa, and Myra, as S-rank wizards, will definitely enter the team, but there is one place left. I can't decide either. Makarov said. The few people who were not named but hoped to join the team, Naz, Gagaru, Gray and Jubian, couldn't help but eagerly shine in their eyes. Just now Lucy was treated like this. It must be false to say that it is not angry. They also hope that they can personally seek justice for Lucy, so the 4 did not want to give up this place. I must avenge Lucy. I will never spare those guys. Naz gritted his teeth first. We are all in the same mood, and we have to consider the final day of cooperation. Gray retorted calmly. I agree with Master Gray's statement. Of course, I support Master Gray's battle 100%. Zhu Baiyan's eyes ventured and cooperated with Gray sweetly. But other people ignored Zhu Baiyan for granted, just staring at Makarov. In any case, the final decision is still in his hands. Calvin, what's your opinion? Makarov asked Calvin after closing his eyes and thinking for a few seconds. The person who has the deepest bond with Lucy is Naz. I think it is more appropriate to let Naz play. Calvin replied without thinking. After hearing the words, Makarov nodded, and he agreed with the proposal for a moment. As a result, a new team was formed, led by Calvin, and the others were Laxus, Elsa, Myra and Naz. Although Gagaru and others were also unwilling, since it was Makarov's decision, it could not be vetoed, only so. Then, let's decide the personnel for the 2-player battle now. This time it is not a draw, but we choose the players ourselves. Even if they have played before, they can also play again. Makarov said, staring at Karl. Text. Calvin smiled and asked, has the opponent decided? It's the sword-biting tiger, Makarov replied. It happens to be a coincidence. Let Naz and I go. The cats will definitely put out the most tacit understanding of the so-called Sanjiang to challenge. Naz can let them see the level difference between the dragon slayers. As for me, I'll watch it, and promise to be immortal. Calvin said with a smile. Remember what you said, don't let the impulse happen again. Macaro said with a sullen face, but even with that look, he couldn't hide his pride. Go out, kids. But they have seen our strongest team. Macaro roared excitedly. Even if he had been the president for so many years, he hadn't really thought about forming this team. When the 5 Calvins came out again to show everyone the new team, the courage of the 5 seemed to shake the entire venue, cheers swayed out without money, and in just 4 days, they had once again gained the popularity of the year. He is considered the strongest candidate for this conference. The members of other guilds either rejoice or admire them, and have complex faces like a sword-biting tiger. Undoubtedly, the demon tail has once again shown unmatched dominance after 7 years. But well, it's not their turn to appear yet. After accepting the cheers, they returned to the stands. The first 2 duel was played by Cyan Pegasus against 4 Hounds until novel.me 4 Hounds. It was their ace Pascal and dragon set Lorca. As for the Cyan Pegasus, naturally they sent their strongest wizard, Overnight. And Rabbit. Yes, it is a rabbit, a mysterious figure hidden in a rabbit doll costume. But no one has any contempt, it will be sent out at this time, it must be a secret weapon. Didn't you see an infinitely confident smile on that blind eyeball June face that night? Compared with the momentum of the Cyan Pegasus, the 4-headed hound looked a bit weak. The usual frivolousness on Pascal's face disappeared completely, and he looked even worse than the end of the world, as if he had experienced a terrible blow. Don't talk about self-confidence, he doesn't even have the slightest intent to fight now, and the posture when he comes out is strange and awkward. In the auditorium, Gagaru said to himself strangely. Pascal, that looks weird, is he injured? It seemed Calvin stunned him yesterday. I don't know where to take him. Did it happen that he was asked to fulfill the bet with Elisa? Libby replied smoothly. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gray on the side suddenly remembered the cruel bet that Calvin had said 2 days ago. He couldn't help but shudder on the spot and mourned Pascal for a second. Really, even if Pascal said rudely to Elisa that day, Gray at this moment has only infinite pity and sympathy for him. In the stands, Elisa used to say, you won't really do that anymore. You are really scary. He looked at Calvin in his eyes, and couldn't help taking 2 steps away from him. Calvin naturally didn't pay attention to Elisa's eyes, but saw Pascal's funny look, and felt that even if he didn't let him take the tequila account, there was nothing to regret. Chapter 268, Coxcomb. On the 4th day of the Director Wu of the Great Demon, the final duel will soon be ushered in. The 2 sides of the decisive battle are the newly formed Fairy Tail and the former king, the sword-biting tiger. Before the start of this duel, the first 2 two-player matches had ended. The 4-headed hounds were defeated because of Pascal's absence, although the bunny puppet of Cyan Pegasus was actually just an ugly transcendence too. Knight, there is no combat power at all. It can be said that this victory was won over one night. It is very unexpected. It seems that the appearance is indeed easy to be viewed by the subject. But at the same time as the victory, the supporters of Cyan Pegasus also dropped rapidly. Without him, it was too disgusting for him. With this battle, the score of Cyan Pegasus rose to 30 points, and the 4-headed hound still had a pitiful 15 points. If Pascal had not won the first place in the competition on the second day, I really don't know this famous guild was miserable. To that point. In the second event, the Mermaid's Heel faced off against the Scales of Snakeheim. The contestants were Kagura, Milyana, Leon, and Yuka. Both sides did not show their true strength. After half an hour of friction, they ended in a tie and each scored 5 points. Snake Jizi's scale passed these 5 points and also raised his own score to 30 points, while the Mermaid's Heel was even better, rising to 40 points with the same score as the sword-biting tiger. Then, it was the final matchup. The dual players have been announced, the famous sword-biting Sanjiang vs the fire dragon of the monster tail, and the dragon trainer. The dragon trainer refers to Calvin. He was once known as the king of beast trainers because of the many summoned beasts. But 7 years later, there are very few people who remember his name, but his first day of competition, the stunning degree of, but still blinded the audience, the appearance of the real red-eyed black dragon made everyone dare not to underestimate his strength, coupled with the shocking magic power just now. The name of the animal trainer is obviously already not suitable, and the dragon trainer is undoubtedly more suitable for him. Although this is just a reporter put on casually, it was unexpectedly popular. Sometimes, the nickname is born so easily. Therefore, when Calvin appears calmly on the field, it is not surprising that there will be that overwhelming volume. In addition to the audience, other contestants and interested people are even more curious about his strength, except for the tip of the iceberg exposed on the first day. Calvin's true strength is still unknown in their hearts. Naz rarely showed a look of excitement before the battle, but had a heavy and calm face, but Calvin, who was next to him, clearly felt the infinite fighting spirit radiating from Naz. Compared to Calvin's calmness, it is obvious that his face is not so good when facing Sanjiang. I just didn't even have the courage to do something in front of Calvin. Now I want to defeat him? Stringer only felt that the malice of the world was joking with him. However, Stinger has always targeted Naz, so he looked at Rog with embarrassment and gestured with his eyes. Calvin will leave it to you. I'm going to achieve my goal of waiting for 7 years. As you know, my goal has always been to defeat Naz. But Rog stared back without hesitation, and also motioned with his eyes. I reject this proposal very solemnly and clearly. If you want to fight, just fight together. Don't want me to him alone. God knows how these two people use their eyes to make such a complicated communication. Seeing that Rog is not getting in, Stinger can only use another method to achieve his goal. He pointed at Naz and shouted. Naz Duragrunny. My wish for 7 years is to defeat you. If you have the courage to fight one-on-one with me. This is to use the radical method. Calvin looked at Stinger with an idiot look. He really couldn't figure out that the arrogant white dragon boy in front of him understood what a two-player battle is. In addition to the strength of each other, the tacit cooperation with teammates is very important in the two-player battle. The tactics are more diverse, more flexible, and unexpected. It is definitely not an idiot to fight one-on-one separately, and after seeing Calvin's angry appearance, is it possible that he thought he could defeat himself in one-on-one? In fact, Naz also thinks this proposal is very idiotic, but he very much agrees with it. Naz didn't know why the white dragon boy in front of him was so persistent to himself, but he also wanted to take his arrogant appearance out. So he looked at Calvin. Calvin actually wanted to shake his head, but considering Naz's simple and stubborn character, Calvin still felt that he should solve it by himself, so he nodded slightly. Seeing this action, Rog immediately couldn't stop shed a cold sweat. For him, this was undoubtedly the worst action. This means that he is going to compete against Calvin for a period of time, and he has no confidence that he can survive until his partner defeats Naz. Yes, so far, the only person they really care about is Calvin. He really doesn't want to fight Calvin at all. After all, his goal is only Gojiru. After the pumpkin host announced the official start of the game, Stringer immediately shouted excitedly, "Let's go." Rog cursed in his heart that this guy who sold his teammates was really cheeky and gave himself the strongest guy. But Rog's heart activity hasn't ended yet, and from the corner of his eye he has already seen Stinger fly out. Naturally, it's not that the white dragon is getting nervous, but Naz appears in front of him at a very fast speed. Beat him into the air. What? Before he had time to be surprised, the next moment Rog himself also flew out until novel.me it was Calvin who made the shot. I don't know when, a hand turned into wings and a blue flame appeared. The man with the blonde hair and coxcomb head and exhausted body appeared where he was originally standing. The new summoned beast. Naz only had time to take a glance, and the next moment people continued to rush towards Stinger, who was flying out. A crimson flame burst out of his right leg, and he made up another kick fiercely. The Beilong boy hadn't recovered from the last elbow, and his whole person was kicked out again, but he was able to create such a reputation in Fury, he wouldn't be that simple. After 2 laps on the ground, he barely maintained after balancing, he blasted a white dragon roar directly at Naz. His roar was as swift and sharp as a laser, and instantly swept through Naz's direction, but Naz was only slightly surprised, and he ducked his head. Rog was also uncomfortable at this time. The man with the comb head suddenly appeared in front of him, moved extremely fast, and the double wings formed by his hands gave him excellent speed and agility, and then he was kicked into the air like the Beilong boy. Rog's response was similar to that of Stringer. After he slowed down, his whole body was entangled in pitch black, ghostly passing the distance between Calvin and appearing behind him, and pitch black gathered on his right hand. Shadow Dragon Slash. Calvin seemed unprepared for this. Just as Roger was about to think he could do something, a blue flamed arm firmly grasped his wrist, and the blonde coxcomb head. The other party looked awake and seemed extremely disdainful, but Roger felt a very terrifying crisis. His grasped arm seemed to be locked by an iron hoop, completely unable to break free. Then, he saw Calvin's scornful smile after turning around. The next moment, he saw several pale wolves emerging from Calvin. For a moment, Rog yelled bad. Boom. Chapter 269, Dragon Power. Realizing that he must not hardly touch the wolf-shaped magic polymer in front of him, Rog immediately adopted the real combat mode. In an instant, the blackness of flames appeared all over his body, and his tightly grasped wrist twisted somehow. The figure flees instantly, just like a shadow. Shadow mode. Originally, Rog was the dragon slayer of the Shadow Dragon. What he was good at was not a frontal attack and defense, but hiding in the shadows, killing opponents silently, so his dodge skill was definitely not low. It's just Calvin's wolf chase, but the magic that can track the target. The pale magic wolves will perseverely chase the enemy before they touch the opponent. Their mission is to pull the enemy and explode together, or before that was blown up. Rog's ability in the shadow mode has been increased in all directions. Regardless of the speed or the degree of ghosts, they are not comparable to the previous ones. After a little distance from the demon wolf, a light roar will detonate it all. Magic power augmentation technique? It seems that you are not stupid. You know how to use other ways to enhance your own characteristics. It is more advanced than our 3 dragons. Calvin raised his brows and looked at the other side as well. The white dragon boy who called the magic power amplification technique the white light mode commented in an elder-like tone, but facing Roger, who had disappeared in front of him, remained calm, as if he had no defense. It was just that when a group of shadows appeared behind Calvin, it was immediately surrounded by a touch of blue flame, and after a soft shout, Rog appeared a few meters away. His face is very bad, and his eyes are full of jealousy. After many battles, not many people can really understand his actions in this mode. And Calvin in front of him hasn't moved even a step since the battle started, and he didn't even raise his hand. It has always been his summoned beast in action, but he can't help him at all. This made Rog very discouraged. He knew very well that Calvin Macaro's strength was that he could control 3 summoned beasts at the same time, and there was no gap between them. Now it was just a summoned beast, and he had already pressed himself against it. In fact, there are quite a few people who have the same thoughts as Rog, and Laxus in the stands generally shows an unhappy expression while watching. It's a summoned beast that you haven't seen before. Is this guy testing the strength of the new summoned beast? It seems that the blue flame does not have the aggressiveness and spreadability of ordinary flames, and I don't know what it does, but in terms of visual effects, it's really not bad. Elisa looked at her face with interest, showing a curious look. Calvin still looked at Roger, who dared not move rashly, and the summoned beasts beside him did not intend to attack, but just guarded him. No one knows why he was so procrastinating. Normal Calvin is known for his raging waves and continuous offensive. At this moment, the summoned beast did not emit that dazzling blue flame, nor did his hands turn into wings like a normal person. It looked just like a decadent uncle with a strange haircut, looking harmless to humans and animals. It seems to be luring the enemy to attack. Suddenly, a laser suddenly penetrated his chest, and Rog was overjoyed when he saw it. Many people who paid attention to them were also taken aback. This is too defenseless for the surroundings. It turned out that Stinger, who used the white light mode, was still pressed by Naz to beat him, but the laser shot in the counterattack hit the chest of the coxcomb head. It seemed that Stinger himself was quite surprised, but Rog would not give up such a good opportunity. He didn't even hide his figure. He directly used the dark shadow of the Dragon Slayer magic power to make a full blow without reservation. Calvin did not move, as if he was shocked. However, before Rog's attack hit Calvin, a wing burning with blue flames blocked him, stopping the blow perfectly. Rog was shocked. Who else was in front of him was naturally the blonde coxcomb head pierced through his chest. But how is this possible? Even the summoned beast can't continue to act after receiving such an injury. Rog looked at its chest naturally. The pierced area was burning with a strong blue flame, which soon extinguished, but the pierced area was once again exposed intact. Healed. Rog couldn't believe it, just about to escape again, but it was obviously too late. With a wave of the burning blue flames, Grid opened the action Rog wanted to perform, and then kicked Rog in the abdomen. In an instant, Rog only felt unprecedented pain, as if he was about to vomit bile. The power of one blow was beyond his imagination. He almost couldn't maintain his consciousness. He was knocked down and curled up on the ground, shaking and unable to move. Is this the ability of the blue flame? I remember that the previous summoned beasts suffered this kind of damage and will definitely disappear. Elisa in the stands guessed. 8 or 9 are not separated from 10, and the physical skills are amazing. Myra agreed. Elisa and Myra's guess is correct, this is one of the new summoned beasts created by Calvin, named Phoenix Marco by him. This is Calvin's popular comic book One Piece from the previous life. It refers to the powerful summoned beast created by a certain character. As the name suggests, the blue flame can regenerate the injured place. It looks like a phoenix. The summoned beast is the first one. The attack looks simple but quite powerful, and it also has extraordinary flying ability. Rog almost lost his combat effectiveness when kicked by him, its strength is evident. In addition to the blue-eyed white dragon, Phoenix Marco is among the 7 strongest in the new series of summoning cards. Of course, Zanpo is also among the 7 places. Rog was beaten to the ground until novel.me and the battle on Naz did not slow down much. While Calvin was leisurely testing Marco's performance, he experienced a fierce battle. After blocking the dragon-slaying Upanishad of the Beilong boy, Naz quickly beat him down. Although it hasn't reached the point of beating out Xiang, I am afraid it is not far away. That's it. This level of power is the so-called power that can kill dragons? That's a joke, right? Calvin said coldly, condescendingly toward Rog, his tone of disdain. Shut up, shut up. What do you know? Roger struggled to stand up, lowering his head and couldn't see his expression clearly. I don't understand, but after seeing the power of dragons, it was ridiculous to hear someone claiming to have killed dragons. Unless the weak dragon can't even fly. Calvin continued to mock. I can't prove what happened back then. The Beilong boy barely supported himself to stand up. Maybe I can't beat you, but I will definitely not lose to Mr. Nez. Yes, let you see the true power of the 3rd generation Dragon Slayer. After saying this, Rog was finally able to stand up and raise his head completely. At this moment, Sanjiang's face has become the same it was completely different before. A dazzling and holy white light appeared on one body and a white pattern on his face, the other a mysterious black figure appeared on his body and a black pattern on his face. In terms of momentum, it was completely different from the previous level. If Calvin's magic power was as unfathomable as the sea in terms of quantity, then the magic power of Stinger and Rog at this moment is completely the ultimate existence in terms of quality, just like refined steel and fine detail. Polished crystal diamonds, finely crafted rough stones. Just like, the current Sanjiang is the true appearance of the Dragon Slayer. Dragon power. Dragon power. Calvin murmured softly. He once read some records about this power in the library of the guild. According to legend, this is the power hidden deep in the body of the Dragon Slayer. Only by practicing to the extreme can it be liberated. This power is like its name, it belongs to the power of the dragon. The White Dragon Boy and the Shadow Dragon Boy claim to be the 3rd generation of Dragon Slayers. In addition to being taught by the dragon himself, they also have the dragon crystal buried in their bodies, although Calvin does not believe that these 2 boys can kill dragon, but he would not doubt that the 2 of them possess the dragon crystal. Is this the power of the 3rd generation Dragon Slayer? However, although this power is very strong, it seems to be a little bit different from the rumor. Calvin's face remained unchanged, just thinking quietly, but Nazco it's not so calm anymore, as the same Dragon Slayer, he can clearly feel the power of the dragon. However, he didn't think he would lose, and his fighting spirit was still burning. Suddenly, Stringer shot without warning. Of course, he didn't need to tell him, but he was still fighting. Seeing white light flashing, like a meteor in the night sky, the white dragon boy appeared in front of Naz, and slammed his fist against him. Naz's keen fighting touch allowed him to stretch out his hands and block in front of his head. But Stinger, who has liberated the power of the dragon, moves completely different from the previous one. It is as if everyone has changed. His punches are heavy and powerful, and his actions are swift and sharp. They completely reverse the pros and cons of the previous two. I was at a disadvantage and beaten without any strength to fight back. And Rog is not someone who just can't do it. Just when Stinger was acting, he only took a few tenths of a second and then made the same shot. Naturally, his target was Calvin. The shadow dragon did not continue to hide in the shadows. After previous battles, Rog knew that this little trick was useless. Calvin always knew where he would appear, let alone his current magic. How conspicuous it is. But it doesn't matter. After liberating the power of the dragon, the direct attack power is already extraordinary, and the speed that the shadow dragon itself is good at has become even more terrifying, really like a ghost. Calvin didn't make any movements, he just watched the fight between Stinger and Naz carefully, but Rog still couldn't get close to Calvin, and Marco was in a fight with him. If you watch from above, you can see black shadows and blue flames shuttled around on the field, the sound of collisions is endless, and the black shadows and blue flames burst out violently from time to time, intersecting scenes of dazzling brilliance. This fierce battle made people see the blood boil, and the most exciting and shocking person was Roger. There is no doubt that he has now unreservedly used 120% of his strength. But the summoned beast in front of him was still calm, as if he was still discussing with himself easily. As for Calvin, he didn't even pay attention to himself, just watching the battle on the other side calmly. It was really easy to get discouraged. Calvin, who was silent, was actually thinking about something in his heart. He had learned from future Lucy before that the beginning of her being pulled into the Eclipse plan was this battle. Stinger smashed the ground with a powerful attack, revealing the hidden space inside, and he himself it was from that cave that felt the strangeness before entering the expedition together with the partner, and then met the White Knight Arcadios. In other words, as long as the White Dragon Boy is not allowed to destroy the ground, it is impossible for Lucy to meet this knight. Calvin's original consideration was to prevent Lucy from meeting Arcadios from the beginning, and to fundamentally cut off the possible future, but then he thought about it again, since Arcadios it is imperative for Lucy, and he will come anyway, so why not take advantage of this opportunity to stop Arcadios' ridiculous plan? And at that time, when Arcadios was rarely unprepared, you should know that even Calvin didn't plan to rush through the eclipse gate that could absorb magic power in the castle. After figuring this out, Stinger happened to use a trick to blast through the ground with a white dragon's holy breath. Naz fell directly into it, and Stinger jumped off quickly and continued to fight with Naz. Calvin no longer paid so much attention to the white dragon boy, so he and Naz continued to fall in love and kill each other, and turned his attention back to Rog. Marco was still playing with Roger, and easily restrained him, adding 1 or 2 wounds to him from time to time. Although the flame did not have any burning ability, its fist could not be ignored casually. Whenever he was kicked or punched, Rog felt like he was hit by a hammer. If it weren't for the dragon's power to raise his defenses to a terrifying level, I'm afraid he would have already supported it. Can't go down. On the contrary, Rog's attack seemed to be better than boring. Sometimes he was lucky enough to leave a trace on Marco, but after the blue flame burned, the trace disappeared without a trace. Fighting with this kind of enemy is really depressing. After Calvin focused his attention on himself, he became even more depressed. Although he still didn't do anything, Marco seemed to be serious now. He could barely contend with it the first second, but in the next second he found that he could no longer keep up with Marco's movements, and his strength was not enough to stop him. With its fist, Rog didn't know how many hits he was hit in just a few seconds. Punching and kicking, pervasive, the phoenix instantly transformed into a storm. After the storm, only the vicissitudes of life were left on the ground, and Roger had collapsed to the ground until novel.me and was unable to fight again. At the same time, Stinger also used an unparalleled advantage in the big pit to knock Naz to the ground. At the moment, he raised his right hand high, and the light shining on him from the pit mouth, like a victorious lion, with pride. Calvin walked to the edge of the big pit and looked at the bottom with a thoughtful expression, without any. Stinger looked up at him and looked at Calvin, who was intact, and couldn't help showing a wry smile. You are really amazing. I tried my best to beat Mr. Naz. And Roger can't even leave a mark on you. Have you beaten Naz? What is the reason for you to have this illusion? Look at your opponent, Bei Long's boy. Calvin sneered, and after hearing this, Stingrid quickly turned around and looked at Naz, who had already stood up again. It hurts, that strength is really strong. Although slightly embarrassed, Naz stood up again, still very energetic. He was full of breath when speaking, and he knew that he was not hurt. How is it possible? I have used the power of the dragon. Stinger shouted in a panic. At first I was a little scared, but now I can see your habits clearly, the timing of the attack, the posture of the defense, the rhythm of breathing. Naz twisted his neck, stretched his body, and made a crackle sound. Come on, the second round is about to begin. Naz arrogantly waved to the Bei Long boy. But, damn it. The power of the dragon is the same power as the dragon. There can be no stronger power in the world. Stinger roared angrily, the white light shining everywhere, and once again screamed at Naz. Come. Calvin continued to watch the battle seriously, thinking silently in his heart. Dragon power? Not bad power, worthy of reference. Simply neat. In the subsequent battle between Naz and Stringer, only one word can be used to describe Naz. Naz cleaned him up after 2 or 3 efforts, without any suspense. After Naz announced the start to the end of the second round, it took only 2 minutes. Looking at Naz's freehand look, you can imagine how easy it was for him to end this battle. There was an uproar in the audience. No one in the audience and contestants could deny Stinger's strength, and after using the power of the dragon, let alone, Naz can win so easily. The only explanation is that the level of the two is too far apart. Unknowingly, has Naz become stronger to this point? This kid has grown a lot. Calvin also secretly admired, very surprised. Before Sanjiang could use the power of the dragon, Naz could. Calvin was not surprised at all to defeat it. But after liberating the power of the dragon, Naz was able to win easily. This was really beyond his expectation. In Calvin's view, Stinger, who had liberated the power of the dragon, was more than 17. The age is not too much. Calvin, 17 years old, has long become an S-rank wizard. In other words, as long as Naz's mind is more flexible, it is not a problem to become an S-grade now. It is a pity that Naz often has holes in his brain. If Calvin is only satisfied with Naz's growth, then Makarov is absolutely thrilled. Although he has known Naz's potential for a long time, Naz is now in his own guild. It's only ranked 5th in it. If you count guildas, you can't even rank 5th. However, this level of strength has already surpassed the trump card of others. If one day, after Naz can also release the power of the dragon, how strong will it become? Makarov himself did not get the answer. Not to mention, there are young people like Gagaru and Grey who don't think Naz is better than himself. The 6th generation, you laughed so disgusting. Suddenly, Mabis said coldly, looking at Makarov with contempt. Makarov was suddenly embarrassed. Was the joy just now too obvious? Hastily pretended to be calm and unconcerned. Well, Naz played pretty well. The members of the guild nearby were all sweating helplessly. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise the guild's face would be lost. Compared to Makarov's joy, the president of the sword-biting tiger, Germain, was in the completely opposite mood. The angry mood even scared the people around him to not approach at all. The audience near him had already fled early in the morning. I have always told myself that my own guild is number 1 in the world, but today's battle was completely defeated, and I couldn't even find an excuse. The anger in my heart seemed to burn his whole person. If it weren't for the surrounding audience to run fast, it might be true will be caught by him to vent. With a gloomy face, he didn't say a word. It should be said that he is now too angry to speak, but it is certain that with Germain's style of acting, he will not easily let go of the losing Sanjiang. Naz kicked his legs and jumped directly outside the pit. Sometimes Calvin was quite envious of this physical ability. Without magic, he had never done this kind of action. Let's go, you win beautiful this time. Calvin smiled, turned, and left. Naz looked at Rog, who was not far away, and then at Calvin's appearance. He found that his clothes were not even soiled, and then he looked at his tattered clothes and injuries. Suddenly, he felt that he was not. Smell. Why do you speak to me in a predecessor's tone? We are obviously of the same generation. The uncomfortable muttering behind him was very dissatisfied, but due to the huge difference in strength, he did not dare to really be there. Calvin said this before. After winning the 2-player battle, he sighed in disappointment and followed Calvin away. After the victory, Fairy Tail's score rose to 57 points, which was 17 points away from the second-placed sword-biting Tiger and Mermaid Heel. With only 1 day left, it was almost impossible to go ahead. It can be said that Fairy Tail has stepped into the Hall of Champions with 1 foot. Awesome. Calvin. As soon as he returned to his partner, Mila couldn't wait to plunge into Calvin's mind. Of course, Calvin would not refuse. He laughed and hugged Mila tightly. Similarly, Elisa was very satisfied with Naz's performance and hugged him enthusiastically, but she was wearing iron armor, watching Naz being grabbed by Elisa's head and hugged into her arms, and said with the sound of Kankyong, Laxus seemed to feel the pain of Naz. The fairy tale confronts the sword-biting tiger, and the sword-biting Sanjiang fights. This battle attracted almost everyone's attention. Even if you didn't enter the game to watch the game, there are a lot of magical projection crystals on the street to watch, and Ji Lao took advantage of this moment to sneak into a hotel. He came to look for Lucy in the future, and if he wanted to say the reason, he had to go back to the early hours of last night. It is said that after returning from Tequila Paradise, Calvin took advantage of the darkness to sneak to the periphery of Coloca's, found the witch's crime, and explained to Gerald what would happen in the future. Gerald was naturally shocked at the moment, and at the same time felt a bit wrong in his heart, but he didn't notice it at the time. Knowing that the next day, he suddenly remembered. It turned out that before Calvin told him everything, Gerald once again felt the magic similar to Jeff, but the location was completely opposite to Calvin's hotel where Lucy was placed in the future, which made it suspicious. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, so today, while Calvin was playing, he sneaked into the hotel secretly, intending to ask Lucy in the future. However, when he entered the room where the future lived, what he saw was a mess. In the future, Lucy was missing. Everything in the room clearly indicated that this would definitely not be the case for Lucy to leave in the future. She was taken away. Who the hell? Gerald reacted quickly and immediately looked for clues in the room. When he almost searched the entire room, he finally found something. It was a small piece of paper sandwiched at the foot of the table, with soldiers written distortedly on it. Soldiers? How come there are soldiers in Coloca's? Wait. It shouldn't be. In Fiori's capital, the only people who can have soldiers are the castles of the kingdom of Fiori. Gerald thought of this quickly, and he knew that 2 days ago, someone tried to take Lucy away. It was thought that it was done by the Crow's Tail, but now Gerald knew that the kingdom's solar eclipse plan needed celestial wizards, so the people who tried to kidnap Lucy that day were probably actually assigned by the kingdom. Because Lucy cannot be taken away under the protection of Fairy Tale, will Lucy be taken away after discovering the future novel? Me. Gerald secretly guessed and thought, you must notify Calvin immediately, but he is still in the game, otherwise I go directly to the king's castle to rescue her. No. There is a solar eclipse gate in the castle that can absorb magic power. If you approach it, you will be easily caught. If the kingdom really wants to use the future Lucy to open the solar eclipse gate, it should not hurt her. Let's discuss with Calvin first. Anyway, the implementation date of the eclipse plan is July 7th, and there will be opportunities for the whole day tomorrow. After thinking about it, Gerald took advantage of this time to leave the hotel in secret and came to a remote corner outside the competition arena, waiting for Calvin to appear. After all the games on the 4th day were over, Fairy Tale did not intend to continue celebrating the carnival because Lucy's injury was serious. Anyway, the nights of the past few days have been so noisy, stopping the day is a rest. After visiting Lucy, seeing that there was nothing wrong with her and her spirits improved a lot, everyone planned to leave. At this moment, Calvin called Naz, Gagaru, and Wendy. Come with me, I have something to show you. Chapter 272, Acting School. After the game, the competition field was so quiet and lonely at sunset. It is completely unimaginable that there were nearly 10,000 people cheering here not long ago. At this moment, there are only large holes that have not been repaired, commemorating the fierce battle just now. In this lonely playing field, there was a group of people walking towards the big hole. They are Calvin and the 3 dragon slayers, and the 3 kittens who are inseparable from the dragon slayer, and Lucy and Grey who follow to watch the excitement. Calvin led a group of people into the cave and headed toward the depths of the cave. After a few steps, an impatient guy couldn't stand it and asked. Where are we going to take us? Explain somehow. Naz looked impatient. And why is it only us? Is it related to the dragon slayer? Gojira was patient, but he was also very curious. Only the good-looking baby Wendy followed quietly without talking. Yes, it is indeed related to the dragon slayer, and it is also related to the 3 of you who have been taught by the dragon. Calvin said without changing his face. Could it be, the news from the dragon? Upon hearing this, Lucy, who had a good brain, immediately thought of this, her eyes were full of curiosity, and after hearing this, the 3 dragon slayers had their eyes instantly exposing the light, his expression could not help but become anxious. All along, their greatest wish is to find their parents. Calvin glanced at Lucy with an inexplicable expression in his eyes, then nodded and shook his head again. It is indeed related to the dragon, but it must have nothing to do with the dragon you know. You will understand when you arrive. God is mysterious, and why do you know this place? Lucy asked suspiciously. Just now after the white dragon hit the ground, I immediately sensed some residual aura from it, and this aura is a bit similar to your dragon slayer. So I secretly put a small summoned beast in to detect it. Thinking of it, I found a very shocking scene. Calvin explained unhurriedly. Even you said it was a shocking scene, then I was really right to follow. Grey said in surprise. Calvin was naturally talking nonsense. He had learned everything in the cave from Lucy in the future. Although he did perceive some aura, it was pure nonsense to say that it was similar to the dragon slayer. Inside is the tomb of the dragon, where the bones that have been dead for an unknown number of years are stored. No matter how strong he perceives it, it is impossible to feel the breath of the dragon so clearly. Originally, in the future time and space of Lucy, he just felt a little strange, and Naz was clamoring to come and take a risk when he learned about it. The group continued to walk. After passing through a narrow and long passage, everyone came to an unusually empty space, which was densely covered with the bones of giant creatures. Several dragon-killing wizards knew at a glance. The bones are the old dragons. Even though Calvin, who had already known that this was the dragon tomb, was really shocked by the scene before him, there was always a gap between what he heard and what he saw with his own eyes, but he still pretended to be plain and said lightly. As you can see, this is the cemetery of dragons. Your dragons have only disappeared for 14 years, and these dragons have been sleeping here for a long time. Calvin explained. No wonder you are so sure that I have nothing to do with Ignatius, but what happened here, why are there so many dragons? Naz's face was serious and his tone was serious. Everyone was confused by this ancient scene, until Wendy had a flash of inspiration, saying that the profound meaning of exterminating the dragon, Tianhe, taught to him by Boleka, might be the magic to communicate with the sleeping dragon soul. Just think about it, and Wendy drew a magic circle on the ground and stood in it to chant a chant. Soon, the starlight shone on Wendy's head, and the keel was shaken, which lasted for a while, until Wendy found the long-lasting thoughts that remained here, which had become a very small dragon soul. In an instant, Guanghua gathered in front of Wendy, forming a physical phantom, where a dragon soul with emerald scales and double horns appeared here. The emerald dragon called himself Kilconus, a dragon who likes to play inferior jokes, and told Calvin them about 400 years ago. That is the unbelievable truth that Akunarokia was once a human being, and the sleeping dragon skeletal here was all killed by Akunarokia. It's just that, just after talking about this, Kilconus's soul disappeared without a trace and became a Buddha. Calvin had known these things for a long time, but he also pretended to hear it for the first time, and the 3 dragon slayers became very panicked, because they learned a terrible thing, which is the dragon. The final point of the guide is to become a dragon. At this moment, a strange voice came out. That is impossible, Akunarokia is the only exception. Hiding for so long, are you finally willing to show up? Who are you? Calvin shouted in a deep voice. Of course, he knew who the person was. This is still acting. Introduce myself first, I'm King Fury, the head of the Knights of Sakura, Arcadios. I am a temporary sergeant under the same subordinate, Swina Agulia. The woman with short white hair also said. I see. Let's continue the topic just now. What does it mean that Akunarokia is the only exception? Calvin continued to act and asked. When the others saw Calvin speaking, they also closed their mouths. Ask him to question each other. Arcadios took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and said slowly. We have heard all of Dragon Soul's words just now, and it is consistent with the answer we got from studying history. I wonder if you have ever heard of the devil in the book of Jeff. Devil made by Jeff, Calvin replied. Yes, Akunarokia is something close to them. According to our speculation, Jeff turned a dragon slayer wizard into Akunarokia, that is to say, the hero of the instigator who defeated everything. Wolf, it is the first step to attack Akunarokia. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked, except Calvin. It won't be easier to defeat Jeff than Akunarokia. Calvin continued to ask calmly, but Arcadios saw that his eyes had wavered. Of course it was Calvin. Acting. No one can say this sentence more convincingly than you. After learning about the existence of Akunarokia and Jeff 7 years ago, our kingdom began a secret plan. Arcadios continued to explain clearly. This plan requires the power of the astral sorcerer, so I will use the power of Sergeant Yukino. Halfway through the conversation, Naz interrupted angrily and said harshly. Asshole, tell me clearly, what does it mean to need a celestial wizard? Naz, calm down, wait for him to finish first. Calvin said lightly, but his eyes had become cold and murderous. This is not acting. After all, he knew that the guy in front of him had sent someone to capture Weat. Naz snorted coldly. Although he was unhappy, he obeyed Calvin's words. He also understood that no one here was more reliable and calm than Calvin. Calvin Macaro, I really want to use the power of Miss Lucy, I can't get around you, come with me, I will explain it in detail. Arcadios looked at Carl calmly. When glanced at it, turned and left after speaking. It seems that Calvin and the others will follow up. He is usually in a high position and has always been used to orders. He never thought about Calvin and their wishes until novel. When I also begged Lucy and said that if the plan is successful, whether it's Jeff or Akunarokia, they can catch it all. In fact, this so-called plan that can fix Jeff and Akunarokia is indeed very exciting. It is not without reason that Arcadios can be so calm. Everyone except Calvin has already moved. Want to keep up? But here is Calvin who knows the future. No one will go with you. If you have something, just say it here. We will decide our actions based on your next words. Just as someone wanted to take a step, Calvin's cold words sounded, and the demon tail suddenly everyone stopped the action they were about to take. For them, Calvin's words require more obedience than Elisa's. Arcadios turned around unexpectedly and saw Calvin's serious look, but smiled helplessly. Your suspicion is really heavy. Although I think it would be better for you to see it with your own eyes and then explain it, but since you request it, you can say it here. Chapter 273, 3 Reasons. First of all, please allow me to apologize for the attack on Miss Lucy 2 days ago. Of course, I didn't mean to inflict harm. I just chose such rude tactics in a hurry. At that time, it was because I wanted to use the protoss as soon as possible. The power of the wizard conducted the planned test and therefore made a wrong judgment. So you did it. Naz immediately yelled, but was quickly stopped by Calvin again. Let him continue, I would like to know what the plan is, and the person who made him dare to move us. Mr. Cavaliers, if the reason is not sufficient, I cannot guarantee that you will go out intact. Calvin speaking softly, the content between the words makes people tremble. But Arcadios didn't seem to care too much, his face was still calm, with only a deliberately pretended guilt, he said slowly. This plan is called the Eclipse Plan. For 7 years, the Director Wu of the Great Demon has been organized to absorb magic power, because we are building a door, and building it requires extremely large magic power. This is the gate that can change the world, the gate of solar eclipse. When the sun and the moon meet, that is, July 7th, use 12 keys to open it, and travel back in time to 400 years ago. Jeff, who has not yet become an immortal body, is the Eclipse Plan. The heavy words were spit out from Arcadios' mouth lightly, everyone was shocked by this whimsical, but sounding reasonable plan, and for a while, they didn't know how to react. Calvin was the only one frowning, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, this action was also made to show people, he had already thought about how to negate the Eclipse Plan. Xuan then added, Miss Lucy, you should have heard that the time lapse in the astral world is different from here. We use the unique timeline of the astral world and rely on the power of the astral wizard. Open the eclipse gate and travel through time and space. When Lucy heard the words, she remembered the fact that nearly 3 months had passed since she had been in the astral world during her practice before, and she suddenly felt that this plan became more feasible. In addition, after experiencing the Sirius Island incident, whether it was Akunarokia or Jeff, they were very jealous in their hearts and they had the opportunity to eradicate it. They were indeed willing to give it a try. Seeing the demon tail in the group was already very tempted, Arcadios continued to speak while the iron was hot. In the beginning, The plan was to use the magic power similar to that of the astral sorcerer, but if it is the real astral sorcerer and the key to the zodiac, the higher the success rate of the plan, no, it should be said that it is indispensable. Conditions. Therefore, we need your strength, Miss Lucy. In order to defeat Jeff and Akunarokia. Arcadios solemnly asked Lucy. Where did Lucy have tried to be so heavy a decision? When she nodded, maybe she would become the person who changed the world, no matter the bad luck, the final responsibility lies with her. Although she was also very excited about this plan, it was only the meaning behind it that Lucy could not easily agree to. Just when she was hesitant, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Turning around, it was Calvin. Needless to say, Lucy won't participate in this kind of absurd and grotesque plan, please go back. Calvin said firmly. Arcadiuston frowned deeply, and said displeased, Your Excellency Calvin, please don't be so nonsense. It is Miss Lucy, not you, who makes the judgment, and you should not call such a great plan absurd. Weird. Calvin snorted disdainfully, raised 3 fingers, and said coldly. There are 3 reasons to deny you. First, you said that Akunarokia was caused by Jeff, but this is only your extremely subjective guess. You are based on Akunarokia as the only known example of a human being turned into a dragon, and to make this guess, it is also possible that Akunarokia was the first to practice dragon-killing magic to the point where he could become a dragon. Just now you heard Kilkona said that Akunarokia became the Dragon King after countless killings. Before he became a dragon, he was very cruel and killed countless dragons. It may be that he slaughtered the rest of the dragon slayers, so there is only one example of him becoming a dragon. Calvin talked eloquently, but Arcadio's face turned stern, and he persuaded in anger, this is just your own guess, Calvin. Isn't what you just said is also a guess? Unless you can show evidence that Akunarokia is related to Jeff, we cannot change history because of your unproven guesses. In fact, I myself have a guess as to why, except for Sirius Island, these 2 notorious guys have not appeared in the past few hundred years. Could it be that these 2 guys are scrupulous about each other and dare not move? If you really kill Jeff while Akunarokia still exists, then who can stop that terrible black dragon by then? Second, after the past, can you really defeat Jeff? Regarding Jeff's history, the records in the literature focus on his evil deeds and are very vague about his birth, childhood and other growth experiences. You have always said that you want to go back to 400 years ago, but this number is too broad to be sure what year and where Jeff is doing what. Maybe you will not be able to find Jeff after going back in time. It is also possible that when you find him he has become immortal. Even if you find him when he is not immortal, you may not be able to beat him. Arcadios seemed to have something to say, but his mouth opened and closed, and he never made a sound. Calvin didn't care about his heart activities, and continued. Third, after opening the door to the solar eclipse, who you plan to send over, ordinary people will absolutely not be able to defeat Jeff, it must be entrusted to us top wizards, then the problem will come. If it is really successful, how to come back after the event is done? Will the eclipse door remain open and waiting? Don't forget that the entire sky was a garden of dragons 400 years ago. In that era, there was danger everywhere. Go back through the eclipse gate, then the dragon can also go through the eclipse gate to the future. Have you ever thought about this possibility? These 3 reasons are enough for me to reject you on behalf of Lucy, Arcadius, unless you give me a convincing statement about those 3 points, otherwise I advise you to give up opening the solar eclipse gate. More importantly, you already have a good heart. Just now you wanted to take us to the eclipse gate. Since you can absorb the magic power of the wizard from the director Wu of the great demon, then I also doubt it after being there. Can we use magic in the end? Close to your territory, I can imagine a scene where you use force to force us to give in if we object there. As soon as these words were said, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and even Arcadios couldn't help his expression stiff. Obviously, he had thought about this, but he didn't expect to be easily understood by Calvin. Calvin had one after another reason. Arcadios had nothing to say, he wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of words that could be refuted. This plan has been carried out in secret for 7 years. No one has thought about it. All of them are intoxicated with the feat of defeating Jeff. Even if they think of it, they will subconsciously ignore it until novel.me by Carl today. After the text explained it straightforwardly, Arcadios was suddenly wet with cold sweat behind his back. If any one of the 3 reasons was correct, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only him, but Yukino who wanted to defeat Jeff was also disappointed and desperate. Your Excellency is reasonable, but we didn't think about it well, so let's leave. Arcadios sighed and left with the lost Yukino, and felt an indescribable feeling from the back of the 2. That is the feeling of being about to succeed but suddenly being splashed with cold water. After the 2 left, Calvin sighed helplessly. If it hadn't been for Lucy in the future to learn about the future, he would really be moved by this plan. Don't look at his just enough reason, but that was the reason he started picking up from this plan yesterday, and the admiring eyes of the friends next to him made him really dazzling. It's really Mr. Calvin. I heard so many mistakes and omissions in a short time. Not only did she watch it, Wendy had even spoken out her admiration, and other people obviously agreed. Calvin shook his head secretly, no longer thinking about so many things. Now that Arcadios has been sent away, all he needs to do next is to protect Lucy so as not to be taken away. Then July 7th in the future, everything will come to an end. Let's go, there is nothing good to see here, that guy shouldn't give up, then you have to watch Lucy carefully, don't know what will happen over the kingdom. Calvin greeted them to leave, but his heart was a little anxious. Not long ago, he had already sensed Gerald's magic power outside the venue. He was obviously looking for him. If it weren't for something, this guy would never venture into Kurikas. Don't be a big deal. Chapter 274, Exploring the Castle by Night. After returning outside, Calvin ordered Naz and the others to protect Lucy and go back, and went to a remote corner to meet Gerald by himself. As soon as he saw him, Gerald's face was green. What's the matter? Calvin quickly asked, knowing that there was nothing good. The future Lucy is gone, suspected to have been captured by the soldiers of the kingdom. Gerald said in a deep voice, and while speaking, he handed the note he found to Calvin. Picking up the note and looking at the distorted wording of soldiers on it, Calvin's face was too heavy to sink, and he asked anxiously, what happened? I want to ask you too. Before you told me about Lucy in the future yesterday, I felt something similar to Jeff, and the location was completely different from where you placed Lucy in the future. I remembered this afterwards. It's a matter, so today I plan to ask Lucy in the future to ask, but when I went to the hotel, I found that she had disappeared. Didn't you feel the magic power last night? Gerald asked. Calvin thought about it. Last night, he seemed to be relaxing with his partners in the tequila paradise for a long time. At that time, because the partners were all inside, and he also found the future Lucy, he found out the mysterious magic. The truth, so he didn't release his perception ability at all. It's just that he was too embarrassed to tell Gerald that he was relaxed because of playing. He only said with a sullen face, I've talked to the knight who presided over the eclipse plan just now. It doesn't sound like he did. Yes, but I can't deny this possibility. I will sneak into the castle myself to check the news later. Okay, then I will look around on the street for any clues. Gerald nodded in agreement, and then added, right, do I need to borrow your tights? Very humorous, I laughed. Calvin smiled and moved his face without a smile, and looked at Gerald's unchanged expression, a little confused whether he was joking or serious. But the corners of Gerald's mouth seemed to be slightly cocked. After leaving Gerald, Calvin ate dinner with his partner to his fullest. When the night was quiet and everyone else was asleep, he quietly left the mattress, put on the black cloak, and quietly moved towards the most important part of Kurikas. Architecture: the Palace of Lanterns Mercurius, where King Fiori lived. As the residence of the king, the Lantern Palace Mercurius is the place where the entire country handles government affairs, so even in the middle of the night, the defenses here are still tight. It's just that for a wizard of Calvin's level, sneaking into it is not much different from entering the house, opening the Black-Winged Great Demon, as if invisible in the night, sneaking into it from a window in the sky. The castle is huge, and the place Calvin has seen is the only place comparable to the Palace of Adris. The current perception covers the castle, but there is only a vague feeling, as if being in a haze. It seems to be the influence of the Eclipse Gate, I can only find it slowly. The expression hidden under the hood was extremely solemn, and Calvin took out the card and input magic power. Magic flyer. At the next moment, 7 strange flying insects flew out of the void. The flying insects were only the size of a finger and full of illusion. It was Calvin's only ultra-small summoned beast, and it consumed almost no magic. It is obvious that a person wearing a black cloak walking around in the castle will be very conspicuous, but the flying insects are much more secretive. Calvin found a hidden place and waited for the flying insects to pass the detection information to him. Although the flying insects are small, their speed is very fast, but in only 10 minutes, they have unexpected results. This is a weird thing, this guy is still locked up. Calvin muttered to himself, then his eyes drenched, go and ask, maybe you can know something. Do as he thinks, Calvin no longer hides, and walks towards the target. Along the way, Calvin walked very carefully, so that no one would find out, and he came to a prison that held prisoners smoothly, and the imprisoned person was actually Arkady, who had just talked to him not long ago. OSS, and Yukino. Calvin remembered that Lucy once told him in the future that the kingdom's Minister of Defense had arrested her and the knight in front of him because he opposed the eclipse plan. The reason for the arrest was to inform outsiders of the kingdom's secrets. What reason did the minister use to arrest the leader of a night order? Who is it? Arcadius yelled sharply, staring at Calvin, who couldn't see his face. He was sharp, even if he was a prisoner, he still had the fierceness of being a knight. Oh, meet again, Lord Knight, and please keep your voice down, I don't want to be discovered. Calvin opened his hood, and whether it was Arcadius or Xuene, he was all hell. Look like Calvin Macaro? Why are you here? Although it was a question, it was said from the mouth of Arcadios, like an order. I have a partner who was captured by the soldiers of the kingdom. I'll come in and check it out. Do you have anything to say? Calvin asked in a relaxed tone, but when he got to the back, his eyes had become permeating. I don't know, it's definitely not my order, and my goal is the astral sorcerer. It doesn't make sense to catch your other partners. It's really righteous, but the impression you gave me before is really bad, I can hardly believe you. Calvin disdainfully said. Believe it or not, anyway, I have a clear conscience. Arcadios simply ignored Calvin, closing his eyes on his own. Seeing that Lord Knight didn't intend to pay attention to himself, Calvin turned his head and looked at Yukino. Yukino shook his head quickly and said hurriedly, we really didn't catch your partner. My lord and I have been discussing how to persuade you and Lucy all day. Help. Calvin looked at the prisoner knights, and looked at the anxious appearance of Xuena, he couldn't help but hesitate. He was not a psychologist, and he was not very familiar with the two of them. He couldn't tell whether the words of the two were true or false. His flying insects were about to go through the entire castle, but they did not see the shadow of Lucy in the future. Things have slowly been out of his control, and after he rejected Aldecca Ocean's proposal, he couldn't do it. He still knew things like the butterfly effect before, the unknown prophet. Calm down and think about it clearly. The kingdom is secretly carrying out the Eclipse plan, Alcadios is the person in charge. Future Lucy said that it was the Secretary of Defense who opposed the Eclipse plan before arresting a group. Future Lucy was captured by soldiers, if not if Arcadios orders it until novel.me who would it be? Wait. Calvin recalled all the information he had learned, suddenly blessed to his soul, his inspiration flashed, his eyes widened, and he looked surprised. Since the Minister of National Defense can arrest the commander of a night order for opposing the plan, it means that all of this is planned by Arcadios privately, but this is absolutely unreasonable. How could the commander of a night order hide from the king? Secretly carry out such a huge plan? Alcadios is just the one who was pushed ahead. There must be someone else who really presides over this plan. Then you can tell why the Eclipse door was still opened after this guy was arrested. More than 10,000 the head dragon has appeared in this era. The real master behind the scenes is most likely the king himself. Chapter 275, Key Stolen. From the information known, Calvin guessed that the real person in charge of the Eclipse plan might be the King of Fiori. If you think about it, then you can explain why Lucy will be captured by the soldiers in the future. However, this is just speculation and has not been confirmed. After all, it is also possible that after Arcadios discovered the future Lucy, while negotiating with modern Lucy, he secretly made the future Lucy abduct. Both possibilities are very high, and Calvin has not found a trace of Lucy in the castle at this moment. He believes that he will find nothing if he goes on searching. I wonder if Gerald found any clues on the street, so let's meet him first, but you can't leave the castle like this. Once again, he took a deep look at the two people in the prison, still unable to see something. Calvin left with disappointment, but before leaving, he still left two magical flying insects, one staring at Arcadios, the other flying to the king's bedroom to watch. He wants to make sure that he can keep abreast of the dynamics of these two people. After successfully evading everyone's castle immediately, Calvin flew towards Gerald's location. After meeting, the two immediately shared their income tonight. Nothing found on the street. Gerald said first with worry. After all, Kurikas is too big to be expected. Calvin comforted. Then what about you? Did you find the future Lucy in the castle? Calvin didn't answer right away. First, he maximized his range of perception and carefully sensed the magic of Lucy in the future. After a while, he shook his head disappointedly. By doing this, it was obvious that no trace of Lucy could be found in the castle, and now, after sensing it, he shook his head in disappointment. It was obvious that there was still nothing, but Gerald could not help asking more. Can't you perceive anything? Calvin nodded and said, nothing was found, and the castle is the same, but Arcadios is still locked up. It should have been done by the Secretary of Defense. I have a guess that there should be a real thing behind the Eclipse plan. The person in charge, I think he is the king. Gerald pondered for a moment, then nodded with an ugly face. Apparently he agreed with this guess. Arcadios planned a solar eclipse plan privately, and the king arranged for him to carry out a solar eclipse plan. It is a completely different concept. If Calvin's guess is correct, then he wants to save the future Lucy, then I am afraid that he has to face the kingdom of Fiori. Gerald and Calvin thought of this, so they feel so embarrassed now. However, you will definitely not give up to save Lucy. Gerald suddenly smiled, his face full of emotion. This is natural, we are fairy tales. Calvin also smiled, his smile full of determination. In that case, what do you plan to do next? I don't know yet. Although Lucy will be captured in the future, the development of the matter has not completely deviated from my expectations. As long as the king still needs to use Lucy's magic power, then her life should not be in danger. I have let the summon the beast is watching the king, and I will save people as soon as I find Lucy. Don't worry too much about the eclipse plan. Without the key to the zodiac, the eclipse plan cannot be successful. Although Calvin is troubled, he still calmly analyzes. With the current situation, and after hearing his analysis, Gerald's expression also eased a lot. Calvin was awakened by a scream the next day. Yesterday, due to night visits to the castle, he fell asleep a bit too late. In addition, today is the rest day before the final day of the survival of the entire crew. He originally wanted to sleep until 3 poles of the sun, but the exclamation made him have to wake up. Come. Because he heard it, Lucy was the owner of the scream. Calvin is very sensitive to everything about Lucy. When he came to Lucy's room with a yawn, many people had gathered outside the door. Calvin walked over and asked. Did something happen? Calvin looked at the room on tiptoe. Lucy was panicking and looking anxious, as if looking for something in the room. Lucy's key seems to be missing. I'm looking for it now. Gray replied casually. When Calvin heard this, he was shocked and his face sank. The thing he worried most actually happened. Without thinking about it, he guessed that Lucy's key was not missing but stolen, and the person who stole it must be the actual leader of the eclipse plan. Although I fell asleep, my perception still covers the entire hotel. If a stranger sneaks in, I can't fail to find out. In other words, the key stolen happened when I went to the castle yesterday. Wen forced himself to think calmly. But even so, the guild leader and Laxus live in the hotel. Can anyone steal the key without disturbing anyone? This guy can't be underestimated. Is he an excellent wizard trained by the kingdom? Every S-level wizard will maintain 100% vigilance when performing S-level missions, especially when performing single-player missions. Therefore, for a wizard who has experienced a lot of S-level missions, it is a necessary skill to stay vigilant in a deep sleep, even though it is not in the middle of a mission. At this moment, Naz also came over with sleepy eyes, and Calvin saw him as soon as he pulled him into the room and told him to sniff for the smell of strangers. Naz was a little unsure, but Calvin didn't dare not obey Calvin's instructions. He sucked hard for a few times, and then his expression became serious. He only heard him speak in a deep voice. There is indeed the smell of strangers, but it is very weak and cannot be traced. When Naz said this, not only Calvin felt bad, but other people also felt bad. They were still standing at the door just now because they could not find the key because Lucy was just throwing things away, but there were strangers. Smell, 100% of the key was stolen. As a protoss sorcerer, the theft of the key is not a trivial matter. It almost deprives Lucy of all abilities. More importantly, someone came to them yesterday and said that they would use the power of Lucy and the key. Will those guys do it? Gray asked. 8 or 9 are not 10, Calvin said softly, his expression very solemn and scary. Those guys are really disobedient. Yesterday Calvin said that the plan was not feasible at all. No, I will go to the castle to grab the key for Lucy. Naz roared angrily, impulsively he wanted to do it right away action. Wait, what the is going on? What plan? Who stole Lucy's key? At this moment, Elisa stopped Naz and asked Naz patiently. Right now, Gray explained clearly what happened at the Dragon Tomb last night, and even Makarov was alarmed on the way. After hearing everything, everyone in the monster tale fell into silence. Things were too shocking and too sudden, and they couldn't think of how to do it for a while. After finally realizing that her key had been stolen by the country and probably couldn't get it back, Lucy couldn't bear it anymore, collapsed a bit, fell to her knees and sobbed, looking so pitiful. Seeing Lucy's tears, Naz couldn't bear it. Father. No matter if he is a country or something, I will go get the key back now. Naz once again murmured and wanted to rush out directly, but this time Makarov stopped him. With an enlarged fist. Calm down, we are all in the same mood, but the opponent is a country after all, we can't act lightly, and all this is just our guess, and there is no evidence that this matter was done by the people of the kingdom www.mdlnovel.me Makarov said solemnly. Makarov also completely disagrees with this eclipse plan, and agrees with Calvin's arguments, but after all, it is a country, and there is no evidence at all. After discussing it for a long time, he didn't come up with any suitable method, which annoyed him a lot. There was no way to start. What should we do at this time? In the past, Makarov has always done so by handing the tricky things to Calvin. It's the same now. His gaze naturally turned to Calvin, who didn't say a word during the discussion, as if he was confident and clueless. Perceiving Makarov's sight, everyone looked at Calvin in unison, wanting to hear what he had to say. Chapter 276, Who is behind the scenes? Without paying attention to the other people's gazes, Calvin still lowered his head and didn't know what to think. His expression was very complicated and annoyed. It was not until Makarov coughed slightly that he recovered. Calvin, what do you think? Seeing Calvin waking up, Makarov asked with anticipation, hoping to hear a perfect solution. Generally speaking, Calvin would not let Makarov down, but this time, he really couldn't respond. It's nothing, just thinking about the eclipse plan. Calvin replied softly, with an unobvious bitterness in his voice, making him look a little listless. Have you figured out a way? Why not speak out and listen? Makarov continued to ask. A little clue, a vague idea, let me think about it again. Calvin pretended to be relaxed and casual, but in fact, this was just a surface that he pretended. In fact, his heart was anxious. Especially seeing Lucy's expectant elf's eyes made him even more guilty. He realized now that he should let a summoned beast close to protect Lucy from the beginning, instead of leaving her alone to hide. Just now, it was discovered that Lucy's key was stolen. Calvin's heart has been unable to calm down. In the future, Lucy has been arrested, and the key to the Zodiac has also been stolen. In other words, all the conditions of the eclipse plan have been met. Just wait until the sun and moon meet on July 7th to start. Calvin was convinced of his own speculation that the dragon with more than 10,000 heads definitely ran out of the solar eclipse gate, otherwise it would be impossible to hide such a huge number of dragons on the mainland. Thinking of the scene full of dragons, even if it is better than Calvin, I can't help but shudder. No way, if you really can't use words to persuade, then even if you use force, you have to stop this from happening. Calvin secretly made up his mind, if it really reached the irreversible step, then he would definitely use his best to stop it, although it is likely to be wanted by the kingdom afterwards. The big deal, I will throw the pot to Gerald, anyway, he is too indebted. However, the problem is that the eclipse gate is a device that absorbs magic power. Basically, near it, the wizard can't use magic at all, and it will undoubtedly be sucked away. Even Calvin's summoned beasts can't get close, and they will be absorbed by it as the purest magic power. This is what the magic flying insects of yesterday have already tried. So, how can Calvin, who cannot use magic at the eclipse gate, stop the kingdom from starting it? At that time, the kingdom will definitely be full of troops near the eclipse gate to prevent accidents. Facing the army, Calvin, who can't use magic, said he really couldn't beat it. I thought and thought, my hair was scratched and scratched, but no matter what Calvin thought, the final solution after thinking was always the safest way to dispel the kingdom's eclipse plan. After he figured it out, he raised his head and said to the other friends, I sneak into the castle at night to find Lucy's key. Since they secretly steal, we will take the key back in the same way. Anyway, as long as we don't leave it behind. The tale is good. Oh. Sure enough, I still want to go? I want to follow too. For Calvin's words, Naz must be the most excited and satisfied one, jumping up and down wanting to pass right away. Elisa, help me watch him, he will turn into a chaos if he follows. Calvin didn't even look at Naz, and directly ordered Elsa. Are you alone? Don't need help. Elisa nodded to express her understanding, and asked Calvin, her eyes flickering like a faint flame, that kind of eager look. Calvin suddenly felt that Elisa seemed unreliable. Although she was a big sister and led a group of uncontrolled bad boys, she did occasionally do some offline behaviors. When you are not calm and irritable, the reason is often from your partner. After thinking of this, Calvin turned his head towards Macaro and said respectfully, President, please look at them, I will end this matter without causing any commotion. So please allow me to be alone. Action. Hearing this, Macaro took a deep smoke and exhaled slowly, then, everything is up to you, whether it is the eclipse plan or Lucy's key. After discussing the matter, Calvin went back to the room by himself, hiding in it, not knowing what he was doing, but Lucy felt that she might have lost the key elsewhere, so she wanted to go out and look for it. Especially the long tunnel when heading to the tomb of the dragon, it is very likely that it fell here, of course, this is just Lucy's idea. But after knowing the eclipse plan, Fairy Tale naturally didn't dare to let Lucy run around. Macaro asked Naz, Grey and Elisa to follow her firmly, so as not to let her have any accidents. The others stayed in the hotel, but they were obviously a little idle. No one was in the mood to have fun when Lucy happened, and the quiet hotel was really depressing. Calvin didn't pay attention to this. He seemed to be doing nothing in the room now, just lying on the bed, but in fact he did a lot of things, most importantly monitoring the king's every move. The magic flying insect that Calvin used yesterday has no attack power and very low defense power, but as a summoned beast for reconnaissance, its hiding ability is really excellent. Beginning when the king got up in the morning, the flying insects kept observing all his affairs, regardless of the meal and defecation work, nothing was left. Calvin was observing the king through the flying insects all day long. However, the king was only dealing with government affairs and discussing the affairs of the great demon director Wu normally, and he had not come into contact with anything about the eclipse plan. Instead, Calvin accidentally learned that the king turned out to be the presiding officer of the pumpkin. Seriously, Calvin didn't hate this. In the evening, at sunset, at night, until the king was about to go to bed, Calvin still didn't notice anything unusual. Tomorrow's eclipse plan will be implemented 2 days later, and Arcadios, who was pushed in front of the scene by him before, he was thrown into jail, but he did not take any measures. Normally, the closer the plan is to the implementation date, shouldn't he be more concerned? Moreover, since Calvin's magical flying insects began monitoring last night, the king has never touched Lucy's key, and Arcadios has also been kept in jail. Then, the captured future Lucy and 10 where is the Ninomiya key hidden? Calvin muttered to himself. The king's expression is too normal, it's too abnormal. No matter how happy, angry, or not, there will always be a worried expression before the whimsical action of the solar eclipse plan is about to be carried out. The king looks like I don't know about this at all, but happily looking forward to the arrival of the final battle tomorrow. Calvin was puzzled. If everything is really in the hands of the king, then the king's city is too deep. No, my thoughts are too messy. Calvin went to wash his face, rearranged his thoughts, closed his eyes, frowning deeply, looking a bit hard. However, this sorting really made him discover the flaws in his conjecture. This omission is that the Secretary of Defense can actually oppose Arcadios. The king is the ruler of the Fiori kingdom, and the regime is stable. He doesn't need to sneak up on any plan he wants to implement, because even the Minister of Defense does not dare to object, and he does not need to stand on the bright side to attract attention. Arcadios. The people who really need Arcadios should be those in the castle who are second only to the king Novel.me but do not have much real power, so they should avoid the sight of the Minister of Defense. This kind of person is not a relative of the emperor, but a concubine and queen. I remember the king has no brothers or sisters, his wife died early, and there is only a smart daughter beside him. Yes, I actually think of this now, except for the Emerald Princess, who can order Arcadios, who can have such a huge energy to build the Eclipse Gate. The more Calvin thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was correct. He had to make this guess because he had no time to monitor the king for a whole day. It is not so much that he thinks that the Emerald Princess is the real person in charge of the Eclipse plan, but rather that he wants her to be, because he has no other clues to save Lucy in the future. He now go to Mercurius of Huaideng Palace, and tell the Emerald Princess directly. Chapter 277, Emerald Princess. Summoner of Monster Tale. Bright stars are hanging under the night. In a magnificent bedroom in Huaideng Palace, a beautiful woman with green hair is lying on that luxurious bed. She has a beautiful face with a graceful spirit, and even though those aura eyes have not opened, she can still feel her innate extravagance. She is the only princess of the Fiori Kingdom, and sooner or later she will become the Emerald Fiori of Queen Fiori. Such a lovely child, but for some reason, his brows are still slightly wrinkled in his deep sleep. He seems to have some unresolved troubles. I can't help but feel sorry for me. Ordinary men, I'm afraid I can't help but want to see this picture. She embraced her. However, the man standing next to her bed at the moment does not understand this taste. He is even less daring. Standing quietly in the room of Princess Emerald, Calvin was in a state of panic at the moment. Today, he spent a whole day in vain observing a short king uncle. It was not until late at night that he had an idea that the Emerald Princess might be the real master of the solar eclipse plan. He arrived at the Mercury of the Lantern Palace and sneaked into the room of Princess Emerald. When he sneaked in and looked around the room, he suddenly remembered that this is a lady's room. Calvin has always said that he is a considerate gentleman, who will never walk into a woman's room without consent, unlike a guy who eats flames, but today, he walked in without even thinking about it. Very shy, okay, this is the first time in his life. So it was dedicated to the room of Princess Emerald, he didn't even dare to tell Myra about tonight. So, what should I do now? Quietly go out and knock on the door to come in. Still pretending to be a villain and threatening the princess to let her hand over the keys and Lucy. No, I should be moved with her, tell her rationally, and tell her the terrible aspects of the eclipse plan in an orderly manner. Since the country is rumored that the Emerald Princess is naturally intelligent, I think she shouldn't be a fool. By the way, before that, you should set up the technique first, and you can't let the outside hear the movement here. In her sleep, the Emerald Princess only felt her body shake, and soon woke up. When she opened her eyes, the first thing that came into her eyes was pitch black, proving that it was still dark, and the fatigue from her body could tell that it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. With her sleepy eyes, she quickly woke up. She must have been shaking herself by something just now. Take a closer look. In the darkness of night, there was a darker shadow standing next to her bed, and Princess Emerald suddenly was taken aback. Who? Don't get excited, Your Royal Highness Princess Emerald, I just have something to talk to you face to face, and I don't plan to do anything to you. A calm voice came from the shadow of the shadow. It's just that a dark figure suddenly appeared in her room late at night, everyone would be shocked, but the Emerald Princess was obviously an exception. Although she was a little panicked when she woke up, she quickly calmed down. Said the voice. Who are you? How dare you break into my bedroom? I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Calvin Macaro. I came to see you late at night, hoping to talk to you about the eclipse plan. I am sorry to bother you now. But I am also helpless, I don't think I can see you at other times. Calvin still said in a calm tone, giving people an unpredictable look. Calvin? Sorcerer? Do you guys like to sneak into other people's rooms late at night? But since you deliberately find me at this time, I will listen to what you have to say. In an instant, the Emerald Princess temperament became standing tall, it feels a bit domineering. However, Calvin still leaned on the inconspicuous moonlight and caught sight of the Emerald Princess's lips shaking slightly unnaturally. At the moment, I felt a little sorry, but it was not like him that a wizard like him had always been wild. They had always been spoiled and spoiled. How could they have been frightened? Please allow me to apologize again, but Your Royal Highness Princess Emerald, the solar eclipse plan is really incomplete, please do not interrupt it. Calvin bowed slightly and spoke very sincerely. Interrupt the eclipse plan? Impossible, do you know how much time and financial resources this plan cost us? Where is it that you can stop with a word? The Emerald Princess replied indifferently. I understand, it's just that it is a better choice to waste time and financial resources to prevent a disaster than to waste time and financial resources to create a disaster. Disaster? Do you think the eclipse plan will be a disaster? It's ridiculous. The Emerald Princess looked at Calvin with contempt, as if continuing to talk nonsense with him was just a waste of saliva. You are the real absurdity. You actually want to travel back to the past to defeat Gerald. Don't you know that the era of Jerf is the time when dragons dominated the continent? In fact, disaster did happen, with more than 10,000 dragons. Come to attack Fiori, this is what my partner told me personally when he came back from the future. My wise Emerald Princess, where did you say these dragons came from? Obviously they came out from the Eclipse Gate. It is precisely because you opened the Eclipse Gate that this era was destroyed. Calvin couldn't help shouting angrily. Seeing the disdainful look of Princess Emerald just now reminded him of the scene when he had just met Lucy in the future. Her miserable look made Calvin unable to contain his anger. The culprit of all this is the woman in front of her, even though her starting point is to defeat evil. This is just your guess, and that partner from the future, who knows if you are not talking nonsense, unless you let me see the evidence, otherwise I will never believe you. Although the Emerald Princess was a little scared, her body for the princess, she couldn't easily show her cowardice, and she didn't back down and collided with Calvin. Calvin was really so angry that he almost went crazy. It was the princess who had captured the future Lucy. Now he actually asked him to show evidence. His Royal Highness, don't be kidding, and quickly hand over my partner, as well as the keys to the zodiac you stolen, or you want me to take you directly in exchange with the king. Calvin yelled again, if not set up the technique in advance, this sound would have attracted a group of troops long ago. Under Calvin's gnashing gaze, Princess Emerald couldn't hide her panic, but she still pretended to be calm and said. I repeat, unless you can produce convincing evidence, it is impossible for me to believe your words. Otherwise, you will take me away. Seeing Princess Emerald's fearful but reluctant appearance, Calvin really couldn't get angry, he wouldn't really take the princess away, just scared her. However, the Emerald Princess was much harder than he thought. In any case, at least hand over the 10 keys you stole Lucy. This is an irreplaceable bond for her. Calvin's voice was softer than before, and the Emerald Princess seemed to be soft. Don't eat hard character after hearing this, after thinking about it for a while, he took out 10 keys from under his pillow. Take the key back, anyway, I have used 12 keys to unlock the eclipse lock, only the step of opening the door is left. Calvin was frightened, which means that the eclipse gate is ready for everything, only the east wind? Also, if you really want me to believe you, then in the final battle tomorrow, you can show strength that is worthy of my attention. Let me say it all. Please leave my room. When Calvin flew away from the window, the Emerald Princess still stared at the direction he was leaving, muttering to herself. Calvin Macaro, let me confirm with my own eyes tomorrow, your true identity. Chapter 278, Unknown Death. In the middle of the night, Lucy, who knew Calvin had gone to the castle, was not asleep yet, and there were some people waiting with her beside her, which successfully eased her anxiety. When the clock was about to point to 12 o'clock and the new day was about to enter, the door of the hotel was finally opened. Calvin walked in blankly, and immediately took off the black cloak. Have you found Lucy's key? Elisa asked first, and Lucy beside her couldn't help casting an expectant look at Calvin. Calvin grinned and took out the keys from his pocket. No more than 10, I shot it myself, so how come I go home empty-handed? Lucy quickly took the key, her face filled with joy and gratitude. After expressing her gratitude to Calvin, she couldn't help but dance. Nizabai, the two live treasures, celebrated together very cooperatively. Seeing that the key was successfully retrieved, Elsa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was about to compliment Calvin with a few words, but saw that the latter was not at all happy, and there was a vague expression of worry between her eyebrows. It took it back. She was not the only one who saw Calvin's appearance, and Myra asked directly, did you find anything in the castle? As soon as these words came out, others quickly looked at Calvin, and even Lucinus, who was singing and dancing, stopped, quietly paying attention to what Calvin was about to say. I took the key back easily, because those guys don't need the key anymore. Calvin shrugged and said casually. They couldn't be because they gave up on the eclipse plan, could it? Gray speculated. Although he didn't continue to say the rest, everyone understood him. Yes, the eclipse gate has been unlocked, and all that is left is to push it open. Now unless you occupy the king's castle, no one can stop it. I don't know what to do now. Calvin sighed. He said listlessly. Although I don't agree with that plan, is your attitude a bit too pessimistic? What you said before is just speculation. Gray was very puzzled and couldn't help asking. Yes, you feel like you are sure that the eclipse plan must be a mistake, but who knows the future? Not only Gray, but Lucy was also very confused about Calvin's attitude. Calvin took a faint look at Lucy when he heard the words, and saw that Lucy felt a little bit cold, and then slowly said, it is precisely because I know the future that I am so resolutely opposed to the eclipse plan. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar, and they all looked at him with you are teasing me. Calvin didn't care about it, and continued. Lucy, do you remember what Gerald asked you to do before, looking for the mysterious magic power that appeared to be suspected of Jeff in the Director Wu of the Great Demon? In fact, he also asked me for help, and on July 3rd, I found out the truth of that mysterious magic power. The Eclipse Gate is a magic created by Jeff. It was because of it that mysterious magic appeared in previous years, but on July 3rd, I found someone who went back to the past through the Eclipse Gate. That person is you, Lucy. Ignoring everyone's shock after hearing this, Calvin's voice continued to sound amidst the panic of the crowd. The future Lucy told me that on July 7th, more than 10,000 dragons will come to attack Fiori. I really can't believe that there are more than 10,000 dragons in this world, so the only one it is said that only those dragons came to this era from 400 years ago. No wonder you objected so much, but this is too scary, more than 10,000 dragons or something. Gray said incredulously, with a panic on his face. In fact, it's not just him, everyone's expressions are almost shocked by what Calvin said. Then let's tell the night officer quickly. Even if he is stubborn and knows that such a terrible disaster will happen, he will definitely stop the eclipse plan. Xiaolulu suddenly asked, hearing Calvin's words. Later, she finally understood why she would see those predicted scenes. Arcadios is just the person responsible for carrying out this plan. It is the king's daughter, Princess Emerald, who actually gave the order. I have already told her just now, but she didn't believe me, and said unless I brought the future Lucy to her. Then you will take the future me to see her, it should be easy for you, Lucy suggested. The problem is that the future Lucy is missing, and now there is only a note with the soldier written on it. I think the princess sent someone to take her away, but I searched the entire castle, but I didn't find she was locked in where. How come? But before the end of the world, Princess Emerald said that if tomorrow she can show the strength that she can face up to, she will consider changing her mind. So, do you have to win tomorrow? Laxus said in a deep voice. Not only to win, but also an overwhelming victory. In some room of fury, it was completely surrounded by shadows, and it was dark, with only a dilapidated magic lamp emitting a dim light. Sitting on the bed is a woman wearing a cloak, who is in a daze. Not far from her, a man is closing his eyes and thinking. This man has long hair with a ponytail, and the black and white water chestnuts are distinct in his hair, half of them. He wears black and white clothes and has a strange tattoo on his face. Although the dress is a bit different from ordinary people, his appearance is clearly exactly the same as Roger of the sword-biting tiger. Rog, how long will I stay here? I want to see Demon Tail's partner. The blonde woman suddenly asked, her tone full of expectation. I'm sorry, Lucy. The man named Roger said in a deep voice, but I can't let you go, otherwise, with Calvin's ability to perceive, he will find you right away. At this time, I am afraid I'm going crazy looking for you. Why can't Calvin find me? Maybe he can stop the dragons. Lucy complained dissatisfied. Yes, maybe he has a way, but he still can't. Otherwise, when he sees you, he will immediately find out that you haven't seen him since you came back from the future. Roger said quietly, and after Lucy heard this, although she still didn't know why, she was already feeling bad. What does it mean? Rog ignored Lucy's words. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com suddenly smiled, the laughter was very eerie and weird. But it is too inhumane to keep you trapped inside. Since you are eager to see your partner, then I will send you to see you. Anyway, you are useless now. Rog stood up as he spoke, a dark and deep shadow appeared on his hands, turned to face Lucy, the expression on his face was chilling. Lucy, you are a good person, and Fairy Tale is also a group of good people. I hope you can meet again in heaven. As soon as she said this, Lucy was shocked and rushed to the door to leave. Farewell, Lucy Heartfilia, it's really hard for you to make a special trip from the future. After he said, a corpse fell to the ground with blood spraying. Chapter 279, Who Released the Dragon? July 6th, the final day of the Great Demon Director Wu. The mood of the audience in the competition venue today was higher than that of any festival. When the participating teams entered the stadium, everyone cheered for them and cheered for their upcoming wonderful performance. When Fairy Tale came out, the cheers were the most enthusiastic, far surpassing the sword-biting tiger who appeared before them. After all, it was right. From the first day of the Great Demon Director Wu, the two Fairy Tale teams have been neither of them gave up the first two positions, until they merged into one, and then vacated the second place. The strength they showed deserved this popularity. When Calvin, Laxus, Elsa, Milla, and Grey appeared on the court, everyone was a little surprised. Where did Naz, who performed so well yesterday, really good to change players? But in fact, it wasn't a big deal. Grey's strength was also quite good. When he was fighting Leon, he had long been recognized by everyone. Even if Naz was not there, Demon Tail was still extremely powerful. In fact, it was not only that Naz was not there, but even Gagaru and Wendy did not appear in the audience, along with their three kittens. Maybe other people don't care too much, but Roger, who has been paying attention to Gojairu, immediately noticed this. For some reason, he always felt a little bad foreboding. So, where did these three dragon slayers go? Yesterday, Calvin did not find Mirai Lucy in the castle, so it was speculated that Lucy would be held elsewhere, so Makarov asked them to find Mirai Lucy on the street because their noses are more sensitive than dogs. But the most suitable. And another thing that makes people curious is the atmosphere inside the sword-biting tiger. There is always an indescribable sense of melancholy. The strangest thing is the two kittens who always cheer for them in the audience. Only one is left. Maybe I'm sick, people who noticed this thought so. Almost everyone in the city is paying attention to today's game, and Huideng Palace is no exception. In an empty hall, live footage is playing. However, there were only 3 people in the audience. They are Arcadios, who was in prison before, Secretary of Defense Dutton, who opposed the Eclipse plan, and the only princess in the country, Emerald Fiori. Early this morning, Jade released Arcadios from the prison and returned the key that belonged to Yukino, and then summoned Dutton to come to see him. On the way, her expression was always more serious than ever. After seeing Arcadios, Dutton first questioned, and the two almost quarreled until the Emerald Princess spoke to explain. Be quiet, both of you. I didn't let you come here today to fight. The plain tone, but the majesty of being a princess, immediately caused the 2 high officials to shut their mouths. After dozens of seconds of silence, the Minister of National Defense couldn't help but speak again. He only listened to his earnest persuasion. His Royal Highness, changing history is not a trifling matter. Please consider carefully. Yes, we were too reckless before, and I also beg you to consider it again. Unexpectedly, Arcadios actually recognized Dutton, knowing that he has always been the strongest supporter of this plan. What? Regarding Dutton's unbelievable gaze, Arcadios explained indifferently, I personally still hope that this project can continue, but there are many other things to consider before solving some other problems. I do not support immediate planning. These Dutton understood, this guy is not opposed to the plan, but believes that the plan should be fully prepared to ensure that nothing is lost. This made Dutton even more popular. Just now he took a different look at Arcadios. Who knows that this guy still doesn't understand the seriousness of changing history, and he hastened to oppose it anxiously. Princess, the Eclipse plan is really million. But when he was halfway through, he was interrupted by the Emerald Princess waved her hand and saw her speaking solemnly. Now is not the time to think about these things. What I want to say later is about Eclipse Plan 2. Eclipse Plan 2. X2. Yes, someone told me a few days ago that there will be more than 10,000 dragons to destroy this country, and Eclipse Plan 2 is a plan to destroy these dragons. It's ridiculous, this kind of nonsense is not worth believing at all. Arcadios said seriously, but in his mind, Calvin said to him, dragons can also pass through the Eclipse Gate. Go to the future. I also agree with Dio's statement, but I'm even more curious about how the Eclipse Plan you are talking about, Your Royal Highness, how to defeat these dragons. Dutton frowned deeply and asked in a deep voice. The Emerald Princess took a deep breath, her eyes exuding inexplicable meaning, and she explained, the magic power collected in the past 7 years at the Eclipse Gate is comparable to the magic power of the Council. It will liberate that magic power. Launching with the Dragon Group, this is Project Eclipse 2. This incident was told to me by the person who spoke to me. They claim to be from the future and know what is about to happen. This is how he told me. The black hand behind everything is Calvin Macaro, the wizard of Fairy Tale. He untied the sealed Dragon Group and destroyed the world. Impossible, how could it be Calvin? Although their guild has always been silly, but he has always had a good reputation, and he doesn't seem to be a lunatic who can do this kind of thing. Arcadio said. Princess Emerald didn't immediately explain, but took out a piece of information and handed it to the two of them. After opening it, it turned out that it was all the information about the Dark Guild, the Seven Sins Evil, which suddenly sprang up 7 years ago. Most of them are text, so the 3 photos are particularly conspicuous. The content is the appearance of the 3 characters. A woman with a body and wings in her hands, a purple and white demon with wings on her back, a man with a cold face and dark purple clothes all over her body, with a walking stick in her hand. These are the materials I have deliberately found these past 2 days. The guys in the photos suddenly appeared, and there are still as many as 7. The person told me that these are Calvin Macaro's calls. Beast Metal Novel. Me as we all know, Fairy Tale was sealed on Sirius Island for 7 years and only recently returned. However, I found out that Calvin was not included among those who returned at the time. He was about 10. It only appeared again a few days ago, and this time completely coincides with the destruction of the 7 sins. That person told me that Calvin was deeply irritated because he lost to Akunarokia. From then on, he fell into the darkness and fell into the arms of the devil. The hiding of these 7 years was to unlock the seal of the dragons. It finally succeeded recently. Now that the seal has been unlocked, as long as the sun and moon meet tomorrow, the sealed dragons will reappear and destroy everything. And the evidence he gave me will appear today. Fairy Tale will win the championship. Calvin will show a completely unreasonable strength. That is the power he gained after he threw himself into the dark. For this reason, I also specially stimulate Calvin. Let him show his true strength as much as possible. That person also said that Calvin will summon 7 summoned beasts in today's battle. That is his limit. This is consistent with the number of 7 sins, and the grim man in the photo will also appear. Fairy Tale will win. Victory is predictable, but other things are very difficult and believable. If everything that the person says is true, then he can be sure that what he said about the future is correct. Then, I will open up the eclipse gate. The Emerald Princess said categorically, her eyes were full of firmness, and she was fully awakened. Now that I say this, I just hope to get the support of Arcadios and Dutton. After all, this responsibility is too heavy for a young girl. And the 2 people she believed were still in shock and couldn't react, so don't blame them. After all, what the Emerald Princess said just now was a bit too frightening. Chapter 280, the final battle begins. On the last day of Director Wu of the Great Devil, the survival game that all members participated in has officially started now. The magical fireworks sparkled in the sky. Even though the sun was shining during the day, its brilliance was still so eye-catching. With the voice of the news reporter, the final game kicked off. Such a huge game would be too stingy if it were only limited to the competition arena. Therefore, the organizers directly used the entire street of Colokas as the battlefield, and all the teams were scattered in various areas on standby. As long as it encounters a hostile guild, the battle will be triggered directly, causing the opponent to lose consciousness or prevent the opponent from continuing to fight, then you can get a point for the guild. In addition, each team will have a team leader who only has his own guild. Everyone knows that if the captain is knocked down, he will get 5 points. In Fairy Tale, Calvin is the captain. In this way, a guild can theoretically get up to 45 points, even a 4-headed hound with only 15 points still has the possibility of winning, although no one would think so. After announcing this, Makarov scolded for miscalculation. At the moment, the dragon trio was wandering in the street looking for it. He was so anxious that he quickly asked Walren Reiko to use his mind to call and inform Naz that they would come back quickly. Considered cheating. Fortunately, the 3 of them all had kittens following. After receiving a message from Walian, they soon flew back from the sky. At the same time, the participating teams formally went to the assigned area. After Naz came back, he was still depressed and couldn't find Lucy in the future, but Mabis made him sober up with a single sentence: it would be too reckless to imprison Lucy in the battlefield of the wizard. They will not be so dumb. So, where exactly will Lucy be locked up? Naz asked suspiciously. I don't know, but if the people who took Lucy are really from the kingdom, then from their standpoint, they should not easily hurt the people. Let us now wait for the result of the game quietly. Mabis said solemnly, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. In fact, she always feels a lot of doubts about Lucy being caught in the future. First of all, why did the kingdom capture her, simply to use her magic to open the door to the eclipse? But Calvin has already said that all restrictions on the eclipse gate have been lifted. You only need to open the gate. There is no reason to keep Lucy closed in the future. Second, why would the king know the existence of Lucy in the future? Unless she announces her identity, the kingdom should not be aware of her existence, especially now that Lucy has always appeared on the scene of the Director Wu. Could the kingdom have been monitoring all the places in the entire capital? This is too wasteful of effort. Mabis puts himself into thinking. If he wants to get Lucy, then he will definitely only look at the scene of the Director Wu of the Great Demon, waiting for opportunities. But this is also impossible. Maybe Kurikas had such strict monitoring, or because of the relationship between the Director of the Big Devil, Wu, specially strengthened the monitoring power, so after discovering the suspected Lucy, he immediately sent it decisively. People are arrested. The last point is whether this self-proclaimed Lucy from the future is true. Although Calvin has extraordinary perception ability and can judge a person's identity through magic, it does not mean that he cannot be deceived. After all, magic has the possibilities are endless. If this Lucy is lying, or she was originally fake, then the credibility of the future Calvin knows needs to think carefully, and Mabuse is best at thinking. For these reasons, although he could not continue to search for Lucy in the future, Mabuse was not too anxious. On the street, after announcing the official start of the game, the fairy tale directly dispersed its actions, and Calvin, who could perceive the magic, moved directly towards the person who was suspected to be the captain. Generally speaking, the captain is the strongest guy in the guild, so the idea is clear. The captain of the four-headed hound must be Pascal, and for Calvin, Pascal is definitely the easiest one to handle. He directly summoned the fighting wolf, and his extremely fast mobility quickly brought Calvin to Pascal, and when he saw Calvin's appearance, Pascal looked like hell. To say that Pascal hates Calvin the most among all the people present, but what he fears most is also Calvin. After all, when he got up that morning, the impact on him was too great. Even now, he's still in a life of doubt. What a coincidence, drunk chicken, how about giving me the score readily? Calvin said with a smile, with a very kind smile on his face, but in Pascal's eyes, this is a face even more terrifying than a demon. Pascal also knew that he was probably not an opponent, but if he had to surrender directly, he couldn't do such a thing. With the new hatred and the old hatred, he had to fight it first anyway. Don't underestimate me. Calvin! Pascal roared, the magic of his whole body was concentrated in the palms of his hands, and he rushed towards Calvin at an extremely fast speed. No more tricks, Pascal directly used the fastest speed, the heaviest strength, the most ruthless killing intent, and his whole body strength was poured into a single blow. However, when he just started and before he could run, the whole person plunged directly into the ground, a touch of blue in the sky, and the Phoenix Marco fell from the sky and kicked him into the ground with a fierce kick. It turns out that Calvin had already summoned a summoned beast early in the morning. Novel.me fairy tale adds another 5 points, and the score has risen to a terrifying 62 points, which is fully in line with the second place sword-biting tiger and mermaid heel opened a gap of 22 points, almost locked in advance of the championship. As for the time, it only started for 5 minutes, and Calvin was still sitting firmly on fighting wolf. Okay, who's next? Why don't you go to Jura directly? Calvin whispered softly, and after a moment of indulgence, he planned to find the guy closest to him directly, but just as the wolf fighting stepped forward, he suddenly stopped again. Oh, 5 people came directly towards me. It seems that they also have guys with good perception. However, since I want to show strength, let me have a good time with them. The tiger of sword bite. As for the 5 sword-biting tigers approaching him, Rufus said to his teammates with a serious face. Pascal has already been dealt with, the guy didn't move anymore, I wonder if it's waiting for us. What an arrogant guy, Rufus, try it out. Minerba hummed unhappily, and Rufus nodded slightly after hearing the words. Memory shape under the starry night sky. In an instant, several lightning-like meteors leapt into the sky, and then directly impacted downwards, drawing a perfect parabola, and their directions were all whizzing towards Calvin. This trick was so dazzling that it was impossible to hide it, and Calvin just smiled carelessly after seeing it. Really, don't put out this pediatrics department ashamed. The light blue power visible to the naked eye emerged from Calvin, covering it in the blink of an eye. Before Rufus's tricks attacked Calvin, this light blue magic power had been shaped into a bone-like half-human armor. The attack blasted on it, and it had no effect at all. Chapter 281, Generally speaking, I won't get hurt. 5 shots attacked together, it was completely useless? What kind of magic is that? Feeling that the trick he used was useless, Rufus couldn't help but scream. If that symbol is effective, we don't need 5 people to act together. Oruga said disapprovingly, but despite his relaxed tone, his eyes were full of solemnity. The 5 members of the Sword-Bite Tiger deal with 1 person together. This is an unprecedented tactic. No wonder they put on such an expression, but this is really no way. The heavy magic power that was revealed before is enough. Let them realize the gap with Calvin. First gather 5 people to defeat Calvin. If you can win, everything is possible. If you lose, what else do you want if you lose? You lose. But the same thing is that none of the 5 of them felt that they would lose. 1-to-1 is indeed inferior to Calvin, but Minerba has investigated Calvin's intelligence in detail, and learned that Calvin can summon up to 3 summoned beasts at the same time, as long as the 3 of Oruga, Rog, and Stinger after a person with strong head-on confrontation temporarily restrained them, then the remaining Calvins were not afraid of Rufus and herself. The 5 players are all very fast. Seeing this luxurious lineup, the players in other guilds did not dare to get close to giving points. In addition, Calvin did not want to avoid them. After a while, the 6 finally met. Carl Wenhow stood there waiting in place, his expression incredibly relaxed. On the contrary, the sword-biting tiger looked as if he was facing an enemy. 5 people acted together. Although it is a bit embarrassing, I have to say that this is the most correct strategy. Calvin said with a smile, and hooked them provocatively. Hehe, since you are so confident, don't blame the little girl for being a widow of enemies. Minerba smiled, but there was a knife hidden in this charming smile, and it was the deadliest kind. She saw her hands tracing a strange trajectory, and her hands were wrapped with strange waves. At the same time, Rog, Stringer, and Oluga unanimously launched the strongest attack towards Rufus. Holy Shadow Dragon Teeth Flash! Stinger and Rog immediately used the power of the dragon, 1 light and 1 dark interweaving black and white together. This is the combined magic that they had too late to use in their previous 2-player battles. It can be described as the 2 of them. The most powerful move. Thunder God's Charged Particle Cannon. A strange black thunder and lightning gleamed between Oruga's hands, but after a short time in his palms, the Black Thunder became a cannonball-like existence, with an aura of destruction. Go straight to Lufa's. All this happened in a very short period of time. Calvin's fast thinking speed made him still wondering, what are these guys doing? They are not fighting like this, right? But when he blinked, he stopped thinking that way, because when he opened his eyes again, he realized that the scenery he saw with his eyes was completely different from before. He still saw Rufus, looking at himself with a smile on his face, but at the same time he also saw Minor Boz charmingly curved back, and beside him, there were 2 fatal attacks. The position has been replaced. Calvin instantly realized what was going on, but the time left for him to think was too short, and normal people couldn't react at all. However, he is Calvin, who has experienced many battles and made his reflexes perform the best actions. He used the 2 styles of the Moeo series at the same time in an instant. Magic 4th, Black Coffin and Magic 6, Giant Suzuo. The light blue force visible to the naked eye emerged on Calvin's body, and at the same time, a dark and deep black cube appeared outside his body. A large number of cross-shaped black swords were inserted on the top, only half of the sword body and hilt were exposed. This is an incomplete black coffin, because there is absolutely no attack in the black coffin, but the black coffin is used to trap the enemy and kill it inside. The defense is natural, regardless of its thin outer wall. But wanting to break it is not simple at all. However, whether it is the combined magic of Stinger and Rog, or Oluga's ultimate move, it cannot be called a simple move, let alone a joint attack by 2 moves. The black coffin's defense is despite amazing, but in the face of these 2 seemingly indestructible attacks, still can only regret broken. After the darkness broke, the deep blue that was as deep as the sea was revealed, and the giant Suzu, who was constructed entirely by magic, finally showed his true colors for the first time after gaining some time in the black coffin. It was a half-body armored skeletal giant, each arm had 2 palms, each holding a different illusory object, and the left arm was a dark blue fire and a heavy shield, on the right is a deep jade and a slender bow. Before others could express their admiration for this shocking giant, they only felt a flower in front of them, and in an instant, 2 attacks bombarded it indiscriminately. Boom! The roar sounded continuously, and the eruption of prestige immediately destroyed all nearby houses, and even the 3 attacking people were blown back again and again. Fortunately, Minor Ba used space magic to block it, otherwise they might not be too it will be too pleasant. The sound faded, the dust fell, and the 5 sword-biting tigers waited solemnly for the effect of this attack. Naturally, they hoped to defeat the enemy, but even if they couldn't, at least they would have to cause injuries. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment in general. After the dust dissipated, the tattered giant Susa and Calvin were exposed. Although giant Susa was already crumbling, as if it could be completely destroyed by another blow, its miserable appearance only brought chills, and in any case, the sword bite 5 people could not feel any joy. Because this is too exaggerated, for the 5 people, even Jura, the Saint 10 magic master, who is known for his defense, they are sure to defeat him directly with this seamless cooperation. However, Calvin remained unscathed. He even joked in the mood. It's really dangerous. If you are hit without any defense, you will definitely die. You are really confident in me, so sure I can take this blow. The 5 sword-bite people didn't mean to reply at all, and they stared at Calvin with gloomy expressions. This kind of defense is too strong. This is natural, Calvin is not like those dragon slayers and Elsa and others, all of them are physically strong, as if they can't be beaten to death. He is a very fragile man. A single blow might kill him. Novel.me It can be said that Calvin is generally not injured, and once injured is often no small matter. Therefore, he has been very good at defensive magic since he was a child. When he learned the magic circle of Amaterasu with Makarov, the first thing he learned was the defensive circle. Ignore me? It's really boring, Calvin sighed innocently when all 5 of them were nervous. But having said that, it's really scary to be beaten by a group. No wonder, I have always liked it so much. Group fighting others. As soon as this remark came out, in conjunction with Calvin's sudden change of eyes, it gave people a feeling of supremacy. The 5 sword-bite people all retreated in an unnatural manner, panting unnaturally. His awe-inspiring aura just now seemed to bring an endless sense of suffocation. The retreat is great, I just think you are a little too close, it's not easy to show. Calvin sneered, inadvertently, revealing the 7 cards between his fingers. Seeing this picture, the Emerald Princess in the castle couldn't help but press her lips tightly. 7 cards, is it really hit by that person? Chapter 282, Song Yang and Song Yang. Ashamed of his retreat when he was scared, and Calvin's mocking tone, Oluga felt that he could not bear it any longer, shouted, and gathered a black thunder ball with his hands, releasing it in a concentrated manner. Forming a thin beam of light bombarding Calvin. 120 Black Thunder Cannon. Although the power of this trick is not as powerful as the trick he released just now, the speed of the shot is much faster. It can't be defended, maybe it can damage Calvin, and its power is just not as powerful as the charge of Thor particle cannon, but its power will eventually reach more than 3000 mpf. The dark blue giant now shrouded in Calvin's body is already broken, and with this blow, it might be able to blast it through. However, the broken giant Suzu just stretched out his shield and easily blocked it. It seemed that everything was taken for granted. Block it! Oruga screamed, and Minor Ba's expression was darker again. It's natural to be blocked, Oluga and the others don't know, but this shield can be described as Calvin's meticulous work. Regardless of its ordinary appearance, it actually hides the strongest defensive array inside. Above is Calvin's strongest defense. Let's come and go, you can take a blow from me, too. Calvin said lightly. The next moment, the magic flame held in the hands of Giant Suzu suddenly stretched out, forming a sword-like arrow, directly on the bow. Shot out. The rapid speed caused a sharp popping sound in the air, and Oruga couldn't react at all, but fortunately, Minor Ba was always on guard and instantly used space magic to transfer it. But this arrow contains such a high-density magic power. It is not so simple to transfer it in a hurry. Minor Ba struggled and only had time to transfer it to the back of everyone. The transferred arrow directly penetrated a large area. The power of architecture made all 5 of them palpitate. What made them even more desperate was the amazingly defensive deep blue giant on Calvin's body. The damaged place was being repaired quickly, but after a few seconds, it had returned to the original, terrifyingly powerful. Originally, Giant Suzu was a stable form constructed entirely by magic. As long as the magic was sufficient, no matter how severe the damage was, it could continue to exist and be repaired as before. This is the strongest defense Calvin has created for his own safety. No, it should be said that it is the magic of offense and defense. This guy is too powerful, hiding in that kind of tortoise shell, how can I defeat him? Minor Ba couldn't help but give birth to a helpless thought. In her life, she has never encountered it. Past this type of enemy. Calvin now only used an airtight defense, leaving the 5 of them helpless, yet he hadn't used his best-known summoning card. After really using it, it can be said that there is no dead end. Minor Ba can't think of a strategy. Is it true that Calvin will not use the summoning card? Please, he even took out the card. Different from Minor Ba's entanglement, after Calvin shot an arrow and was defended by Minor Ba, the other 4 realized that standing alone was no way. They should continue to attack the deep blue giant, since they were able to hit it just now. It's broken, maybe even more effort can break its defense. However, they forgot that Calvin was caught off guard just now. In the face of Calvin, who has already begun to take it seriously, is there still a chance to beat Giant Suzu to pieces? Calvin had been waiting for them a long time ago. In the face of the 4 menacing men, he would not really despise them, and directly use his true skills. It is the card of summoning. The Sanjiang that had liberated the dragon's power was the fastest, and the 2 went directly to the position where the Giant Suzuo's shield could not reach. Calvin didn't want to be beaten all the time. For Sanjiang's attack, his response was to throw out 2 cards. Since it is the Dragon Slayer, let the dragon be your opponent. To be honest, it matches you quite well in attributes. Calvin said softly. Hearing these words, the Shuanglongs were all stunned, a little unclear, but their attacks did not hesitate. The roar of light and darkness was like the extreme black and white, and it blasted towards Calvin with unparalleled momentum. But Calvin was still calm and relaxed, and he cast his sights on the ensuing Oruga and Rufus. His attitude seemed to be saying, Stinger and Roger? Just hand in 2 cards. Maybe others would think Calvin was too rash, but Stinger and Roger wanted Calvin to despise them so much that they could take advantage of it, didn't they? Ho 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 ho. At this moment, the dragon roar sounded, and the rich and deep pitch black and the sacred white brilliance burst out, filling all the sights of Stringer and Rog. The roar of the 2 bombarded them, like a stone thrown into the water, just causing a faint ripple. In the next moment the brilliance and darkness condensed and formed, and 2 huge monsters appeared in front of the 2 of them. Their roaring roar and majestic posture spread their wings, all of them stunned those watching this screen. Blue-eyed white dragon, true red-eyed black dragon. On the first day, the true red-eyed black dragon had a glimpse of it. At this moment, 2 brightly colored black and white double dragons appeared together, which made everyone excited, and their eyes were going blind. It's so exciting, it's a dragon trainer who actually summoned 2 dragons. In the face of such a terrifying existence, what do you think the sword-bite Sanjiang should do? What do you think, Mr. Yajima? The reporter shouted excitedly. Dragon Slayer magic is the magic to fight against the dragon. It is logically impossible to lose to the dragon, but Calvin's summoned beast is not a real dragon. It is really unpredictable. Mr. Yajima commented calmly, just his squinted eyes burst out with a stunning look, and he was obviously shocked by the scene. I see my blood boil, Pumpkin. The pumpkin host, King, who was the guest today, was extremely excited and cheered loudly. The 2 strongest summoned beasts in Calvin's hands, just like gods, stood in front of the 2 dragon slayers. Novel.me without being in their positions, they would not be able to understand their mood at the moment. The audience watching may feel cool and domineering and shocking. A player who sees the black and white Sanjiang from a distance may think that it is difficult and overcome, lamenting Calvin's amazing strength. But in the hearts of Stinger and Rog, it was as if they were confronting a real dragon, with cold sweats. They don't know what the strength of the dragon will be when it bursts out, but they can be sure that the black and white double dragon in front of them is far higher than their own 2 in terms of strength. The once blue-eyed white dragon was made by Calvin completely referring to his grandfather's dragon card. In addition to the appearance, he needed to sacrifice his own life to summon. This was exactly the same. However, he was imprisoned for 7 years. Successfully weaken the strength of this card, and can summon it without sacrificing life. Nevertheless, this blue-eyed white dragon is still the strongest of his many cards at the moment. Don't panic. The white dragon is a light attribute, I may not be able to deal with it. Stinger forced himself to calm down, staring at every move of the blue-eyed white dragon. However, what caught his eyes was a huge black claw reflecting the metallic luster. The huge claw directly included him and Roger into the attack range. The red-eyed black dragon waved its claws. The 2 hurriedly jumped up and avoided, but the smooth head of the blue-eyed white dragon was immediately followed. Between the houses. Just looking at the huge body of the blue-eyed white dragon, plus its power, you can imagine how heavy the collision is, and everyone can't help but sweat for the two of them. Calvin didn't pay much attention to all this, anyway, 2 dragons were controlled by his own soul, and now his eyes were still fixed on the other 3. Chapter 283, Like One Guy Gang Fight You. When the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed black dragon appeared, Rufus and Oluga stopped at the same pace, but when Stinger and Rog were shot into flight, the 2 dragons chased them. Then he charged again. Just now because they were afraid of the 2 dragons, the 2 of them couldn't help but stop, but now Calvin has summoned 2 summoned beasts, and at a glance, those 2 dragons that are not easy to mess with are also restrained by Stinger and Roger. In this way, Calvin only has one place for a summoned beast, so it is also a representative. This is the best time to defeat Calvin. Oluga and Rufus attacked Calvin with this idea, and Minerba apparently thought so, planning to match the timing of their attacks and defeat him in one go. Facing the dark thunder of the gods and the shape of memory, Calvin also threw out the card of summoning. A huge golden arm with black lines crossed in front of him and swept away all the attacks with a strong wave. Air. The summoned beast that appeared in front of Rufus and Oluga was still a huge monster. It was a huge, hideous-looking fox, but it didn't have hairy fur. Instead, the whole body looked smooth and hard. His skin, the strange and thick black lines on the body make it look more mysterious, and the long 9 tails are automatic without wind, showing their power. This huge golden fox with 9 tails is also referred to by Calvin from the comics of his previous life, and its name is 9 Llamas. How many summoned beasts does this guy have? Rufus couldn't help but look embarrassed. Judging from his aura, although the huge 9-tailed fox in front of him is not as good as the black and white Sanjiang before, he is not a character that can be underestimated. Don't panic, no matter how strong the fox is, it can be defeated by the strength of the 3 of us. Minerba said dismissively. In fact, she even thought Calvin was using the wrong strategy. Perhaps he wants to settle Stinger and Rog first, but ignores him, who has only one summoned beast. It is the easiest time to be defeated. Don't think that relying on that giant can be unscrupulous. It's broken. Minerba thought viciously, but didn't neglect the movement of her hand at all. With a wave of her hand, the strange magic wave surrounded her hand, and the 9 Llama's body exploded directly. This is an application of space magic, which transforms the space within a range into an explosive space, which is hard to guard against. It's just that this explosion didn't seem to have any effect at all except to cause the angry roar of the 9 Llamas. It turned around and flicked the 9 tails, like the sky was shaking. Rufus hurriedly stepped forward and used the memory shape to combine the magic that had been written down. Icicles sprang up around the 9 Llamas, and the black thunder of the of destruction was shining above. Sword of frozen black thunder. He didn't rashly attack the Calvins. Through the brief encounter just now, he also understood that if he didn't attack together, he couldn't break the terrifying defense at all. The tail of the 9 Llama is like the strongest whip. In front of it, the ice is fragile and easily crushed, and the black thunder above it has no effect on it. Minerba quickly used the space magic 3. The person moved out of the attack range. Once they fought each other, the 3 of them realized one thing. The fox in front of him had a very strong attacking power. Even if he just flicked his tail at random, that force had already made them unable to resist. Fortunately, it was large in size and its attack speed was not fast. It can still be done. In an instant, the 3 of them understood how to fight. They could not head on, and directly counterattack after avoiding the attack. After all, the 3 of them are wizards of the same guild, and there is still a tacit understanding. The 3 try to avoid getting close to the 9 Llamas. Anyway, the 3 of them are good at long-range moves. Then, I saw the roar of black thunder from time to time. Rufus also used the shape of memory again and again, and the mess of magic swayed out without money, while Minerba focused on defending the 2, taking advantage of the gaps from time to time. The slam was given to the 9 Llamas, but it was suppressed for a while, but the most of their attacks was to make its body a little dirty. Calvin in the rear did not move, but he watched the battle in front of him unhurriedly. It was the first time that the 9 Llamas were summoned by him to respond to the enemy. Now it seems that it is more suitable to deal with large opponents. But even if the 9 Llama were at a disadvantage for the time being, he was really not at all impatient, and he went to pay attention to the battle between the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed black dragon. There was an overwhelming advantage over there. In the face of these 2 extremely powerful summoned beasts, Stinger and Rog couldn't make an effective counterattack at all. The difference in body size was too great for them. They were all extremely threatening attacks, and they could only run away in embarrassment. Stinger was still a little confident just now, thinking that the attack of the blue-eyed white dragon, which is also light, could be ignored, but at present, the attack of the blue-eyed white dragon with melee has left him at a loss. He has great resistance to the magic of light. Sex, but why not the blue-eyed white dragon? His dragon-killing magic simply can't have any big effect. Rog on the other side couldn't get better. The shadow's attack blasted on the real red-eyed black dragon, and there was no way to take its hard carapace. At most, when it attacked on it, it was coated with pitch black ink in an instant. And it still disappears quickly. Speaking of them, they really feel depressed. Their dragon-killing magic is effective on dragons. However, although the opponent in front of them has the appearance of a dragon, they are not real dragons. The little advantage of the dragon-killing wizard against the dragon is fundamental. It's completely useless. Knowing that Sanjiang's battle was going smoothly, Calvin nodded his head contentedly. The updated blue-eyed white dragon and true red-eyed black dragon made him very satisfied, so next, it is time to be serious and end the battle quickly. He also wants to let the Emerald Princess see his strength. In fact, the Emerald Princess who was watching the battle was also a bit puzzled. She could also see that Calvin's nine-tailed fox was at a disadvantage, but she didn't see Calvin's response, as if she could only summon 3 summoned beasts. Alcadios on the side noticed that one of Calvin's powerful advantages lies in its coordination with the summoned beast, and at this moment, even if the 9 llamas are at a disadvantage, his inaction does not mean that he is helpless. It means that he is comfortable. It's just that knowing this fact didn't make him happy. Facing the 5 strongest members of the Fiore's strongest guild 6 days ago, they were able to do their job well in battle. Isn't that a very proof that Calvin does have a problem? Powerful in line with common sense. The evidence that the future person said in the mouth of Princess Emerald was confirmed. At this time, Calvin had a new movement on the magic crystal projection in front of the Emerald Princess. He seemed to be unsatisfied with the situation in front of him, and raised his hand holding 4 cards. The cooperation of the 3 people is really good, now I have to work harder, you guys be careful. It sounds like a kind reminder, but the 3 of Minerba sounded like demons whispering. I saw Calvin directly throw out all the cards in his hand, scattered in 4 directions, each with its own vision. A card turned into a blue flame, burned more and more, and finally turned into a man with a coxcomb head full of decadence. A crack extended from the middle of a card, as if the space was divided until novel.me opened up and down unevenly, revealing the boundless deep darkness, from which a handsome man in white with empty eyes and all-out eyes came out. A card turns into a cloud of purple and black energy, like a mist, and quickly condenses into a thin figure, but it is the dark wizard known to the partners, but for the audience, the dark wizard is like other new summoned beasts. They are all so strange. A card rang out with the sound of horseshoes and metal collisions. Suddenly a dark spear with a golden spiral pattern pierced out of the card, and then a knight surrounded by gold and white armor flew out from it, even the horses under their seats. Wearing the same golden and white armor, only the purple under the armor can be seen vaguely. It has a pair of metal wings that can soar in the sky. The whole is dotted with a little red, which looks majestic. Undead Marco, Zanpaku, Black Sorcerer, Earth and Sky Knight Gaia Drake, plus the 9 llamas that have been summoned, the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed black dragon, Calvin's strongest 7-headed summoned beast, all debut. Oh my god, how? Minerba was shocked and speechless. Faced with this lineup, what else to play, just admit defeat. Calvin naturally didn't know her mental activity, but said vigorously. I've said it before. My favorite is group fights. I beat a group of you as a group. In the audience, Makarov was also surprised to see him again and again. He was also very surprised by Calvin's strength, but seeing the little ghosts around him also looked shocked, he felt it necessary to maintain himself. For the dignity of the president. Calvin is a little better, but is he paying too much attention to the effect of the summoned beast? In this regard, Mabis just cast a contemptuous look at him, and then continued to stare at the screen with bright eyes. Chapter 284, Liangxiangziu. After summoning 4 more summoned beasts, Calvin didn't intend to continue to drag it down, and quickly decided to win the victory. The 9 llama took the lead in attacking, seeing that it lifted its right paw and held a virtual grip, a group of magic power in its palm condensed and rotated, forming a huge sphere like a small typhoon, and the 4 sides of the sphere also extended out like shurikens. Spiral shuriken. Throw it directly, and the ball and the external blade sharply rotated, creaking, and the speed was extraordinary. All of a sudden, Minerba and the 3 felt palpitations, and naturally they knew that the attack must not be underestimated. The first one to react was Oluga. He once again used his black thunder of despair, and Rufus didn't react slowly. After Oluga took the shot, he added a blow of the fire and wind magic. The 3 different colliding with each other, the unstable magic power directly caused a violent explosion, and the 9 llamas' spiral shurikens instantly became bigger and burst out, causing the magic to spin and tear rapidly in the range, as if to wipe out everything inside. After the spiral shuriken broke out, the attack range was extremely wide. Fortunately, the 2 detonated it in advance. Otherwise, if it gets close, it is really hard to say whether it can escape. It transforms into a huge sphere to destroy the vortex, and the magic power of the rapid rotation is like the sharpest knife. The countless number of attacks permeates the entire garden, which is thrilling to see. The vortex of destruction finally dissipated, and everything shrouded in it turned into powder, leaving only the ground that seemed to have been smashed by a meteorite, which was terrifying. If Calvin would never let the 9 llamas directly use such a monotonous attack before, how could he only use it after the enemy has a gap? But now he has another summoned beast to assist him. This move is his used to create the bait for the opponent's gap. If anyone knew what he was thinking in his heart, he would definitely be astonished by this masterpiece. This trick consumes a lot of magic power, and it is more than enough to be used as a secret. During this period of time, Minerba hadn't made any moves. She had to guard against other summoned beasts taking the opportunity to attack. This idea was very good, but sometimes even if she wanted it, she had more than enough energy. Calvin was very caring about her, and directly asked Zanpo, Marco and the Black Sorcerer to jointly attack her. After all, in Calvin's heart, her magic was the most troublesome and troublesome. But it was only a little troublesome. Marco and the Black Sorcerer directly joined forces to attack, one distance and one close, and there was no gap between them. Facing this menacing offensive, Minerba's eyes drenched, and she was muttering words, speaking in unintelligible language, and the strange magical fluctuations directly surrounded the space in front of her. In an instant, the space exploded, and the covered space exploded into the sky, and the Phoenix Marco directly dissipated within it. "Oh, 18 gods of evil!" Calvin said in surprise. In his memory, This magic was quite unpopular and difficult to learn, but its power was extraordinary. Hey! Don't underestimate me, now a summoned beast will be gone. Minor Ba gritted her teeth and whispered, her face showing a trace of color, but soon her face fell again. Calvin seemed to regarding the destruction of Marco the Phoenix just now. The black sorcerer continued to attack with his wand. Minor Ba cursed inwardly, but there was no worry on her face. Although the attack in front of him was strong, it was not irresistible. The strange wave of magic power that continued to wave his hands had to stop the blow. However, when she exhausted all her energy to resist the black sorcerer and to guard against the unsuccessful Zanbao, everything she saw in front of her suddenly shattered like a mirror. This scene seemed familiar, and she suddenly remembered the scene when Juro was defeated on the first day. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zanpai after the picture was broken, with a gentle smile on the front, and a Tato with a green handle in his hand. Phantom? This guy is Mr. Gang. At this moment, Minor Ba figured everything out. The Mr. Gang who defeated Juro was actually Calvin's summoned beast. She was deceived by phantom magic. When she remembered how Juro was defeated, her thoughts became clear within a thousandth of a second, and she must have been attacked by a fierce attack, and she must not be able to escape and defenseless. At this moment, she yearned for support from her partners as never before. A heavy and powerful fist hit her behind, and the unsuspecting Minor Ba was beaten to scream, vomiting blood. Her body bowed, and the intense pain made her think that her spine had also been broken, and she had not had time to taste it all. Marco added another kick to her abdomen and was also severely hammered in the back of the head. Such a violent blow, how could a young girl in the season bear it? Minor Ba fainted naturally. I really love and cherish Jade. I didn't let you taste the torture suffered by Lucy. You are lucky. Calvin said coldly. Of course, Minor Ba could not hear it anymore. Fairy Tail scored another 5 points and the score soared to 67 points. Miss. Olga and Rufus couldn't help screaming. They didn't want to go to support just now, but the Knight of the Earth and the Sky, Gaia Drake, entangled them tightly, and they did anyway unexpectedly. With Minor Ba's strength, it would have fallen in just 1 minute. This is the strongest wizard of the Sword-Bite Tiger. But it was not the time to worry about Minor Ba. After Minor Ba was defeated, 5 summoned beasts had surrounded the two. Oruga ran in a cold sweat, and asked in a trembling voice, Rufus, I remember you can forget other people's magic. Do you think I don't want it? It's not magic that can be forgotten. The mystery of these summoned beasts is hidden. I can't remember it at all. How can I forget it? Rufus answered with a wry smile. Calvin was not interested in listening to their complaints, and directly let the summoned beast attack. Rufus wanted to reproduce the giant Suzuo that Calvin had cast. However, just like the black coffin he tried to replicate on the first day, the magic required for this magic was too amazing. He could barely use it, but only at a speed. Where is it? There is no doubt that under the joint hands of the 5 summoned beasts, the two soon followed Minor Ba's footsteps. In this Wamble novel. Me the tiger of the sword bite is only the white dragon boy and Roger. They did not notice the situation on Minor Ba's side, because they didn't have any extra thoughts to pay attention. Faced with the urgent, blue-eyed white dragon, Stinger knew that if he continued, he would not be able to win at all, so he came up with a bold way. It's better to eat the blue-eyed white dragon. Anyway, the blue-eyed white dragon is essentially composed of magic power, and it is also a light attribute. In theory, he can definitely eat it. The problem is such a huge body, where should he start? Before he could come up with a strategy, the claws of the blue-eyed white dragon arrived again, and instantly his heart flashed through his cat partner Wreck-It, and immediately gritted his teeth. Fight. No longer dodging like before, Stinger looked at the timing, avoided the sharp claws, jumped to the beast's wrist, and held on firmly. Although he was not caught directly by the sharp claws, the force of the impact made him vomit blood, but Stinger couldn't manage that much anymore. With the mouth open, he aimed at it with a strong light attribute. The hard bite of magic. With a bite, there was a sharp pain in the gums, and it was indestructible. More importantly, that light attribute magic power turned into dark attribute the moment he bit it. Originally, as long as it was the magic power of the light attribute, he should be able to gnaw a piece no matter what form it was. Doubts entangled in his heart. Stinger endured the pain and looked up, but found that at some point, the blue-eyed white dragon had undergone a lot of changes. In addition to the light attribute, magic power has been transformed into the dark attribute. The pair of fleshy wings behind it became a bat wing with a black background and white edges, as cold as steel, and the head part was also covered with part of the pitch black metal. There was no holiness and integrity before, only a cruel sense of sin. This is one of the forms of the blue-eyed white dragon, Sin Blue-eyed White Dragon. Chapter 285, Outrageous. What a shame. As I said before, after Calvin's updated summoning card, almost everyone has a different mode, and the blue-eyed white dragon is no exception. At this moment, Sin Blue-eyed White Dragon is one of the modes. Stinger was stunned by this change when he was in the courtroom. It was the same sentence, what else to beat, just surrender. Especially now, he can be said to have thrown himself into the trap. The reason he was able to hold on for so long before was because he fled in embarrassment with agility due to his physical disparity. Now, he is firmly clinging to the wrist of Sin Blue-eyed White Dragon. Calvin naturally wouldn't be polite with him. He directly controlled Beilong to raise his claws and smash it down to the ground. Stinger could be stunned and lose his combat power. Before he fainted, he still missed his cat, Wreck-It. God knows what happened before that made him miss his cat so much. In the end, only Rog was the only one struggling to support him. Calvin didn't need the assistance of other summoned beasts. After remotely controlling Giant Suzuo to shoot an arrow and forcing him to reveal his flaws, the red-eyed black dragon also unceremoniously flicked his tail. The battle is over. It's a long story, but the battle really didn't last long. The total amount of time before and after was at most 10 minutes, and the sword-biting tiger was the first to be wiped out. Their desperate move was obviously a complete failure, and the final score remained above 40 points. As for the monster tail, Calvin defeated Pascal and then wiped out the sword-biting tiger, scoring a total of 14 points. The score has reached an incredible level of 71 points, and has basically been able to determine the position of the champion. Well, who should I go to next? Calvin stretched his waist and looked lazy. He couldn't tell at all that he had just experienced a fierce battle. Maybe in the eyes of others, Calvin had won easily and brilliantly just now, but in fact, using the 7 summoned beasts at the same time was already full. That's right. Recovering all the summoned beasts, Calvin was about to leave to find other score when he suddenly paused and stopped. Hey? This little girl seems to be hiding something. Calvin looked at Minerva, who was in a coma, and his sensitivity to magic made him clearly perceive that there was a small magical power always near her. Invisible. Is it hidden in the space? Because I was in a coma, the magic began to fail. Calvin was quite surprised, because if he remembered correctly, this magic power should belong to. He stretched out his hand near Minerva and plunged it directly into the void. When he took it out, there was a cat with dark red fur on his hand, sleeping sweetly. Sure enough, it's a transcendent. Isn't this Beilong boy's cat? I remember his tone is quite big. But then again, what does this little girl want to do with the cat when fighting? Without thinking about it, Calvin sent him directly to Stinger. He still loves cats very much, and he usually loves Hobby, but Hobby is a little afraid of him. Calvin was also wondering, isn't it just that Hobbit was treated a few times when he was a child, and there is no need to be so scared? Putting down the cat in his hand and letting him snuggle in Stinger's arms, Calvin was about to leave. Before leaving, he carefully looked at the cat in front of him and said with a sigh. It's a peculiar race. I thought Hobby's blue fur is strange enough. There are dark red and grass green, Rog's cat, but Xiaolulu and Lily are normal. Does the fur reflect personality? With boring questions, Calvin directly summoned Fighting Wolf and ran towards the nearest score. From Calvin's encounter with the sword-biting tiger, to Calvin's end of the battle, the time is only a short 10 minutes, plus the waiting in place before. This time is still short and terrible, but in this short period of time, people from other guilds still have serious competitions. The most active one must be the scales of the Snake Girl. First, Yuka and Toby teamed up to defeat a magician of the four-headed hounds. After the handsome guys of the Blue Pegasus also defeated the 2 magicians of the Mermaid Heel, then Liang and Jura defeated 2 four-headed hound wizards and scored 3 points in one breath. The Mermaid's Heel is not just about watching the excitement. Not long after Calvin defeated the sword-biting tiger, Millionaire quickly defeated the last wizard of the four-headed hounds. After the sword-biting tiger, the four-headed hounds became the second guild that was wiped out. Immediately afterwards, Kagura suddenly appeared, and instantly defeated Yuka and Toby, and scored 2 points for the Mermaid's Heel. At this time, it happened that Calvin put Stringer's cat back to him and left. Now the scores of each team are as follows. Fairy Tail, 71 points. Mermaid Heel, 43 points. Sword-bite Tiger, 40 points. Scales of Snake G, 33 points. Cyan Pegasus, 32 points. Four Hounds, 15 points. Counting these battles, Fairy Tail is really sure to win the championship. At present, there are only 4 teams left. The total score of all of them is 32 points. However, after excluding the members of their own guild, other guilds can theoretically the highest scores obtained were 25 points for Mermaid's Heel, 25 points for Snake G Scales and 23 points for Cyan Pegasus. It can be said that the next battle is meaningless, anyway, it is only the runner-up. There is an old saying, don't give up until the last moment, but now, the last moment has already slipped away unknowingly. If you want to ask who feels the most depressed about this battle, someone will answer Snake G's Scales, because they have Jura, but they are useless. Some people will return to the Mermaid's Heel, because they are now second, but they can no longer surpass the score. Some people will answer that it is the organizer, because the suspense of the game has been revealed early, but after a while, I can only watch it as a sideshow. But in fact, the most depressed people are the other players of Fairy Tail, especially Grey, Elsa, and Laxus. The 3 of them were unwilling to be inferior to others. After learning about this situation, they quickly made efforts. First, Grey destroyed the handsome group of Cyan Pegasus, and then Elisa defeated Jenny of Cyan Pegasus. As for Laxus, he has the most personality. He doesn't like other little fish and shrimps. If you want to fight, you need to find the strongest, but the strongest is in the same guild as him, so you can only retreat and look for the second strongest guy in this tournament, Jura of Snake G's Scale. Calvin can defeat Jura with a summoned beast. It is not that Laxus is proud. He really doesn't think he will be worse than Calvin's summoned beast. Although he himself understood that Jura was really strong, he was not sure to defeat him. Snake G's Scales was obviously not reconciled to only being fourth. Before Laxus found Jura, Jura took the captain of the Cyan Pegasus one night, and then Shilia, the of the sky, also mermaid. The fat the heel was knocked down, and finally Leon easily knocked down the cat girl Millionaire. At this point, only Kagura was left on the Mermaid Heel, and the Cyan Tianma directly destroyed the group. In this way, the score of Snake G's Scales has also soared to 40 points, which is tied with the sword-biting tiger. If it goes further, it may be able to surpass the mermaid's heel's 43 points. However, it is still far from the fairy tale's 75 points. Far from it. Now that the game has come, new suspense has come out again. The audience are all looking forward to it. Can Monster Tail break the 80-point mark? Can Snake G's scale surpass the mermaid's heel and become the runner-up again? As a result, it will be decided in the next battle novel. Me not long after, Laxus got his wish and met Jura, while Elisa collided with Kagura, Grey and Leon fell in love. The brothers who killed each other met again. The last person of Snake G's scales, Shurya, is advancing cautiously. At this moment, it has reached the final juncture. If one more enemy is defeated, the Snake G's scales will get closer to the runner-up. Her goal is Fairy Tail. For Kagura, she knows that she cannot be her opponent, and the scene of Eliza alone suppressing the demon temple is still vivid, and she definitely does not want to fight this kind of war. In addition, she didn't want to meet the fierce Laxus. Of course, there was the strongest Calvin, and she would definitely lose if she met him. In this way, there are not many opponents she can choose, only two, Grey and Myra. Even though Myra was very prestigious when she defeated Jenny that day, she asked herself to be able to do this. In addition, Grey was a little worse than Leon. With her knowledge of Leon, it is very possible to win. While thinking carefully, Shurya suddenly heard a crisp voice. I won the prize. It's the cover girl of the Magic Weekly. At the moment, Shurya was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the voice, appearing in awe-inspiring manner. When she appeared in front of Mila, the excitement in her heart was not too exciting. However, when she saw the people next to Mila, her cute and excited little face suddenly collapsed. Kakaka Calvin. Why is this guy here? Isn't he supposed to go to Jura? What does it mean to be tired of being around a woman? It's not plausible. That's ridiculous. The picture she saw was the two people standing side by side lovingly, holding hands, sweet light waves blasting freely. This is too enviable. I want to be like this with Leon too. Chapter 286, Sky Destroyer Magic. Little sister of Snake G's scales, I remember you seem to be Wendy's new friend. Calvin put his arm around Mila's waist, turned and smiled at Shurya. Mila also opened curious eyes, looking at the little girl in front of her. For Shurya, Mila had heard of Wendy before, but she really didn't know her strength. Stared at by the two people in front of her, Shurya only felt a shudder rushing from her spine. She subconsciously assumed a defensive posture, and her magic power was about to move. Don't be so scared, we won't hurt you. Upon seeing this, Myra suddenly felt compassion and said softly. Calvin looked helpless, he felt as if Myra had forgotten something, and softly reminded, Mila, we are still in the game now, we are opponents. Myra just woke up, yes, although they were talking about love just now, they were indeed in the game. They blamed the atmosphere just now, the quiet environment was undisturbed, and they inadvertently indulged in the beauty and lover. Among the sweet words. Hurry up, she should be the sorcerer of the Sky Destroyer, she is not weak, but even so, it would be too much to shoot a little girl, Myra, leave it to you. Calvin said. Said in a righteous tone. You definitely pushed Myra because it was troublesome. For some reason, all the Demon Tail members watching in the audience all had the same idea in their hearts. Naz spoke directly, and Hobby nodded in agreement. I have long suspected that Calvin had strange feelings for a cute little girl. He had always loved me so much before, but when he grew up, he took care of me. Kana said sternly. No, it's definitely because you drink too much. Everyone thought once again. Naz said directly again, and Hobby still nodded in agreement, causing Kana to roll his eyes. Can I take action against the little girl? I can't bear it more than you, okay? Mila retorted dissatisfiedly, and clenched her fists to beat Calvin's chest, her face full of anger. Myra, I solemnly remind you again, it's still playing. It's still in the game, you bastard. Mila Sauce actually has a boyfriend. So what is my 7 years of waiting? Unforgivable, dare to touch the Myra Sauce with his dirty hands, no matter what kind of dragon trainer he is, I must kill him. In the audience that Calvin hadn't seen, a group of male spectators yelled at Calvin frantically. There were all kinds of men. The only thing in common was that these guys were single. Sad man. Single men are worse than dogs. By the way, there is no meaning to belittle this animal like a dog. You two don't put me in your eyes, don't underestimate me. The outside audience can bear it, Shurya can't bear it, she is the most anticipated new generation wizard in the scales of Snake G, has never been so underestimated. Anyway, Calvin is strong like cheating, she can vent her unhappiness without any reservation. One shot is the strongest move. Extinguish God's profound righteousness heaven from the cloud. The pitch-black wind condensed into a cloud-like shape, and whirled towards Calvin and Myra. Calvin was eagerly waiting, don't look at this move that seems to be fluttering, but it was highly condensed. Feng Ke can't be underestimated at all, it can kill people if they are not careful. Although he is still young, he is still a destroyer sorcerer. Calvin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said softly in admiration. Yes, it's amazing, I'm far inferior at this age. Mila echoed. However, in general, Calvin would not really let himself and Mila be hit, and when he flicked his finger across, a transparent thin wall suddenly appeared in front of him, giving Shurya's magic steadily. Block. Die empty. At this time, Calvin faintly named the trick. It's amazing, when did you learn the defense circle? Myra asked in surprise. This is not a defensive circle, it is just a byproduct of my previous research on space magic. Calvin replied slowly, his tone sounding casual, but he couldn't hide the faint thunder. In fact, although this trick is only a defective product after Calvin's failure to study space magic, it is second to none in terms of defense power. The principle is to use magic to construct walls in different spaces, which theoretically can block under the absolute defense of all magic. The magic power consumption is small, the casting speed is fast, and the defense power is amazing. Unfortunately, since it is a byproduct, it shows that this trick has great shortcomings. First of all, it can only defend one direction. Therefore, when facing the attack of Rufus and Oluga, he never thought of using this. In addition, its defensive degree also has a limit. As long as the enemy's attack exceeds this limit, this wall is just a joke, like a fake, unable to reduce the enemy's attack by a single minute. Therefore Calvin did not include it in the Moeo series. However, it was more than enough to stop Shurya from completely destroying the gods. My strongest magic is so lightly described and blocked, this man is really unfathomable. Compared to Calvin and Mila's ease, Shurya is really solemn, even though she already understands herself and Calvin. The gap between them, but the actual blow still made her feel unwilling. However, she will not get angry easily. A series of extinguishing magic was used from her hands. For some unknown reason, Calvin just kept defending and did not counterattack. In the eyes of others, Calvin may be pitying Jade, but Mila who is next to him is very clearly, Calvin should be observing Shurya. Strictly speaking, he is observing Shurya's destroying magic. The battle lasted for a long time, and it was not until Shurya had no physical strength and magic power to pull the curtain down. In the meantime, Shurya neither escaped nor gave up. She always wanted to break Calvin's defenses. This was recognized by many uncles. However, the reality was still cruel. He was tired and got down. Calvin still free to tease with Myra. It feels like you are playing with a child, commonly known as make you fundle novel. Me, really, it's really hot. This point was strongly dissatisfied by many uncles. God-destroying magic, as expected, is completely different from ordinary magic. Is it possible that there is a in this world? Calvin frowned slightly, thinking a little serious. Just like Myra's guess, Calvin was indeed observing the destroying magic just now. In his opinion, perhaps this destroying magic can also work on Akunarokia, and it is very likely that it will be matched again in the future. A black dragon, Calvin is prepared. He had a vague idea in his heart, perhaps he should learn the magic of the god-destroying. So far he knows that only 3 people use this magic, except for the dead magician of the of Flames, the of the sword-bite tiger. I am afraid thatElyugia would not pay attention to himself, so the only breakthrough, it seems that she is the only one who is lying in front of him. When Shurya attacked Calvin and Myra, the other side also had a battle, which was very exciting. One is Kagura, who is currently considered by most people to be the strongest female wizard, and the other is Elsa, who easily suppressed the temple of Fu Mo by a single horse not long ago. The two are both masters in close combat. In the eyes of others, this will definitely be a battle. So, someone can tell the unknown audience why the two girls have not done anything after they met. Kagura actually looked at Elisa timidly, shyly answering like a little girl. Where is that indifferent, noble, and arrogant Kagura? Miss Elisa, I'm going to face you with a sword. After some twisting, Kagura seemed to have the courage to whisper and whisper. Well, I also want to see the strength of what is known as the strongest female wizard in this era. Elisa responded awe-inspiringly. Chapter 287, Kagura vs Elisa. Just as the battle between Kagura and Elisa was about to begin, the discussion between the Emerald Princess and the 2 ministers in the Huideng Palace Castle came to an end. Facts have proven that what the future person in your mouth says, Princess, is completely verified. No need to worry, hurry up and prepare for Eclipse Plan 2. Defense Minister Dutton urged rather anxiously. But Your Royal Highness, do you really want to abandon your original plan to defeat Jeff? After this incident, the Eclipse Gate wants to be filled with magic once again, and I don't know how long it will wait. Arcadios still reluctant to give up the original plan and persuade each other bitterly. The Emerald Princess closed her eyes and pondered, not knowing what she was thinking about. After a while, she opened her eyes full of determination. Just listen to her solemnly. No matter what that person said has been verified one by one. If it is Calvin's incomprehensible power, it's fine, but he can control the 7-headed summoned beast, as well as one of the summoned beasts and the 7 sins. The identical appearances in the evil photos all point to one fact. Calvin is the Dark Guild, the leader of the 7 sins. In fact, that person once told me about the details of today's game. Calvin defeated all members of the sword-biting tiger alone. He had already mentioned this to me, and he also said about other battles. As a result, there are now 3 battles in progress. Look further, if it is exactly what the future man said, then I will no longer hesitate to implement the Eclipse Plan. The Emerald Princess finished speaking in one breath. At the moment, Arcadios and Dutton didn't dare to argue anymore, listened to the princess and kept watching. It's just that Arcadios couldn't help but cast a worried look on the screen. In fact, based on his understanding of the Emerald Princess, he had already noticed that the princess's mind had been biased towards the mysterious future man. He only needed more powerful evidence to go. Give her a push. Forget it, I don't want that much, anyway, whether it is right or wrong, I will follow my monarch to the end. Kang. The blades of the famous knives slashed at each other, wiping out a spark, and then the blades traversed an indistinguishable path to the naked eye and collided again, the sound of the swords intersecting endlessly. This is a wonderful and incisive battle, and the people who are holding this battle are just two women. The long sword around Kagura's waist had long been unsheathed, and the slender arm swept the tiger with its mighty power. Every knife cut seemed to split the sea, and every stabbing seemed to pierce the stars. Her blade is extremely fast, and most people can't see when she will release it. With the almost unmatched power of the blade, it is really curious, is there anything in this world that she can't cut? The answer is yes, it is the knife held by Elisa. Kagura's blade has never broken through its defense. Every time Kagura's attack was blocked by Elisa, it was not her indestructible armor that blocked the attack, but the real famous sword in her hand. In fact, Elsa was not wearing armor at all. Elisa also thought about not putting on the Omega armor given by Calvin, and she learned through a short fight that even if the armor's defensive power is amazing, it will play in front of Kagura's sword. The effect is not much better than a piece of thin paper. With the slash that Kagura wielded, even Yue could level the surrounding buildings. Elisa has never encountered such a strong swordsman, even the turtle dove of the Tower of the Paradise, in terms of kendo attainments, is not as good as the Kagura in front of him. Didn't Kagura hold the same idea? She also never met an opponent who could block all her swords. Judging from the current situation, it seems that Kagura is pressing Elsa to fight, but Kagura knows very well that Elisa has only temporarily failed to counterattack, and when she counterattacked, it must have been Thunderbolt. This made Kagura couldn't help thinking. As expected of Miss Elsa, her strength is unfathomable. Simon's sister? Much better than her brother. Elisa couldn't help but smile, both the pleasure of meeting her rivals and the comfort of having a sister in my family. The blades touched once again, and the sound that erupted between the collisions was unexpectedly loud. The sword wind swept around, like a violent wind. The two men stared at each other across the blade, and they felt sympathy. It's amazing, Kagura, you are much better than I thought. Elisa couldn't help but praised, her tone full of piety. Miss Elisa, you are truly amazing. You haven't even put on the armor, which means you still have your strength. Kagura replied softly. Elisa shook her head and said, that's wrong, I have already used my best, don't belittle yourself, you are really strong. I really envy Simon having a sister like you. Miss Elisa. Want a sister like me? I don't know when to postpone the fight, so let's decide the winner with one blow. Elisa shouted, pulled the distance sharply, held the handle of the knife with both hands, and stood attentively. www.intelnovel.com. Kagura was still intoxicated by Elisa's words just now, and she hasn't recovered a bit, but her body's battle experience subconsciously made her posture. Naturally, Elisa thought Kagura was ready. After that, he stepped out and swung down the long knife in his hand. When the blade edge approached, Kagura was awakened by the fierce sword aura, but at this time she had no time to react, and she was about to be cut by the knife. The blade stroked lightly across her body, spraying blood. It's okay. Kagura. Elisa asked anxiously, and quickly hugged Kagura. Fortunately, thanks to Elisa at the last moment that she found something wrong with Kagura and took back most of her strength, Kagura just suffered a skin trauma, and it was not a major problem. Otherwise, in the state she was just now, it was really possible to be affected. Divided into two. However, Elisa hugged her so quickly, and immediately let the blood of Kagura rush to her head, and her heart thumped sharply. The rosy face has spread to the vicinity of the ears, and the beautiful neck is also stained with flushing. Elisa, who didn't know why, was even more worried, and hurriedly pressed her forehead against Kagura's forehead, and in a panic, she directly used the action that she would do to detect fever. Suddenly, Kagura found that his longing face appeared in front of him very close, and even met Elisa inadvertently. The sudden heartbeat collision was really exciting. She couldn't stand it directly, her eyes turned into a vortex and she passed out. At this point, the battle between Kagura and Elisa was won by the Fairy Queen. Although the winning team found it very inexplicable, the audience was also inexplicable. After the battle, people in Urusha outside Kurikas couldn't help but complain. Gerald, your rival is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 288, Too Difficult Situation. The summoning sorcerer of the fairy tale was about to be determined in another battlefield when Elisa and Kagura ended their battle. The two sides in the battle are Jura and Loxus. In terms of the degree of surprise, Calvin alone fought the sword-biting tiger alone. The battle between Elisa and Kagura was the most inexplicable, while Jura and Loxus were the most exciting and passionate. Between the two men, there are no fakes, fists to the flesh, the strength between each other seems to be just the difference, and it is basically the most suitable battle to watch. Only in terms of who wins and who loses, even though Loxus is playing with Jura, most people still think that Jura will win. However, the fact once again surprises everyone. Loxus used a move to destroy the dragon Upanishadming Yulei and successfully knocked down Jura. Although he himself was beaten all over his body, he still won. This naturally stunned everyone again. I couldn't help asking in my heart whether the strength of the fairy tale would be too terrifying. A Calvin could suppress the sword-biting tiger, and Alaxis could defeat the Holy 10 Quills. Moreover, the guild leader is also the Saint 10 Magic Guide, plus Elisa, Naz the Fire Dragon and other good players. Their strength is beyond imagination. Now the rest of the battle is only the pair of Grey and Leon, and these two opponents with similar magic and strength are still fighting inextricably and incomprehensibly. But when he heard the news that Jura had also lost the battle, Leon immediately lost the desire to continue. All the results have come out. Even if he can defeat Grey, will he still have the remaining strength at that time? I surrendered. When Leon shook his head and said these words, the festival was finally officially over. The magical fireworks suddenly burst out in the sky. Although the sky is still bright, it does not damage the dazzling of the fireworks. Looking up at the sky, the serious team who has been waiting for 7 years can't help but shed tears. At the same time, cheers are filled with joy and excitement. The whole atmosphere. Victory! Victory! Calvin raised the corner of his mouth lightly and laughed out loud. Next, the only thing left is to stop that girl from Emerald's eclipse plan. In a flash, Calvin's eyes became deep and he looked into the direction of Huideng Palace. Next, is to start eclipse plan 2. Princess Emerald stood up quickly and said in a deep voice. It can't be wrong, Elisa has beaten Kagura, Laxus has beaten Jura, and finally Leon surrenders and concedes everything. Dutton agreed. But the possibility that the person is only predicting still exists. After all, although surprised, it is not incredible. Arcadios cautiously persuaded again. What you said is possible, but if that person really has bad intentions, I don't think he will bet everything on his predictions so conclusively. The other thing is, at the time, his original words were like this, Kagura suddenly weakened at the last moment, and Elisa was inexplicably weak. This is not predictable. The person knows that the future comes from the future and can already be confirmed. And Calvin is indeed the president of the 7 sins. All this proves that all the future that the man said is true. Calvin will be liberated from the sealed dragon group. Now it is a war concerning the survival of mankind. Move the eclipse gate to the ground. After that, Princess Jade walked directly underground, looking anxious. The other 2 ministers hurriedly followed, and while walking, Arcadios suddenly said, Your Royal Highness, I have a guess, can you please listen to it? Say it. His Royal Highness, although the man is from the future, he is right about the story of the great demon director Wu, but this does not mean that the future he said is correct. If he is a ill-intentioned person, he will use the advantage of an unknown prophet to get yours. Trust is actually trying to reach the gate of eclipse in order to achieve what plan? Do you think there is such a possibility? Upon hearing this, Princess Jade stopped immediately, her face turned blue. I have to say that what Arcadios said is very reasonable, it is completely possible. Furthermore, Calvin once told me that since the eclipse gate allows us to go back to the past, it will naturally allow the dragons of the past to come to the present. Will the dragons of more than 10,000 be us opening the eclipse? After the gate, ran out of it. Arcadios continued. I've heard Calvin talk about this before, but Calvin is the true leader of the 7 sins. That person said Calvin also knew another usage of the eclipse gate, and he would naturally want to stop it. This plan. The Emerald Princess retorted loudly, but whether it was Dutton or Arcadius, they understood that the princess was already panicking now, but he was more inclined to Calvin as the culprit. After all, this is related to the lives of tens of thousands of people, and Princess Jade will naturally choose a more credible person in the future, how to say he also provided his own evidence. Dutton looked at Arcadios, the 2 exchanged eyes, then he nodded and spoke to the Emerald Princess. Your Royal Highness, we don't need to make a decision so quickly. Anyway, we must wait until July 7th. It's just the afternoon. There is still a lot of time to consider until midnight. I suggest that Makarov come to meet him and ask him about Calvin's relationship with the 7 sins. Although he cares about his partner, he is not a person who will shield his children from the fault. The Emerald Princess looked at the 2 ministers, then moved in the direction of the underground, and finally took a deep breath and thought for a moment. Okay, but you have to prepare with both hands. Arcadios and I will go to see Makarov, and Dutton, you will continue to move the eclipse gate to the ground. The Emerald Princess said in awe, and after a pause, she continued to add. Also, Dutton, you call the Sakura Knights. The eclipse gate will still absorb magic power before it is opened. The magician will never get close and convey my orders. Before I come, I must not let anyone people are coming. After speaking, the Emerald Princess and the 2 subordinates immediately continued their actions. However, just after they left, in a shadow not far from them, a man suddenly appeared. It was Black and White Roger who killed Lucy in the future. It seems that the guys in the kingdom are not all idiots. Well, how can I make the Emerald Princess continue to believe me? Black and White Roger muttered to himself, frowning slightly. However, he did not notice that the Emerald Princess and Arcadius who had gone far had another conversation. Novel.me We don't need to let Makarov come. With Calvin's mind, he can definitely deceive him, and he can't ask anything at all. The Emerald Princess said coldly. Princess? Have you decided? Not just now. Jade interrupted directly, I was just in a panic, but I have calmed down. After thinking about everything carefully, I found that Calvin's words had a major flaw. How do you say? Arcadios asked quickly. Calvin told me that his partner had traveled from the future to this era and told him that there would be more than 10,000 dragons coming to attack, and he speculated that those dragons came out of the eclipse gate. But, before that, his partner had already said the same thing to me. However, her partner had never seen Calvin after coming over in the future. Chapter 289, The Princess's Choice. His Royal Highness? How many guys from the future are there? Arcadios couldn't help but asked in shock. The Emerald Princess suddenly changed his mind, making him unable to turn his head for a while. Princess Emerald glanced at him, and she couldn't help but recall the night on the 4th day of the great demon director Wu, and the night she met with the future. Do you remember the night when I was rejected by Fairy Tale? When I was still worrying about that night, 2 people suddenly appeared from the shadows. The Emerald Princess sighed sadly. Everything I know these days is for her. It brought heavy pressure and was very tired. Are these two future people? Appearing from the shadows, could it? You guessed it, one of the people from the future is Roger of the sword-biting tiger. Princess Emerald nodded. What about the other one? Arcadios asked quickly. It's Lucy, the astral sorcerer of fairy tale. When I saw her, she even lost her right arm. Princess Emerald couldn't help but look sad. At that time, the sadness in Lucy's eyes was her. Ken believes in the biggest reason for this absurd future. It turns out that she opened the eclipse gate from the future. Arcadios couldn't help exclaiming. The existence of this person can fully prove the feasibility of the eclipse gate. They did not come together. Lucy came from the eclipse gate immediately after the dragons attacked, while Roger struggled in the hell-like future for 7 years and studied the eclipse gate. Another usage of. According to him, 7 years later, the world has been completely ruled by dragons. Only 10% of mankind is left. The power of solar eclipse is not as powerful as that at the time. Therefore, he has to stop the dragons in this era. The two of them disappeared after talking to me, but soon Rog returned alone again to tell me the real culprit. Calvin Macaro. Arcadios murmured. It's him, because Lucy came here in a hurry and didn't understand the truth of the matter at all, but after 7 years, Roger has investigated everything clearly. Because he was worried about Lucy's mood, he deliberately was absent from Lucy. Explain the situation to me, and steal the key to the Zodiac for me. The Emerald Princess said in a cold voice, and when she talked about Calvin, her expression became cold subconsciously. What about Calvin? What happened to him in the future? Arcadios asked. Dead, Calvin thought he liberated the Dragon Group, and the Dragon Group would make him the king of the world. Ironically, the Dragon Group killed him in the first place because the Dragon Group was worried that he would seal the dragons he used again. The Emerald Princess was mocking. Deserve it. Arcadios couldn't help cursing. What if he is dead? The world is irretrievable. The only thing that can save the future is us. Then what should we do, although he doesn't know Eclipse Plan 2, but he has been trying to prevent us from opening the Eclipse door? Arcadios asked worriedly. Rog said to me that Calvin wanted to use the power of the dragons to eliminate Jeff and Akunarokia, so we would never be allowed to go ahead of him. He is a must-see. Logrid told me that in the future Calvin will use force to stop the Eclipse Plan. Therefore, we must first hold this guy. Dio, help me summon Calvin, and tell him, I want to talk to him personally. The Emerald Princess tone was full of firmness. His Royal Highness, how can you let you commit a risk? Arcadios quickly persuaded him anxiously. Needless to say, I have decided to call the Knights of the Wolves. If possible, I will rectify him on the spot. The Emerald Princess said firmly. Arcadios' face was uncertain, and he nodded helplessly after pondering for a moment. For him, the monarch's command is absolute. At this moment, footsteps came from behind the two, and a cold voice came. Let me help you, Princess Emerald. The two quickly turned around, and what caught their eyes was a tall and straight man in black and white clothes, with black and white hair, and it was Roger from the future. Rog. You have also seen Calvin's strength just now. Even the 5 strongest sword-biting tigers can't beat him. It is impossible for ordinary people to kill him, even the strongest executioner in the kingdom. Mirai Rog said slowly, with a convincing tone. Can you? You were not his opponent at all 7 years ago. Arcadios asked with suspicion. Now I am also not an opponent. Even if I have the power of the White Dragon, plus 7 years of life and death experience, in front of Calvin, at most I am a troublesome opponent, but if I just hold him, it can be done. Please trust me. Future Roger said in a deep voice, with determination in his tone. Just now, he had been thinking about how to make Princess Emerald continue to follow his plan, but he did not expect to turn around. The Princess Emerald suddenly made up his mind to implement Plan 2 of Eclipse, which made him lament that nothing he had done before did not happen. In vain. Now, only the last trouble is left. Princess Emerald stared at future Roger with her deep eyes, and nodded for a while. Then please. Dio, go and explain everything to your majesty. Even if we have the solar eclipse cannon, we still need to be prepared for emergencies. After the Emerald Princess agreed, she immediately told Arcadio. I ordered. I understand, leave it to me. Arcadios said solemnly. After casting a trusting look at Roger, he strode away and quickly disappeared from Jade and Roger's eyes. In the venue of the great demon director Wu, everyone was still intoxicated by the victory of the fairy tale, and everyone was convinced of the fall of the fairy tale. Calvin and Laxus are absolutely praised by most people. One directly suppressed the 5 aces of the former First Guild, and the other defeated the Saint 10 magic guides. The two were actually in the same guild, 2 cheating. Elsa is asking Kagura why she was stunned just now, and Kagura blushed shyly. She couldn't tell the truth, she just looked around, and she would look at Calvin from time to time. There. Naz and Gaguru were the most upset. The two of them did nothing at this conference. Naz was okay, at least he defeated Stringer head on Novel.me, and Gaguru was really sad to the extreme. The only appearance was motion sickness. At this moment, a guy dressed as a soldier ran over and looked for Calvin. Your Excellency Calvin, Your Royal Highness Princess Emerald invites you to see you. Subconsciously, Calvin made eye contact with Makarov, and Makarov nodded invisibly. Calvin also gave a relieved look. Fairy Tale knows the inside story, and casts inexplicable eyes at him, expecting and worrying. But the people in other guilds were stunned. His Royal Highness asked to see him alone? This is something that has never happened in previous years. Is it possible that the princess fell in love with Calvin? That's right, the Emerald Princess has reached marriageable age, and it is normal to see Calvin. The other guild wizards who were familiar with Calvin showed inexplicable smiles. Everyone has their brains wide open, but their thinking is not very healthy. Chapter 290, Goodbye Princess. Following the soldiers all the way to a certain palace in the Huideng Palace, and once again to meet the Emerald Princess, looking at her peerless face, Calvin was inexplicably irritable at this moment. Originally, he just wanted to quietly participate in the director Wu of the Great Demon, to show off the show for the monster tale and win a championship by the way. Who knows that this idiot princess, who has been spoiled since childhood, has to plan some solar eclipse plan to mess up the world, and ask him to clean up the mess. If it weren't for her to be a princess, Calvin would definitely hang her up an ass. His Royal Highness, now you can consider what I said, stop the solar eclipse plan, that is the source of the disaster. Gazing at the Emerald Princess, Calvin said unceremoniously. The Emerald Princess stared closely at Calvin's eyes, as if she wanted to see everything through, and wanted to see Calvin's heart clearly. However, she couldn't see anything. From Calvin's eyes, there was nothing but a depth that seemed boundless. Today, how can Calvin be seen through his eyes? The behavior of the Emerald Princess is just in vain. However, this kind of performance made her feel even more jealous. Sure enough, it's a very cautious guy. The Emerald Princess secretly said inwardly, but she didn't show her inner thoughts at all, and calmly said to Calvin. If I disagree with your words and continue to implement the eclipse plan, what will you do? Hearing this, Calvin was taken aback for a moment, then his brow furrowed deeply and stared at the princess coldly. You still don't believe me? Could it be that your words that night were just perfunctory me? Calvin's calm words came out, but Princess Emerald clearly felt the heavy feeling that came with it. Don't provoke my patience, I have shown my strength as you said, or do you think this strength is not enough for you to pay attention to? I don't mind making you more shocked. For example, packing up the soldiers in the entire castle to show you. Following Calvin's words, an overwhelming magical power radiated from him and filled the entire palace. The feeling of life and death being manipulated between the lines made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. The Emerald Princess was no exception, fear spread from her heart, her body couldn't stop shaking. It's just that she is a princess, and she is not allowed to show weakness in front of civilians. Presumptuous. What do you want to do? The Emerald Princess bit her lip fiercely. The pain caused her to temporarily escape the fear, and she shouted sharply. I just want you to give up the eclipse plan. As I said before, the dragons definitely run out of the eclipse gate. Don't do stupid things. Otherwise, compared to the future of mankind, Theo Lai's royal family is not worth mentioning. Calvin said indifferently in a frosty tone. His implication was that if he didn't cooperate, he would let Fury change to a royal family. He doesn't mind being an executioner. The Emerald Princess turned pale with anger. She had never tried to be so threatened, but the entire royal family was threatened. You are just a commoner, I am a princess. You have no right to intervene or object to what I decide, as long as you cooperate obediently. The Emerald Princess shouted, gritted her teeth. Calvin nodded, unable to see what he was thinking on his face, and continued to speak in that indifferent tone. I have no right to oppose what you do, but who gave you the right to carry out the eclipse plan? The existence of the eclipse gate alone is enough for the council to cast relentless sanctions on Fiori. You go and play alone, don't drag me and the other people. Speaking of later, Calvin was gradually unable to bear his anger, and his tone became intense. The Emerald Princess was really mad, and she cursed Calvin in her heart. This said as if she was sure to destroy the world. He was clearly behind everything, so she had the courage to yell at herself like that? She just wanted to defeat Jeff and save the world. Otherwise, the ghost will carry out the eclipse plan behind the annoying council. Isn't it that the council has nothing to do with Jeff? At this moment, the Emerald Princess has completely determined Calvin's identity, just like Roger said, anyway, she will never be a good person, and that is the case, there is no need to continue nonsense. When the Emerald Princess waved her hand, the floor on which Calvin was standing suddenly separated. Below was a cave that was unclear how deep it was. But Calvin reacted quickly. Black wings appeared behind him instantly, and he was about to fly high under one fan. At the moment he fanned it up, a puff of pitch black burst out from the ceiling, like a tangible shadow. Shadow? Rog. Calvin was shocked. The magic power that suddenly appeared was so familiar and unfamiliar. However, the enemy would not pay attention to what he was thinking. The tangible and qualitative shadow directly attacked Calvin. Go with. The black wing behind it firmly wrapped Calvin, and the shadow blasted on it, but did not break through the defense. It was just that the impact force had blasted him into the cave and fell straight down, and attacked Calvin. The guy actually went in with him, but immediately dived into the shadow again, silently and colorlessly. Calvin, who displayed the black wing great demon, couldn't possibly be injured, and slowly fell to the ground, but his face was not so good. In addition to falling into a trap because of himself, the glimpse just now made him very uneasy. He definitely didn't make a mistake. The man just now was obviously Roger. Roger of the Dragon Slayer of Shadow Slayer, just from the point of view of magic power, the Roger just now is no longer the Slayer of Dragon Slayer of Shadows. Calvin clearly perceives Stinger's whiteness from him. Dragon power. It can't be Roger in the venue, but the magic is not deceiving, so is he from the future. Calvin thought, if it was before, he might not have any clues, but meet with Lucy in the future. After that, for someone with the same magical power and appearance, he would immediately think of the future. And the ability to hide is even stronger. Even I can't perceive him hiding in the shadow. It is not comparable to Roger in this era. When Calvin was thinking deeply, a projection suddenly appeared in the sky, and the protagonist in the image was the Emerald Princess. This is Naraku Palace, the capital of death, the last freedom that sinners can get until novel.me, but no one can escape from here. You rot right here, Calvin Macaro, the sinner. Calvin was furious when he heard it. He thought that the idiot princess was a little sensible, but now it was obvious that she was irritated because of his lack of cooperation, and he was about to execute himself. More importantly, judging from the cooperation just now, the idiot princess is obviously not dying, but a plan arranged in the morning. As for whether to implement it, I am afraid it depends on her attitude just now. Calvin laughed at himself, and he knew that he was definitely not respectful just now. It's just that they are all reduced to this point, so he won't be polite. My princess, since you made this arrangement, that means you are ready to be my enemy. Calvin coldly shouted at the Emerald Princess in the projection, whether she listened or not. Get. Then you have to take a good look at this castle, because I promise, I will blow it to pieces. You idiot princess don't want to escape my anger. Chapter 291, Sorcerer Collection. Let's talk about the big words when you escape. Here is the strongest executioner in the kingdom. Princess Emerald said with awe, and cut off the call after she said it. Unlucky. This princess is really irritating. Calvin's forehead bulged, and his anger rose. He really wanted to let her taste the punishment Pascal had suffered. As for the so-called bombing of the castle, it is really big talk. Although he is very hot, he has not completely lost his composure. He is to prevent the emergence of dragons, not to overthrow the entire country. However, what is the strongest executioner in her mouth? Could it be those 5 sneaky guys? Calvin glanced in the secret direction, and he had already sensed the seemingly deserted place. Hiding 5 guys with a little strength. It's just that the future Roger, who came down with him, can't perceive it anyway. Forget it, let's leave this ghost place first, but what should I do afterwards? After approaching the Eclipse Gate and unable to use magic, is it possible that I really want to hold the princess? Calvin had such a deep misunderstanding with the Emerald Princess, and the biggest difference was his views on the Eclipse Gate. Both knew that there would be a huge number of dragons coming to attack, but Calvin determined that this was from the Eclipse Gate, and the Emerald Princess had obeyed the future Rog. Or maybe, the Emerald Princess subconsciously is unwilling to deny her plans for many years. If you really believe Calvin's guess, isn't her behavior for many years a complete joke? The Emerald Princess's mind did not reach this point. Her identity determines her character. Even if she is approachable, she still has an arrogance that is different from ordinary people. After she threw Calvin into Narak Palace, the entire castle immediately started to move. After the king learned that the dragon group was about to come, he immediately summoned all the wizards of Kurakas to tell the story of the dragon in detail. Of course, I won't tell them all, but the dragons are about to attack, the castle will use solar eclipse cannons to bombard the dragons, etc., but there is no hiding. And to summon all the magicians, it is not that they have to face the dragon with more than 10,000 heads, just in case, the other party is under the bombardment of the solar eclipse cannon. Could it be that Calvin's guess was wrong? Didn't the dragons run out of the eclipse gate? Hearing the king's words, even Macaro couldn't help but doubt Calvin's guess. After all, Calvin said. No matter how reasonable it is just a guess after all. Now they are prepared to face the upcoming dragons, and it sounds very sufficient, plus they no longer use the eclipse gate to travel through time and space. However, Macaro still felt a little nervous and couldn't help asking the king. Your Majesty, the princess just summoned Calvin from our guild. I don't know where he is now. His fighting power is very important for the next battle. He really wanted to discuss with Calvin in detail. With Calvin's previous guesses, he always had great doubts about the eclipse gate. The princess has discussed with Calvin. Until the eclipse cannon is completed, he will always guard it to prevent some villains from taking advantage of it. The king replied solemnly. Of course, this is a fool of Makarov, but it sounds seamless and reasonable. Makarov doesn't think Calvin can talk so easily. He has always been opposed to using the eclipse gate, but this does not deny the possibility that Calvin will agree with this plan. It is obviously not a good way to just continue to question foreign countries. Now everyone is waiting for the upcoming battle with the same enemy. Can't make any strange reaction. Fortunately, besides Makarov, there is a guy in fairy tale who can give orders, but will not be noticed by anyone. Lucy, Naz, Mila, the 3 of you go and explore the castle to see what is going on with Calvin. Mabis calmly ordered. For the eclipse gate, the celestial wizard is obviously the top priority. If there is any emergency, Lucy is the most suitable candidate to deal with, and Naz's momentum and Myra's strength can protect Lu well. Weat. Hearing Mabis orders, the 3 of them nodded slightly invisibly, and sneaked away while others were not paying attention, along with 3 cats with extraordinary mobility. In the castle, after Dutton accepted the order of the Emerald Princess, his actions were swift. With the efforts of a large number of soldiers, the eclipse gate smoothly moved to the ground, only to open the door and launch a powerful bombardment. Looking at the magnificent eclipse gate in front of her, Princess Emerald really couldn't keep calm in her heart. The life and death of human beings were only a matter of her thoughts. Such pressure is not something she can easily bear. His Royal Highness, no matter what the result is, I will be proud of everything you do. Arcadios said in a deep voice behind her, and this calm tone brought peace of mind to the Emerald Princess. Arcadios had already put on combat armor, and his pure white body made him look majestic, and his tall and straight figure made him look so safe. With his support, the Emerald Princess immediately felt courageous. Not only him, but also the ministers of defense, as well as a group of soldiers, their trust strengthened the faith of the Emerald Princess. Now, it depends on whether Roger can contain Calvin Macaro. On the other side, Calvin in Narek Palace wandered around for a while, but really didn't find any exit, and the 5 executioners who had hidden did not show up at all. As a torturer, but don't take the initiative, are these guys procrastinating? Calvin thought secretly, but he wasn't impatient. After being locked in this Naraku Palace, the quiet environment allowed him to think quietly. To be honest, he didn't think that Princess Emerald was the kind of person who could only be savage and willful, but her hostility towards him from nowhere caused him. Calvin was puzzled. She will plan a solar eclipse plan, no matter what the starting point is, but the purpose is to defeat Jeff and Akunarokia. It is purely for the sake of human well-being, but he sincerely expresses its shortcomings. Why is the Emerald Princess still not listening at all? Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Especially she herself knew that there would be more than 10,000 dragon attacks. But I don't believe my own ideas at all. Is this guess really not credible at all? The eclipse gate opened the passage that traveled to 400 years ago. In the era when dragons existed, the possibility of dragons coming to the modern age through this passage is very high. It should be said that there is only this possibility at all. But why does Princess Emerald still want to go it alone? Is it really her ridiculous pride? However, the appearance of Rog in the future also made Calvin very concerned. That guy was obviously with the Emerald Princess. Before, the Emerald Princess said that he learned about the dragon attack from other people. It must be what Rog said in the future, maybe he also knew where Lucy was in the future. The more he thought about it, the more annoying. Calvin still felt that he should violently beat the 5 hidden guys, find the hidden future Roger, and then blasted the solid floor above, and then talk to the Emerald Princess. If she still doesn't accept it, then there is no way, hang her up and slap her up in public, and that Arcadios, let him taste the shame. Chapter 292, Scrap Nights. Just do it if you think. Calvin no longer wastes time, and walks straight to one of the guys who is hiding. His footsteps were slow, as if he were walking, but as he approached, the guy who was hiding clearly felt a pressure to accompany him. The momentum was completely suppressed. You can't let him get close anymore, you must preemptively. The man made up his mind and watched Calvin walk into him steadily. With a cruel heart, he rushed out directly, punched Calvin and used magic at the same time. I saw a large piece of brown liquid coming out of his body, spraying Calvin directly, like a wave of death. His body is very strong, even bigger than Elfman. He bit the bottle in his mouth and looked arrogant. Seeing that Calvin was about to be submerged in his acid magic that could corrode everything, his face couldn't help showing a triumphant look. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his cheek that went straight to his heart, and a flower in front of his eyes made him plunge into the rock. It was Marco, the phoenix, who shot it. It turned out that Calvin had already summoned it out of nowhere, and concealed all those who were secretly observing him, and succeeded. Facing the large amount of acid, Calvin only flicked his wings behind his back, and the figure quickly backed away, avoiding it. In the eyes of others, Calvin just avoided it, but Roger, who was also observing in the dark, knew that Calvin didn't spend any more effort at all and used the most appropriate distance to deal with it. Marco's full blow is so many that even a wizard of Roger's strength can't bear it, let alone the fat man who uses acid, and immediately loses his combat effectiveness with a punch. Don't hide, do you think I will not be able to detect you? Or do you want me to knock you down one by one? Calvin said casually, his tone indifferent, but to others, there was only unstoppable fear. The fat man who was hit by a punch just now is also a good example. If he continues to hide, he will only be broken one by one. 4 people walked out of the hidden corner one after another, all of them have their own characteristics, and apart from 2 pretty girls, they are really weird. At least in Calvin's view, these men are completely weird, including the guy who was just punched by him. You are some of the torturers, are you finally willing to show up? But you show up as soon as I tell you, is it really okay? Seeing them show up, Calvin immediately mocked. You are too arrogant, boy. One of them, wearing a hooded long coat with only 2 eyes exposed from the top and bottom of his body, and carrying 2 scythes decorated with palms, said with a earn, I am the Fiori Independent Unit, Evil the Wolf Knights, according to their special rights, are here to execute the death penalty on the prisoners. Is it the darkness that the kingdom didn't reveal? Come and let me see how much strength you have. Calvin provocatively said with an indifferent expression, but he secretly guarded. The magic of these people in front of them is average, but they can have such a big tone, their magic should have extraordinary place. You will regret this. Among the 4, 2 of the women are not bad, and the guy who just talked about the second-degree sick person who looks like the captain, Calvin thinks Mr. Gong's dress is 100 times better than him, and the other is holding a flagpole. A stupid guy who looked like a fisherman, Calvin thought to himself, is this really a wizard? But when the guy who looked like a fisherman shot, Calvin was slightly surprised. The magic used by the stupid fisherman is field-wide magic, which is very rare. Suddenly, the gravity around Calvin suddenly increased, and Calvin suddenly felt unable to move. In terms of physical fitness, Calvin is definitely not good, at best he is better than ordinary people, not to mention those powerful and messy dragon slayer wizards who can't be killed, even Grey is better than him. However, limiting Calvin's physical ability is of no use to him. In an instant, Calvin's body showed the light blue magic power visible to the naked eye, turning into a half-skeleton half-armored half-length giant, extremely mighty. Magic 6, Giant Suzuo. Originally, after the other three saw the stupid fisherman's magic working, they unanimously used the lethal magic on Calvin. However, in front of the terrible defense power of Giant Susa, it did not work at all, but it did. A little ripple. What's more frightening is that with a wave of the light blue half-giant's arm, the huge impact almost wiped out all four of them, and he had to retreat and regroup. One of the braving women instantly summoned a giant plant above it, which seemed to be a flower in a mouth full of blood, with terrible suction in it, and Calvin directly lifted into the sky. Is the type of summoning system? It's not bad, but I met me. Calvin smiled slightly, and the giant Suzuo took shape in an instant. One of the palms held the Guyu, which was turned into 3 Guyu, and one arm. Flick it to throw it. The 3 Guyu jade connected end to end, spinning rapidly, just like the most terrifying sawtooth frisbee, directly tearing the huge flower to pieces. If the power of Giant Susa's arrow is penetration, then this Guyu is tearing and cutting. How easy is my piranha? As expected, don't be careless. The other girl said lightly, her fingers holding the black paper, but she didn't do anything. In fact, she really wanted Calvin to taste her magic, but the giant Suzu completely covered Calvin with no dead ends, and her magic had to directly touch the enemy's body. It's really depressing. There is another person who shares the same idea with her, the leader of the Wolf Knights. His attacks have always been aimed at the enemy's first level, but he doesn't think his 2 sickles can break Calvin's defenses. It was equally depressing. Calvin didn't want to drag it down. After solving the piranha above his head, he resorted to another magic without releasing the giant Susa. It was the same magical power that was visible to the naked eye, but this time it emerged from the giant Suzuo, forming a pale white magic wolf, rushing straight to the 4 people. A pack of wolves chase and kill. This is not a pediatrics. Calvin used this trick for the first time after 7 years. He really lived up to the name of the pack of wolves. The countless magic wolves kept rushing out, charging, and exploding. Overwhelmingly, the sight of the 4 members of the evil wolf knights was pale, as if the entire Naraku palace was full. These are all demon wolves that can explode, making people unavoidable. Lads, just kidding. The stupid fisherman stammered to himself. Although his face was expressionless, everyone who knew him knew that he was panicked and scared. However, who is aware of it? The other 3 looked desperate. Boom. 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 The sound of the explosion lasted for an unknown amount of time, and finally stopped. After Calvin's bombing, novel.me, this barren place became more dilapidated. There was no good ground, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. The so-called executioner, in front of Calvin, is no different from a joke. Although he was not dead, he would definitely not be able to wake up in a day or 2. Calvin originally planned to let Marco take the opportunity to take a sneak attack. Who knew these guys were so weak? They fell before he could do anything. Hiding for so long, haven't you shown up yet? Now there is no one else. Calvin muttered to himself suddenly, ignoring these strange guys. The object of his dialogue was naturally the future Roger, who had been hidden from the beginning. Calvin was originally not very confident about whether he would appear or not, but it was better than boring. He planned to make a flicker directly at the ceiling, but unexpectedly, in the future Roger would really appear. A group of shadows swam from nowhere, and a tall and cold youth emerged from it. It was Roger. Chapter 293, Future and Past. You are Rog from the future, do I have a lot to ask you? Calvin asked coldly. It's really smart. I guessed it all at once. Just ask if you have anything to say. I know everything. Future Roger said with a faint smile. He was so cooperative all of a sudden, but Calvin was suddenly not used to it. Yes, he had a lot to ask, but he didn't know where to ask for a while. So he asked what he cared about most. Do you know where Lucy is? She comes from the future just like you. Lucy? The person you are talking about, Mirai Rog said, and suddenly laughed nervously, is it this? In the future, between Rog's grinning smiles, a faint smoke appeared from his body, covering his whole body, and after the smoke dissipated, his figure had disappeared, replaced by the appearance of Lucy that Calvin had seen. This. It's actually you. Calvin was shocked. The people in front of him gave him the same feeling as Lucy he had seen before, regardless of the nature of the magic or the appearance. A terrible disguise, even I can't tell it. Calvin said with a sullen face. At this moment, he couldn't think of it. The guy he met before was simply Rog posing. It's amazing, it took me a long time to complete this complete transformation magic. Mirai Rog said, and instantly changed back to the original state, with a touch of triumph in his tone. It's not magic that really surprised me, but the acting skills you showed in front of me. It's because you shed such sincere tears. Calvin remembered that when he thought he had found Lucy, his pitiful look was he would believe the other party so much. At that time, the tears that Rog shed from pretending to be Lucy directly touched his heart. Now that he knew it was a man's tears, Calvin only felt an indescribable awkwardness all over his body. Although it was acting, I really showed my feelings. All my friends and partners were killed by the dragon, otherwise I would not be able to act so sad. Rog said calmly, his tone could not be heard. Emotional ups and downs. Shaking his head no longer attached to the deceit before, Calvin quickly returned to calm. I deliberately pretended to be Lucy and deceived me. That transformation magic cannot be accomplished overnight, right? Why do you want to do this? Just now you said that your friends and partners were killed by dragons, so what you said before the future should also be correct. Why should I stand on the side of the princess? Is my guess wrong? The dragon really didn't run out of the eclipse gate? Calvin asked in one breath, almost without any pause. You have a lot of questions, but to show that I am not hostile, I will tell you everything. You just listen slowly. Future Rog said. Calvin stretched out his hand to beckon him to continue speaking, but his body did not neglect. He was still on guard, holding the summoning card in his hand, unable to see the pattern, but it was definitely one of the 7 strongest. Rog naturally noticed Calvin's small movements, but he didn't care at all. After shrugging his shoulders, he spoke slowly. I'm sorry I deceived you last time, but it's true that there will be dragons in the future. The entire Kurikas was destroyed almost instantly. But one person saved everything. She went back to the past from the future and prevented the end of the world from happening. She is Lucy. Hearing this, Calvin's face suddenly sank, but he remained silent and listened. Seeing Calvin seemed to have no reaction, Rog smiled slightly and continued speaking slowly. At that time, you also found Lucy the first time, and it was also speculated that the dragons came out of the Eclipse Gate, so you directly protected Lucy very well, without letting the Emerald Princess and Arcadios have get the key at any opportunity. Later they didn't give up, they just used Yukino's 2 keys to open the Eclipse Gate and travel back to 400 years ago, but they failed. When the Eclipse Gate was about to run away, you took to Lucy to stop everything. After this, because the past has been changed, the tragic future that Lucy encountered no longer exists. The correction of time has made her disappear from this world, and then you will also tell everything that this is the past that I experienced. Should be your future. When Rog said this in the future, Calvin immediately understood and couldn't help but be surprised. So you come from a future that was changed by Lucy, but in that case, why do you want to come back? Because after this, the world still can't escape the disaster. I just said that my friends and partners were killed by dragons. Rog lowered his head and said, unable to see his expression, but his tone was very low. Akunarokia. Calvin asked with the same serious face. It's him, can you believe it? Just a dragon ruled the world. Whether it's you, Jura, or the Dragon Slayer, there is no difference in front of him from the ants, nothing can stop him even one step. The world has become vast, and the continent has become tattered. The dragon is essentially a lunatic, with only destruction and destruction in his mind, and I came to this age to defeat him. Future Roger said cruelly. After listening to this, Calvin couldn't help sighing. He believed what Rog had just said in the future, because deep in his heart, he had already vaguely expected a similar future. He didn't think that Akunarokia was a guy who could stay on track, and he knew from what happened to Roger in the future that it might not be too long. When did it happen? Calvin asked. About a year later, and you were the first to be killed by him. Please, this kind of thing doesn't need to be said. I will believe you for the time being, then, now I will explain how you can gain the power to defeat Akunarokia in this era, the Eclipse Gate. Carl Wen let out a helpless voice, and then his tone became cold. Although he believed the future Rog's words, it did not mean that he had no doubt about Rog's purpose. Sure enough, there is no way to easily gain the trust of this guy until novel.me. Future Rog thought to himself inwardly, but he didn't stop what he said and continued. You are right, the first step in defeating Akunarokia is the Eclipse Gate. Talk about it, what's the use of the Eclipse Gate? Calvin said directly. The Eclipse Gate can accumulate magic power. That huge magic power can not only travel through time and space, but also launch it in one breath. It is a cannon for Eclipse. That is a terrible weapon that can rival the power of the magic wizard, even if it is Akunarokia, it can't be resisted. Future Rog shouted loudly, with great voice. Calvin just stared at him indifferently, his eyes were inexplicable, and he didn't react immediately. There is something in his head thinking. About Lucy from the future. Roger's past had a Lucy from the future. That Lucy disappeared because the past was changed and the future also changed. In that case, the past has not changed, and there is still the possibility of a future where the dragons will come out of the Eclipse Gate. Logically speaking, Lucy should also exist in the future. Did she also come to this era? If it does come, why hasn't she been seen now? Moreover, he still remembered that Gerald said that after finding the future Lucy, he also felt the same magic power as Jeff. The reason why he could perceive magical powers similar to that of Jeff can be determined because he passed through the Eclipse Gate. Before that, he had no idea about this magic power. Before seeing the future Roger, he thought the owner of this magic power was Roger, but he had just determined that the Lucy he saw was Roger, so Gerald the perceived magic is the real Lucy. So, where is the real future Lucy? Chapter 294, Procrastination. Even if the eclipse cannon you mentioned is really that powerful, but I still can't figure out why you should pretend to be Lucy. There are so many things that are worthy of my doubt. Calvin pondered for a long time before sighing quietly, his tone full as doubtful. Future Rog couldn't help but gloom upon hearing this, and he didn't know whether it was the real reaction or pretending to be deliberate. You think too much. Everything I did before was because you prevented the Eclipse Gate from starting in history. It takes the Eclipse Gate to defeat Akunarokia, so I have to obtain the Zodiac, the key to the Zodiac, and you will definitely not allow it, so I pretend to be Lucy and pretend to be caught by the soldiers of the kingdom. Everything is for you to leave and go to the castle to save people, so that I have a chance to steal the key. Before, I couldn't guarantee that you would trust me. I had to act by myself to ensure that the Eclipse Gate can be launched smoothly. But everything I did was for peace. Please trust me and please help me. Future Rog said very sincerely, with a sincere tone. Calvin sighed deeply again, took a deep look at him with deep eyes, raised his hand coldly, and shot out a virtual flash. Mirai Rog was taken aback, but he avoided it easily with his skill, looking at the straight traces around him, and quickly looking at Calvin with an unidentified look, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Don't pretend, I have to admit that your acting skills are really good. But everything you say is too far-fetched to justify yourself. Calvin sighed quietly, his expression full of playfulness, playing with his hands. Holding the card, he looked like he was going to play at any time. In the future, Roger has self-knowledge, just as he said to the Emerald Princess, even if he is now, he is definitely not Calvin's opponent, and the frontal battle will only result in a defeat. At the moment, he immediately became dignified, guarding Calvin while still retorting. I don't know what you mean, I said that everything I do is for the future. Of course I believe you, but only in this sentence. Calvin raised his mouth slightly and raised his brow. But I'm sure you are not using the so-called Eclipse Cannon. The Emerald Princess has always hoped to activate the Eclipse Gate tomorrow. You don't have to think about it to know that you must have done a lot in it. Maybe you just tricked her into destroying the dragons with the Eclipse Cannon, so she can't wait. Hearing this, the future Rog couldn't help but his face became stiff, but he soon returned to normal, but Calvin, who had been paying attention to the future Rog, did not let go of this flaw, and he was even more sure in his heart. It's too unreasonable. It will take a year for Akunarokia to appear, but you urged the Emerald Princess to use the Eclipse Gate tomorrow, so how to deal with that black dragon when it comes? The Eclipse Gate has will the method be full of magic power again after a year. What you said and what you did are completely different things. I'll ask you again, where is Lucy from the future? At the end of the question, Calvin's tone became cold and murderous. In the future, Rog was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Calvin was so sensitive that he could easily understand the flaws in his lies. He could not help but laugh at himself slightly. The hidden emotions in Calvin's eyes made Calvin even more worried. I always feel that something is bad. You are really amazing, why can't you be fooled? Future Rog sighed softly, yes, I did see Lucy in the future. To be precise, when she first arrived in this era, I found her right away, because I knew the history and I knew she would appear there, so I found her even before you even noticed. Then I gained her trust as a future person, and let her hide in the shadow. On the night I stole the key, I took her to meet the princess. With the double guarantee of me and Lucy, plus the correct prediction by the director Wu of the Great Demon, I easily gained the trust of Princess Emerald. Up to now, my eclipse plan has been carried out smoothly. It's not the original eclipse plan of the Emerald Princess, not some eclipse plan 2 that bombarded the dragons, but the eclipse plan 3 I planned. In the future, Rog's expression completely changed, becoming arrogant and arrogant. Have you finally revealed your true face? You bastard. Calvin looked like this, but it was a pity that he found that he could not act at all now. Because Mirai Lucy must be in the hands of Mirai Rog, and he dared not act on Mirai Rog at all. Obviously, in the future Roger also discovered this, so he became more presumptuous and unscrupulous. Although Lucy would have died in his hands in the future, Calvin didn't know, did he? Do you know why Jade is so disgusted with you? Thanks to your summoned beast, there is nothing easier to frame than the leader of the Seven Sins. The Emerald Princess almost directly believes that you are the murderer who released the dragons, so no matter what you say, under the preconceived consciousness, she will only think that you are arguing and deceiving, plus you should be your partner. Lucy of the United States is also on my side, making my words more believable. Hearing this, Calvin still couldn't figure out what Rog's plan would be in the future. Although it was not clear what his purpose was, Calvin knew what was going on. After Rog returned from the future, he first shaped the identity of a future Lucy to deceive himself, using this false identity to obtain the key to the Zodiac. Then he gained the trust of the real future Lucy and successfully deceived the Emerald Princess, and the wicked filed a lawsuit first, making the princess think he was the real villain behind the scenes. In this way, his words would appear pale and weak and guilty. No wonder the Emerald Princess doesn't believe in herself at all. As for this moment, Rog's intentions in the future are already obvious, which is the activation of the Eclipse Gate. Because Calvin will definitely try to stop it, in the future Rog will talk to Calvin about something dull novel. Me after falling to Naraku Palace, it is deceiving and gaining trust. Everything is for one purpose. Procrastination. You're such a bastard, you're smart enough. Calvin said harshly, but the cold sweat couldn't help but his face was blue. Even though he knew that Roger was delaying time, as long as Lucy was not sure about her safety in the future, the other party would have hostages in her hands and could not act at all. Talking to smart people is really bothersome and fulfilling. Have you finally realized my purpose? This is really not easy. Rog laughed wildly, in fact, before the last moment, he really don't want to get to this point. God knows if Calvin will fight desperately, wanting to quickly subdue him to torture Lucy. In fact, Mirai Rog felt that, compared to his Eclipse Plan 3, the death of Lucy in the future might make Calvin even more exciting. Only try to hide it as much as possible, otherwise this guy will really go crazy, and I will really die miserably. In the future, Rog will flow under the surface presumptuous, but he is hiding his inner anxiety and cramps. To be honest, he really regrets that he killed Mirai Lucy so soon. Wouldn't it be better to treat her as a hostage to hold Calvin down? For fear that Calvin couldn't bear it, and killed him directly. At this moment, Rog, just like a gambler who has no whole cards but all in, relies on his momentum and confidence to overwhelm his opponent. If he is not careful, he will easily clear his chips one by one. But the last step has been reached, so why can't you bet? Anyway, as long as the last bit of time is passed, after the eclipse gate is opened, the future will be his world. What Calvin, Jeff, Akunarokia, everything will be under his control. Chapter 295, Ice Flower. Time passed slowly in the stalemate between Calvin and future Roger. At the same time, the streets and alleys that had just fallen into the carnival due to the director Wu of the Great Demon have become deserted. Excited citizens have been taken by soldiers to the place of refuge, and for a while, the entire Colokas was like a dead city. Among them, there are naturally busy people. Over the deserted streets, 3 cats and 3 people flew past quickly, and in a short while, they arrived at the most iconic building in Kurikas, the Huaideng Palace Mercurius. At this moment, the solemn castle is full of densely packed soldiers. Outside the square stands a magnificent and huge door. Even if you have never seen it before, whether it is Lucy or Naz, it is the first time that this is the legend. The Eclipse Gate. The 3 cats and 3 cats quickly landed on the ground, and they had already been discovered before they landed, and they were surrounded immediately after landing. Everyone looked solemn, and the soldiers held considerable hostility. Why, we made us like criminals. Naz murmured dissatisfiedly. Don't look at being surrounded by so many soldiers now, he really doesn't panic at all. He doesn't care about this scene. Inside. At this time, Princess Emerald separated the crowd, came to the 3 of them, and asked calmly. What are you doing here? Shouldn't the wizards be concentrated in the square on the street? We are here to find Calvin. I heard your majesty say that he is here. Lucy did not give in at all, showing that she was once a rich lady. When the Emerald Princess heard the words, she stunned for a while, and then stiffly replied for a while, I have another task assigned to him. He is not here now. Lucy and the 3 looked at each other, making eye contact, and then Lucy continued to ask. Can you tell us where Calvin is at the moment? We are looking for him in a hurry. The Emerald Princess glared at them immediately. She had always thought that Calvin was the culprit. In fact, she didn't want to care about the monsters at all, but at the moment she still needs the power of the monsters to help through the crisis, and she can't be too outrageous. This is confidential. The key to this disaster lies with him. Even if you are a companion, you can't tell it. This statement actually has 2 meanings. To Lucy and others, it is natural that Calvin is performing some key task, but in fact the Emerald Princess wants to successfully activate the solar eclipse gate and launch the solar eclipse. The key to the canon is that Calvin cannot come out and make trouble. Don't look at her calm look at the moment, but in fact she was panicking, for fear that Roger could not stop Calvin in the future. It's just that she was obviously too worried. At this moment, in the future, Rog will not dare to move Calvin just with words. He obviously performed this task very well. Myra has been observing everyone's expressions and reactions. Don't look at her usually dumb, but she is also an S level in the monster tale. Although she has not spoken, she has actually seen everything in everyone's eyes. The soldier's reaction is fine. It is natural for them to be nervous in this situation, but the Emerald Princess and the other 2 ministers seem a little anxious, and their eyes are not very friendly. Mila subconsciously has a bad feeling. If this is the case, let us stay here and watch. Calvin is not here. I think you should also need a wizard to watch the eclipse gate. Mila chuckled and reminded very kindly. As soon as these words came out, Princess Emerald looked at Mila with great fear. In her information, Mila seemed to be Calvin's girlfriend. In this way, would she actually be Calvin's accomplice? In the future, Roger told her that Calvin fell into the arms of the devil, and Myra in front of him seemed to be a wizard who could receive the devil and had to guard against it. After pondering for a moment, thinking of the difference in the number of people on both sides of the scene, plus Lucy, the astral sorcerer, might be able to deal with emergencies. After thinking twice, Princess Emerald decided to let a few people stay. Myra and the 3 looked at each other, nodded invisibly, and stayed here together to wait. Time will not be blocked by anything. With the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, it also wanders quietly at the same time, unconsciously, silently. It's just that Calvin's anxiety and anger have become more and more vigorous with the passage of time. In fact, not a short time has passed since the future Rog was held in Naraku Palace. On the way, the future Rog looked confident and upset, and he wanted to slap him immediately. Calvin is not stupid at all, on the contrary, he is very smart. It is not that he has not thought about the possibility that Lucy may have died in the future, but he will never admit it until the last moment. On the way, he has been thinking about whether there is any way. He has come up with a lot of plans but was denied by himself. It seems that he can only continue to waste time here. But time can't stand the waste at all. Outside, the Emerald Princess has been preparing for the eclipse plan fierily. Now, only to subdue Rog in an instant, at least he can't be allowed to harm Lucy, if Lucy is still alive. Pretending to pace impatiently, from time to time Rog cast an angry look at the future, and suddenly his hands on his hips, but at this moment, Calvin had pulled out 4 cards from the storage belt, together with the ones he had just played in his hands. The Phoenix Marco, 5 in total. Calvin seemed to turn around impatiently, and looked up anxiously above his head, while 5 cards were already clamped in his hand. Novel.me to attack at any time, only to be able to beat him. At this moment, a wave of magical power erupted behind him, and the intersection of white and black blasted at him. Holy Shadow Dragon flashes its teeth. In the future, Rog seemed to be arrogant, but he has been observing Calvin's every move. Calvin's small movements have not escaped his sharp eyes, and he immediately thought that Calvin was going to break the boat, and he quickly acted first. Calvin was naturally taken aback, but he didn't panic, and didn't see what he was doing. A thin transparent wall appeared behind him instantly, steadily blocking the future attack by Roger. In the future, Rog didn't like to fight, and wanted to hide in the shadow immediately after the sneak attack. At this moment, he felt that the temperature seemed to drop in the blink of an eye. But he had no time to pay attention to this change. When he was about to completely hide in the shadow and escape, a snowflake quietly fell on his shoulder. Fur. An ice flower suddenly bloomed on his shoulder, and the icy cold came, causing his movements to stop. He raised his head subconsciously. At this time, in the future, Roger discovered that there was an extra round hole above his head, from which something like snow came out. No, what kind of snow is this? There are countless tiny snowflakes. Moreover, these snowflakes have come to him, seemingly slow, but in fact they are extremely fast. It was too late to escape, and the snowflakes were like a downpour. Touching the snowflakes on Mirai Rog, they bloomed into beautiful and terrifying ice flowers. Actually, can even Bing's magic be used? It turns out that I still underestimated him. Gradually covered by ice flowers, the cold froze his body and thoughts, just like the eve of death. MOAO 3 Bing Tian Beiwa Burial. You can't escape now, Shadow Dragon Boy. Chapter 296, Murderer. The towering ice pillar almost penetrated Naraku Palace, which was because Calvin left his hand, otherwise, even the sky could penetrate. Looking at the future Rog, who was completely unconscious in the ice pillar, Calvin's expression did not become more relaxed. Compared with hitting the enemy, he was not good at interrogating the enemy, and the future Rog looked like it's not like a guy who will give in easily. What should I do? Should I first ask Rog where Lucy is, or rush to the Eclipse Gate to stop the Emerald Princess? It might be difficult to ask what Rog said, but the Emerald Princess doesn't believe me at all. She will definitely be attacked by the whole army of the Kingdom Army if she appears directly in front of her, that idiot princess. After a few seconds of quick thinking, Calvin made a decision. Compared to the Eclipse Gate, the information Rog knows in the future is obviously more important. With a light wave, the pillar of ice slowly melted, but only Mirai Rog showed his head, and the rest was still frozen. He slapped Mirai Rog several times and immediately made him wake up. When Rog woke up in the future, Calvin's face was greeted with a sneer, and he said, "Have you not killed me yet? Is it possible that you think you can get something out of my mouth?" Ignoring the future Rog's disdain, Calvin said to himself, "There are a few things to confirm. Is Lucy from the future alive or dead?" Calvin's expression was cold and murderous. In the future, Roger was certain that if he answered his death, the guy in front of him would definitely kill him without hesitation. Of course, Rog replied in the future. How can someone who is useless keep her alive? The moment this was said, Mirai Rog saw the of death, Calvin's killing intent, clearly presented in front of him as a skeleton image behind him. He believed that after the next breath, his life of 7 years of struggling would end here. But in the future, Rog did not regret it. At this moment, he had been caught, and his 7-year plan was in vain. With everything he carried, he no longer had the courage to live. But Calvin did not do anything, desperately holding back his murderous intent, forcing himself to calm down. You said you want to use the Eclipse Gate to defeat Akunarokia, what is the method? Future Roger gave Calvin a slightly surprised look. How can I resist killing me? Is it to hit Akunarokia? By the way, this guy has been killed by the Dragon of the End once. No one knows the power of the Black Dragon better than him. In the future, Rog's eyes became contemptuous again, and he said coldly, "Hey. Sure enough, you are also afraid of Akunarokia, but you can't do it with my method. Forget it, I never thought you would tell me that I would use my own method to hit the Black Dragon. In fact, there is only one thing I really want to confirm. Just now you said that originally I would take to Lucy to prevent the opening of the Eclipse Gate, but because the past has changed, the future destroyed by the dragons no longer exists, so Lucy from the future disappears. This is what you said in order to win my trust. I don't think you are lying." At this point, Calvin paused and looked deeply at future Roger. Oh, who knows I'm telling the truth or not. Although Rog's tone was frivolous in the future, his contempt and disdain were significantly less, which confirmed Calvin's guess. I have been thinking before, if the past is changed, whether it will reverse the future or create a parallel world, now I understand that changing the past means changing the future. The origin of everything lies in the Eclipse Gate. It is the only gate that can travel through time and space. As long as it is destroyed, all the time and space shuttles that occur in the future will disappear. You will not come to this era, and Lucy will not die. In your hands. Even your past bewitching the Emerald Princess will disappear. Everything will be reset from the time you came to this era. The Eclipse Gate is also the end of everything. While talking, Calvin turned around, slowly extinguishing his murderous anger. Don't kill my mother. Calvin. It doesn't matter whether you kill or not. Anyway, you can't escape. Wait here slowly. This is your last time. Your ending is more bleak than death. No one will remember that you ever existed. Because you never existed. Farewell, Roger of the White Shadow Dragon. After that, Calvin walked to where he had fallen, and the black wings spread out behind him, about to blast away from the floor above. Calvin. Calvin stopped. Be sure to stop me from becoming the way I am now, please. Don't take me so hard, I can't stop what a person will become. Calvin said blankly. I don't deny that there is always darkness in my heart, but as long as Flossie is there, I will not fall into darkness. Roger's voice inadvertently brought a little gentleness. Has that frog kitten been killed? Yes, Frozy was killed by an extremely powerful wizard, not only him, but even the sword-biting tiger was destroyed. Since then, I have merged with the dark side of my heart, and later killed. Stinger is dead and gained the power of the white dragon. I became cruel, cold, and unscrupulous before reaching the goal. That's the person I didn't want to be anyhow before, so Calvin, please, don't let Flossie be killed. Perhaps it was the sincerity of Rog in the future that moved Calvin, and Calvin turned around again with a serious expression. Although he did not speak, his response was obviously to agree to future Roger's request. Seeing this, future Roger said in an inexplicable tone. It's about a year later. The murderer who killed Flossie and destroyed the sword-biting tiger is you, Calvin. On the square outside the Huideng Palace, the scene was terribly silent, everyone said nothing, waiting for the time to open the eclipse gate. The bright moon in the sky still hung high, but she was no longer bright white, but turned into a permeating dark red. The lunar eclipse has already begun. At the same time, it is also time to open the door to solar eclipse. Get ready to open the door. Princess Emerald said calmly, but her slightly trembling body revealed the anxiety in her heart. Now we are fully on alert against the dragons. The solar eclipse cannon enters the launch procedure. Unlocked. As the Emerald Princess's voice fell, the locks of the solar eclipse gates opened one by one. The door is about to open. Myra frowned. Looking at the princess, she is really sure that the dragon group will appear. Is it Calvin who guessed it wrong? Should I stop it? Thinking of this, she wanted to accept the devil novel. Me, but as soon as the magic power was released, she felt the sensation of the magic in the body gushing out uncontrollably, and immediately stopped. In front of that door, will the magic power be absorbed? It is no longer a question whether I want to stop it, but I can't stop it at all. The eclipse gate relies on absorbing magic power to complete filling. After a little thought, Mirabian figured this out. However, the door is about to open. Calvin, where are you? Hurry up, or you really can't stop it. Roar. Just as Mila's heart was anxious, there was a deafening roar, and the demon tail wizards present were very surprised. They had heard that loud roar. I saw a huge black shadow flying towards Huideng Palace quickly, at an incredible speed. Is that a dragon? Princess Emerald said with a dignified face and a trace of fear. When her voice fell, the shadow was already close, but the eclipse gate had not yet been fully unlocked. Chapter 297, One Boom. After hearing the last words of future Rog, Calvin once again frozen him, revealing an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and pressed his lips tightly, unable to see what Calvin was thinking. Leaving quickly, the black wings spread out behind him, and the Calvin flew upwards, pierced through the floor or ceiling, standing in the hall, but at this moment there was no one. Have you all gone to the eclipse gate? The magic of the eclipse gate is like a beacon in the night. Calvin no longer hesitates and moves forward quickly. Suddenly, Calvin paused and stopped, his face a little heavy. The eclipse gate can absorb magic power for its own use. I am afraid that magic will not be effective at all, and it must be very strong, not so easy to destroy. You can't rely on magic, you need physical blows, enough speed and impact objects. Ilus's diamond armor is strong enough. If you use her as a bowling ball. I wonder if she will. After thinking for a while, Calvin suddenly remembered something, and ran out of the temple, looking at the world-famous bell tower of Kulokas, smiling inadvertently. That clock, it should be very suitable. Just do it when you think about it, and as soon as the black wings spread out behind it, Calvin's figure quickly flew into the sky, not conspicuous in the empty night. After spending a little time, he stood beside the big clock. Boom boom. He stretched out his fist and punched it twice, feeling the hardness of the big clock and the pain of his fist. Calvin smiled with great satisfaction. You are the one. Roar. The roar of the red-eyed black dragon resounded throughout the world, and the huge figure was tumbling in the air wantonly. Calvin stood at the head of the dragon and looked at the Huideng Palace. Fly, use the fastest speed. The real red-eyed black dragon had a big clock in its mouth. This was just removed by Calvin. With huge wings and a hurricane, its figure was propelled by this huge power, and its speed was unparalleled. The position of Calvin and the black dragon under his feet did not change at all. The air passed by and brought violent winds. Amidst the horrified expressions of the crowds in Huideng Palace, the big clock and the real red-eyed black dragon steadily hit the huge solar eclipse. Door. When? There was another loud noise, even louder than the red-eyed black dragon's roar just now. I am afraid that the entire Kurikas could hear it. It was the sound of the big bell colliding with the eclipse gate. Undoubtedly, the whole city all were overwhelmed by the loud noise. What's that guy Calvin doing? Laxus could see clearly in the square where all the magicians were gathered, and sighed helplessly. I saw it. My red-eyed mouth seems to be biting a big clock. What did he hit? Eliza Old God was telling her what she saw. It turns out that Calvin has such a wild side too. I have changed him a little bit. Gojilo grinned. Everyone in Monster Tale looked excited, and they hadn't seen Calvin, who was ruining the consequences, really. The only depressed person, I am afraid, is Makarov. The big clock of the famous clock tower of Kulokas was removed, and then it rammed into the direction of the Huideng Palace. It was terrible to think about it. Is it possible that our guild really doesn't have a wizard who can save my worry? On the square of the Huideng Palace, the Emerald Princess looked dazed, staring blankly at the eclipse gate shattered into a pile of fragments, and the Calvin Chiron walking down from the ruins. The true red-eyed black dragon has long since disappeared and turned back into a card. Despite this, no one dared to approach Calvin. Not to mention the strength he showed in the director Wu of the Great Demon these days, the horrible behavior just now was enough to make people feel scared. The stuck Emerald Princess looked at Calvin, then at the broken Eclipse Gate, and then at the almost shattered clock. Bastard! Do you know what you did? You ruined the Eclipse Gate. That's... The Emerald Princess was stunned for a few seconds before fully reacting, and immediately shouted hysterically at Calvin. Tau! It's the cannon that destroys the dragons? You will believe it. Calvin replied disdainfully. Arcadios was concealed in front of the Emerald Princess, obviously afraid that Calvin would suddenly attack him, but Calvin didn't look at him directly, but looked at Myra and them with a spring breeze expression. Okay, it's okay, don't worry. The movement is a bit big, it's not your style. Myra replied with a smile. It's just that the movement is a bit big? I thought he was here to kill someone. Lucy vomited silently. Seeing Calvin replied at random and completely ignored him, the princess who was already furious was even more angry, and continued to roar without thinking. Do you know how much effort we spent to get enough magic power? Rock is right, you are indeed a very sinful person, trying to subvert the world. Hey, although Calvin did a bit too much, it's too unreasonable to say that he is a heinous crime. Naz was depressed when he heard it, and retorted Calvin angrily. Calvin stretched out his hand to stop Naz, and said with a blank face, these words, wait for the dragons to come. However, I guess you won't remember. What do you mean? Calvin once again looked down on God's contempt. Although he didn't show it blatantly, the Emerald Princess still saw it in his eyes. Smart princess, think about it, the Eclipse Gate is destroyed, and the future man who returns to the past will be erased. Under the correction of time and space, your dialogue with him will become non-existent. With Calvin's words, everyone present faintly glowed. What is this? Princess Emerald asked in horror. Time and space will be corrected. Without his enchantment from the future, everything will return to its original state, but the Eclipse Gate has been destroyed. I don't have to worry about the dragons coming out. To be honest, I don't know, but you may forget a lot of things. Although you may forget, I still want to say that your preconceived thinking almost harmed us all. The one who really wants the dragons to come here has always been the one who is close to you in the future. My words are true or false. I will see if the dragons have arrived later. Calvin said calmly, things it was solved, he only felt very relaxed now, the gate of the eclipse was ruined, and the dragon group would not appear from it. The only worry was that he didn't know how time and space would be corrected. Suddenly, Calvin's face changed drastically, and his keen sense of magic power told him something bad happened. Noting his face, Myra quickly asked, what's wrong? Calvin smiled bitterly. It has been a long time since he escaped from the 7 sins. I miscalculated, Myra. This sentence is full of sadness, and the tone makes me feel bad. Myra's reaction was smaller than expected, just looking at him with clear eyes. Let's fix it together, we will help you. Myra said softly, and Naz and Lucy on the side also responded quickly. You have done enough for us until novel.me let us come together this time. Yes. This time you don't want to stand out alone. The problem is, I don't know how to remedy it. Calvin sighed and said lowly. What do you mean? Calvin, give me a complete description. The Emerald Princess here exploded again. Just now, she was told by Calvin that she was completely deceived. She hadn't digested it yet. Calvin said that the big thing was bad. What is this? The Emerald Princess feels that she is about to be broken, what is true and what is false. She felt that she had always been like an idiot. The huge magic power accumulated by the Eclipse Gate is to travel through time and space, but now the gate is destroyed by me, and the magic power has no carrier. What do you think will happen? Yes, what will happen? I don't know, but I guess there will be a bang. Chapter 298, New Container of Eclipse Magic. Calvin has the ability to perceive magical powers, and its keen performance is more powerful than the nose of the Dragon Slayer. After the space-time force began to modify and change history, the surrounding magic power began to turbulence, and its source was the overflow of the Eclipse Gate that had been broken into a pile. Calvin, who was also very flexible in mind, immediately thought about the reason for the turbulence of magic power, which was because the huge magic power lost its container. To make matters worse, that magical power is not ordinary magical power. When Calvin destroyed the Eclipse Gate, the latter was in the final stage, and the gate was about to open. At that moment, how could the magic in it be ordinary magic? The Eclipse Gate is a magic item that can transform the accumulated magic power into the power to reverse time and space. This is the reason Calvin really panicked. If only the explosion caused by the magic riot, Calvin believed that relying on himself and Naz, he could barely minimize the damage, but once the magic power that had been transformed into the time and space attributes broke out, he really had nothing to do, and he didn't know how to do it. What will happen? The soft light on everyone's body has become brighter and brighter, and the correction of time and space seems to be proceeding smoothly, but Calvin's expression has become more serious and solemn. He can clearly perceive that the magic of solar eclipse has not yet rioted because time and space are correcting. When the correction is completed, it is the time of eclipse magic riot. In fact, not only Calvin, but the other wizards present, Mila, Lucy, and Naz also felt something was wrong. Although they did not have Calvin's keen perception, they were wizards. After all, is very sensitive to magic. Calvin, is there really no way? I feel more and more wrong. The magic around me is like thick liquid. Naz asked with a frown. Even breathing is starting to become difficult, and it always feels like something extraordinary is going to happen. Lucy said with a frightened face, covering her heart. Mila looked at Calvin worriedly, and didn't say anything to increase Calvin's psychological burden. Despite this, Calvin's face had begun to sweat, which meant that he had nothing to do with the situation in front of him. Originally, he didn't have much research on space-time magic, and the only thing he could take out was the summoning card of Time Mage, but that's not so much time-space magic as it is a catalyst. The only effect is to make the baby. The dragon evolved into a 1000-year dragon. Suddenly, Calvin spoke coldly. Urusha, are there any good suggestions? Time is urgent, so don't hide. What responded to him was the percussion of high heels in the ground. At the source of the sound, a tall, black-haired beauty walked out. Urusha's face that often wore a frivolous expression also became serious, even a little ironic. It turned out that Urusha had already come to the scene. The arc of time is just the magic of manipulating the time of an object, and it is not comparable to the ability of the eclipse gate to travel through time and space. In other words, can you do nothing? Calvin smiled bitterly again, his face full of bitterness. As for the Emerald Princess and the soldiers and knights, they were completely speechless. The incident had already exceeded their expectations, and the correction of time and space had come to the final juncture, and they were unable to make any moves. No, it's not impossible. Suddenly, Urusha smiled brightly. Are you still selling off at this time? Calvin was unusually anxious. He could feel that the out of control of the magic of time and space was coming, and now it was a race against time. Magic power will riot. To put it bluntly, there is no container. Just find another owner for those magic powers, and then the new container will be able to suppress the magic riot. As for the candidate for the container, I am afraid that no one will be more suitable than me. Right. Urusha smiled confidently, her imperial sister's demeanor at a glance. Calvin's expression eased a little, but it was still thick. He asked seriously, then, what will happen to you as a new container? After accepting the eclipse magic power, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Urusha replied without hesitation. Calvin looked at her coldly, his expression didn't relax. What's the matter? I'm worried that it won't be my opponent in the future. Don't dare, there is almost no time, I will start to absorb those magical powers. Urusha chuckled again. I'm not a fool like Naz, let's be honest. Calvin said. Hey. What my kind of idiot? Calvin, what are you? Don't mess around at this time. Lucy pressed Naz's mouth hard, expressing her exhaustion. However, Ulu did not continue to speak, but ignored Calvin, opened his hands and closed his eyes. At the same time, Calvin could feel Urusha itself turning into a whirlpool, as if to everything in. In the next instant, a black wing slammed Urusha into the air. Urusha rolled over quickly and landed safely, but in the next instant, a few swords of light stood around her. Urusha immediately was imprisoned. I provoked the matter, so naturally I will take care of the aftermath. What are you robbing? The owner of Blackwing is naturally Calvin, but this does not mean that the fanned person will appreciate it. How could you provoke it? It's obviously the idiot princess' fault. You don't have to bear it. Urusha, who was restrained, roared angrily. That's not your responsibility. There are still many things to do in the crime of the witch. Your journey of atonement has just begun. Calvin smiled slightly, but he did not speak to Urusha. Instead, she stared at Myra. At this time, Myra had already been in tears, and after so many years of acquaintance, how could she not know what Calvin wanted to do? Mila, don't cry, I'm Calvin, the strongest wizard in the fairy tale. Only time and space magic. Calvin said something to comfort Myra or himself. Even if I say not to go, you won't listen to me, right? Myra said, sobbing. Are you willing to leave me alone? Mila, I'm sorry, but it will be over soon. At this moment, Naz broke free from Lucy, rushed out all over his body, and punched Calvin severely. Don't take everything on your own every time, aren't we partners? An angry punch was caught by a man braving a cyan flame. Calvin smiled faintly, with a sad smile, and said, Naz, I am very grateful for your impulse now, but there is no way, except for me, there is no can withstand such a huge magic power. Those magic powers are one, indivisible, and can only be carried by one person. The person braving the cyan flame pressed Naz to the ground, and only listened to Calvin continuing to say, although I had a bad relationship with you before, but in fact this is just my anger. I'm so sorry in the future. You have to take good care of the fairy tale. As the Dragon Slayer, you still have great potential. Don't make it as if you are saying a last word, aren't you the strongest wizard in the fairy tale? Then you will protect the fairy tale from now on. Naz yelled, not knowing where the power came from. In one fell swoop he broke free of the Phoenix Marco, but the next moment, a pitch-black dragon's claws pressed him severely. Now Naz couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. After all, it was a real red-eyed black dragon. The magic power in my body is very abundant now. I have to empty them to absorb the magic power of time and space. Naz, the Dragon Slayer can devour magic power of different natures, so I will give you a gift at last. After that, Calvin raised his right hand, and the magic of worship poured out and condensed into 3 shiny cards. When he stretched out his hand, the cards were shot out quickly, and one of them went directly into Naz. The other 2 flew towards the square. The obvious targets were Gagaru and Wendy. Next time you encounter an opponent that you can't beat, shout out the secret words. The cards will turn into your strength. Remember the secret words, Naz. Calvin knelt down and whispered to Naz quietly, but Naz's originally angry face became even more angry for some reason. After she stood up, a figure plunged into Calvin's arms, and she cried loudly. I don't want it. I don't want to lose you anymore. Calvin was full of sadness, brushing Mila's hair lightly. The next moment, the crying stopped. He used Miss Gang's magic with his only magic power. Under the agitation of his mind, Mila fell asleep unsuspectingly finished. He picked up Myra and let Lucy follow. Help me take care of it. Calvin, I am the astral sorcerer, maybe I can help. Lucy said hurriedly. Calvin shook his head and stroked Lucy's hair lightly. Say sorry for me to Myra, and Karna too. Fairy tale, no one wants you to do this, Calvin. Arusha said. I know, they are stubborn guys. But if the position is changed, each of them will behave like me. I've talked enough nonsense, I wasted a lot of time. Calvin took a deep breath, and then he stretched out his right hand. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, and the magic power that was about to riot found a catharsis, and horses rushed towards Calvin. Suddenly, countless strange feelings flooded into Calvin's body. He felt as if he would be burst in the next moment. In the sight of others, Calvin's skin was bulging with countless blue veins, and his eyes were red and red. His expression was extremely painful. Upon seeing this, Naz gritted his teeth fiercely, and unwillingly beat the ground hard. The red-eyed black dragon that was pressing against him became unstable and began to slowly disappear, but it was still strong against his claws. Arusha stared at Calvin, keeping his condition in mind, which was the only thing she could do now. And Lucy couldn't bear to turn her face away, and asked in a trembling voice, Miss Ulu, Calvin, what will happen next? Arusha didn't shift his sight at all, but he still replied, the eclipse gate is essentially a magic item, like your key, and opening the eclipse gate is like opening the star with a key. The door of the spirit. So, that magical power is not only as simple as the absence of a container, it is also the final state of the magic about to be displayed, just like the arrow that will be shot stopped on the bowstring. Once you have a new container, then this arrows will be shot in the next moment. In other words, Calvin, who has absorbed the magic of the solar eclipse, will passively continue to cast the magic that can travel through time and space, but that magic needs the carrier of the eclipse gate, just like the celestial magic requires a key and a contract to summon the protoss. And just relying on the human body to cast magic that can travel through time and space, what the consequences will be, I can't speculate. After saying everything she knew, Calvin finally absorbed all the magical power of the solar eclipse. At this moment, he was covered with weird blue lines, his eyes were flushed, his eyes were no longer visible, and his hair and clothes floated unnaturally. But at this time, the lightsaber trapped in Urusha was gone, the red-eyed black dragon also turned into a card, and Myra woke up. Unable to wait, they were about to rush towards Calvin. Urusha opened his hands and stopped everyone. Don't get close now, I don't know what will happen. As soon as she finished speaking, Calvin sent out a dazzling light, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open his eyes. For a while, the light disappeared quickly. At the same time, the correction of time and space was also completed, and the Emerald Princess looked at the broken eclipse gate with a puzzled expression, while still a little angry. Why was the eclipse gate ruined? Didn't the plan to defeat Gerald over the years fail? Who did it? As the only one who had a lot of contact with future Roger, she obviously forgot a lot of things. Fairy tale. What the happened? Did you destroy the eclipse gate? Could it be Calvin? He is the most opposed to this plan. Hurry up and ask him to come out and explain to me. The Emerald Princess immediately questioned. Calvin? Isn't he just? Naz said puzzledly, and was about to point at Calvin, but suddenly realized that Calvin was no longer there. After the light passed, Calvin disappeared in place. What the is this? Lucy stammered to herself in surprise. Ulu approached, closed his eyes and felt it before speaking slowly. There are two news, one good news and the other bad news. Novel. Me don't sell it, what's wrong with Calvin? Naz asked quickly, he was obviously very anxious when he was impatient. The good news is that Calvin is not dead. Urusha said softly, and Najmara and the others immediately became surprised. But, when they heard these two words, their expressions suddenly stunned. Usually, what follows this word is not good news. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to see Calvin again. What do you mean? Myra asked. Because of magic, I am very sensitive to time and space, so I know that the ground I am standing on now has a sense of time and space warped. This is a very strong feeling, very similar to the feeling I feel after using the arc of time on the object, but the feeling here is hundreds of times stronger. So I can tell that Calvin Guy has traveled through time and space. Chapter 299, Swamp Dragon. For a while, Calvin was completely unconscious. When he came back to his senses, he found that he could not move at all. It was really unable to move. There was no breathing, no heartbeat, only thoughts. And the surroundings are also in an extremely strange situation. He can be sure that his position is still where he was just now, but everything is going backwards. As literally said, everything is going backwards, people are walking backwards, the sun rises from the west and sets from the east, the building becomes brand new, and then it returns to the way it was before construction. All he felt was showing one thing, that he was going through the reverse of time. As for himself, he couldn't have any contact with everything. He and the outside world seemed to be separated by a world, and he could only observe silently. Calvin felt like he was going crazy. Time fell faster and faster, as if after a blink of an eye, a day went back outside, even though he couldn't blink now. At this moment, Calvin only felt that his sense of time had become chaotic. After all, he currently only has the ability to move his mind, and he can still distinguish between fast and slow. I don't know how long it took, the buildings outside became ancient, and so did the costumes of people. Slowly, the city completely changed its appearance, becoming dilapidated, brand new, and then turning back into a wasteland. Time actually went back to before the establishment of this city. At this time, the rewinding of time slowed down. Calvin knows the history of his country very well. The capital Kulokas existed with the establishment of the Fiery Kingdom. It has a history of nearly 400 years. So now it is at least 400 years ago, and he knows, 400 years ago, there were still dragons. Sure enough, he saw the dragon flying by, and there was a cocky flying dragon falling not far away from him. To be more precise, he was returning to just before flying. At this moment, the rewinding of time stopped completely, and the dragon completely stopped his movements, and time paused. No, I'm so unlucky. Suddenly, he felt that he could control his body, and from the moment his heartbeat recovered, time became normal. Calvin finally recovered from that crazy state. However, the Earth Yellow Dragon also found Calvin's existence in an instant. Looking back at him, Calvin couldn't see the dragon's expression reaction, and he felt uneasy. I had talked with Kikani's soul, so Calvin learned that dragons are friendly to people and treat people as food, but he doesn't know which kind of cocky dragon in front of him. The dragon stared at Calvin for a long time, and saw that Calvin's cold sweat was about to come out. Coldly, it spit out a huge amount of brown liquid towards Calvin. It's a roar. Calvin was startled, and he unfolded the black wings in reflection, and dodged the brown liquid dangerously, before pulling a horse straight away and staring at the dragon in front of him vigilantly. There are humans who can escape my roar, you are quite agile. The Earth Yellow Dragon's voice buzzed, and his tone was full of contempt. Calvin can be sure that this dragon will never be friendly to humans. But his current state is very bad. As time goes back to 400 years ago, the eclipse magic power in his body has been exhausted. If it hadn't been for the dragon to observe him for a while, let him recover a little magic power, he would even be black. The wings could not be opened. Now there is no way to fight the dragon, but I can't escape in front of the dragon's speed. This is really bad. Calvin smiled bitterly, facing the real dragon without magic power. It was true in his life. Have never encountered such a crisis. Humble humans, I am the dragon swamp of the swamp. I am the dragon that eats you and humbly sacrifices your body. Seeing if you can avoid one of my attacks, I will swallow you in one bite, never it makes you feel a little bit painful. Swan continued to say in his loud voice. In his opinion, his approach is already quite benevolent and friendly, unlike other dragons who eat humans without saying a word, that kind of unstyled thing. He disdains to do it. Hehe, I don't have the habit of serving it casually as food. Calvin sneered and replied, even if the current state is bad, he didn't think about it. Despicable bug. Then you will go through all kinds of pain before you die. Swan roared, seeming to be annoyed by Calvin's attitude, his right paw chopped the ground, the earth shattered, and countless spouts from the cracks the brown marsh water came turbulently. Marsh water? What a disgusting trick. Calvin cursed secretly, and the black wings slapped again behind his back, keenly flashing through the gap in the marsh water, but he did not take the opportunity to attack, and his magic power is not enough for him to squander. When I fought with Akunaroki last time, apart from turning into a blue-eyed white dragon, all other magics were not effective at him. It seems that only the Dragon Slayer magic can work on the dragon, but I will not. Can't head on. The future Rog said that I killed the three-headed dragon in that catastrophe. Mostly, I sacrificed my life and summoned that new card. The current situation has not reached that point. In a short moment, Calvin had many thoughts flashing in his mind, but he hadn't figured out a countermeasure yet. Swan had appeared in front of him, and his stout tail was thrown at him fiercely. He's meowing, so huge and so fast. Before he could dodge, Calvin used Giant Susa with little recovery of magic power, and the black wings behind him firmly surrounded him, but the lack of magic power prevented Giant Susa from showing up completely, only a few bones could be gathered. Boom! The sturdy tail was slammed, and the bone was easily broken like a biscuit. The tail then hit the black wing. At this moment, the momentum of the previous whiplash on Suzuo's bone made Calvin fly directly. On the way until novel.me Blackwing broke apart naturally. Thanks to these two defenses, Calvin was not directly hit, so although he was bombed, he was actually not injured. It's really impossible to fight, but a flick of the tail is so powerful, even if it is not as good as Akunarokia, it is an opponent that can hardly be defeated. Barely keeping his balance and landing, Calvin supported the ground with one hand. The new card that needs to be summoned at the expense of his life was already in his hand. At the last moment, he would definitely not let the swamp dragon in front of him feel better. But unexpectedly, Swan did not attack further after he flung Calvin away, but stared at Calvin with his fierce dragon head. Stop it! What's the matter? Calvin was still inexplicable when he saw Swan twisting his body lazily, and the buzzing voice sounded again. Too troublesome. Then he kicked his legs, spread his wings, and flew away. Chapter 300, Revisit the Old Place. Watching Swamp, the dragon of the swamp, flew away, Calvin couldn't help but twitched his mouth. I didn't make a mistake just now. That guy was saying it was too troublesome. Is your last name Nara? Although Calvin knows that dragons are also intelligent creatures and have different personalities, this one that I just met is a bit too personal. Just because of trouble, he gave up the meat on his lips. Calvin said that he has never encountered it in humans. This makes Calvin feel very strange, although he also feels that this encounter is so fortunate. After the crisis passed, Calvin was free to think about his current situation. Living dragon, it seems that it has really gone back to 400 years ago, and now even the kingdom of Fiori has not been established yet. Do you just survive in this era alone? Calvin looked up melancholy at the sky, as blue as 400 years later, but he did not feel any intimacy, only full of loneliness. I thought I wouldn't regret it at all, but in fact, I'm just a person with a little bit of strength. Although it's for my partner, I'm too conceited. Calvin regretted it, very regretful. After traveling alone into this unfamiliar era, and now that he is in a barren land, there is no other noise, Calvin calmed down and thought about everything before him. After being imprisoned for 7 years, Calvin's strength has increased to an incredible level. The magic is huge. Although the improved summoning card is not as many as the previous one, it can deal with almost any situation after the streamlining. Believing that his strength has surpassed Kilda's and Chairman Makarov. Therefore, he tried to deal with the Eclipse Gate incident on his own, so that his partners can enjoy the celebration of the great demon director Wu. This is called conceit. However, it turned out that he was not as versatile as he thought. Not only did he come to this crisis-ridden era, but what made him sad is how sad his partners will be after 400 years. Compared with those who are not there, those who still exist will be more sad and sad. If I could ask my partners to cope with it, there would be a completely different result. I ravaged my hair vigorously, as if it could slightly dispel the annoyance in my heart, but in fact, it had no effect. By the day I die, President Mabes hasn't been born yet. The more I thought about it, the worse I felt, so Calvin couldn't help but yell up to the sky, shouting hoarse with all his strength. Who after roaring, it seems to be a lot easier, at least this illusion can make Calvin feel better. Up to now, I can only think of a way to go back 400 years later. But the only way I can think of is the Eclipse Gate. In short, let the Eclipse Gate be the goal first. In addition, try not to cause the butterfly effect and change history. Thinking of this, Calvin was really a little uneasy. He had the experience of the previous life and he understood the small changes will make the future history completely different. Calvin had just witnessed time and space revising history not long ago, which made him understand that in this world, the so-called time is completely different from what he thinks. The previous generations were completely inaccurate in the concept of time, and no time paradox could be exhausted. Letter. The rules of time in this world are executed according to the grandmother's paradox. If someone goes back to the past and kills the grandmother before the grandmother has children, then the existence of someone will disappear. There is no parallel time and space in this world, there is only one timeline that can be changed at any time. The past can be changed, so Calvin must be very careful, or maybe even after 400 years, the partners will never meet him. Then he really couldn't stand it and collapsed. For Calvin, the most important thing is to reunite with his partner after 400 years. So he went back to the idea that came up in his heart 400 years ago, such as killing Jeff while he was not immortal, or killing Akunarokia, who was not invincible beforehand. These are scattered with the wind. The best way is to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, without contact with anyone, that can have a minimal impact on history, but I also want to look for the Eclipse Gate and the Celestial Wizard, and I want to avoid contact with anyone. It's impossible. It seems that I can only blend in with the crowd in a low-key way, and investigate silently. I hope everything goes well. This is the most appropriate method I can think of. After thinking so much, Calvin finally thought about his future path. At this time, his magic power was restored to half, enough to protect himself, and he no longer hesitated. He took out the summoning card and summoned the fighting wolf. After writing it, he chose. I don't know the surrounding environment, so Calvin just chose a direction at will. His sharp perception allowed him to avoid some magical existences on the way. Calvin guessed that the masters of these magical powers might be almost extinct after 400 years. Dragonet. It was also because of the existence of these dragons that Calvin didn't choose to hurry in the air. After all, flying in the sky was a bit too public. After all, in this era, the sky is the territory of the dragon. He didn't want to have another deadly battle with the dragon for no reason. How fast is fighting wolf rushing? Even if it is not as fast as flying, it is extremely fast, but after walking for a long time, Calvin perceives the human smoke, and the magic power of humans clearly emerges in his perception. Calvin naturally moved in this direction. Before long, a deserted town appeared in front of him. Looking around the geographical location, and then seeing a certain building in the town, Calvin suddenly realized. Caldia Cathedral, this is really Magnolia. It seems that I just subconsciously chose the direction of the guild. After revisiting the old place, Calvin's always depressed mood improved slightly. But having said that, the Cardia Cathedral has existed so early. Novel.me. However, what is this magic power? Although he had encountered humans, Calvin didn't want to contact them rashly, so he summoned Sanpaku and asked him to enter the town to find out the news on his behalf. Putting on the large cloak taken out of his belt, Jean Po Shi-Ran stepped into the town. Everything he saw in front of him was too far away from Calvin's imagination. There is not much sadness. The residents of the small town are all cheerful. Although poor, they are very satisfied. After all, in this era of dragon rule, being able to live and have a place to stay is already the greatest happiness. Jean Po walked quietly, and when he reached a certain place, he stopped. Looking at the behemoth in front of him through Zanpaku, Calvin couldn't help feeling general. Sure enough, the reason why this small town still exists is because of it. The one who appeared in Zanpo's eyes was a sleeping head, dragon. Chapter 301, Azure Dragon. It was a giant dragon with bright scales. The blue of the whole body was shining. The dragon's first horns were like horns. Although it was sleeping, it still felt its power. It looks like other dragons, but the smoothness on its back is so conspicuous. This is obviously abnormal. The dragon's quilt should have huge wings behind it. This is a dragon that cannot fly. It was born without wings. It's easy to see that the dragon's back has no signs of disability, but a whole body. Therefore, Calvin did not have the tension and pressure of facing the dragon before. After all, he can fly, and if he wants to run, the opponent can't catch up. I met 2 dragons in one day. I can't even think of this kind of experience in the future. However, this dragon is friendly to humans, so don't worry too much about fighting. After all, the joy of the people in the small town was not pretended, it seemed that the dragon was protecting the small town. Jean-Paul looked at the dragon quietly for a long time, and left without doing anything. Wandering around in the small town, although it will become Magnolia in 400 years, in this era, apart from the Cardia Cathedral, Calvin can't find any similarities in his memory. The town is not big. Calvin quickly made a circle and unknowingly returned to the place of the Azure Dragon. It is still lying there, but it has woken up, and is teasing the children in the small town boredly. The children's laughter is as sweet as silver bells, and it can be seen that they are not afraid of the dragon in front of them, but like faces to the kind elders, and the dragon also behaved like a kind old man next door. Nazwindi and their childhood, this is how they spent their childhood. Although Zanpo just went around casually just now, Calvin has almost inquired about the situation in the town. There are very few magicians here, there are only a few people, and the magic power is very limited. The town is almost composed of ordinary people. Calvin really didn't think they would know too much, so after thinking about it, he still felt that the dragon in the town was the most suitable. Boy, you are not from this small town, are you looking for me? Before Zanpai could speak, the Azure Dragon spoke first. As his voice fell, his huge head slowly lifted up, a pair of fierce eyes were fixed on Zanpaku. Although the blue dragon didn't have any malice, the monstrous might still spread to Calvin through Zanpaku. Sure enough, every dragon is powerful and terrifying, this race is too blessed. But this emotion didn't show up on Jean-Po, only Jean-Po spoke slowly with its cold voice. Mighty Lord, I am a traveler who comes here occasionally. I am looking for a place where there are so many magicians. Of course Calvin will not ask directly about the solar eclipse, but tactfully inquire about the possibility of a day. The place of eclipse gate information. The Azure Dragon observed Zanpo in silence for a while, and seemed to be curious that this human being could talk to himself so lightly. It seems that you are also a powerful magician. You dare to walk alone in this area of Ishugar. Although the dragons here are generally friendly to humans, there are still some self-respecting bastards. All the dragons had loud voices. Calvin could hear that the blue dragon had tried to put down his voice as much as possible, but he still felt his ears rumbling. I dare not say that it is powerful, but there are some means of life-saving. The Azure Dragon was non-committal, but didn't say anything. For him, as long as the person in front of him didn't harm the town, he wouldn't care too much. In the west of this small town, if you walk at the speed of humans for about 10 days, there will be a country called Daraganov. This is a country where dragons and people have coexisted since ancient times. Not much, I don't know, but the queen of that country is a magical human being. Daraganov, 400 years later, there is no such country, but I have seen its remains before, and there are indeed dragon statues. Calvin thought secretly after hearing this. In the past, after Calvin created the demon bat dragon, he often wandered the whole continent while working, and he had visited many ancient ruins, and Daraganov was one of them. Because of that the country has too many traces of dragons, so Calvin was also impressed. Thank you for your information, then I'll leave. Calvin didn't delay when he got the information he wanted. After saluting the blue dragon, he was about to leave, but the blue dragon stopped him. Wait kid, before you leave, I want to know the purpose of your going to that country. I should say, I want to know why you are looking for a place where the wizards gather. The blue dragon's voice is flat and calm, and there is no joy or anger. It may also be because of his too loud voice, but Calvin knew that if he answered him properly, the behemoth in front of him might be mad immediately. I found out just now, you are not a human being. You don't have any human taste. Although Calvin was not too shy about this flightless dragon, he didn't want to be an enemy to this dragon standing on the side of humans, so he replied sincerely. I was aware of your presence outside the town, so I didn't enter the town myself. The guy in front of you was just a magical body. Besides, I was looking for something, and the place where the wizard exists. There is most likely information on such things. As for what I am looking for, I am sorry for not being able to elaborate. The Azure Dragon looked at Calvin quietly for a while, then slowly retracted the dragon's head, closed his eyes, and whispered loudly. I am the dragon of the soul, Spurlot, who can distinguish between truth and lies. Although you have concealed something, you did not lie, but I still want to remind you, don't want to make trouble in Daraganov, otherwise, you will endure the anger of hardship and imagination. As you said just now, Daraganov is a place where humans and dragons coexist. Which humans dare to provoke dragons? Calvin replied indifferently, and Spyrirot, who heard Calvin's answer, read the book. www.yuyuganshu.com suddenly opened his eyes, not knowing what he recalled, and said solemnly. You are wrong, there are still people in this world who dare to provoke dragons, the genius wizard who has perfected many whimsical theories, the man with the immortal body. Hearing this, Calvin, who was outside the town, was suddenly shocked. The characteristic of immortality alone sounded like the dark sorcerer Jeff. After Spyrilet finished speaking, he ignored Zanpaku, and Zimpan pretended not to hear him, and hurriedly left the town, but Calvin was not so peaceful anymore and he fell into contemplation. Listen to Spyrilet, does Gerald already have immortality? And he has also perfected many theories, regardless of where he learned about it, but assuming that his words are correct, it is estimated that the eclipse gate should be. Is it done? Is it possible that I am going to contact Jeff? But no matter how you think about it, it's all behaviors that will affect history, but I can't find a solar eclipse without contacting him. Oh, what dare I do? After Zanpo returned to Calvin, he turned back into the cart and was taken back by Calvin. Fighting Wolf hurried to the west again, while Calvin sitting on it was still in trouble. Chapter 302, Guridanov. 400 years ago, Yugzagar was more barren than Calvin imagined. The spacious land requires a long journey to see a few small towns. In this era, the owner of the mainland is not a human, but a dragon. If you want to live in an ordinary life, you must first have at least one dragon in the place where you live. This is the rule of the times that Calvin understood along the way. Otherwise, I don't know when I will be attacked by dragons who don't want to coexist. And eat it as food. Are there many dragons? There are many, at least on this continent. Most of the dragons recognize the status of human intelligent creatures and are willing to treat them equally, but the small ones that do not want to recognize are still catastrophic for humans. After all, only dragons can compete with dragons. Along the way, Calvin has never encountered a human gathering place without the protection of dragons. He estimated that even if there is, it will probably not exist for long. After all, the dragon's sense of smell can easily smell the location of humans. But Calvin didn't have the time or the mood to care about these things at the moment. It has been almost 3 hours since he rode the Fighting Wolf. The sun is slowly approaching the horizon, the sun is getting yellower and more yellow, and night is about to fall. Calvin was still struggling with this matter whether he should contact that Jeff. Apart from the butterfly effect, Jeff himself was an extremely dangerous person, okay, although Mabis told him that Gerald was essentially a poor man. People, but the ghost knows if they will be killed by Angsalam inexplicably. During this tangled process, Calvin was shocked. Hundreds of extremely huge magical powers reflected in his perception. He had seen creatures with such magical powers before, and they were dragons. As soon as he raised his head, a towering city wall stood in front of him. From a distance, the city wall surrounded a huge city in a ring shape. On the top of the city wall, Calvin also saw huge dragon statues. It's magnificent, is this Dragunov? Before he knew it, Calvin had reached his destination. How fast the Fighting Wolf is. It takes 10 days for a human to walk. It only takes 4 or 5 hours. If Calvin didn't dare to fly in the sky, I'm afraid this time would be shortened a lot. In the light of the evening, Dragunov looked more ancient and thick, and from time to time there was deafening dragon roar, showing how harmonious people and dragons are here. That kind of historical precipitation was a temperament that Calvin had never seen before. It left his mind empty for a while, but his thoughts were extremely clear. I want to do so much. Jeff is now staying away from the crowd in order not to kill his life. If you want to get in touch with him, you should wait until you find him. With a big laugh, Calvin's mood was inexplicably comfortable. It was the best moment after arriving in this era. It drove Fighting Wolf to approach quickly, and it didn't take long to come under the city wall and in front of the city gate. Compared to the tall and towering city walls, the city gates look a bit small, but Calvin feels that it is still magnificent enough for humans. As for the other kind of residents in the city, I am afraid that there is no need for such things as city gates. Dragunov said it was a city. In fact, she is more like a giant city. The inconvenience of transportation and the threat of dragons really cannot connect all places. Such a city is a country, and it is everywhere in this era. Dragunov's city gate was empty, only 2 guards who seemed to have no energy were guarding them. The defense is too lax, or they don't care about the enemy who will attack from the gate. Approaching the city gate, the sky was almost completely dark, and Calvin clearly heard the conversation between the 2 guards. Everyone is going to the wedding party. Why should I be so unlucky to watch today? It's bad enough not to be able to attend the ceremony during the day. Should I stay here even during party time? What are you complaining about? Aren't I the same as you? Besides, we should feel honored. Being able to serve as guards on the Queen's wedding day is an honor that can be shown off for a lifetime. You really admire the Queen, who? During their conversation, Calvin's figure was revealed, but he was not dressed up as a concealer, so he did not cause the guards to be too vigilant. It turns out that the Queen here gets married today, no wonder the city gate is so deserted. Thoughts quickly passed through his mind. Calvin smiled slightly and said to the guard, I'm here to attend Her Majesty's wedding, but the journey was delayed, so I was late. Calvin didn't say that he was a traveler. After talking with Spyrilet, he realized how remarkable it is to travel alone in this era. Well, then you go in by yourself, we have to guard, and we won't lead the way. The guard's face instantly became cold and impatient, and he turned his head at will and ignored Calvin. The guards had a strange attitude, but Calvin only thought that the other party was depressed because of the mission, and did not think too much, but after a few steps, there was another voice behind him, and the guards did not hesitate Calvin in their conversation. He is from that country too, these guys are all greedy guys. Don't say it, Her Majesty the Queen is willing to marry their general. Isn't the promise of this marriage just to ease the dispute between the two countries? Anyway, I'm just upset, obviously Her Majesty the Queen has such a huge magic power. Calvin gradually walked away, unable to hear the voice behind him, but he also understood many causes and consequences. Is it a political marriage? Sure enough, there is a fight where there are people. He smiled helplessly. The inferiority of human beings will exist at any time, and Calvin has already seen no surprises. Although he didn't know the way, Calvin didn't hesitate to walk. In his perception, those magical guys were concentrated in a certain place, which must be where the party was held. Among them Novel.me Calvin perceives a unique magic power, which is also huge, but it does not belong to the dragon. The master of that magic power is the queen. It's worthy of Spiralet's praise and the admiration of the people, but this magic power feels very familiar, as if I have experienced it many times. Without rashly approaching, Calvin found a secret place, summoned the magic flying insect, and quietly inquired. The 7 illusory bugs quickly flew high into the sky, scattered in all directions, and slowly approached. No one could find them. One of them sneaked into the party venue, and saw the people laughing wildly and reveling, drinking heroically. The ladies did not hesitate to smile, and the dragons were also giving the queen a roar of joy. It was a large square. In the center, a couple of newlyweds in dresses were receiving congratulations from all the people. But Calvin, who was observing through the magic fly, was suddenly startled, and his attention was completely attracted by the red-haired beauty among the new couple. That is, Elsa. Chapter 303, Queen Irene. No. It's not Elisa. Although they are similar, they are still a little different. However, even if people are similar, they are too similar. Not only the appearance, but even the temperament and the magical feeling are so alike. It is estimated that the queen is Elisa's ancestor, but this queen's blood is so powerful, it can still be like this after so many generations. Calvin murmured to himself, his mistake made him almost think that someone had gone back 400 years ago, his heart thumped and he couldn't help but ecstatic for a moment. Taking back the magic flying insects, today he suddenly lost the motivation to continue the investigation. Although it was not a day after the journey, the loneliness and emptiness in his heart were more terrifying than he had imagined. Walking on the street alone, Calvin was like finding a place to have a quiet drink. When he walked to a tavern, he realized that he didn't have the currency of this era. To be precise, he doesn't even know what money is used in this era. It looks like I need to get some money, otherwise I will really end up in the old forest deep in the mountains. But in this era, is there really a job that suits me? Tonight, the people of Dragonov were caring till the early hours of the morning, but this has nothing to do with Calvin. He didn't want to have any contact with the queen of this country at all. He randomly found a place to meet tonight. In the early hours of the next morning, Calvin, who had reorganized his mood, was refreshed. Instead of using magic flying insects, he used his feet and eyes to see this ancient country. This walk was a morning. Although it was time-consuming, Calvin found a job he could do. He came to a building. It is very lively, crowded, and in Calvin's perception, these people have good magical powers. Inside the building is an empty hall. On one of the walls, there are various lists with different orders written on them. I'm afraid this is the predecessor of various guilds. Complete commissions to earn rewards. People who share common interests gather together, and then they become guilds. Various guilds began to be established and prospered about 400 years ago. The reason is probably because of the disappearance of the dragon. But before that, there have been similar prototypes. Speaking of which, this kind of place is intelligence. It's the easiest place to spread, so I'll spend some time here now. After taking a casual glance, Calvin chose a commission for hunting the horn on the head of the monster Banacus. After the selection, Calvin registered with the staff here. Banacus? It's not easy. Anyway, I've never seen you before, Mr. Fettel. The mature beauty in charge of related procedures asked Calvin casually while registering for Calvin. Fetrer is a fake name taken by Calvin, all in order not to leave traces of Calvin Macaro in history. I only came to this country recently. It's not surprising that I haven't seen me. That's right, it looks like you are very confident, but I still have to remind that the commissions that need to go outside are very dangerous, please be careful. Calvin smiled, with a confident smile and a handsome face, making the beauty blush with shame. Maybe Calvin would have a place to stay tonight if he took a little thought, but he was very confused. The ground left with only one back. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Calvin returned to Gurdenov with a beautiful unicorn, without any dust on his body. Calvin finally did not need to sleep on the street tonight. In the following month, Calvin completed various commissions to earn money, while secretly inquiring about various intelligence. During this period, Calvin thought he was very low-key, but he ignored how inefficient it was to complete the commission in this era. At least in Gurdenov, as efficient as Calvin, I have never heard of it before. Early that morning, Calvin went to the commissioning hall as usual, but he did not look very energetic. Although I made some money after completing the commission, I didn't get the information I wanted at all. On the contrary, the news that the dragons of the western continent attacked humans was heard almost every day. If this continues, I haven't been able to go back when the Dragon King festival broke out. Right. Annoyed, he scratched his hairstyle became messy, and as he walked, Calvin's face suddenly shrank. In his perception, 2 huge magic powers appeared on the road ahead, whose owners were the queen of this country and the dragon. Well, although I don't know why they are here, it's better not to get close. Thinking of this, Calvin turned around and left. He planned to have a good night's sleep in the hotel today. At the door of the entrusting hall, a huge dragon whispered to the queen, "The smell of that person is far away. I don't know if we are aware that we still want to rest today." The queen lowered her head for a moment and said slowly, "Most of it is aware of us. This month, he will come to complete the commission every day, and will stay here for a long time, not to mention that he has walked halfway, how could he suddenly change direction? In this way, it seems that he doesn't want to contact us. Does he need to find him?" Long asked. The queen lowered her head and thought again, and said again, "Yes, that guy is a powerful wizard. I don't know the purpose of his sudden appearance in this country. Moreover, the dragon from the west does not know when it will come to the east, even a little bit. Fortunately, I need to strengthen Gurdanov's strength. In that case, I will walk with you again." "No, I'll go and meet him alone, maybe he is afraid of you to avoid it," the queen said. "How can you tell novel.me you are the queen of this country, how can you face people of unknown depth alone? Bears Elian, you are so worried, you said, I am the queen of this country, the strongest magician of this country." The queen smiled confidently, her beautiful face exuding a moving brilliance. Back at the hotel, Calvin hadn't rested for a while, his face became very exciting again. "Is it my illusion? But the queen really seems to be coming towards me. Is it possible that it is really coming towards me? There is only one person this time, should I continue to avoid seeing it? But it seems that the queen doesn't seem to be a personality that will give up easily. Maybe there will be more radical methods. Oh, obviously I don't want to have extra branches." Calvin gave a wry smile, a little at a loss, but the queen came faster than expected. While still hesitating, there was a knock on the door in the room, and there was a heroic and pleasing voice. "Your Excellency, I am the Queen of Gurdanov, Irene Bears Elian, can you talk to me?" Chapter 304, Meeting with the Queen. The princes of a country have come to the front, if they still avoid seeing it, wouldn't it be that they are guilty? Calvin can't help it, even if he doesn't want to meet, he can only helplessly open the door. "Hi hello, Your Majesty." With a frivolous attitude, Calvin pretended to be a layman. From a closer look, Calvin only felt that Queen Irene was more and more imaginative with Elsa, especially her eyes, which were all kind of tough with tenderness, but the queen in front of her had more tenderness. Regarding Calvin's personality, Irene didn't care too much, and asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Fettel, I'm here to ask you the purpose of coming to this country for a powerful wizard like you. What is it? Why everyone likes to ask this question?" Calvin was extremely depressed. For similar questions, he had already answered Spyri lot again. But the answer is still to be answered, just listen to Calvin's serious answer. "I'm looking for a kind of magic, and the astral sorcerer. Gurdanov does not have a celestial wizard, so, have you determined that the place of magic is here?" Irene immediately asked after hearing it. "No, I came to this country, just thinking that here is the most likely to get information about that magic." Calvin sighed, and he felt depressed when he thought that he still had no clue to this day. After hearing this, Irene did not continue to ask, but stared at Calvin quietly, as if thinking about whether Calvin's words were true or not, and whether they could be believed. Instead, Calvin couldn't help but ask, "By the way, how did you know about me? Obviously I am very low-key." Irene's eyes became strange, and she said in a strange tone, "After completing so many difficult commissions, do you dare to say that you are low-key? Moreover, standing in front of you will know how terrifying the magic power you possess." Calvin felt that what the other party said was very reasonable, and he accepted the queen's appreciation frankly. "Your magic power is also extraordinary. This is the first time I have seen a magic power that can match a dragon." Calvin reciprocated and praised the queen. "What's the use of magical power? Our human magic doesn't work on the scales of dragons at all," Irene said softly, her tone full of uncontrollable depression. "Isn't the dragon-killing magic created in this era? But I think it was also a matter of the past 2 years. It must have been created when the Dragon King festival went to war." Calvin deliberately told Irene about the Dragon Slayer, but after careful consideration, he dispelled this idea. Although he didn't think the queen in front of him would develop the Dragon Slayer spell, it would be better to do less. "Follow me outside the city, I want to see your skill, can you?" Irene suddenly asked. "Let me refuse, I am not used to revealing my magic at will." Calvin refused without thinking. "Okay, but I beg you for one thing." Irene was helpless, but it was impossible to force Calvin to take action. The situation between dragons and humans in the West is getting more and more serious, and our dragons of Ishugar will not just watch them slaughter humans indiscriminately. The war between dragons will break out at some point, even if it's good. I also want to increase Gurdanov's strength as much as possible. Want to recruit me? Calvin was non-committal. Please speak of it as an invitation. Irene corrected. If a war breaks out between the dragons, do you plan to get involved? You are just a human being. Calvin asked very seriously. So what, if the dragon war really breaks out, it's also because the dragon of Ishul is to protect us humans. Do you think I can just stand by and watch? Calvin felt that Irene was a bit emotional in an instant. Furthermore, if our dragon is defeated, it is not our human beings who are unlucky. Naturally, the sooner we can prepare, the better. Calvin pouted. But humans can't fight dragons at all. Didn't you just say that human magic is useless to dragons? This is indeed a fact, but it is not a fact that cannot be changed. Irene muttered to herself in a voice that she could only hear, and then immediately increased her volume. So, what's your answer? Is it to close your eyes and cover your ears in fear of the power of the dragon, or to fight? Calvin shrugged, showing a nonchalant expression. I have received your answer. Seeing Calvin's reaction, Irene understood that this was undoubtedly a rejection, but it is normal to think about it. How can normal people have the courage to confront the existence of dragons? Although Irene thought of the possibility of fighting against the dragon in her mind, she still didn't believe in Calvin very much and was afraid to disclose it at will. Of course, if Calvin agreed to her invitation today, she would not be stingy with her own ideas. If you can discuss it with a powerful wizard, maybe it might be more perfect. But since Calvin refused, Irene wouldn't be entangled, opened the door of the room, and was about to leave happily. I will come to you again later. I hope you can stay in this country for a while. This is indeed the best place to gather information. After closing the door, Irene's voice came from behind the door. After perceiving that the queen had really left, Calvin fell into contemplation instead. Although she tried to be as calm as possible, she was still a little anxious to hide. I am afraid that the Dragon King festival will not be coming for too long. If this is the case, do I want to leave? No, the scale of the Dragon's War is extraordinary. It's the same where you hide. It's better to stay in this country. However, staying here seems like a waste of time. Irene, who left the hotel, returned to the inner city to meet with Bears Elyon. Unable to see the result from her face, Bears Elyon couldn't help asking, how are you talking? Did he agree? That man is indeed a powerful wizard, especially when standing in front of him, I can feel it better, but he refused. Irene's tone sounded a little bit sad, but Bears Elyon disagreed. Even if a human has some strength, it is really not worth mentioning to the power of the dragon. Don't worry, you have us enough mental novel. Me even if you save your life, I will protect humans. Thank you, Bears Elyon. Listening to Bears Elyon's comfort, Irene's heart couldn't help warming up. In the hotel, Calvin couldn't help but think differently after intense thoughts. Speaking of which, after 400 years of my return, I will still play against Akunarokia. As I am not an opponent at all, I am afraid I can't even use that card. Only the Dragon Slayer magic can fight the dragon, and the God Slayer magic may also be able to. In this era, I might have the opportunity to learn and integrate into the summoning card. Thinking of this, Calvin recalled the words of the Emerald Dragon Kikanis, that Akunarokia was a black dragon transformed by a Dragon Slayer. Although the long-nosed knight said that Jeff made him into a dragon, there is actually no evidence to prove it. If you practice dragon-killing magic and eventually become a dragon, I don't want to become another kind at all. Biological. However, maybe the dragon crystal, if this thing can be studied. Chapter 305, Broad-Minded. Calvin has his own opinion about the Dragon Slayer. As far as he knows, the so-called dragon-killing magic is to transform the human body into a physique with the characteristics of a dragon, so as to use the same power as the dragon, so it can cause damage to the dragon. And this dragon-killing magic requires the dragon's personal teaching, but if you bury the dragon-killing crystal in your body, you can also become a Dragon Slayer wizard, just like Laxus, the Cobra of the 6 demon generals, and the Karl. The text only hears of the name of the 4 heavenly kings of Idagar, the Serena. Rock and Stinger, who also have the dragon crystals embedded, are the strongest mode of the Dragon Slayer, the power of the dragon, by their own will. Calvin had never seen that power in Naz and Gojiru. It can be inferred from the situation of the above-mentioned people that the dragon crystal possesses very considerable power. In addition, the dragon crystal has a trait similar to a transformer, which can transform human magic into dragon magic, and the human body carrying the dragon magic is affected and transformed into a dragon-killing physique. Maybe this is the principle of the Dragon Slayer magic. But no matter what, there is no doubt that the magic can be converted. This is also the reason why Calvin wants to obtain the dragon crystal. The ability to convert the magic attribute will be an important support for him to deal with Akunarokia in the future. In this way, I really have to intervene in the Dragon King festival. I can't kill the dragon to get the dragon crystal by myself. I just don't know if the queen has any dragon crystals left over from the dragon's fall, but even if there are, I'm afraid I won't give it to me easily, or I just steal it. However, if you want to steal it, you must have a prerequisite, that is, Irene must have a collection of dragon crystals, and it is not easy to steal it. After all, the dragon's nose is not for display purposes, and Calvin doesn't think that kind of collection. There will be no guards at the treasure place. Calvin was thinking about gains and losses for the whole day, and it was the next day that he finally made a decision. Go to see Irene and join her formation. As a queen, Irene has many political affairs to deal with every day. The day after meeting with Calvin, she was dealing with political affairs suddenly felt a surging and terrifying magic. Although she doesn't have Calvin's exaggerated perception ability, she can still clearly feel that magic power is at the door of her palace. This magic power, is it him? Irene rushed out of the desk affairs and went straight to the source of magic power, although she was fast, but not anxious, because she probably guessed what was going on in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the location, Irene saw Calvin, humans and animals smiling harmlessly at her, while the guards on the side were surrounded by cold sweat and nervously. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, but your guard wouldn't let me see you, so I can only use this method. It doesn't matter, it's also because I didn't expect that you would come to me on the initiative, or I would tell the guard your name in advance, Fettel. Irene said naturally, letting the guards disperse and beckoning Calvin to follow her. Did you not resolutely rejected it yesterday? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Irene asked without turning her head while walking on the road. Although I really want to stay out of it, I long to have the power to fight the dragon, and I think you might be able to help me do it. Calvin was referring to Irene's right to give him the dragon crystal, but to Irene's ears, it was another matter. How to have the power to fight against the dragon, this is an idea that she has given birth to recently. She has a preliminary idea, but she hasn't told others why Calvin would know. She looked at Calvin in surprise and couldn't help blurting out, "You can read magic like minds." What? Calvin was puzzled and didn't understand Irene's meaning. I said your magic is similar to the type that can read the mind? How else would you know that I have the ability to help you gain the power to fight the dragon? Irene's face became serious. Hey? You really can? Wait, why are you so surprised? Didn't you just come here for this? Two people talk like a chicken and a duck, and they don't know each other's meaning. No, I never thought about asking you to help me, right? I do want you to help me, but I just want you to see if you can give me a dragon crystal and let me study the power against dragons. After a tumultuous round, Calvin finally stated his purpose. It was clear to Irene that both of them had misunderstood, and couldn't help but blush, but she quickly pretended that nothing happened. Dragon crystal, you mean the crystal of the source of magic power in the dragon? Don't you know that this kind of thing will become an ordinary crystal as the dragon dies? Calvin secretly cursed badly. Before the Dragon King festival, I am afraid that few dragons did not naturally grow old. Wouldn't it mean that even Irene would probably not have the dragon crystal in his hand? Wouldn't it be in vain that he came to see Irene at the risk of getting involved in history? But while Calvin was upset, Irene suddenly changed her tone. A long time ago, there were dragons who died because of fighting with other dragons. Although many crystals have disappeared in the long river of history, some of Gurdenov still survived. Calvin twitched at the corner of his mouth, and this turn was heart-pounding. But, my queen, can you not divide your speech into so many paragraphs? Calvin yelled inwardly, but still listened intently. The dragon crystal in your mouth is a relic of the dragon after all. Even I have no right to give it to you directly. It must be approved by the dragon. Come with me, I'll take you to Belkelion. Is Berselion the dragon that followed you yesterday? But why didn't you change direction? Calvin asked. Originally, I took you to see him, but now it's just one more thing. Irene replied without looking back. Perhaps because of the dragon living here, the palace was too big, and the two of them were walking and chatting. Speaking of which, it should not be easy for the dragon to give me the crystal. That's for sure. Although the dragon is very friendly to people, it is not easy to give this kind of things to others, and I will not reluctantly ask them. Everything must be approved by you yourself. Calvin furrowed his brows deeply, and it was really twists and turns. Then how do I get their approval? I don't know till novel.me, but I guess you have to prove your worth first. Irene smiled slightly, and Calvin chilled in his heart. That is to fight. Actually, do you still mind that I refused to let you see my magic yesterday? How is it possible? I am a queen, with a mind and tolerance far beyond ordinary people. Calvin glanced at Irene's mind. In another sense, it was indeed wide. Where are your eyes looking? Perceiving Calvin's gaze, Irene couldn't help but glared at him. It's nothing, your majesty, you are so beautiful, I'm dumbfounded. Calvin babbled gibberish and fooled him. Don't think too much, I have a husband. Irene snorted lightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Chapter 306, White Dragon vs. Shenglong. Are you the powerful wizard in Irene's mouth, Fetrer? Just after meeting, Berselion wanted to give Calvin a slap in the face. He regarded Irene as his biological daughter, and naturally it was because Irene was rejected yesterday. Take a breath. Berselion held his head up and looked at Calvin condescendingly. Due to the angle, this line of sight seemed to others as if Berselion was scorning Calvin. As the leader of Gurdenov's dragons, and also the most powerful dragon among them, Berselion does have the ability and qualification to despise Calvin. In fact, Berselion really didn't care much about Calvin, even if he was a human being, there was not much difference between being strong and not being strong in front of the dragon. So I am so famous, even the dragon knows my name. Calvin smiled slightly and said relaxedly, facing the monstrous power of the dragon without being uncomfortable. Berselion was stunned, leaning down slightly, and now he looked at Calvin with his straight eyes instead of the haughty eyes that were about to reach the ceiling. Magic Fetrer, you are more courageous than I thought. The first time I saw the person I looked like just now can be calm and free. This is the first time I have met. Belselion's dragon head develops more horizontally than other dragons, making him look more like a lizard than other dragons. With his sincere words, Calvin always feels a little bit to laugh. But of course he couldn't laugh, he just pretended to sneer and sneered, I haven't seen a dragon stronger than you. I've already died once. There will be no more creatures that can scare me. As soon as this statement came out, not only Berselion's face sank, but even Irene, who stood aside watching with interest, was surprised. He couldn't help but looked at Calvin with inexplicable eyes, with a little pity and a little bit of pity. Sad. They naturally thought that Calvin had had a tragic experience. It was nothing more than that his family was killed by a dragon, and he was also seriously injured. Calvin, who experienced the bone pain, is indeed no different from having died once. They don't really think that Calvin really died once. Berselion suddenly felt that he was a little afraid to face Calvin. Every time he heard that a human was killed by a dragon, he would be heartbroken, so he stopped mentioning this topic and turned his head to ask Irene. You didn't come to see me for no reason, are you there? Irene calmed down, and slowly said that Calvin wanted the dragon crystal. After Berzarian listened, he pondered for a while before speaking again. Although the dragon crystal is a thing that remembers the dead dragon, it is only a decoration after all. It is of no use to us. It is a good thing if you can research any valuable results. But, are you sure you have this ability? I don't want you to mess around with the crystal, but there is no result. This is the only proof that a dead dragon has existed, and all dragons don't want to see it be ruined. I can't guarantee you 100%. Carl said in a simple and concise manner. Then, let me see what you can do, Fettel. Calvin glanced at Irene, who smiled slightly at Calvin, his eyes as clear as a spring, but Calvin always felt that Irene was deliberately showing her magic. That is to say, I still have to fight, then, is my opponent you, the queen? Irene shook her head and said slowly. Your purpose of studying the dragon crystal is to fight the dragon, why not really fight the dragon? Don't worry, Berzalion will be merciful and won't really kill you. The corner of Calvin's mouth raised slightly, very confident, just forget it, I'm not so vulnerable yet. So, do you want to start a fight here? I don't think this palace is that strong. Calvin looked around and said lightly. It seems that you are very confident that you will cause a lot of damage on the way to fight with me. Berzalion said, the dragon's body stood up and its wings spread out. I'm waiting for you outside the city, don't let me wait too long. Having said that, Berzalion raised his wings, and Irene jumped on Bersalion's paw skillfully and waved to Calvin with a smile. Underestimate me these two bastards. Calvin grunted, and the black wings behind him suddenly unfolded. With a sudden wave, the airflow caused him to fly into the air instantly, like a black meteor chasing one person and one dragon. In terms of flight speed, there is no creature in this world that can be faster than a dragon. Even Calvin's black wings can't match it. But it's just a short distance outside the city. Calvin has not been thrown too far, less than a minute after Lin and Berzalion landed, Calvin also appeared in front of them. It really surprised me, you can fly. Irene slightly covered her surprised little mouth, and Berzalion was also stunned. Isn't this what you want to see? Flying against the dragon is just the most basic. Calvin raised his head proudly. Although it looked arrogant, Irene nodded in agreement. Very satisfied with the look that Irene looked at her, Calvin looked at the holy dragon in front of him. Very flexible magic, but is this all you have, Fettel? Said Berzalion, curiosity in his hideous eyes. Calvin didn't answer, but he didn't know where he took out a card depicting this silver dragon that was alive. My lady queen, the momentum will be huge later, I think you should avoid it. Irene looked at Calvin, then at Berzalion, and then quickly moved away without saying a word. Seeing that Irene had been hiding to a safe distance, Calvin stopped lingering and threw the card out of his hand. The magic of the card? But it's useless to us. Berzalion gave a sigh, then roared, and the strong wind blew from his mouth, wanting to blow away Calvin's card, along with the magic carried in it. However, the card suddenly emits dazzling light, holy and pure white, accompanied by the sound of dragons resounding through the world. The pure white light quickly condenses, and in a flash, a silver white dragon no less than Belkelion descends here, and Carl Wen does not know when to stand on top of his head. The blue-eyed white dragon was first shown 400 years ago. Oh my god! Is this what? Fetcher summoned the dragon. Irene in the distance seemed to be stupid, her eyes widened, her mouth widened, and she was full of shock and did not know how to express. Compared to Irene, Berzalion was more calm and was born a dragon. He knew that although the monster in front of him was similar to himself, it was not a real dragon. Magic, Fettel, I find that I really underestimate you. However, does the strength of the dragon you summon really match its appearance? Try it yourself and you won't know. Calvin exclaimed, while holding a few cards in his hand. He naturally wouldn't just fight the real dragon with a blue-eyed white dragon. The blue-eyed white dragon and the sacred dragon collided with each other until the ground under the feet of the two dragons broke, and this was just a confrontation between them. The white dragon stretched out its claws and grabbed at the sacred dragon. The sharp claws that should have been unmatched only made a harsh sound and a few sparks on the scales of the sacred dragon, unable to break the defense at all. Naturally, Berzalion would not just be beaten but not fight back. When he hit one side of his head, the huge horns on his cheeks that were bent upwards on both sides stabbed towards the white dragon. Calvin didn't even need to think about this attack. The soul cast on the white dragon quickly counterattacked, and the light bloomed in his mouth, like a laser's breath shooting out from it, hitting Berzalion's head. Boom! There was a popping sound, and the breath of laser light burst forth, but after the light dissipated, Berzalion's undamaged dragon face was revealed, and his attack that never stopped. Bala! Easily, his sturdy giant horn pierced Bai Long's neck. Is that level, Fettel? Chapter 307, Conversation with the Dragon. After piercing the neck of the blue-eyed white dragon, Berzalion waved his paw and grabbed Calvin fiercely. But another white-silver claw held it down, and it was the blue-eyed white dragon. Afterwards, Calvin's light blue magic power was visible to the naked eye, and it quickly condensed into a huge figure, holding a long sword that was also condensed by magic power and slashed at Berzalion. Giant Susa. Kang. The magic sword did not have the defense against Berzalion, but the extraordinary impact made him step back, and at the same time his huge horns also left the neck of the blue-eyed white dragon. This is a fatal wound for ordinary creatures, but it has no effect on the blue-eyed white dragon. With the supplement of Calvin's magic power, This huge wound quickly healed without any traces. The blue-eyed white dragon is not a creature. Strictly speaking, it is just a polymer of magic power. Calvin said loudly, and attacked Berselian together with the white dragon under his feet. Is it a polymer of magic power? That is to say, before the magic power is exhausted, it will be immortal. Belkelian thought secretly, facing Calvin's offensive, he did not rush to resist one by one with his huge body. From a distance, a half-length giant is on the head of the white dragon, carrying a shield and brandishing a long sword, just like a dragon knight. It's amazing. Although it can't break Berselian's defense, it is really suppressed at this moment. Irene's eyes were completely attracted. She possessed extraordinary magical powers. She never thought that someone could fight the dragon. Such a point. How terrible is the power of one person and one dragon fighting. The surrounding terrain was destroyed in a mess, and Irene, who looked at them from a distance, felt the strong wind, blowing her hair everywhere. If Fedel's magic can cause damage to the dragon, then defeating a dragon shouldn't be a problem. Assessing Calvin's strength secretly in her heart, Irene's eyes seemed to be bright, and she looked very bright. On the battlefield, Calvin, who was fighting fiercely, only felt depressed. In the face of the dragon's huge and strong body, as well as the magic power of destroying the world, he had a way to fight it. But for the dragon's scales, he was really powerless. As long as it is an attack related to magic power, it seems to be completely useless on scales. Calvin can feel that the magic power of the dragon is completely different from himself in this aspect, and it is obvious that the dragon is better in this respect. Berselian took advantage of the gap and looked around, and he groaned when he saw the scene of destruction. Suddenly, his wings flew high in the sky, shouting loudly. The dragon is the king of the sky, Fedel, let me see how you perform in the sky. It's really a superior attitude, which makes people uncomfortable. Calvin snorted, and went into the air with the blue-eyed white dragon not to be outdone. After the battlefield shifted to mid-air, the battle became more intense. Without the hindrance of the ground, their movements were no longer restricted. After Calvin repeatedly confirmed that the magical attack was completely invalid, he directly gave up this attack method. The blue-eyed white dragon's melee ability confronts Berselian. Biting, ramming, whipping, scratching, and any part of the blue-eyed white dragon's body can be used. With the giant Calvin Suzuo, there is almost no gap, but this is like a stormy attack, and it has no effect on the dragon. Berselian was once again under the attack of the blue-eyed white dragon, but grasped the flaw this time, opened his huge hideous mouth, and bit at Calvin. In the previous match, Berselian had already figured out the defensive power of giant Suzu. Although it was extremely hard, it was not indestructible. He believed that with his sharp teeth, he would definitely be able to break it. Just when he was about to bite, a huge force came from the top of his head, and Berselian only felt that the top of his head was hit hard. The impact changed his attack direction, staggering past the giant Suzu. The huge figure of Berselian turned in the air with inconsistent agility, and saw another blue figure appeared in the air. It was a human, his eyes seemed to be awake, and his hands were wings. Blue flames burst out all over the body. In a flash, Calvin summoned Marco. Is it also a summoned object? So you can summon more than one. Berselian said, feeling better in his heart. When did human beings have become so strong? There is a big gap between advantages and disadvantages, but they can still not like dragons. This is not humility. Although Calvin could not attack him, how could he attack Calvin? I haven't said the number of summoned beasts, otherwise guess how many places I have. Calvin raised his brows and said confidently. The posterity is terrifying, but I won't ask, but just let you show it. Berselian laughed, and immediately opened his mouth to Calvin. The roar was condensed in his mouth. Although it was extremely powerful, he believed that Calvin's ability would not really cause any injuries. Feeling the terrifying magic in Berselian's mouth, Calvin recalled Akunaroki's roar and quickly threw out a card. A real red-eyed black dragon flew out of the darkness and slammed into Berselian. His original red-eyed black dragon fell 400 years later, and the current card was made again after he came to this era. Suddenly another dragon appeared. Both Berselian and Irene were taken aback. Unexpectedly, Berselian was completely knocked and turned his head towards the sky, roaring out, and a pillar of light from the sky stood between the sky and the earth until novel.me even the clouds were blown away. Meow, the dragon's roar is his meow, who can stop it? Calvin was sweaty. He was really frightened just now. If he was really hit, he would lose half of it if he didn't die. Life. The battle was interrupted, and Berselian seemed to feel that he was too excited just now, and his expression was a bit embarrassed, but Calvin felt that it was a bit too hideous and terrifying to show it in that body shape. Irene also hurried over to stop it. It was enough to fight to this point. Calvin's strength was at a glance, and it was so powerful that she felt terrified. She didn't know what else could defeat him besides the dragon. I didn't see the wrong person, Fetrer, you deserve my expectation. After Calvin landed, Irene couldn't wait to say, and patted Calvin on the shoulder, very excited. Extraordinary magic, even roaring is useless. Berselian was also extremely amazed, and the look in Calvin's eyes was completely different. No, if the roar hit me just now, I might be gone. Isn't this a miss? Chapter 308, Difficult R&D. Irene led Calvin towards the treasure vault of her palace. The strength Calvin showed when he was discussing with Berselian just now was enough to prove his worth. Afterwards, Calvin even introduced the summoning card to one person and one dragon, proving his understanding of magic knowledge. Therefore, Berselian agreed to Calvin's request and presented the dragon crystal. The two came to a secret room without any guards around. There was a delicate giant lock on the door of the secret room. Irene raised the soft light right hand and gently brushed it over the giant lock. With a click, the giant lock was gone. Open. Standing in front of the secret room, Calvin sensed that there was a huge magical power nearby. Although the owner of the magical power was not visible, it was certain that he must be staring at it from the attachment. The defense is very tight, and it was guarded by dragons, Calvin said softly. You really have the ability to perceive magic, but since it is a treasure house, considerable guarding power is also normal. Irene replied with a smile, and opened the door first. The appearance in the secret room was simpler and neater than Calvin had imagined. The boxes were neatly arranged one by one, so no jewels could be seen, but Calvin was sure that the things hidden in those boxes would never be simple. Perhaps there are too many treasure chests and they are too similar. It took a long time for Irene to confirm his goal, and he came over with a simple and ancient treasure chest and opened it in front of Calvin. Suddenly, two crystals that were as clear as gems appeared in front of Calvin. The size of the dragon crystal was smaller than Calvin had imagined, and it was not as big as his fist. These two crystals used to be the storm dragon and the glitter dragon. I will give them to you now. Please use them. Irene solemnly handed the crystal to Calvin. Calvin looked at the crystal calmly, solemnly nodding, received them in the space belt. Is there only these two? Calvin asked suddenly after the crystal was collected. There are only two, but what do you want so many for? Irene asked a little surprised. Without directly answering Irene's question, Calvin took out his summoning card and shook it to Irene. You summon monsters from these cards to fight, right? Does it have anything to do with the dragon crystal? The card is made by myself, and the materials made are only ordinary paper and paint. The real essence is the magic circle hidden by the paint. Magic circle? Can the magic circle create such summoned beasts? Exaggerated. That is a magic circle that incorporates a lot of magic essence. I use my own magic power to sacrifice and summon a summoned beast with the same magic power. My purpose in obtaining the dragon crystal is to use the crystal as a medium to make the summoned beast. Gain the power of the dragon. That's it. Indeed, the dragon's magic power comes from that crystal. Your idea is correct, but even if you succeed, you are the only one who can use the dragon crystal. Irene's expression became heavy, and she lowered her head not knowing what to think. Sure enough, my own research still needs to continue. When Calvin saw Irene like this, his lips moved subconsciously, but he still swallowed what he had almost said. He wanted to say another function of the dragon crystal, but he thought about it and planted it. The human body turned it into a dragon slayer, a purpose that was discovered almost 400 years later, and what you say now has too much influence on history. Queen, if my research is successful, I need at least 7 dragon crystals, because I can drive the number of summoned beasts at the same time, it is 7. Hearing this, Irene suddenly raised her head, revealing a surprised face. What are you talking about? You can use 7 summoned beasts to fight at the same time. Calvin nodded, his expression serious. 7-headed summoned beasts, are they all at the same level as before? Only strong, not weak. Cal replied concisely. Irene fell into deep contemplation. For a long time, she sighed quietly. It's fine to call me Irene in the future. In addition, I will help you find the astral sorcerer. If you can trust me, you can tell me the magic you are looking for. Thanks, Irene. No thanks, your strength is worthy of my favor. On the same day, Calvin moved out of the hotel where he was staying. Irene provided Calvin with a spacious house, which should provide food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Calvin only needs to study the dragon crystal and develop how to use it as soon as possible. Calvin did not neglect the search for the astral sorcerer. Although Irene said he would help, Calvin would not put all his hopes on others. Every day he released magical flying insects everywhere in Gurdanov. Fly. Regarding the eclipse gate, Calvin did not tell Irene, after all, that Jeff might be involved, and he was afraid that Irene would guess his origins based on the eclipse gate. After all, the only function of the eclipse gate is to travel through time and space. As for the research on dragon crystal, the progress is not so smooth. Originally, according to Calvin's idea, it was to find a way to implant the dragon crystal into the summoning card, so that the summoned beast had the power to destroy the dragon like the second-generation dragon slayer. However, in Calvin's strongest 7 among the cards, there happened to be cards suitable for the 2 attributes of Storm and Flash, the Knight of Earth and Sky, Gaia Drake, and the blue-eyed white dragon. However, the dragon crystal is completely integrated, and Calvin cannot put it into the card at all. Calvin thought about melting the dragon crystal, but doing so would definitely destroy the crystal, and whether the destroyed crystal would have any effect, Calvin could not be sure. This is an endless loop. Unlike a human body, the card has room to implant crystals, so Calvin decided to change his mind. Since it cannot be implanted, then directly make the dragon crystal into a card. This is not the first attempt by Calvin. In order to prevent the Tower of the Paradise that was injected with magical elves from exploding, he made the entire tower into the dead. The Tower of Paradise is essentially a giant magic crystal, which can be made into a card until novel. Me there is no reason why dragon crystal cannot. Just think of it, Calvin did not design a new card. After all, the 2 cards of Knight and White Dragon are very suitable for these 2 crystals, and their balance in all aspects is almost perfect. He intends to directly use the magic of the blue-eyed white dragon. The formation is depicted on the dragon crystal. For a long time, the magic circle depicted when making the summoning card was portrayed by Calvin using his own magic power. Naturally, the same method was used to make the dragon crystal. However, the problem occurred. When the Tower of the Paradise was used as a material last time, Calvin's magic circle was carved into the whole crystal, which completely changed the nature and form of the Tower of the Paradise like a chemical reaction. He just faced the dragon's crystal that was integrated, his magic it couldn't cause a chemical effect at all, and couldn't make any influence on the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal is like a perfect handicraft, there is no room for the artist to process it again. Calvin can feel in the process of trying that if he insists on painting the magic power in the crystal, the end of the dragon crystal will only be destroyed. Calvin was making various attempts throughout the month, but without a doubt, all failed. Facing the dragon crystal, he had no way of starting. Chapter 309, Beginning of the Dragon Slayer. In order to study his own dragon-killing magic, Calvin stayed in the house for a full month, and he hadn't gained much. The whole person became pale and haggard, dull and weak. He only felt that his mind was blocked, and he could not think of anything. The inspiration for creating the summoning card in the past was gone. The hole in the forehead is completely blocked, depressed, go out and relax. With a sigh, Calvin can guarantee that he has never been so irritable since learning magic. When he walked out of the house, Calvin felt a little dazzling under the bright sun. After all, he hadn't been exposed to the sun for nearly a month, so he had to get used to it. It's really been too long, even my bronze skin has turned white. Calvin remembered the skin color that never existed before, walked on the road at will, and didn't mind where he went, eating what was delicious and watching what was fun. Along the way, although Calvin's complexion was still so pale, his spirit seemed to have improved a lot, unlike the stupid and ignorant look just now. Standing on the street, he stretched out a big lazy waist regardless of etiquette, and yawned a long time. Calvin only felt that 1 month's fatigue had been cleared a lot. Although he did not dare to say it was a perfect state, he continued to study. It is absolutely possible. Forget it, take a good rest today and relax, it collapsed too tight before. After thinking it over, Calvin gave up the idea of going back to study. He continued to wander, and unknowingly, he came to the inner city of the country. Go and see Irene? No, forget it, I have no progress at all. Thinking of this, Calvin planned to turn around and leave. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the inner city. The head was a young general wearing armor. He was very dignified. It was a pair of dead fish eyes that made people feel a little lack of energy. He glanced at Calvin at random and immediately turned his eyes. Calvin felt that this was a kind of self-respect. Hi, an attitude of not putting others in sight. That man, I remember it was Irene's husband, he looked good on the wedding day, and now it seems a bit too proud. A wizard like Calvin has seen a figure with a noble status, but he feels that even that stupid emerald princess must be better than the guy just now. Really, my husband, what do I care about so much? Isn't it possible that I'm actually very gossip? Calvin was vomiting himself alone, and he was going to go shopping elsewhere. Fatrol, have you finally appeared? Is it possible that progress has already been made? Suddenly, Irene came over with an expectant voice, and Calvin turned around and saw Irene, who was beckoning him to come over. Calvin scratched his hair. Although he wanted to wander around, Irene couldn't help but listen. In desperation, he shrugged slightly. Calvin walked over and walked side by side with Irene to the palace. Behind them that they hadn't seen, the young general frowned deeply and looked at them with a very unhappy expression. Suddenly, he grabbed a guard who greeted him and asked seriously, "Who is the man who walked with the queen?" "General. Your Excellency General, that person is Mr. Fatrol. The queen said that he is a very powerful wizard and gave him the title of the chief wizard of the kingdom." The guards did not dare to hide it, and took Karl 5 to 10. The text is presented in Guridanov's intelligence today. A powerful wizard, hey, it matches Irene very well. The young general muttered to himself softly, his eyes could not help showing an indifferent look. On the other side, Calvin and Irene are discussing Zheng Huan in detail, two superb wizards, always have endless academic topics. That's it. I've tried it many times, but I can't portray the magic circle on the crystal. It's completely stuck in the beginning. Seeing Calvin's helplessness and distress, Irene was not comforted, and after a moment of pondering, she did not know where to take out a parchment scroll. What is this? I found it in the library. It recorded a very amazing magic. Irene opened the sheepskin roll directly and spread it out in front of Calvin. Calvin, who was originally not interesting, his expression became serious in an instant after seeing the content on the parchment scroll. Old Laxa, you actually use such an old language. Irene glanced at Calvin in a bit of surprise, very surprised that Calvin was so knowledgeable, she wanted to show off her knowledge. Since you also understand Laxa, I don't need to say more about the contents. Although I recognize it, I am not proficient. I can only understand the general meaning. But Irene, is this really the magic of killing gods? Calvin asked with a frown, suspicion in his words. According to the above description, this is indeed the magic that can kill the gods, but I don't know if it is true. The magic of killing gods, could it be that this is the magic of extinguishing gods I have seen in later generations? Calvin thought secretly, and the atmosphere became silent for a while. Suddenly, Calvin looked up at Irene. Have you never practiced? Since it can kill the gods, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with dragons. It's a pity that this sheepskin scroll is not recorded in such detail. It is more about the power and form of this magic. The only thing that is useful is the phrase "take the power of the gods and attach to my body." Take the power of the gods? Only the ghost knows what the power of the body is. Calvin sighed. I think so too. We have no idea about the power of gods. However, I think few people are more familiar with the power of dragons than me. Aileen, what do you mean? I can't get the power of the gods, but I can definitely do it to get the power of the dragon. A long time ago, I was thinking about creating an additional magic, or even a higher level of additional magic, so that one day, I can attach the power of the dragon to humans. Additional magic, also, dragon-slaying magic. Calvin was surprised to see Irene novel.me's body trembled unexpectedly. Dragon Slayer magic? The name is very appropriate. Although it is still an idea, I believe this magic will appear soon. The additional magic that I am developing will soon succeed. Now I can add attributes to some ordinary items. When I can attach attributes to humans, it will be the day when the Dragon Slayer magic is born. So, Fettel, you don't have to force yourself too tight. When the dragon extinguishing magic is completed, I will be the second one to add dragon attributes to you. Irene smiled softly, but she was puzzled when she saw Calvin looking like hell. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied that you are second? Haha, I will be the first one. Watching Irene pat her shoulder cheerfully, Calvin couldn't help taking a sip of water. Oh my god. Irene, isn't she the founder of Dragon Slayer magic? Chapter 310, Attractive Man. Calvin was naturally shocked that Irene was the founder of Dragon Slayer magic. After all, the invincible black dragon itself was turned into by cultivating dragon-killing magic. Calvin had already seen his invincible posture. It was an existence he couldn't defeat with all his might, and it was invincible. And this invincible creator is undoubtedly Irene in front of him. Calvin didn't doubt this possibility at all. Irene had extraordinary magical powers, sufficient knowledge, and even more contrast to the dragon day and night. No one was more likely to create dragon-killing magic than she. I should have thought about it, isn't it in this era that the Dragon Slayer magic appeared? Looking at Irene again, Calvin's eyes had already changed, agitated, and fearful. He even thought about whether to kill Irene now to avoid the appearance of Akunarokia in the future, but instead he thought about it, without Irene creating the dragon-killing magic, what if the Dragon King festival broke out? Can win. Perceiving Calvin's sight, Irene couldn't help feeling proud. You look surprised. You definitely didn't expect my progress to be so fast. When my Dragon Slayer magic is completed, maybe I can even defeat you. Seeing Irene's happy look, Calvin was very uneasy, he didn't even know what he wanted to do. Obviously, it was to find a way to go back 400 years without interfering with history. Now, not only contact with Irene, who is likely to be Eliza's ancestor, but also involved in the Dragon War, which is completely different from his original intention. He didn't understand why he had reached this step unconsciously, as if there was some invisible force controlling everything. Oh, I will really shirk responsibility. After a secret sigh, Calvin's amazing mental quality made him calm and can treat Irene normally. Now, what happened can't be changed, only seeing walk step. Very thoughtful magic, but it's not that simple to beat me. The reason I can't beat the dragon is simply because of the dragon's resistance to magic, even if you add the power of the dragon, what about it, you see Bells did Leon hit me. Hearing that, although Irene was a little discouraged, she soon became full of fighting spirit. Although you may not be able to beat you, but at least, when facing the dragon, you are no longer helpless. Regarding Irene's strong optimism, Calvin seemed to have seen Elisa and couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing the warm smile when he saw an old friend. Calvin is undoubtedly a handsome guy, and seeing this smile, Irene couldn't help but blush. Then I have to work hard, how can I not be behind you? Calvin said with a smile. After looking at the time, he had been out long enough, and his spirit was almost restored. It was time to continue his research on the Dragon Slayer summoned beast. Turning and leaving, he waved goodbye to Irene at will. Calvin walked very smartly. And Irene, after seeing this free and easy back, her heart beats quickly and unnaturally. Irene only felt very ashamed of this feeling. Eileen, what are you thinking about? You already have a husband. Although, even though it's just a political marriage. She warned herself secretly in her heart, but she couldn't help looking at Calvin's back again. It would be great if I could meet you sooner, Fettel. Calvin, who was walking, suddenly stopped, as if he heard the call from the bottom of Irene's heart, scared Irene, her heartbeat accelerated, and her cheeks turned red. No way, how could he hear? Could it be that Fettel can not only perceive the magic of others, but also perceive the thoughts of others? Unprecedented panic, Irene was ashamed and expectant in her heart, and at the same time she was ashamed to look down on herself, but no matter what her mental activity was, she didn't let her stop Calvin's movements. Calvin turned around slowly, with a surprised expression on his face, as if he suddenly knew Irene's heart. Damn it, maybe he really knows. Irene just felt her heart beating faster and faster. In fact, it's no wonder that Irene was tempted by Calvin. Since she was a child, Irene, who has extraordinary magical powers, has become the queen of a country by magic alone. How can she look at ordinary men, although the object of marriage the young general of the country, but when it comes to feelings, there is really not much. As for Calvin, he is not only handsome, but also strong and boundless. The discussion with Berselian that day has left a deep mark in Irene's heart, and Calvin is gentle and friendly, without any pretensions. Although there are some small shortcomings, but the flaws are not concealed, to Irene, it is like a prince charming out of fantasy. Originally, Irene could still control her mood, but Calvin's warm smile just opened her heart again. In addition, it is very likely that Calvin knew about his thoughts, and this was the reason Irene was really panicked. Calvin got closer and closer, and there was a bit of excitement on his face, while Irene became more and more stiff, even her expression was uncontrollable, and her heart seemed to jump out of her throat. He's here, what should I do? Should I go with him desperately? But, I'm already a wife, will he dislike it? Thinking more and more, and thinking farther and farther, Irene was completely disturbed by the little heartbeat, and at this moment Calvin had walked up to her and put his hands on her shoulders. Irene. Yes. I thought about it, how to use the dragon crystal, I want to learn additional magic from you. Have you ever tried the feeling of falling in the clouds? Irene felt it right now, like a bolt from the blue, it was an incomparable loss, accompanied by the feeling of being ashamed to commit suicide. I can teach you. Irene almost gritted her teeth and spit out these words. After knowing that she was sentimental and misunderstanding, Irene can stand here to answer, which is already very remarkable. At this moment, Yu read www.yuuganshu.com. Irene hopes that Calvin can disappear in front of her as never before. Without him, it is impossible to face it. Great. Irene, you are really generous, you deserve to be the queen of a country. When can you teach me? I hope the sooner the better. But Calvin didn't know how to read minds, he just said excitedly in front of her. You go back first, I still have something to deal with. Tomorrow I will teach you to add magic. After saying this very hard, ignoring Calvin's loss, Irene left quickly. It seems that something really matters. Calvin couldn't help but feel the sight of Irene leaving. The king of a country is really busy, but I can afford to wait for a day and a half. By the way, Irene felt very wrong just now. Is it physically uncomfortable? Could it be the reason for being too busy? Persuade her to take more rest next time. With concern for Irene, Calvin slowly left. Chapter 311, First and Second Generation. After returning, Calvin rearranged his thoughts. Just now, he suddenly asked Irene to teach him to add magic, not without reason, but a direction that his blessed mind suddenly thought of. I can't portray the magic circle in the dragon crystal because my magic power cannot affect the dragon's magic power. In this case, if I temporarily attach my own attributes to the dragon crystal, will it be able to react to the dragon crystal? What? Wait, since my own magic power is not effective on the crystal, most of it cannot be attached to the crystal, but on the other hand, if I temporarily attach the attributes of the dragon crystal to me, it will probably be able to perform the magic array on the crystal. Right. But there are still a lot of questions to consider. When I add it, can I finally control and make the summoning card, even if the dragon crystal can be successfully made into the summoning card, can I use it after unattaching it? Moreover, if I can really attach the attributes of the dragon crystal to myself, do I still need to develop the dragon summoning card? Calvin was a little too excited when this idea just appeared, but now he calmed down and realized that there are still many problems to be solved. These have to be verified one by one, but in conclusion, first of all, we must learn Irene's additional magic. Attaching magic is not a unique skill after 400 years. Even Calvin will be able to use it on the summoning card. However, compared to Irene's ability to attach dragon attributes to humans, the extent is far different. In order to achieve Calvin's purpose, the attainments of additional magic must not be too low. Even Calvin thought about implanting one of the dragon crystals into his body and then making another dragon crystal into a card. Only after planting the dragon crystal, he himself became the dragon slayer, which was inconsistent with his original intention. After all, Calvin has his own arrogance. His biggest reliance has always been the card of summoning. Years of battles have deeply imprinted himself on the card of summoning. It is impossible to completely change his style now. Not used to close combat. Rather than simply planting dragon crystals, he hopes to develop a unique dragon-killing magic. Regardless of Calvin's meditation, Irene was sitting alone in the palace on the other side, not dealing with important matters as she said. However, it cannot be said that Irene is lying. Although she has not dealt with political affairs, Irene is indeed dealing with her own feelings. The vague heartbeat of Calvin before, and today's sudden mistake made it burst out all at once. At this moment, Irene can no longer ignore her thoughts as before. She must admit how she feels about Calvin. That's why it bothered her. After all, she was the queen of a country, and she was still married. Whether it is moral restrictions or the education she has always received, she does not allow herself to do that kind of behavior, even she thinks this is extremely dirty thinking, she is ashamed of herself. Irene used to despise women who were unfaithful to her marriage, but now she has become the person she despised the most. Hey! Taking a few deep breaths, Irene seemed to spit out all the air in her lungs, along with her impure mind. Eileen, don't think too much, it's impossible for you and Fetrer, not to mention that now is not the time to talk about love, the future of mankind is now the most important thing. Even so, Irene's heart beat faster when she saw Calvin the next day. No matter how strong Irene's self-control ability is, she is still a little girl who has never tasted love before. Forcing myself to calm down, focus on listening to Calvin. Calvin talked to Irene about the question he was thinking about yesterday, and when he heard Calvin intending to attach the dragon crystal to himself, Irene couldn't help but his eyes lit up. For a long time, she had always thought of bringing the power of the dragon to humans, but she hadn't really considered whether the dragon crystal could also give people the power to destroy the dragon. Calvin's words undoubtedly opened a new door for Irene. Fatrel, do you really think that even the dragon crystal has such power? Of course, didn't you say that the dragon crystal is the source of the magic power in the dragon? As soon as the words were spoken, Calvin cursed badly. He seemed to have brought the second generation of the Dragon Slayer closer to the birth of 400 years in advance, and he still skipped the first generation of the Dragon Slayer. So, can I directly attach what the Dragon Crystal possesses to humans as you said? Sure enough, Irene's wisdom is beyond doubt, she directly thinks of this aspect. Maybe, but the Dragon Crystal is mine now, don't want to take it back. Although it might not be big, Calvin tried his best to make up for it. Fatrol, this kind of thinking is too selfish, it's a matter of human destiny, and there are 2 crystals, how about returning one to me? Irene said dissatisfiedly that Calvin's performance had made her feel a little bit down towards him. Calvin was sweating unnaturally, a little afraid to face Irene's scorching eyes. Didn't I say that I can summon 7 summoned beasts at the same time? I need a lot of crystals. Seeing Calvin seemingly unable to give in, Irene couldn't help sighing. Forget it, no matter whether it is attaching a dragon or a dragon crystal, I can't do it now, so let's not talk about it. You are right to think so, and the power of a dragon must be stronger than the power of the dragon crystal, I think you should continue the original direction. Seeing that Irene meant to let him go, Calvin hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot, vowing to stop Irene's thoughts here now. And what Calvin said by novel.me is not false. According to his speculation, the dragon crystal is nothing more than a converter that converts the magic power of humans into the magic power of dragons. Compared with practicing dragon-killing magic on the ground, almost. However, he thought of Laxus and Celestial Serena. The strength of these 2 second generations is far superior to that of the first generation Dragon Slayer, especially Celestial Serena, who has 8 in his body. Although the man in the dragon crystal had never met, Calvin would not be confident that he would be able to beat him if he really fought. This makes Calvin doubt whether his guess is correct. Prior to this, Calvin thought that the dragon-killing magic was learned by the dragon's teachings, but after affirming that Irene was the founder of the dragon-killing magic, he discovered that the dragon-killing magic was probably originally using additional magic. It is similar to the method of implanting dragon crystals. But then I thought, Akunarokia would practice the dragon-killing magic to the point of becoming a dragon, and the idea that the first generation would be stronger became more stable. Suddenly, thinking of something, Calvin looked at Irene with a very strange look. By the way, Irene won't become a dragon in the future. Chapter 312, Fine Points. Calvin's progress in learning additional magic is so fast that Irene can imagine. Originally Calvin would have a little bit of fur on additional magic. With the teachings of wizards like Irene, it would be even faster. Besides, Calvin didn't need to apply additional magic to battle, just learn how to use it. In only 10 days, Irene taught Calvin what she could teach, and the two moved from a teacher-student relationship to a joint research and development. Unknowingly, the two became much closer than before. Of course, Calvin didn't think about Irene personally. He felt like Lucy at best, a seductive beauty who could make a joke. The difference might only be that Irene was much stronger. Even because Irene and Elisa are so similar, Calvin occasionally can't help but teasing Irene. Every time he sees Irene's blushing and awkward expression, Calvin always feels happy. Yes, Calvin is actually a bad man in his bones. But what he didn't think of, every time he made these self-confessed innocuous jokes, he always scratched the truth in Irene's heart that he didn't want to admit. Later, she hardly dared to look at Calvin. Although Calvin also noticed that Irene was a little weird, he didn't think so much. After all, Irene had warned herself that she was a married woman before, but thought that Irene had to deal with political affairs and study additional magic. Too busy and a little uncomfortable. Although a little worried about Irene, Calvin didn't say anything. He believed Irene would adjust it himself. The research on additional magic was not suspended for these reasons. Instead, with the addition of Calvin, the development of additional magic became faster. After a short while, the two were finally able to attach other attributes to humans. Seeing this slight light radiating from his body, Calvin stretched out his fist and punched the iron plate used for testing. Boom! After the loud noise, the steel plate was deeply dented, and a fist mark was clearly visible. Calvin looked at his fist, and there were no scars. After adding hardness and strength, my fist actually has such a powerful force. Deeply feeling the power of magic, Calvin turned his head and looked at Irene. Irene was radiating the same light as Calvin. She pointed to a knife and swung it quickly. The iron plate in front of her was cut to pieces, as easily as paper. When the iron plate that was not yet to be broken fell, Irene's light changed, and she stretched out her finger to stab forward. The speed of the stabbing was so fast that Calvin could not even see clearly. After a few sounds of dong dong, each piece was cut. The open iron plate has an extra finger-sized hole. Awesome, it turns sharpness into penetration in an instant, and at the same time adds speed. This magic can already be used in actual combat. Calvin did not hesitate to admire himself, clapping his hands and said to Irene. Of course, I don't want to think about how long I have been studying additional magic. On the contrary, it is you. The speed of addition is too slow, and it can't be used in actual combat. Calvin shrugged, lightly. Didn't you say it? I haven't thought about using additional magic to fight. This is just the knowledge I must master before making the summoning card. What kind of air, after I practice the Dragon Slayer magic, I will definitely be better than you. Unable to get used to Calvin's proud look, Irene turned around and muttered to herself softly, but this self-talking voice happened to be heard by Calvin. This awkward character is really exactly the same as Elisa. Calvin was also very helpless about Irene's childish temper from time to time, and he couldn't see it at all when he first met. This is the same as Elisa, who will always show the most perfect image without being in front of acquaintances. Ignoring Irene's self-talk, Calvin continued. Additional magic has reached this point, and then our respective directions will be different. Starting tomorrow, I will continue to try the addition of dragon crystal, so I won't come over. Hearing that, Irene had a whole body, but she was well concealed. She turned around nonchalantly and pretended to say lightly. Yes, yes, oh, then let's work our own, and see who can succeed faster. What the am I shaking? Isn't this obviously terrible? Irene kept a poker face on the surface, but she couldn't help but scream in her heart. Calvin was silent for a while after listening. Too bad, too bad. This is definitely something I found. How will I face him in the future? Under Irene's gaze, Calvin spoke. I just learned today that Irene, you are so funny, I almost laughed, keep working hard. Seeing Calvin raising his thumbs appreciatively, Irene suddenly felt tired. What a dull guy, oh I don't know if I am lost or lucky. Calvin said nothing, and said goodbye directly to Irene. Regarding Calvin's farewell, Irene just waved her hand to show that she knew that after Calvin's figure disappeared completely, Irene suddenly arched her body depressively, shaking her whole body vigorously. It's like wanting to yell but forcibly enduring it. It took a while before she relaxed, but her expression was full of disgust. On the other side, Calvin Chiron returned home, picked up a bottle of rum, and took a big sip. At this time, his cold sweat began to appear, his eyes widening. My goodness, Irene, wouldn't you like me? No, right? It should be just my illusion, but... Thinking of Irene's mistake just now, it seemed that the two of them were reluctant to study together, and then carefully recalling Irene's weirdness during these days, Calvin's eyes widened and his expression became more and more flustered. Why my charm is so great? Damn it, is it a mistake to be handsome? Then am I wrong? I am 400 years later, let alone Irene is the ancestor of Elsigo. No, this is not the point. I already have Myra, and I can't betray her. Calvin took a deep breath and calmed down, but his thoughts honestly remembered Irene again. Oh, it's been so long, and there is still no news of the solar eclipse and the spirit wizard, can I go back to the future? If I can't go back, Irene is actually a good companion. Snapped. Calvin rewarded himself with a slap until novel.me slowly slow down. Calvin, what are you thinking? Be firm, Demon Tail's partner is still waiting for me, we must go back to the future. Not to mention that Irene is married. Closing his eyes, Calvin adjusted his breathing and heartbeat. Suddenly, Calvin recalled Irene's beautiful face and the broad mind. My breathing can't help but my heart beats faster. Actually, with my current strength, I don't care about too many things, and Irene is also a political marriage. Calvin was silent for a moment. Oops, where did this murderous intent that cannot be suppressed against Irene's husband come from? Calvin slammed his forehead against the wall with a few bangs, very loud. Mila, save me, I seem to be schizophrenic again. The corners of Calvin's eyes were a little moist, and he didn't know if it was painful or something else. Chapter 313, 2 cards. That night, Calvin didn't know how late he was tossing himself. Anyway, when he woke up, it was past noon, and his stomach was grunting. Hey, I thought about it all night, but I didn't have any conclusions. Forget it, anyway, the time I will meet with Irene will be much shorter in the future. Those and others will be put aside first, let's make the card of summoning dragon summoning first. After casually coping with lunch, Calvin sat alone for a while with his eyes closed, adjusting his body and mind to the best condition. Okay, let's get started. Picking up the storm dragon crystal, Calvin sank and began to try to attach its attributes to himself. An inexplicable strange feeling flashed, the next moment, Calvin's whole body exuded a faint cyan light, and the dragon crystal seemed to echo each other, flashing unknown. But this state did not last long, but within a few seconds, the cyan light disappeared, and a few drops of sweat dripped on Calvin's face. The dragon crystal is really extraordinary. It can only attach a very small amount, but it consumes a lot of magic power, and the additional time is only a few seconds, which is not enough. However, the direction is right. Although there are only a few attributes of the crystal, it is indeed possible to depict the magic circle on the crystal. After so long, the card of summoning dragon summoning finally made progress. Calvin didn't care about tiredness at all, and studied hard. Irene, who was also studying dragon killing magic, had a conversation with Berselian that day. It turned out that just after Calvin and the discussion, Berselian flew to the western continent for investigation, but the results of the investigation were not very good, and the human condition over there was very severe. Therefore, Berselian decided to launch a war for humanity. At the same time, it is also a dragon's war, and there is no room for human intervention. At that time, Irene wanted to inform Calvin, but after taking a few steps, she stopped again. I can't bother Fettel at this time, I can only hope that he can finish it before the official war begins. After that day, Irene and Berselian became extremely busy. War is not a simple matter. Irene needs to contact various countries, while Berselian needs to summon the dragons who stand on the side of humans in the entire Ishurgal. To fight against the overwhelming number of dragons in the west. Irene first contacted her husband's country. The other party said that they would let the dragons of her country participate in the war, but they didn't mean to unite. Instead, they were fighting separately. At this point, the marriage was in name only. The convening of Berselian was unexpectedly successful. It was almost a response. The famous dragons all agreed. The grumpy but extraordinary fire dragon King Ignalu, and the iron dragon Medley with iron bones. Kana, Tianlong, white dragon, shadow dragon, etc. Unconsciously, the atmosphere of the entire Ishugar became extremely depressed. It was impossible to hide such a big event as the war was going on. The noise on the street became quiet, and the laughter gradually disappeared. Every human being prayed for Isuka. You can win. The blue light was shining, Calvin was bathed in dazzling light all over, and he could vaguely feel the power of the dragon hidden in him, holding the dragon crystal in his hand, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. It took nearly an hour before the blue light disappeared. Calvin exhaled gently, his face full of confidence. After Belkalian decided to start the war, more than half a month had passed. During this period, Calvin did not go out at all. With his persevering efforts, he finally raised the additional magic to a satisfactory level. Although it is not possible to use the Dragon Slayer magic, the additional strength is enough to resonate with the dragon crystal, and the time is completely sufficient. It's time to. Resting for a while, adjusting his condition to the best, Calvin once again used additional magic to attach the attributes of the storm dragon crystal to himself, and the dazzling glaucoma shined again. Both hands were emptied, and the dragon crystal floated between them. Calvin's expression was extremely solemn, and his concentration was raised to the highest level. Manipulating his own magical power that has attached attributes, he slowly probed towards the dragon crystal, and there was no longer the incompatibility of the previous incompatibility. The magical power blended with the crystal as water and milk, and the magic entered the crystal very smoothly. The first step is no surprises and no dangers, then it's up to my painter. Under Calvin's manipulation, the magic power draws mysterious lines one after another in the crystal, and the lines are interlaced and twisted to form one magic circle after another. The process of portraying was not fast. After half an hour passed, Calvin was already sweating profusely. Although the magic power was enough to squander, his concentration was very heavy. But the manufacturing of the card has come to the final step. After drawing the last line, all the magic circles are finally finished. Suddenly, the dragon crystal is radiant, and the middle room is covered by cyan light. Drink. At this moment, Calvin removed the additional magic from his body and poured his original magic power into the dragon crystal in one breath, using the magic circle portrayed by the attribute magic power as a bridge, and finally combined his own magic power with the dragon's. The crystal is linked. In this way, after the card is made, it only needs the magic of Calwen's body to summon it. In the light, the dragon crystal slowly changed, and the crystal seemed to melt, forming a cyan card less than the size of a palm. The light dissipated, Calvin stretched out his fingers to clamp it, looked at the pattern on the card, couldn't help grinning, and laughed loudly. Finally, it's finally done. A summoning card with the power of slaying dragons. The card depicted on the card is still the Dark Knight Gayamdal novel. Me is still prefixed with darkness, and indeed this card does not change much from the previous one. The only difference is that it has a special dragon slaying mode against dragons. Although I really want to make both crystals into cards in one go, it consumes too much energy. It is really hard to make cards while using additional magic. Sleep for a while, and then continue when you wake up. In the middle of the night, Calvin successfully made the crystal of the shining dragon into the card of summoning. With the first experience, this time it was more relaxed. Looking at the blue-eyed white dragon in his hand, Calvin's mouth raised slightly. Similarly, the changes to the blue-eyed white dragon are not big, and there is an additional dragon-killing mode specifically to deal with dragons. With these two cards, you will never be at a loss when facing a dragon in the future. Let's go find a dragon and try it out early tomorrow morning. As long as you can really deal with the dragon, then the collection of the 7 summoning dragon summoning cards is just around the corner. Chapter 314, Dragon King Festival opens. Originally, Calvin's plan was to sneak out early the next morning, without anyone noticing it, to find a dragon to test the new card. But early in the morning, before he left, Irene knocked on his door. Opening the door, what came into Calvin's eyes was Irene's heavy face, her past beautiful and cheerful expression, cast a shadow. Did something happen? When something happened, Calvin became more serious. Today, the dragons are at war. Calvin frowned. He had seen the power of Akunarokia, and he couldn't imagine how amazing the war of a group of dragons would be. Fatrol, has the development of the Dragon Slayer summoned beast succeeded? Not yet successful, how about you? After thinking for a moment, Calvin didn't tell the truth. Berzelian and I have been too busy lately, and progress is not satisfactory. Irene lowered her head, feeling very depressed. Seeing her appearance, Calvin wanted to tell the truth, but after moving his lips, he still didn't say it. In fact, Calvin didn't want to participate in this war at all. First of all, 400 years later, when humans dominate the continent, it will not be the dragon on the human side that will fail. Whether he participates in the war or not has little effect on the outcome. And once he entered the war, history would not be changed by him. Second, even though Calvin thinks he is very powerful, among a group of dragons, one person has too little power. His dragon-killing card can only be used by himself. On the contrary, if Irene's dragon-killing magic can succeed, at that time, a large number of dragon slayers will be cultivated. Compared with Calvin alone, this is the magic that can really change the trend of war. Third, although Calvin can't say it, there is no doubt that he is scared. If it is a single dragon, Calvin is naturally not afraid. Even if there are 2, he asks himself the power of a battle, but war is not alone. No matter what era, war is the harvester of life. Now Calvin does not ignore it. Everything gives up the consciousness of life. Irene, now I can only pray that Bear's Alien and the others can win. Well, I understand, it's just that this is really unwilling. Ming long fights for our humans, but we humans can't do anything. Irene couldn't help but yelled. Yes, compared to dragons, humans are too fragile. Oh, Irene sighed, as if all the strength of her body had been taken away. Calvin was too right to say that she was speechless, and it was precisely because of this iron fact that Irene seemed so despaired. Irene didn't bother Calvin for too long, and went back soon, while Calvin was sitting on the sofa alone, with a solemn expression of not knowing what to think. Irene's words just now shocked him a bit. As Irene said, dragons fight for the sake of mankind, and as a member of mankind, does he just sit and wait for the result? Although he is not from this era, he is in this era at the moment. In fact, Calvin has always had a deep sense of estrangement from this era. But in any case, one should not stand idly by. If you are shy away at this juncture, you will definitely laugh at me. It seems that I have not inherited the fine tradition of fairy tale. Quickly, Calvin stood up, his face calm. However, his fists were clenched very hard. Hey, it's our side who won anyway, so adding a bit of combat power would actually not have that big impact on history. Take it as a warm-up to fight with Akunarokia, kill the group of dragons, gather 7 dragon slaying cards, and kill Akunarokia after 400 years. At this time, go forward bravely, this is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Calvin didn't notify anyone, he just slipped out of the city alone, summoned the true red-eyed flying dragon, and flew directly to the west. In terms of flying speed, the real red-eyed flying dragon is still inferior to the real dragon, so when Calvin arrived on the battlefield, the battle was fierce. In fact, it's a bit wrong to say that you have arrived at the battlefield. The entire sky is a battlefield of dragons. I haven't seen many dragons in the past. Calvin is enough to watch it at once. Bats of different colors, but the roar is a bit loud. Really, I don't know where to start if I want to help. Crouching on the flying dragon, Calvin couldn't help but shed a cold sweat when he saw such a shocking scene. Each dragon has its own roar, and in the war, the dragon will never spare this powerful move. In the most intense battle area, it is just like another space, with different colors and power. The unmatched roar is colliding, exploding, scattering, and taking lives. Even dragons can never survive in that hell-like area. The dragons fell down there in batches. Those who were able to drop the corpses were lucky. More, they were blasted into dregs and bones by various roars. Nothing. This is too terrible, how many dragons have died? Meow, I definitely came wrong, why can't I have trouble with myself? Stretching out his arm to block the strong wind, Calvin only felt extremely regretful. How could there be a war where both sides did their best from the beginning, and don't care about temptation, intelligence, logistics, etc.? No. I think about the dragon war from a human perspective. It's a stupid thing. Damn it. It's rare to have the courage to come over, but don't even have room to intervene. Just as Calvin was upset, his expression suddenly changed, and he used the maximum reaction speed to manipulate the red-eyed flying dragon and shook his body beautifully, just to avoid a dragon shadow that flashed by quickly. Sure enough, no matter how far you hide, it's useless. The mobility of these guys is too powerful, but it's a good opportunity for me. Looking coldly at the dragon who had just attacked him, novel.me, Calvin's right hand buckled the only 2 dragon-killing cards. It's so stupid that humans dare to come here. I'm a bit hungry after playing for so long. The dragon who attacked Calvin laughed presumptuously and regarded Calvin as a Chinese meal. Try it if you can, dead lizard. Throwing the blue-eyed white dragon, the white light gleamed instantly, and a divine horse white dragon flew out of the white light and rushed towards the dragon in front of him. No need to test. Dragon Slayer mode. In an instant, the blue-eyed white dragon emitted a dazzling white light, and then the white light penetrated into the blue-eyed white dragon's body, the speed increased suddenly, like a flying meteor, slamming into the enemy. Seeing that Calvin had actually summoned a dragon, the contemptuous thoughts of the dragon disappeared without a trace, and he became serious in an instant. His whole body glowed with golden light, shining radiantly, facing the blue-eyed white dragon that was roaring. He did not dodge or hide, but ran into it head-on. Boom. Chapter 315, Fortified Dragon Bal's Road. The white light and the golden light suddenly erupted and became extremely dazzling in an instant. Even in the battlefield, it was definitely an eye-catching situation. Therefore, many dragons glanced subconsciously. At this glance, almost all dragons have discovered the true red-eyed flying dragon not far away, and Calvin above it. Of course, Calvin is definitely more eye-catching. After all, they can find humans on the battlefield of dragons. I didn't even think about it. It's fatal. What is he doing here? Looking for death. Even a good-tempered dragon like Bearcelian couldn't help but yell at him. What he was even more worried about was that this uneasy kid brought Irene over. But fortunately, Calvin has not yet reached the point of madness. I did not find that Irene let Bearcelian breathe a sigh of relief and scolded Calvin secretly in his heart, but he did not fail to save him. The next moment he wanted to get rid of himself. Opponent, first help Calvin out of the battlefield. However, before he got rid of it, he saw 2 dragon shadows flying out of the golden and white light. He recognized one of them as the blue-eyed white dragon that he had discussed with him not long ago. The real red-eyed flying dragon swept past the blue-eyed white dragon, and instantly turned back into a card. While the Calvins grabbed the card back, they landed on the blue-eyed white dragon head. There's a chance. Calvin's eyes drenched, and the blue-eyed white dragon, who was connected with him, opened his mouth without losing the opportunity to roar, and a bright white beam of light flew out. The golden dragon was still in a state of being knocked into flight. Before he had time to maintain his balance, Calvin thought his attack was about to hit, but saw the light on the opponent suddenly become more dazzling, and then it seemed as if his time was quickening. Generally, quickly dodge the attack and attack Calvin extremely quickly again. But Calvin's terrifying perception has always been open. With preparation, it is not difficult to avoid it. The blue-eyed white dragon shook his body beautifully and easily avoided. Although avoided, but quickly, the impact is also great. There is not much expression on his face. Calvin's brain is running fast, with a stern face. 2 consecutive attacks did not take effect. The golden shining dragon did not continue to brainstorm, stopped, and for the first time looked at the enemy in front of him, a white dragon and a human. Is it magic to manipulate dragons? It's the magic that summons dragons. As soon as Calvin's voice fell, the golden glittering dragon suddenly moved. He shined again, and it was an unprecedented light, like a small sun, but his speed increased again, and his impact was extraordinary. Can't head on. Long has not arrived, but the power has passed through the air. Calvin never thought that the dragon could accelerate to this point in a short distance. He only felt a flash of golden light, and the face of the glittering golden dragon appeared in front of him. This was beyond Calvin's thinking speed. He still thought can't head on, but the attack had already arrived. But the rich combat experience saved Calvin. It was like a reflection condition. The blue-eyed white dragon instantly spewed shock waves and slightly blocked the golden glittering dragon. This time was enough for Calvin to react. He kicked his feet and black wings, unfolding, flying up, dangerously avoiding this mortal blow. However, the blue-eyed white dragon did not have this agility. It could be said that it was hit by the golden glittering dragon head-on unsuspectingly. In the face of that powerful and terrible impact, the blue-eyed white dragon was directly smashed to half of its body. In front of my Uncle Bartholow's collision, no dragon can resist, but this human being can actually escape. Calvin's expression did not react much to the damage of the blue-eyed white dragon, but his heart was shocked. With the strength of the blue-eyed white dragon, it became like this. Then among all his summoned beasts, none of them could resist that. Mighty. However, this does not mean anything, at least for Calvin, who has been engrossed. After this powerful attack, it is an opportunity. He relaxes. Let me try that golden light's defensive power. After breaking the blue-eyed white dragon, the body of the blue-eyed white dragon was still half hanging on Balisra, and he didn't care much about it. This gave Calvin an opportunity. You know, the summoned beast is not a real life. It's just a polymer of magic power. Before Calvin's magic power is exhausted, it is immortal in principle. The half-dead blue-eyed white dragon broke out in an instant, opening his mouth and biting the golden glittering dragon's neck fiercely. In the past, the blue-eyed white dragon would never bite in, but now, his teeth are deeply plunged into the dragon's flesh and blood. Ho 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 ho. The pain made Balthro scream, and Calvin couldn't help showing a hint of joy. Successful. My attack can do it. Squeezing the ecstasy in my heart, the blue-eyed white dragon took advantage of the momentum, and the remaining paw also firmly grasped a wing of Barthrode. The paw pierced deeply, and the tail was also he entangles Balisla firmly like a python, using his body to limit Balisla to the maximum. Asshole. Get out of here. Barslower roared. The golden light was brilliant again, and once again he wanted to blind Calvin's eyes, and through the blue-eyed white dragon, Calvin also felt that Barsru's defenses had increased, even the teeth and claws that had penetrated into flesh and blood. It seems to be squeezed out a little too. Sure enough, when he burst into golden light, all his physical abilities were greatly strengthened, regardless of speed, strength, or defense. Haha, really lucky, his dragon crystal is very suitable for my summoning card. Calvin raised the corner of his mouth and raised his right hand, holding another dragon slaying card. The blue light was scattered, and a breeze blew by. It was just a very light wind, and no other dragon found except Calvin. But there are dragons who pay attention to Calvin and Barthrode, but they found an armored knight riding a Pegasus, galloping out of the blue light, majestic armor, murderous spiral spear, an extraordinary Pegasus. The knight of heaven and earth Gaia Drake, the mode of destroying the dragon. A gust of breeze wrapped around him, even the naked eye could see it, and the aura was extremely terrifying. Just after being called out, the knight sprinted directly in the air, and his target was obviously the golden dragon Balisru. However, Calvin believes that it is more appropriate to call it an enhanced dragon. The four hoofs are stepping till novel.me, the wings are flapping, and the airflow is flooding all around. Gaia Drake raised the spiral spear in his hand and pointed it at Balsroad. Although restrained by the blue-eyed white dragon, Balisra was angry but didn't worry too much in the face of the charged dark knight. A trivial ant-attack, do you think it can work on this uncle? Angrily roared, Balisra suddenly shot a roar at the dark knight. The Pegasus under the seat gently stepped on its four hoofs. In the beautiful little broken steps, the dark knight calmly avoided the roar and attacked. There was nothing under his feet, but it seemed to be stepping on the ground. This kind of movement has no wind power, it is impossible to complete. Attack of ants? An angry statement, but you will die in your arrogance, the unknown enhanced dragon. Calvin's expression was cold, his eyes were cold, and his attention was already lightly thrown away. Transfer to another dragon. As for Balisra, it is no longer an enemy to Calvin. It is a trophy. Storm Spiral Kill. Chapter 316, Fire Dragon King Ignalu. The Spiral Gun Kill is the Dark Knight Gaia's long-standing killer move. and it is a unique move that is still used even now. The power of this trick lies in the rapid rotation of magic power released from the tip of the gun. After the tip of the gun pierces the enemy's body, it bursts out in one breath, destroying the target from the inside out. Fast-flowing water can cut the hardest things, and the magic is even better in this respect. After getting the Storm Dragon Crystal, Calvin further optimized this move. In fact, there are not many changes, except that the magic power rotates faster, the spear tip is sharper, and the magic power is more violent. The power of the storm, when the magic burst out in one breath, also exploded explosively. At the same time as the magic is cutting, everything where the storm passes will be destroyed. Originally, he was dismissive of the attack in front of him, but after the tip of the gun pierced his body, Baliz was shocked. He could feel that the storm was destroying his body with all its strength. Asshole. I would die on the hands of ants like you. Barslow could feel the fear of death, but he didn't have time to regret it, because he was dead at the same time he finished saying this. Boom. Balslow's body burst suddenly from the place where it was stabbed, no longer a circle of spiral wounds, but a whole burst. A violent wind shook the surroundings, causing strong winds. In the center of the wind, Gaia Drake picked a crystal with the tip of his spear. It was Calvin's trophy, strengthening the dragon crystal. Oh my god, he actually killed a dragon. Belkelian, who wanted to help Calvin, was shocked by the scene before him. Calvin just barely kept it in his hands a while ago. The undefeated humans were already able to slay dragons in a blink of an eye. And still not hurt at all. Pierce Macaro, do you know that human? Where did the dragon and the flying knight come from? At this moment, a fiery red figure flew up to Pierce Macaro and asked boldly. That is Fedel's summoned beast, not a creature. Although Pierce Macaro was still a little frightened, he remained calm. But the dragon who asked him questions doesn't have that big heart. Do you mean that this human being really has the strength equal to us? It's not equal. I'm afraid it's stronger than most dragons. Didn't you see that he just killed a dragon, Ignalu? Fire Dragon King Ignalu couldn't help but pull his mouth when he heard this. As the most powerful existence among dragons, he had never heard of anyone who could kill a dragon. Even if it was the notorious black mage Shijiliji 100 years ago, when he encountered a dragon, he could only escape. Gaia Drake flew back to Calvin with the dragon crystal, and the blue-eyed white dragon slowly flew towards Calvin with its broken body. The speed was definitely not fast, but when it returned to Calvin's when he stepped down, the broken body had been repaired, and he turned back to the domineering blue-eyed white dragon. Calvin collected the dragon crystal, looked around and was still stunned among the dragons, and smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Look silly, little lizards. Standing on top of the blue-eyed white dragon, with the night guard beside him, Calvin at this moment is like an emperor standing on all sides, extremely arrogant. But that was a moment when he was dazzled by victory. Although he didn't show much on his face, in fact, he was extremely excited. Dragon Slayer, how many people have dreamed of, let alone Calvin, since Grandpa and the poisonous dragon died together, how many day and night Calvin dreamed of possessing the power of slaying dragons. Now, finally realized. Perhaps Calvin's arrogance can't even be passed by the dragons. For a time, more than a dozen dragons left their opponents by accident and flew toward Calvin, aggressively. What? Wait, why are you so worthy of my little character? Calvin discovered this at the first time. Even though it was strong enough to slay dragons, but facing more than a dozen dragons at the same time, Calvin asked himself that he hadn't been crazy about it. It is too late to say that the nearest dragon is already close to Calvin. The huge body like a mountain is waving his sturdy dragon arm and blasting at Calvin. The blue-eyed white dragon roared and stretched out its head to bite the dragon's arm, but the powerful force pushed it back again and again. Immediately afterwards, the dragon's tail flicked towards Calvin, like a small hill hitting Calvin. Ah! In an instant, the blue magic power visible to the naked eye gushed out of Calvin, condensed into two giant hands, crossed to block the dragon's tail, but it was very reluctant to block. Horrible humans, you must kill you now, or wait for you to teach other humans the magic of killing dragons, then it will be the end of our dragons. Only you can kill me. I may not be the one. But we have a group. Calvin didn't need to listen to know what the dragon would say next, and felt the other dozen dragons that were already very close, even he couldn't help crying. Sure enough, I shouldn't have come here, just come, why are you so arrogant? Ho 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 ho. A blast of heat hit, Calvin shook suddenly, he saw only the flames in the sky, but no trace of flame fell on him, but all fell on the attacking dragon. Long Yan. Naz. No, Binus has millions of backs, is it a fire dragon? Idiot, what are you doing in a daze, leave now. Bercelian's voice came from overhead. Calvin looked up. There was a gap in the sky above his head. Bercelian was yelling at him anxiously. Calvin quickly flew out of it and arrived at Bercel. Liang sighed. Who thanks, Bercelian, I almost died. Calvin patted his chest with a look that was left over from the disaster, and said with lingering fear. Boy, you have the courage. I can't save you if it wasn't for Ignatius, thank him. Bercelian said irritably. Calvin discovered that a flaming red dragon was spraying flames not far away. Such a large amount of flames was spewed out by a dragon. Calvin only felt that he had once again refreshed his view on the strength of the dragon. What kind of dragon is that? It's too strong. He is the fire dragon king Ignalu, he is the strongest dragon on our side. Ignalu. Calvin looked at the domineering dragon in amazement, and seeing him look like this, Bercelian asked a little strangely. What's wrong novel.me, do you know him? I don't know, but I've heard of this name. Calvin wiped the non-existent cold sweat, but in his heart he thought of a certain idiot Yingfa. Is that the dragon that taught Naz the dragon-killing magic? How did you learn Naz? You didn't even learn the fur. Under the flames of Ignatius, the dozen dragons flew out of the attack range with difficulty. Although none of them died, it could be seen that all of them were seriously injured. Awesome. It hurt so many dragons in one move, worthy of the name of the Fire Dragon King. Even Berselian was shocked. Although he knew Ignalo's strength very well, he had never thought of being so strong. No, Ignalo's magic power is consumed too much, let's go and help. Calvin's expression changed, and after speaking, he ignored Berselian and flew directly towards Ignalo. At the same time, his right hand exudes bursts of magic. Chapter 317, Dragon Slaying in Progress. Calvin's perception ability is very powerful. Within a certain range, as long as it has magical powers, it is impossible to escape his perception. Therefore, Calvin clearly understands that after Ignalo's roar, his body the magic power was almost completely consumed. If this state is attacked by other dragons, Calvin is really not sure whether he will fall because of it. If he really dies, what will Naz do in the future? After the blue-eyed white dragon recovered, the speed was not slower than the average dragon, and soon appeared beside Ignalo, and the first thing Calvin did was to extend his right hand to Ignalo. Hi. Fire Dragon King, please have a good meal. Human, leave soon. The Fire Dragon King didn't seem to receive it, just roared angrily. But Calvin did not intend to listen to him. Seventh of magic, one sword cremation. In an instant, Calvin's right hand shot a knife made of flame, and it shot at Ignalo quickly. Want to help me recover? But that's enough flame. Ignalo was very anxious. The dozen dragons would counterattack at any time. He is still standing still, but he is still afraid of his own strength, and Calvin is now telling all the dragons that he is in bad condition. But it's useless to be anxious. After seeing Calvin's actions, the dragons' eyes lit up, and their attacks were on the horizon, and they were about to issue a fatal blow to Ignalo. Boom boom boom. Between the sky and the earth, a flame knife that was about to pierce the sky suddenly stood up. The shock that can't be described in words, all the dragons paused for a moment, the heat is not a joke, bursts of destruction came, even the dragons who are extremely resistant to magic do not want to try this in-person power. Fetler still has this kind of trick? It's not worse than Ignatius' roar just now. Berserian looked at Ignatius who was enveloped in flames from a distance, and suddenly a thought came into his heart, this temper. The fierce Fire Dragon King, I'm afraid he will show off his power later. Calvin raised his mouth and looked at the flame knife in front of him. He was also a little proud. This was the first time he had used a cremation knife in reality, and it was more powerful than he had imagined. If it doesn't work against dragons, this trick should kill a lot of dragons, so what will happen to the Fire Dragon King who eats these flames? Calvin's voice fell, and a suction vortex suddenly appeared at Ignalo, and the center of the vortex was Ignalo's big mouth. Calvin had never seen what a whale swallow was, but he believed that the dragon swallow in front of him was definitely more shocking than the whale swallow. All the flames of a cremation were swallowed by Ignalo in just a few seconds, and the food was clean. Even the Fire Dragon King burped and wiped the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, it is Naz's adoptive father, this food looks exactly the same. It's a delicious flame, thank you. Your name is Fettel, right? Are you interested in fighting with me? Ignalo looked at Calvin with a very friendly and domineering smile. It's a great honor. After all, one person and one dragon rushed out. The target was the dozen or so dragons that were a bit stunned. Don't froze, they are here. Damn it, let's forget the Fire Dragon King, what is the origin of that human being, who actually fed the Fire Dragon King directly? Don't panic, we account for the number, ah. In an instant, a dragon burned to ashes under Ignalo's flames. At this moment, Ignalo's eyes were glowing red, and a trace of heat leaked from his mouth. The entire dragon drive seemed to be hiding something unpleasant. Long Yan. Ho 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 ho. Power is coming. Amidst the roar, one of Ignalo's scales burst out with sparks, as if lit by gasoline. The Fire Dragon King became a veritable fire dragon, and flames burst out of his body. Ignalo only felt that he was in an unprecedented state. Good. Ignalo soared out again, and every time he passed a dragon, or waved his claws, or bit, or slammed, the dozen or so long-injured dragons were not opponents at all, and were easily killed by Ignalo like a chicken. During this time, Calvin had only time to let the blue-eyed white dragon and Gaia Drake kill one dragon, and the rest were killed by Ignalo. This is too powerful, or fire dragons have hidden burst attributes, and every moment they burst out. Calvin was dripping with cold sweat, looking at the dragons that were burned to ashes, but he felt sorry in his heart. Kill it, why do you want to burn them to ashes? I need dragon crystal. Ignalo couldn't hear Calvin's cry from the bottom of his heart. After killing a dozen dragons, he went to kill other dragons. At this moment, he looked like he would kill the gods and the Buddha. Karl the text wanted him to save some words, came to his throat and swallowed it. If you want something, you still have to collect it yourself to have a sense of accomplishment. Scared, but this is the first time I have seen Ignatius. Berselian couldn't help but smile when he saw Calvin's a little scared look. The ghost is not afraid. Look, even the dragon dare not confront him head-on. Calvin curled his lips helplessly. As he said, all the dragons backed down where Ignalo went. Stay by my side, although you have the ability to fight dragons now, it is impossible to kill the quartet like Ignatius. Be careful and don't die. Of course, I am not a person with a hot head. Flying side by side with Berselian, this man Yulong has stronger strength than ordinary dragons. These two teamed together, although not as crazy as Ignalu, they still possess extremely powerful strength. Flash, burst roar. A splendid beam of light shot out from the mouth of the blue-eyed white dragon, like an indestructible laser, as if to cut the earth apart. A dragon held by Gaia Drake was directly cut in half and died under Calvin's hand. There is another one. Awesome, a summoned beast can be comparable to a dragon, and at the same time driving both ends. Fettel has already surpassed most of the dragons, perhaps even worse than me. Thinking of the two dragons that Calvin took away the crystal could become such a powerful monster, Berselian couldn't help but admire. I heard that this kid can summon 7 summoned beasts at the same time. When he collects 7 crystals, I am afraid that no dragon will be his opponent by then. Once again to obtain the dragon crystal novel. Me Calvin did not express that joy. The facts of the battle are too tragic. Since the start of the war, at least half of the dragons have died, and both the own and the enemy have suffered heavy losses. GA. The magic power is actually consumed to this point, it feels like it hasn't been so tired for a long time. How long can I hold on? Since joining the battle, he has maintained the power of the blue-eyed white dragon and Gaia Drake. With a single cremation, Calvin has expended too much magic power. Even Calvin today can't help but feel tired. Now the sky has gradually dimmed, and the battle has lasted for a full 12 hours, and even Ignalo has withdrawn from that crazy state, covered with scars. Berselian is also full of injuries, and his momentum is not as good as the original half. It should be said that there is nothing intact except Calvin who was not injured. However, with Calvin's physique, any attack could kill him. However, Calvin has almost reached the limit. He has never tried such a long battle. In addition to the consumption of magic power, the mental burden is heavier. Chapter 318, Plans 400 years later. Guridanov's magnificent city wall appeared in front of Calvin again, and Calvin swore that he had never missed it so much. A group of dragons flew into Guridanov, and every dragon was wounded, mild or severe, some were even carried back by other dragons, and more were never returned. The war tragic, beyond imagination. As a queen, Irene is waiting for their return. Is it only coming back so many? Other dragons, are they all? Although she had expected it, Irene couldn't help covering her mouth when facing so many former friends who would never return. Her eyes almost dripped. Don't cry, they died heroically. This is pride. Berselian lowered his head slowly, and slowly put Calvin on the ground back. Gosh. Fetrer? What's wrong with him, is he injured badly? Seeing Calvin, Irene became more anxious and heartbroken, especially when he even asked Berselian for help. Don't worry, it's just that the magic power is consumed too much, so please find a place for me to sleep. Calvin said breathlessly. Irene looked at Calvin absurdly, then at Berselian, and saw that the latter nodded at her. Then she asked the soldiers to send Calvin to rest. At this point, Calvin couldn't hold it anymore and fell asleep. What is going on? Did Fettel go to the war? But isn't his dragon-killing card unsuccessful yet? After sending Calvin away, Irene couldn't wait to ask Berselian. He is very powerful. He killed at least 10 dragons alone and helped me kill more dragons. Irene was stunned when she heard the words. This record on Berselian was amazing, let alone Calvin, a human being. That said, he did succeed, why lie to me, don't you want me to worry? Irene frowned, and after thinking for a moment, she raised her head and asked again. How is the battle, do we have the advantage? Berselian sighed, looking sad. There are too many dragons in the west, and during the war, some dragons who are unfriendly to humans from Ishul have come to fight. Naturally, they will not be on our side. Although both sides suffered heavy losses today, we will lose if this continues, unless... Unless what? Unless there are more humans like Fettel, but I have asked him just now. It will take more than 20 years for others to learn the summoning cards at his level. Irene's face is a bit strange. Do people like him mean humans who can cause harm to dragons? It's not easy to say. It is impossible for human magic to kill dragons. Even you can't do it. Calvin is the only exception. Berselian sighed again, the odds of winning this war for mankind were too low. Everything is because the number of dragons standing on their side is far inferior to that of the other side. If it weren't for the appearance of Calvin and the outbreak of the Fire Dragon King today, it would definitely be even worse. Irene was silent for a moment, then her eyes suddenly became determined. Berselian, we can't concentrate on a large-scale battle like today. We need to delay time. This is natural, it is too tragic today, and the enemy must have this idea. And you, I am afraid that I will stay in Gurdano for a while. Why, you should know how strong I am. Without me, you will lose a lot of combat power. Irene nodded, expressing understanding, and then said. I need you to help me complete my dragon-killing magic. When Calvin woke up, the day and night had passed. After such a long rest, although the situation had not recovered to the best, at least he could fight again. Yesterday's war, until Calvin completely fell as an end, Berselian's side took the lead in retreating, and the enemy did not pursue it. After all, they could not continue the fight. Despite the defeat in the first battle, Calvin is still very excited at the moment. First of all, he proved that he has the strength to surpass the dragon. In addition, he has collected 7 dragon crystals. During that battle, Calvin didn't fight indiscriminately. Instead, he was always observing that the dragon's attributes were suitable for his summoning card. With the assistance of Berselian, he successfully targeted himself. The dragons are killed one by one. I don't know when the next battle will happen, so you can't waste a minute. Immediately after leaving the resting room and walking outside, Calvin found that every soldier was pointing at him, and their eyes were all with worship and respect. After a day, everyone knew about this human being above the dragon. It turns out that humans can also defeat dragons. For this alone, Calvin is enough to be idolized by everyone on the spot. Stopping a soldier casually, ignoring his excited look, Calvin just asked lightly. Where is the queen? I have something to tell her. Master Fettel, your majesty is with Master Berselian, do you want me to take you? No need, but tell her for me, I will go home first. After speaking, Calvin left directly, leaving a respectful look. Master Fettel is so cool, the man among men. Calvin, who came to the street, didn't feel the look before. Although many people knew his name, not many knew his appearance. Eileen and Berselian are together for the purpose of slaying the dragon magic. I hope she can succeed soon, and there is not much time left for humans. Although knowing that Irene would be able to develop the dragon-killing magic in time, Calvin still couldn't help being a little worried after such a fierce battle. The power of the dragon is really not a joke. If you lose, humans will really have no power to fight back. Even if I have 7 dragon-killing cards, I dare not say that I can deal with 7-headed dragons at the same time. If there are more, I will definitely dead. Hey, I'm in a conflicted mood, and I still need Akunarokia in the end. Without him, even if there are other dragon slayers, I'm afraid I still can't win. Calvin is absolutely no stranger to the dragon slayer, but whether it is Naz, Gojiru, or Laxus, although they are very strong, they are still far from the dragon. They are already the top dragon slayers after 400 years with abundant magical powers. They have been practicing for many years. Even if Irene successfully develops the dragon slayer magic, Calvin does not think that those who have just become dragon slayers can comparable to Naz and them. I am afraid that only Akunarokia, who is above all dragons, can bring victory to mankind. This era is the difficulty of level, when will I return to 400 years later? Calvin shouted silently. 400 years later. Calvin is back 400 years ago. Is the news true? It can't be wrong. Calvin absorbed the magical power of the solar eclipse and disappeared under everyone's eyes. It must have been traveling through time and space. It was a beautiful woman who was a little like Lucy between her brows, with a gentle temperament. The magic of the solar eclipse novel. Me no wonder he travels through time and space. At that time, I should have thought, Fettel, isn't it future? The other person who responded was also a woman with a crimson head. The big wavy hair, set off against that glamorous face, looks very charming. So, is it time to start planning? No, fairy tale is not enough in strength. It needs to be tempered again, but what about the cracks in time and space? Nothing abnormal. That's good, without it, the plan cannot be carried out. I hope the plan goes well, but can I really trust you? After all, you have followed Jeff for so long. The gentlewoman looked at the red-haired woman deeply and said. Similarly, the red-haired woman looked at her coldly with a deep look in her eyes. You and I have both experienced the glory of Fetra 400 years ago. Compared with you, the bond between me and him is deeper. Chapter 319, News from the Astral Sorcerer. After returning home, Calvin couldn't wait to line up the crystals he collected. Looking at the 5 shining dragon crystals in front of him, Calvin felt that he could summon the dragon. In addition to the completed Dragon Slayer card, Calvin's original goal, to replace all his 7 strongest summoning cards with the Dragon Slayer card, this wish has been fulfilled more than half. It's not too late, do it. Picking up one of the golden crystals, carefully perceiving its attributes, you can feel the power of light, the dragon crystal of light attributes. It is the first dragon killed by Calvin, the relic of Balizlu. Light? It's different from the destructive flash of the blue-eyed white dragon. It is a strengthening light similar to Wendy's additional boosting magic, and it is only effective for the caster. What's more, it is glittering, and it is just like the 9 llamas. A perfect match. Putting down the crystal, Calvin picked up the other 2, one red and one dark red. Both are left by fire dragons, but the attributes of the 2 dragon flames are completely different. One is a magic flame that can burn the enemy's magic power, and the other is a flame with a high temperature. For these 2 crystals, Calvin had 2 plans. After thinking for a while, he quickly made a decision. The magic flame will be made into a real red-eyed black dragon. Another one, it must be the Phoenix Marco. All the summoned beasts are similar to the immortal body, and at least they must give you the power of flame. After deciding on 2 again, only 2 of the 5 crystals remained to be decided. Picking up a blue-white crystal, Calvin frowned deeply. Ice dragon, it's really difficult to choose. But the only thing that fits the ice is Zanpaku that can use Bing Lun Wan. Alas, I obviously want to get enough crystals to upgrade Zanpaku's weapons. I can only abandon the others and keep only the ice round pills. Calvin had deep regrets in his heart, but he still couldn't make the 2 crystals into the same card, and it was very difficult for him to make a decision between Lu Ren Ruo Huo and Halen Maru. The remaining one, undoubtedly belonged to the Black Sorcerer, and it was also the dragon crystal that Calvin had chosen for him, and it was the strongest among the dragons Calvin killed. The Dragon of Destruction, its attribute is destruction. Pure destructive power. I seem to have killed a powerful character, and I feel dangerous when I think of it. Without Berselian, I really can't beat him. It's all decided, then, let's get started. Additional magic? Dragon's Edition. Irene shouted loudly, her own magic power burst out instantly, and at the same time, Berzelion only felt that part of his magic power seemed to be looted. He tried his best to keep himself from struggling, but his instinct was still resisting. Just as the instinct of resistance emerged, I heard a scream from Irene, and the additional magic was instantly interrupted. Damn it, failed again. Berzelion frowned, watching Irene frantically trying to make herself hurt, and it hurt. It won't work, Irene. Your additional magic is indeed very powerful, but it is always necessary to affect the dragon. This is the only way to do it, otherwise you don't need to develop the dragon-killing magic. If you can't do it, I can't do it, I can't just watch you fight, and I can't rely on Fetril every time. Irene struggled to stand up, although her eyes were full of scars from the attached backlash, her eyes didn't mean to give up at all. Seeing this, Berzelion couldn't help but move. Eileen, this method really doesn't work. So, teach me the additional magic, and let me attach my power to you. After Calvin finished all the cards, it was already 2 days later. Looking at the 7 cards in his hand, he was filled with surging satisfaction. Now, even if I face the existence of Ignatius, I will be able to defeat it. I'm so good, I can be so strong, maybe I've beaten Jeff. After some self-satisfaction, Calvin carefully packed the card and opened the door. I don't know how Irene is doing now, go see her. Before he arrived, Calvin felt that 2 huge magical powers were colliding. He was very familiar with these 2 magical powers and belonged to Irene and Berzelion. The 2 are fighting? And Irene's magic is different from before, could it quickly move forward? There are no soldiers to stop Calvin this time. His name has been spread throughout Guridanov, and he quickly came to the empty square. Sure enough, I saw that Irene and Berzelion had a good relationship. Sure enough. Irene finally learned the Dragon Slayer magic. I saw that Irene was using the same power as Berzelion, and her battle mode was exactly the dragon-killing magic that Calvin was familiar with. Berzelion once again blocked Irene's fist and shook it open with a slight raise. After a few laps in midair, Irene landed steadily, but now she was very tired and did not continue to attack. It's almost done, let's take a break. Yet. Irene sat down and wiped off her sweat. Although the dragon-killing magic is effective, the attack power is still too weak, let alone the defensive power. Compared with the dragon, it is still a huge difference. It's already done, and soon you will become an effective combat force. Irene shook her head. Not enough. The dragon-killing magic I use now requires you to apply additional magic first. You must find a way to keep that additional magic forever. Berzelion nodded in agreement. I have analyzed this magic. If it is a rapidly growing human being, I can apply my strength to him point by point. Over time, I can slowly adapt, and it will be completely stable in a few years. Come down, but also have a very good growth potential. I don't have time to wait that long now. Let me figure out a way. There must be a quick way. Happiness. There was applause. Irene turned her head, only to see Calvin approaching while clapping. Awesome, this magic is more practical than my Dragon Slayer card. Calvin really exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, once this dragon-killing magic was released, it would soon be able to reverse the situation. Don't laugh at me, compared to your previous record, my Dragon Slayer magic is just a newborn baby. Irene said modestly, just looking at her brilliant smile novel taught me to know that she is also very satisfied inside. Seeing Irene smiling so happily, Berzelion couldn't help feeling a little sad. Since Irene became the queen, it has been a long time since Irene became a queen. Especially when the threat of dragons is getting heavier. No matter how strong I am only a person. I still need to rely on you if I want to win. Calvin touched Irene's hair smoothly, and the latter's cheek instantly blushed, but Calvin didn't see it. Turned his head and said to Berzelion. When is the next war? Now I have become a complete body, and I can't wait to have another fight with those western bastards. Irene pulled Calvin's clothes, the ruddy face disappeared. Don't be so impatient, Fettel, the celestial wizard you are looking for already has news. Really? Well, the news that came last night was that of a woman named Anna. Her family has been the celestial wizard for generations. Chapter 320, Meet an Enemy. Where is she? Irene had never seen Calvin so anxious. Even when she gave him the dragon crystal before, even though he could see his longing, she managed to stay calm. It was like now and she did not hide her feelings. My heart became more and more curious about Calvin's purpose in finding the astral sorcerer and the magic he was looking for, but Irene still suppressed the curiosity in her heart and did not ask immediately. I just know that there is such a person, but I don't know where she is now, wait a minute. Depressing his excitement, Calvin took a few deep breaths and nodded. Eileen, this person is really important to me, so I will trouble you. Irene's eyes flickered slightly, she was still curious, but she didn't show it, only smiled in response to Calvin. Berzelion had been listening quietly without speaking, and when Irene and Calvin had finished talking, he spoke slowly. It seems that you are fine now. I have to develop the Dragon Slayer magic together with Irene, so I can't fight alongside you. However, although there is no large-scale battle now, small-scale battles will soon begin. How are you going? Calvin returned a confident look. That's for sure, now I have 7 dragon slaying cards. Calvin stretched out a 7 gesture and waved his hand, laughing very arrogantly. It's really arrogant, but he does have the qualifications. Berzelion pulled his mouth slightly. However, he fully recognized Calvin's strength. When there were only 2 dragon slaying cards, Calvin's combat effectiveness was already about the same as him, and now Calvin, Berselian did not dare to make a judgment. 7 Dragon Slayer cards, do you have so much magic power to use? Irene was the opposite, teasing with suspicion. Of course there is, otherwise you think why I have to collect 7 dragon crystals. Although it only lasts a few minutes, Calvin did not say the following sentence. Soon, the war ignited again, and dozens of dragons planned to attack a certain city in Ishurgar. After learning of this information, Calvin also went to intercept with dozens of dragons. This time Berselian did not play, and the leading position fell on Calvin. There was no dragon objection. The last war had made it clear to the dragons that his strength was not worse than Berselian. Fatrel, it's already in Belzes. In midair, a dragon in charge of investigation said to Calvin. Have you caught up? Calvin asked solemnly. The attack has begun, but Belzes has not been destroyed. Well, it's not too late. Get ready to fight. We lost last time, but we have to win back this time. Ho ho ho. The battle between the dragon and the dragon does not require any formation strategy, just rush up to head on. The individual power of the dragon is too great, so they have never cooperated with this concept. However, a sneak attack can still be done. Calvin took the lead. The blue-eyed white dragon at his feet glowed with white light, separated from Calvin, and charged forward like a meteor, rushing into the enemy. Flash wing strike. The wings of the blue-eyed white dragon are like invincible blades. With the blessing of the shining dragon killing power, the dragons retreat wherever they pass. The wings not only cut the enemy's body, but also cut the air. The blue-eyed white dragon's flexibility is very high. When it penetrates from the left to the right, the other dragons are elusive of its movements. They can only be beaten and cannot fight back. They are very depressed and dare not use a wide range of tricks for fear of accidentally hurting their own people. Don't worry about the blue-eyed white dragon, attack them all. Calvin yelled, summoning the true red-eyed black dragon to fly steadily in the sky, giving orders accurately. The other dragons were already ready, and when Calvin's voice fell, they opened their mouths, and various colorful roars surged out, deafening. Since the dragons attacking the city only attack downwards from high altitude, there is no need to worry that their attacks will involve the city. Therefore, Guridanov's dragons have no power at all, and they are fully fired from the beginning. The sky seemed to be holding a celebration, and the sky full of fireworks lit up Belzes, and the panicked people panicked even more. They thought it was a dragon attacking them further. The roar covered most of the enemy dragons, but some of them just flew out of the attack range quickly, and the dragons were roaring in pain, making them more and more crazy. This sneak attack really caught the enemy dragon by surprise, but the result was not as big as expected. Only a few dragons really died because of this. It's always a dragon, it's really not that simple to kill. Calvin looked down the entire battlefield condescendingly, looking at the dragons that had fallen into the melee, and seemed very calm. Since the blue-eyed white dragon rushed into the center of the enemy, it has been wandering around. Then Calvin summoned the undead Marco and the night Gaia Drake, who also rushed into the melee. Yuhuo's attributes fit well, and its size is small. Although its strength is not as good as that of dragons, its speed and flexibility are even much higher than those of the blue-eyed white dragon. The extremely high-temperature dragon flame showed a blue-blue color, and the storm blew towards it, and the fire became more intense. With the brilliant beams of light, the coordination of the 3 major summoned beasts seemed a bit invincible. It seems that there is no powerful dragon here, this time I should be able to win. After observing silently for a while, Calvin didn't intend to continue watching the battle. He squatted slightly, the red-eyed black dragon was about to fly out. At this moment, Calvin's eyes suddenly drenched and suddenly became extremely fierce. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. Suddenly, the entire battlefield felt a chill. Calvin's immense magical power suddenly burst out without reservation, and the high-concentration magical power was almost visible to the naked eye, as if an invisible flame wrapped around him, drawing the eyes of the entire battlefield. Is there such a thing? A mere human novel. Me magic power is above the dragon. It's that Fetri, the human who killed many dragons in the last war. What is Fettel doing? Isn't he a target of public criticism? The dragons on both sides thought differently, but Calvin ignored them, regardless of whether they would become the target of a large number of dragons. He just stared at a certain dragon, hatred in his eyes, only at the dragon with dark green scales he was looking at. Calvin clenched his fists tightly, his teeth clenched, and his veins bulged. This is his most emotionally excited time in so many years. It's so lucky to let me meet you in this era. I thought I could only hold on to regret, but I didn't think I would still have a chance to avenge my grandpa. No matter what, I will definitely kill you today. Dulong. Chapter 321, Handblade Dragon. The moment he discovered the poisonous dragon, Calvin could not control his emotions at all. The scars seem to have healed, and Calvin is also laughing and joking all day, but in fact, how can such hatred be easily forgotten? If you don't see the poisonous dragon, forget it. If you really meet him, Calvin will definitely not be calm. I don't know how many days and nights Calvin regretted his weak self at the time. Compared to ordinary people, Calvin was already sensible when he was a baby. Therefore, his gratitude for the grandfather who adopted him is even more profound. While angry, Calvin still maintained a certain level of calmness. It was an instinct brought about by many battles over the years. Although he wanted to personally hammer the poisonous dragon to death with his fist, he also understood that this was impossible. To kill the poisonous dragon, you must rely on the Dragon Slayer card. What's the matter with that human being? Why is there such a terrible magic power? The The poisonous dragon Scaneric sweated coldly, and Calvin's magic power that made Longdu's heart palpitations greatly shocked him. As a dragon that treats humans as ants playing like ants, he has heard of a human who has gained the power to slay dragons, but Scaneric is actually not too cold about it. Humans have always been his playthings. How could there be a power comparable to the dragon? But when Calvin exploded right before his eyes, he had to believe this fact. Strange, why does that human being stare at me all the time, and we don't know, could it be that the human I ate before had his relatives? In Scaneric's anxiety, Calvin had already started. The blue-eyed white dragon, the knight of the earth and the sky, and the phoenix, the three summoned beasts broke away from their original opponents at the same time, and flew straight towards Scanilok. Of course, the poisonous dragon would not fail to notice this movement. He was immediately shocked. The strength of these three summoned beasts was obvious to all. They would never be inferior to any dragon. When the three attacked at the same time, Scaneric could be sure that he would definitely not an opponent. He is staring at me, please help. Roaring furiously, Scaneric hoped that a dragon would come over and help him, and in this short sentence, a figure very small for him suddenly appeared on top of his head. Is that human? So fast. I don't allow you to fly in the sky, let me crawl on the ground. The cold words passed into Scaneric's ears, and Calvin's magical power outside instantly condensed into a azure blue giant, and unlike the previous only half-length body, it was presented completely, the bones and flesh of magical power. In addition, it was covered with a layer of majestic magic armor, and behind it was a pair of magic wings that did not look like dragon wings. Giant Susa is in perfect form. As the 6th ranked trick in the Moeo series, the power that Giant Susa has shown in the past is indeed worthy of this ranking, but so far, it is the first time for Calvin to fully display this trick of Giant Susa. The momentum is similar to the past. In comparison, it is almost a laxus. Giant Susa went from 0 to complete, with less than 1 second in between. In Scaneric's horrified eyes, Giant Susa clenched his hands, raised them high, and hit Zongsk with unparalleled power. Narik's head. No matter how strong the Giant Susa's power is, it's just a normal magical power, and it doesn't cause damage to the dragon. However, the impact of that power still blasted Scaneric to the ground, and Calvin almost simultaneously falling to the ground. At the same time, Scaneric was firmly crushed. With one hand on the neck of Scaneric dragon head, the other fist of the Giant Suzu was raised high, and it hit the head fiercely. Every time it hits, the ground will crack due to the impact. It shook the mountain. At this time, the three summoned beasts also arrived, together with the true red-eyed black dragon, firmly surrounding the two behemoths, not allowing any dragons to come to disturb them. Guridanov's dragon can see Calvin's hatred for this poisonous dragon, so naturally he won't come to disturb him. As for other enemy dragons, he hopes Calvin will not come to trouble him, and there is no such kind of self-sacrificing dragon. Transcendent thinking, plus there are enemies in front of him, so no Genshin dared to approach Calvin. Boom. 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 Ho 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 ho. Scaneric roared in pain, not because of physical pain. Giant Susa's fist was nothing to him. It was just this humiliation that made his soul pain to the extreme. In his long life as a dragon, has he ever encountered such a ridiculous thing when he was crushed by a human being on the ground? He used to hear him only as a silly joke, but when this silly joke happened to him, then the taste is really super uncomfortable. Asshole. I want you to die. This sentence was Scaneric's roar from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't really say it, because the frequency of Giant Suzu's punches did not allow him to speak. He wants to break away from Calvin's imprisonment, but this posture with his back down is not good for exerting power. The breath of the poisonous dragon is useless against the absolutely defensive Giant Susa, and the power of Giant Susa is really too big, let him use it harder. And can only take every fist honestly. The fruit is real. Calvin sneered looking at the unharmed poisonous dragon. He didn't expect Giant Suzu to kill him, but now he was just venting his hatred. It's very humiliating, but this little pain is too insignificant compared to my pain. In Calvin's roar, the summoned beasts appeared in the surroundings. The glittering 9 llamas, the frosty slashing soul, the calm and water-like black wizard, and the 4 summoned beasts that had appeared, drove Scanilok away. All possibilities are blocked until novel.me. The 7 summoned beasts, all of which have the power to destroy the dragon. Featrix's strength has far surpassed the dragon. The dragon who came with Calvin was watching from a distance, and his heart was thunderous. Calvin, who couldn't beat a dragon at the beginning, can at least deal with the 7-headed dragon at the same time. Calvin dispersed the Giant Suzu and summoned 7 summoned beasts at the same time. It was also a great burden for him. Feeling the pressure on his body was gone, Scanilok had not had time to rejoice, and a greater power he was firmly suppressed again. This time it was not only a wrist on the neck, but the 9 tails of the 9 llamas completely entangled him, and he could not move. Calvin moved away a little bit, and the other summoned beasts were connected with him, and they all geared up without ordering. After a brutal and inhuman beating, Scaneric has vented more and less, and his injuries can only allow him to barely maintain a dead state. He can't even speak, and can only stare with hatred. Calvin. Go to hell. The cold words came out of Calvin's mouth, and the next moment, 7 attacks fell on Scanilok at the same time. Chapter 322, Positioning. The full blow of the dragon-killing summoned beast would be fatal if the dragon was hit unsuspectingly. And the 7 attacks are aimed at one target together, even the Iron Dragon Steel Dragon with extraordinary defensive power can never bear it. The roar sounded, it was louder than any dragon roar, the light soaring, the impact of scattered energy, and the dust all over the sky. After dissipating, there was only a vast crater left in place, like a meteorite impact, and poison dragon's Gnilog, there is no more meat residue. Even the dragon crystal was blasted into powder. The terrible power is really difficult, and I believe this is issued by a human. Why is this human being so powerful? Even among dragons, I have never seen this kind of power. Many dragons looked at Calvin in disbelief. The power of the 7 summoned beasts at the same time was so amazing that it was beyond their imagination. The poisonous dragon was in his hands, and there was no way to fight back. Although Scaniric's strength is not outstanding among the dragons, it is by no means mediocre, at least above the average level, but obviously, the average level above the dragon is far from Calvin's opponent. No, even the masters among the dragons may not be able to hold Calvin for long. Killing the poisonous dragon, Calvin's anger disappeared, and he looked up at the surroundings. Unknowingly, the dragons had stopped their hands and looked at himself blankly with a surprised look. What are you doing in a daze? Don't forget what we are here for, do it now. Calvin frowned and shouted, and the dragons suddenly became agitated when they heard the words. They were fierce and showed their most fierce side. They attacked the enemy dragons frantically. With Calvin's support behind them, they did not worry about losing. Because of Calvin's performance just now, the enemy dragons were all very timid, knowing that it was stupid to resist even if they were defeated. After a few fights, they flew away and fled each other as if they were in a spirited spirit. Seeing this, Calvin did not chase, the summoned beast turned into a card and he took it back. He exhaled heavily, dripping sweat on his forehead. Summoning 7-headed summoned beasts at the same time is really reluctant, but my magic power is already many times stronger than ordinary people, and it is almost impossible to increase it. Forget it, now my strength is hard to come by. The only people who need to be afraid of are Jeff and the unborn Akunarokia. On Calvin's face, there is no satisfaction of getting revenge, nor the emptiness of losing his life goal, but rather worrying about the unknown in the future. After all, Calvin's goal in life is not like a dragon. Meeting him today was just an accident. After resolving the regret that he couldn't remember, Calvin immediately returned to his usual life, thinking about the future. Today is Calvin's first full effort after completing the 7 dragon slaying cards, but in a short time, he almost used up his magical power, but Calvin also has a general position for his strength. In terms of magic power, Calvin is undoubtedly surpassing dragons, and it is still a lot more. To be accurate, it is probably more than 7 times that of ordinary dragons. This magic power is undoubtedly the best in the entire world. Even if it was Jeff, Calvin didn't think he could surpass himself in magic power. The seed of magic power absorbed the entire magic power of Islandon as nutrition. After growing into a tree of magic power, the magic power has increased several times. Calvin dare not say where the limit is for his total magic power. Regarding this huge to excessive magic power, Calvin also did not waste it in application. From a summoned beast to a 7-headed summoned beast, through the different number of summons, he can effectively exert his different strengths, even though the simultaneous appearance of summoned beasts cannot last for long, but the strength that bursts out in a short time is not the enemy of ordinary enemies. Among the enemies Calvin had encountered in previous years, in front of him now, only the Black Dragon was not sure that he could defeat it. Others, including the former President Hades, were now waved to annihilate. It's just that he is strong, but he is not enough to ignore everything. As long as there are enough dragons, defeating Calvin is not a problem, and the number of dragons on both sides of the battle, Calvin, is undoubtedly far behind. In fact, at this moment, Yugzagar is still at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, the Dragon Slayer is indispensable, and the appearance of the Dragon Slayer also represents the appearance of Akunarokia. At that time, he will bring victory to mankind, but also to the dragon. Perish. Calvin wanted to find him before, but Calvin didn't know the appearance of Akunarokia when he was a human, and he couldn't find it if he wanted to. As for the name Akunarokia, Calvin is not sure whether it already exists now, whether it was changed after becoming a black dragon, or it was originally called this name. However, even if Calvin finds it, he can't do anything to him, because if you kill him early, you can't win. Akunarokia is able to end the war, and I have not yet reached this point. This means that I am still weaker than him. Should I use the card of summoning again? No, even if I use it, I'm afraid it's not comparable. The strongest blue-eyed white dragon before and the life of my sacrifice have proved that I can't win. Those 3 cards are far from perfect, even if I sacrifice. Life is not much stronger than the blue-eyed white dragon of the day. Oh. It's not time to be lazy, and we still need to perfect those 3 cards. Thinking of this, Calvin suddenly felt a little heavy in his heart. The 3 cards he said he had dreamed of making them as early as his childhood. They were cards that were far more powerful than the blue-eyed white dragon, and they were the strongest in his dream. Card. The only regret until novel.me is that these 3 cards are too difficult, even if they are barely made, they are only slightly stronger than the Kinjian Beilong by 1 or 2 points, and they are not as powerful as they expected. This is all due to his insight. All the cards for summoning are derived from the white dragon cards left by Calvin's grandfather Pierce. Although Calvin has surpassed Pierce in terms of strength, it is in the knowledge of the cards, but it has not yet been able to come out of the blue. Calvin's strongest blue-eyed white dragon, in terms of the depth of the card, is only comparable to the white dragon of the year. Only by surpassing Grandpa can I surpass again. This is not the time for me to relax. Looking at the 7 cards in his hand, Calvin secretly determined that he must become even stronger than Akunarokia. At this time, the other dragons, after pursuing them a little bit, did not chase them, and they came back one after another. When Calvin saw this, he no longer struggled, smiled slightly, and shouted. Go back, take back the good news of victory. Chapter 323, Historical Change. All the dragons have returned and are preparing to return to Gurdanov. Calvin summoned one of the forms of the true red-eyed black dragon, the true red-eyed flying dragon, and stepped onto the flying dragon head with a spirited look. Some of the daring residents of Belbis felt as if the attack had stopped and sneaked out to see Calvin standing on the head of the dragon, bullying. However, when he was about to take off, Calvin suddenly gave out a faint light. Calvin had absorbed all the magic power of the solar eclipse and lost consciousness, so he didn't know that this soft light was exactly the same as the light emitted by the Emerald Princess that day. When he was still wondering what was going on, his entire head suddenly went into a sudden, the real red-eyed flying dragon suddenly disappeared and turned back into a card, and the Calvins passed out. Fat troll. The dragons hurriedly approached Calvin, checked what had happened, and found out that Calvin was in good health, but the consumption of magic power was a bit large, but he would not pass out. Even with the knowledge of the dragon, he didn't know what was going on with Calvin, so he could only grab Calvin and put it on his back, and return to Gurdanov first. In the worried eyes of the rescued people, the dragons took off and disappeared into the sky in a short while. The setting sun was picturesque, but Irene was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. She stood at the highest point of the palace, waiting for the return of the soldiers on the expedition. In the distance, a group of dragons waving their wings slowly came into view. They came very quickly, and they could see the figure immediately. Irene looked around a little, and immediately changed her face, because she didn't find Calvin's summoned beast in it. When the dragon returned to the city, Irene's worried mood was slightly relieved. Calvin was still there, only fainted on one of the dragons, but the soft light on his body had long since disappeared. Is Fettel hurt? No, it's just a bit expensive. We don't understand why he passed out. Long replied, and Irene frowned slightly when she heard the words. Send him to rest first. Then tell me the details of the entire battle. Okay. Calvin lightly looked up and saw a familiar ceiling. Am I fainted? Talking to himself slightly, Calvin felt a little pain in his head and a little confused memory. Yes, you passed out. A voice suddenly sounded. Calvin was not surprised. He found Irene when he woke up, and she was sitting on the chair beside the bed. How long have I slept? Not long, just 1 day. 1 day. Calvin was a little bitter in his heart, a little difficult to accept. He just thought he was almost invincible, but he immediately fell into a coma in full view. Fortunately, no one knew what he was thinking, otherwise he would lose face. I played twice and came back lying down on both occasions. It seems that I am not as powerful as I thought. Calvin laughed at himself, and lay down holding the back of his head, his tone a little ecstatic. Irene immediately looked at Calvin with a strange look. Do you know that now your name has spread throughout Isolgar, and you are a hero in the hearts of many people? Besides, how did I hear that you killed a poisonous dragon? If this kind of strength is still modest, it will be fake. That dragon was the murderer who killed my grandfather. Calvin fell silent after finishing speaking. He didn't want to say more about this. Because every time I talk about it, I think of that kind but a little funny grandpa. Irene was also silent. She had already guessed Calvin's life experience. As expected, his relatives had been slaughtered by dragons. At this time, Calvin's cold sweat suddenly shed. What's wrong? Your face is so bad. No, it's okay, just let me rest for a while. Calvin forced a okay smile and coaxed Irene out, although she was still confused and worried. But Calvin can't manage that much, he has something to confirm at the moment. As for why he fainted for no reason, Calvin was already suspicious as soon as he woke up, but Irene was there, and he was too embarrassed to ignore her to think about it. However, when talking about Grandpa being killed by the poisonous dragon just now, Calvin suddenly discovered that this memory had become blurred. He did not remember such a thing, but knew that there was such a thing, but that day how Grandpa was killed by the poisonous dragon and other details, but completely forgot. Not only that, but when he recalled his past carefully, Calvin found that the memory of how he left the village and how he came to the demon tail is equally vague, but he knows the general idea and forgets all the details. Even these things that he had always determined to have happened, he began to doubt whether they were true or not. These sudden changes made Calvin panic. There is no doubt that there is an abnormality in his memory, and the reason for the abnormality is undoubtedly caused by his coma just now. The problem is that Calvin himself didn't understand why he was in a coma, and what happened to the soft light before the coma. Continued to take a deep breath to keep himself calm, Calvin analyzed again. Just sitting and thinking, after a few hours, his thoughts gradually straightened out, and he came to a conclusion. He speculated. All the abnormalities happened after I killed the poisonous dragon, that is, I killed the poisonous dragon is the key. I have determined that the history of this world can be changed. Now that I have killed the poisonous dragon will not be able to attack the village 400 years later, so has history changed. It is very possible that Grandpa did not die, so the memory will be confused, and it will even affect the journey before I joined the monster tail. Since history will be revised, what kind of power is it? Is there a power that I can't understand, to promote the history that must be changed? Think about it now, the soft light at that time really feels a bit similar to the magic of time and space, but it's not the same. Is it possible that it is the power to correct history? Even after straightening out his thoughts until novel.me and gradually inferring a reasonable explanation, Calvin still felt that his head was confused and irritable. He was like shouting and venting, but it was too shocking. He just grabbed his hairstyle into a bird's nest in distress and sighed sullenly. Calvin understands a bit now that he has really changed history. Calvin's mood at this moment is very contradictory, both depressed and happy. What is depressing is that he himself has been admonishing himself not to intervene in the past, so as not to affect history, but in the end he changed history drastically, even his own memory has problems. What's happy is that the changed history seems to fit my mind. My past is no longer the past that I have experienced. Meow, I did something irreversible. Oh. It's useless to regret now, but what should I do next? Do I want to get out of the war? I still have to make repeated mistakes. Chapter 324, Giants Nomura. Half a month later, dozens of dragons were fighting in a melee over a certain city in Ishugar. Flames, thunder, and lightning spurted from their mouths, and their powerful bodies charged and slammed. Each had its own characteristics and each had its own fierceness. The two sides looked similar, and it seemed that this battle would not end in a short time. In the city below, the people were already shivering with fright, some fled in terror, some prayed to the gods, some cheered up the dragon of Ishugar, some collapsed and wept bitterly. The power of the dragon makes the dragon the strongest race in the world, and it is impossible for them to fight without causing any damage. Although Ishugar's dragon wanted to save the humans in the city below, the aftermath of their battle would bring no less damage to the city than the enemy's dragon. Their purpose is to be kind to mankind, but their powerful force often takes the life and construction of mankind. Peaceful days are fine. As long as they don't use their strength, they won't cause any damage, but once a battle occurs, strength is not so easy to control. The long-term persistence between the two parties and the most painful one is the city below. It seems to be destroyed by unmatched power at any time. The war between dragons, over time, has completely erupted on the two continents. The dragon's mobility is strong enough to make the whole world their back garden. Therefore, they are everywhere on the two continents. May become a battlefield. However, more wars took place in Ishugar. The dragons in the west set their targets as the cities of human beings. They are the active attacker. Unlike Ishugar, they despise humans and do not want to protect. Therefore, they have no scruples. The reason why Calvin and the others are at a disadvantage in this war is definitely one of the most important reasons why they can only be beaten and cannot fight back. Just when the dragons on both sides were in a stalemate, a flashing star appeared on the horizon, and the flashing star became bigger and bigger. Take a closer look. Where is the star? It is clearly a giant with dazzling light. With a bright white body, blue eyes, and a figure standing on it, those who come are ready to come out. It's Master Fettel. Now, the outcome is determined. It's a dragon slayer. Retreat quickly. The white flash swiftly passed, and instantly came to a purple dragon that had just exclaimed. With the mouth open, a brilliant white beam of light spurted out. The distance was too short to avoid it. But no dragon is weak. Faced with this deadly attack, that dragon opened its mouth as well as he didn't want to. The purple and blue thunder and lightning roared out, also concentrated into a pillar of thunder and collided with the light pillar of the blue-eyed white dragon. Boom! The colors of white and purple and blue converged and dyed the sky. The collision of the two roars raised a huge gust of wind, and the blue-eyed white dragon and the purple dragon retreated. At this moment, the purple dragon turned around in an instant, purple and blue thunder and lightning flashed all over the body, a burst of electric light flashed, and the dragon's shadow had flown hundreds of meters. This purple dragon, after seeing Calvin, didn't even dare to fight and ran away. Calvin stood on the dragon's head, a bit stunned. He never thought that the opponent would run away immediately after a fight. The opponent was a dragon, the strongest race in the world. And it wasn't just the Azure Dragon, the rest of the dragons got rid of their opponents after Calvin arrived, and also ran away with the Azure Dragon, without any drag. Master Fettel, thank you for coming in time. At this moment, a dragon with 7 horns on its head flew close, with respect in its eyes, and said respectfully. Cape Surfin, did you beat them badly just now? Why did you run so fast as soon as they saw reinforcements? Hehe, they are just afraid of your prestige. Cape Surfin smiled lightly, making no secret of his disdain and contempt for the enemy. Those guys are just a group of bullying and fearful things that can only attack humans who have no power. Facing Master Fettel, they don't even have the courage to fight. Really? I'm so good? Can I scare away the dragons just by name? In terms of humans, I don't know, but in terms of dragons, there are no dragons that don't know the strength of Master Fettel. Every dragon knows that without the strength of the Dragon King level, you can't hold many tricks. Half a month after Calvin woke up, Calvin has successively participated in nearly 10 small-scale battles, and Calvin's 7-headed dragon-killing summoned beast was unstoppable, and he died in his hands. There are nearly 100 dragons. And because of this, in just half a month, his name spread throughout Ishal and the western continent, especially the dragon, and his fear of him has reached the extreme. Therefore, even the dragons have to change their strategy because of Calvin. In a small-scale battle like the one just now, the number of dragons is not much different, and the two sides are evenly matched. But if Calvin is there, he has an absolute advantage. Must be defeated, there is no point in persisting. This is also the reason why those dragons fled directly. In the future, if those dragons will fight Calvin head-on, they will not have the Dragon King level powerhouse, or they will definitely have an absolute advantage in number. This battle, as the dragon's escape ended, Calvin did not continue to stay, and returned to Gurdanov. As soon as he got back, Irene found him. Fatrel, the astral sorcerer you are looking for, finally knows where it is. Calvin suddenly became serious and asked seriously. Where is it? It's in Elbaf, do you need me to accompany you? Irene said. The village of giants. I remember it seems to be the site of the Hell Dragon. Why did she go to the village of giants alone? According to our information, the celestial wizard named Anna has been traveling and has no fixed place of residence. When Calvin heard the words, he was silent for a moment, and said, I'll go now, I'm afraid she will leave later. Irene, you should stay, step up the perfection of the Dragon Slayer magic. After all, Calvin's black wings spread out and flew into the air with a squeak, summoning a real red-eyed black dragon novel.me and flew in the direction of Elbaf. Elbaf, the village of giants, has been a gathering place for giants since ancient times, but even if giants have a size close to dragons, they still can't match them. While meditating on the information about Elbaf, Calvin was also quickly approaching the giant village. Before long, a huge village appeared in front of Calvin. It was obviously only a village, but its area was bigger than many cities. In the village, there are not many creatures with magical powers, and Calvin can't feel any magical powers from the giants anyway. Aren't the giants born to be able to use magic? This is convenient for me to find someone. The corners of Calvin's mouth raised slightly, and in his perception, apart from the hell flame dragon full of scorching heat, there was only one human being possessed of magic power. Its nature is too similar to Lucy. Don't think about it, the master of that magic power must be the astral sorcerer. Chapter 325, Unpleasant Conversation. Calvin's arrival brought a little commotion to the giant village. After all, they hadn't seen Calvin yet, but the creatures riding under him looked like a dragon. Dragon's war has broken out in an all-round way, and there are no people on the mainland who don't know. Even if the giant village is indisputable, it is not an isolated place. Although the giants have huge bodies, they are helpless when facing creatures like dragons. The only way to fight is the hell flame dragon who lives in seclusion here. The already powerful giants rushed to find him. And when Calvin jumped from the dragon, all the giants were stunned. The arrogant dragon allowed a mere human to stand on his head? The color of fear is stronger. Don't be so nervous, I'm not malicious. Calvin raised his hand slightly and took the summoned beast back, indicating that he was not here to look for something. And this hand surprised the giant again. Can it actually drive the dragon? When have humans been so powerful? Who are you? Why are you here in our village? The headed giant frowned and asked. A person who is powerful but unknown to his enemies and friends makes him wonder what attitude he should use to deal with. After all, although their giants have a gentle temperament, due to their size, they have not much intersection with humans. My name is Fetril, I am a wizard. I came here to find a female wizard. Her name is Anna. Calvin exclaimed, his eyes staring in one direction. Although the Anna hid behind the giant, but the magic cannot hide. Giants, look at me, I look at you, and finally cast my sights on the giant headed. The giant was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know where Calvin came from. He didn't want Anna to come out at all, but Calvin's power was daunting. Master Atlas Farum hasn't come over yet. The giant was about to delay for a while, but at this moment, Anna stepped out. Among the giants, Anna looked particularly small. Seeing her, Calvin's eyes lit up. Anna. Don't worry, this man should not be hostile, and depending on how he plays, he is the one who surpassed the dragon as a human being. I am Anna, Mr. Fettel, what are you looking for? An ethereal voice sounded, and Anna looked at Calvin with clear eyes. I have something to ask you, Miss Anna, can I say it alone for a while? Anna looked at Calvin carefully. She had heard about Calvin's deeds a long time ago. Although she didn't know the other party's intention, she intuitively thought it was not dangerous. Well, come with me. Nodding at Calvin, Anna motioned to follow. Anna. The headed giant asked nervously. Don't worry, it's okay. Regarding the emotions of the giants, Calvin found it very interesting. From the intelligence, it was learned that Anna should not have been in this village for a long time. How could the giants be so nervous? Following Anna, Calvin soon saw a unique room. Among the giant buildings, it was too exquisite. At this time, Calvin's face changed slightly. A hot breath is approaching quickly. Ho 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 ho. Before Calvin could speak, a deafening roar rang out. As the surrounding temperature rose, Calvin could not help but sigh secretly, feeling a little troublesome. Needless to think about it, it must be the hell dragon invited by the giant. Humans, are you the one who comes to trouble? I repeat, I am not malicious, nor am I here for trouble, I just came to this astral sorcerer named Anna, I want to ask her something very important. Although Calvin is not afraid of the hell dragon in front of him, he does not want to fight for no reason, so he explained patiently. Hell flame dragon Atlas From will naturally not be so easy to dismiss, he will naturally throw the realization to Anna. Do you know this human being? It's the first time we met, but Mr. Fetrix should really have no intentions. Anna said. Atlas From took back that fierce aura, but still stared at Calvin unkindly. Human kid, if something happens to my friend Anna, don't want to leave completely. Yes, yes, Calvin replied helplessly. Followed Anna into her house, and Calvin gave a long ah. What's the matter with these guys, will they be too nervous? Although the giants in Atlas Fram are a bit scary, they are very enthusiastic and friendly, they are just worried about me. Anna smiled, and she found Calvin's helpless look a bit funny. I know, I have met a lot of similar people, so didn't I be patient with them? Calvin shrugged. Anna was amused again. Well, that's the end of the joke, Mr. Fetrul, who are you looking for me? Calvin also got upright and pondered for a moment to organize the language, he decided to get straight to the point. I won't say more nonsense, Miss Anna, Do you know a magic, solar eclipse? Hearing the words, Anna's face suddenly changed a few times, and the calm expression disappeared, replaced by a solemn one. Where did you know this magic? S tone became harsher than ever. Calvin was happy about Anna's reaction. What does this mean? It means Anna knows this magic. I can't tell you where I know this magic novel. Me, but I have to find it. Besides, I need you to help me open the door to the eclipse. You even know this relationship. By the way, this guy was looking for me. Anna's face was uncertain, and she began to wonder what Calvin's purpose was. It seems that you know the function of solar eclipse, so you should also know how big the impact is after using it. It is impossible for me to tell you any information about the solar eclipse. Calvin's head started to hurt. He knew that things would not be that simple. After all, a normal person knows how terrible it is to travel through time and space, especially Anna, as the astral sorcerer, she knows a little more. He was thinking about whether he should tell the truth. After all, Anna had clearly refused to provide information for himself, and he was not the kind of person who would use his strength to force others. It's so difficult. Is it really impossible? Miss Anna? Calvin asked again without giving up. Absolutely not. Anna shouted solemnly. At the same time, his right hand gently stretched into his pocket and held his key tightly. As long as Calvin changes, she will immediately open the door and summon the protoss. Although she also understood that her strength should not pose a threat to Calvin. It seems that there is really no way. In that case, Anna. Are you here? Anna was sweating coldly, as if she was approaching an enemy, her magic turbulent, she would shoot at any time. Chapter 326, Correct Use of Solar Eclipse. I'll tell you the truth. Calvin said very seriously, but Anna couldn't help being taken aback when she heard it. Isn't it to be forced by force? I seem to really think too much, and the man in front of me seems to be a really good person. The truth is, does it mean your real purpose? Isn't it going to travel through time and space through solar eclipses? Anna remained vigilant, although she was a little shaken just now, but she is not someone who can persuade in a few words. Indeed, I want to travel through time and space through the solar eclipse, and go back 400 years later. After 400 years, why 400 years later? Wait. What did you just say? Come back. How could it be possible that you? Anna's eyes widened and she had an incredible expression. She had thought that Calvin would speak out the evil plan that was difficult and acceptable, and she had also thought that he was doing justice to defeat the dragon through the eclipse gate in a way she didn't know. But I have never thought that Calvin actually said that he came from the future. Are you from the future? Anna asked without giving up, but Calvin's answer still shocked her. Yes, it is. So, when you come to this era, you rely on the eclipse gate, but it's impossible. The more Anna thought about it, the more ridiculous she became. She knew something about the eclipse gate. Because of this, she understood how incredible it is to go back to the past from the future. I came to this era because of an accident, not out of my intentions, so I have been looking for a way back, that is, you, Anna. You lie to me. The eclipse gate can indeed communicate the past and the future in theory, but it is only a theory. Although it is feasible to go to the past, it is fundamentally impossible to go back to the past. Anna's tone suddenly became severe, her eyes filled with distrust of Calvin, and the atmosphere became rigid again, and she felt like she was about to do something. But for Calvin, Anna is the only one who can help him return to the future, so he will not do it anyway. Why is it impossible? As long as the astral sorcerer opens the door of the solar eclipse, he can travel through time and space at will. Anna couldn't help but curl up with a disdainful smile. Solar eclipse is not such a simple magic. It is a bridge between different time and space. If you want to penetrate this bridge, you must open it at both ends of the door by two astral wizards who have collected the keys of the zodiac. Door. The past to the future can also allow the younger generations to convey this message from generation to generation, so that the future celestial wizards can open the door. But if you want to return to the past from the future, how can you let the people of the past cooperate with yourself? So from the future in the past, it was limited to theory. Anna explained to Calvin that she wanted to see how Calvin could finish her lie. Calvin could not help but fall into contemplation when he heard the words. He really didn't know that there were such conditions. I don't know why I went back in time, but I destroyed the eclipse gate that was full of magic power. In order to prevent its eruption, I absorbed all the magic power of the eclipse gate. After that, I returned to 400 years ago. Anna was dumbfounded, the situation was really beyond her expectation. Slow down, shouldn't the eclipse gate be made of metal that is extremely resistant to magic? You can actually destroy it. Yes, it is. You just said that you absorbed all the magic power of the eclipse gate, shouldn't it? At that time the eclipse gate has reached the final activation stage, right? Yes, when the eclipse door was about to open, it was destroyed by me. No way, at that time the magic of the eclipse has completely changed its nature. You actually absorbed it all, and you haven't died yet. Anna said tremblingly, her tone of voice is no longer unbelievably simple. And Calvin still said calmly. Yes, it is. Anna collapsed a little bit, she felt dizzy for a short time, everything was incredible. How could human beings endure the erosion of the magic of time and space, and also travel through time and space? If that guy knew about it, he would definitely be envious. But why? It doesn't make sense. Anna frowned deeply, looking at Calvin's calm look, her anger suddenly came from her heart. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Novel netizens, please remind, Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading. This is a gorgeous dividing line. This lie is excellent. But logical doesn't make sense, unless your body has the characteristics of time and space, or even if your magic power is great, no matter how strong your body is, it will be impossible to bear it. Hearing this, Calvin couldn't help but recall some of the past. He was originally a traveler, shouldn't he, so he brought the so-called space-time characteristics. The characteristics of time and space. Maybe, I really have it. You have. Anna was about to laugh out of anger, she felt that Calvin broke the jar and dared to say anything nonsense. Do you have any way to check out the so-called spatio-temporal characteristics? If you can be sure that I really have it, then you can trust me. Anna was speechless, she felt Calvin was lying from the bottom of her heart, but looking at his expression, she seemed to be sincere. There is no way. After saying this, Anna was a little frustrated. As she said, it was impossible to determine whether Calvin's physique was really time-space characteristics. In this case, Calvin could not prove that she was really telling the truth. There is no way to prove that Calvin is telling lies. The two were silent. In this situation, they don't know what to say. For a long time, Calvin sighed slightly. Forget it, even if you agree, but for your family to follow the ancestral motto of opening the door to the eclipse for the next 400 years, this burden is too heavy and there is too much uncertainty. Shook his head, Calvin's inner disappointment could not be hidden, Anna saw it, she couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in her heart. She couldn't help but say. Even if I promised it would be useless. Although the magic of eclipse has been researched, the gate of eclipse has not yet been created. Not made. Anna nodded. Even if everything you just said is true, so far, the eclipse gate has not been created. The man who created the magic of eclipse has the original intention of going back to the past, but you also understand what I just said. This is simply impossible. So, the person who developed the solar eclipse completely abandoned the solar eclipse after realizing this? Calvin asked in surprise. Anna nodded again, her emotions had become more relaxed, she thought, since there is no most fundamental solar eclipse gate, then even if Calvin has more thoughts, it is just a mirror image. The eclipse gate needs a celestial wizard, so that person also found me, and I also knew that there is such an unimaginable magic as a solar eclipse, but even a solar eclipse cannot achieve that person's goal. Since then, he has never mentioned the eclipse. Saying here, Anna paused again. Novel.me she reminded herself. If Calvin is lying, then why, he will know the information of the solar eclipse. Logically speaking, the only people who know the eclipse are the genius wizard, the developer of the eclipse, Jeff, except for themselves. And Calvin is thinking about one thing at the same time. Since the eclipse gate needs two celestial wizards, how did Lucy and Roger go back in time? There is a guess in his heart. The gate of the eclipse, I am afraid that even if there is only one astral sorcerer, he can still travel through time and space, but that will definitely not be the right way. 400 years later. After Calvin disappeared, all the members of Fairy Tale fell for a while. Especially Mila and Karna, a depressed person all day long, a drunk every day. However, today they are rare to have a carnival, this is because a big battle has just ended. Everything is due to the eclipse gate. Although the door was destroyed by Calvin at the last moment, the Emerald Princess did use the key of the Zodiac to insert the door. That was a wrong way to use it. Therefore, the protoss gate was changed. Finally, Fairy Tale and Yukino defeated the protoss one by one, turning them back into familiar protoss. In the distance, a woman looks at Magnolia. The protoss has returned to normal, but the eclipse gate has been destroyed, and the only person who knows how to make it is Jeff. It seems that we still need a crack in time and space. Chapter 327, Anna's Kindness. After pondering for a moment, Calvin asked again, is the person who created the eclipse called Jeff? Anna again showed a look of surprise, and replied in an uncertain manner, you really know him, did he tell you about the eclipse? Calvin shook his head, frowning slightly, but could not see any thoughts. I said that I came from 400 years later. In that era, Jeff's name was known to everyone, and he was known as the most vicious black mage in history. According to rumors, he invented the solar eclipse. Anna had a weird expression, and the suspicion of Calvin in her heart increased, but she also seemed to see that Calvin was not a wicked person, and the fear in her heart was also reduced a lot. I do know Jeff, but he is a man who loves life. I can't see in any way that he can be worthy of the title of Black Sorcerer. I have also heard of him from a certain population. It is said that he is cursed by the Anklum. The more he loves life, the more he will kill him. But one thing is beyond doubt, his strength, no water at all. Calvin said with a calm face. He really didn't know Jeff well, and he didn't know whether the original description of him was true or false. However, Calvin does not believe that Jeff is a good person. Maybe he really loves life, but he has created many demons of the Book of Jeffs. These demons are the source of many disasters in history. Regardless of the reason Jeff created those demons, this sin is really blamed on him. As Calvin did when he was controlled by the 6 demon generals, although it was not his fault, he has always been ashamed. Is also for this reason, he hasn't talked about the council since then, although he didn't have a chance to talk about it. Anyway, in Calvin's mind, Jeff is like the great demon. And Anna heard Calvin say about Jeff, the expression on her face became more exciting. Angkram's curse. The terrible existence of the alias curse of contradiction, Jeff was actually entangled by that kind of thing. No wonder he never dared to approach me. Explaining the cautious appearance during the solar eclipse with myself, I couldn't help but pity in my heart, but I couldn't help lowering the suspicion of Calvin a bit. Anna, can you really create a solar eclipse gate? I have only seen the theory of solar eclipse, and only Jeff knows the actual situation, including how to make the solar eclipse gate. Anna's answer undoubtedly broke Calvin's last hope. Really, it seems there is really no way. After speaking, Calvin sighed slightly. Seeing the bitterness on Calvin's face, even though she was suspicious of Calvin, she still couldn't help feeling pity, but as she said, even if she wanted to help, she could do nothing. The bitterness on Calvin's face appeared for a while before he calmed down again. The deep eyes didn't know what was thinking, but Anna vaguely felt that this was not a look that gave up hope. Indeed, Calvin hadn't completely given up in his heart. He had just thought of one thing, a reason that has always convinced him that the Eclipse Gate exists. Although the Eclipse Gate has not been built today, but since it exists 400 years later, it must have been created at some time. Anyway, it will inevitably appear, but I don't know how it will appear. At that time, he was still alive. After all, Jeff is immortal, and God knows when that guy built it on a whim. Jeff. Thinking of this, Calvin couldn't help but glance at Anna. Regardless of whether the latter had met Jeff or her status as a protoss wizard, Calvin could not ignore him, but Calvin could not do that kind of compulsive action, but he had to return 400 years later, therefore, this is the point that entangled him the most. Glancing at Anna deeply, remembering her magic power, Calvin couldn't help smiling wryly. Sorry to bother you. After finished speaking, Calvin opened the door and left alone. His back looks very bleak, and a lonely mood is revealed. Looking at Anna from his back, at that moment, there is a sudden urge to help him. Anna was originally a warm and friendly person, and her heart was full of sensibility. If it wasn't for that kind of personality, she wouldn't be so quick to mingle with the guys in Giant Village. Therefore, she naturally followed her impulse. Action, directly caught up. Fatrol. Wait. Hearing the voice behind, Calvin looked back suspiciously. I saw Anna trot a few steps, followed him, and smiled behind him, showing a very warm smile. If you don't mind, let me go with you. Now there are dragons fighting everywhere, and I hope I can do my best. And, maybe one day the Eclipse Gate will come out, and you will pay you need me to open the door for you. Hearing this, Calvin couldn't help showing a puzzled look. Aren't you very wary of me? How come you suddenly changed your attitude? Anna smiled slightly. I really doubted you at the beginning, but you are going to leave, but you still haven't done anything excessive, and don't have any plans to force me. In my opinion, even if you are a bad guy, I am afraid it will be bad. Nowhere to go. Besides, I'm still wary of you now, so I have to see with my own eyes what you are, and then decide whether to help you. Anna's tone was calm but full of firmness, and had more personality than Calvin knew. Of women, they are not letting go. Are you serious? You know, the era I want to go back to is 400 years from now, and there needs to be a celestial wizard to open the Eclipse Gate 400 years later. This is a long time. You really do you want your family to carry that long mission? Calvin said seriously. In fact, after knowing the harsh conditions of the Eclipse Gate, he has little hope of going back 400 years through it, and he is unwilling to do so, it is just unwilling. He can't just watch a family carry a mission that lasts for 400 years, and he is not qualified to let someone do it for him, because he is a wizard of fairy tale, not a person who will cause trouble to others. Novel. Me don't say it is so serious, let's not say that the gate of the solar eclipse does not even have a shadow. Besides, it is just a message of ancestors, and it is not as heavy as you said. Furthermore, you are a hero who fought hard for humans and dragons. Don't you even have the right to enjoy this treatment? And, didn't I say that I have to see what you are like before I decide? Maybe I think you are so bad that you just slipped away. Anna said with a grin, with a mischievous tone, trying to ease the atmosphere that was a little too heavy. Calvin was amused very cooperatively, but the look in Anna's eyes was full of gratitude. Anna, you are a good person. But I appreciate your kindness. Don't say it, I just want to follow you and contribute to this war. I am the astral sorcerer who has all the keys to the zodiac, and I am considered the top existence among sorcerers. You should. You don't really think of me as a little girl who needs other people's care. Anna directly interrupted Calvin's next words. Calvin nodded, agreeing with this point. In terms of magic, although Anna is not as good as herself and Irene, she is definitely not inferior to Elsa and Myra, and she is the key to the zodiac. I haven't heard of it 400 years later. You know, even Lucy has only 10 keys. And, Anna said it all. Calvin refused again, this is really a bit too serious, shook his head helplessly, and said. Come on, let me introduce a female wizard who is better than you. Anna just smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 328, Pink Magic. Somewhere in the sky, dozens of dragons are fighting fiercely. They bite each other and exhausted all their means in order to defeat and kill the enemies in front of them. Their power is enough to break the sky and the earth, and the dragons on the scene seem to be divided into two batches, but one of them is obviously insufficient in number, so even if their individual strengths are similar, they are still at a disadvantage. Just as their situation was getting worse, a white rainbow swept across from the sky quickly. In the white light, one could faintly see a mighty white dragon and 3 black shadows on it. As soon as the white dragon arrived, one of the black shadows on it jumped out. Looking carefully, it was a wonderful woman with a rugged figure, a beautiful face, long crimson hair, and a feminine temperament. I saw her wave of one hand, across a mysterious magic circle, and a pair of pink and white wings suddenly appeared on her back. In the blink of an eye she flew to the top of one of the dragons, holding her hands on her lips, and the next moment, the pink light spurted out from it, rushing straight to the dragon below. Although the dragon noticed the appearance of the woman, the speed of the attack was too fast. He had no time to react. He was directly hit by the white light. His head seemed to be hit by a large mountain, his head fainted, and his body fell completely uncontrollable. Come down. When the woman saw this, she was overjoyed, her eyes lit up, and she dashed down to catch up with the downed dragon. As the red-haired woman flew down, her hands glowed with soft pink and white light. The soft light instantly changed into a flame-like form. She attacked the dragon's head fiercely and continuously, and the roar sounded endlessly. He was hit directly on the ground. But the red-haired woman's attack was not over yet. She folded her hands together, and the pink and white flame-like magic powers of her two hands were also combined together. It suddenly became several times larger, and her state became like thunder and flame. In the end, it turned into a dragon head with a length of 10 feet, with flames and lightning scattered around the edge. These changes are all completed in an instant. Drink. The red-haired woman gave a sweet cry, folded her hands together, and after flying up a distance, she swooped down like a meteor. Before the dragon had time to support her body, the red-haired woman's attack came again. When the white dragon head was about to touch the dragon's body, it suddenly exploded and became extremely huge, swallowing the entire dragon, and the white magic power covered the entire dragon. The red-haired woman took advantage of the recoil and flew into the sky again, her eyes coldly looking at the large amount of dust rising below, very vigilant. Within a few seconds, a terrifying roar sounded, almost resounding throughout the world. A storm blew out from the dust, blowing away all the dust, revealing the dragon that was attacked. At this moment, he was wounded all over, a huge wound on the top of his head was bleeding, his eyes were wide open, he was obviously very angry, something was brewing in his mouth, and a little light was emitting. Seeing this, the red-haired woman couldn't help but wink her eyes. She knew in her heart that the attack that came soon was absolutely no small matter. At this moment, a huge dark red flame bomb, sprayed from nowhere, directly hit the dragon that was about to move. The dragon's previous attention had been on the red-haired woman, plus whether it was injured. For a while, the vigilance of the surroundings was reduced a lot, and he was hit unsuspectingly. After the dark red flame bomb hit the dragon, it burst into flames. The strange thing was that the dark red flame did not cause any damage to the dragon, but the dragon's complexion became obviously apathetic, weak, and simmering in the mouth. The snarling that had been heard gradually disappeared. Seeing this situation, the red-haired woman's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raised. She stretched her hands out in midair, circled in the opposite direction, and gradually moved closer to the middle. Suddenly, a star appeared between her hands. A pink and white ball with a big fist. As her hands get closer, the pink-white ball becomes larger, and when her hands get closer to her chest, the pink-white ball also becomes the size of a skull. Saw her pushing with both hands, the pink and white ball was pushed to the front. In an instant, the front end of the ball was like a balloon with a hole in it, and the overwhelming pink and white light shot out from it and directed towards the dragon that was covered and burned by the dark red flame. The white light became bigger and bigger, and when it reached the dragon, it had become several feet in diameter, covering his upper body completely. The dragon was horrified and wanted to escape, but the body couldn't afford half of its strength and magic. Also disappeared completely. In his unwilling roar, the white light hit his entire upper body directly, the dazzling light was on, the wind was blazing, but there was no sound in a strange place. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, revealing the dragon that had completely withstood the attack of the red-haired woman, but at this moment his appearance was very miserable, his upper body was almost in tatters, the dragon's scales were broken, the muscles were blackened, and the bones were broken. If there is no sound, and his eyes, the divine light in them no longer exists, he has obviously lost consciousness. Even if he does not die, I am afraid it will not be far away. The red-haired woman panted and sweated after she hit the move just now. At this moment, a dragon appeared silently and colorlessly behind her, staring at her with ferocious eyes and her mouth open. Open, the dark magic is gathering, about to spray out. The red-haired woman was unaware of this, but looked at the unconscious dragon, with a smile on her mouth, and she was obviously in a good mood. The dragon behind her didn't respond when seeing the woman, and his eyes were even worse. His body was smaller and thinner than a normal dragon, but he considered himself superb in hiding. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded in that dragon's ear. Novel.me He had only time to swing his head, and before the magic power gathered in his mouth had time to erupt, he felt a pain, and his body was unexpectedly caught. The white dragon bit hard, and was taken to fly dozens of meters. He endured the severe pain, and then roared out the magic power in his mouth, and rushed towards the white dragon who was biting him, but a purple shadow flashed past and blocked the front. The light of the knife flashed, and the roar that the dragon spit was cut in two. A cold man appeared in the eyes of the dragon, wearing purple armor, holding a big sword with purple light in both hands, showing a downward slashing motion. The pain on his body became more and more severe, as if his body was about to be worn. The dragon hated it and threw everything out, with the greatest magic power in his mouth, thinking that even if he died, he would not make the other person feel good. At this moment, he just felt his head ice, and then he lost consciousness. I don't know when, a white-haired boy stood in the air behind him, even his eyes were silver white. He held a cold-smelling blade in his hand, his expression was cold, and he looked at the dead unknown dragon without a trace of emotion. Although the power of the Dragon Slayer upright is great, it consumes too much energy. You don't even know that the enemy will come after you. It seems to be a bit early to join the battlefield. You are the only Dragon Slayer now, AI linear. A man standing on the white dragon's head said lightly. Isn't there you? Your perception is so powerful, you can definitely protect me, and the rest of the Dragon Slayers will soon appear one after another. The red-haired woman said with a smile. These two people are obviously Calvin and Irene. Chapter 329, New Dragon Slayer Summoned Beast. At this time, it was already a week after Calvin and Anna met. During this period, Calvin participated in several battles one after another, and whenever he existed on the battlefield, he was still invincible. His prestige has spread throughout Ishugar. Despite this, the current battlefields are almost all over the mainland. No matter how powerful Calvin is, he can't take care of all the battlefields. Therefore, their side is still at an absolute disadvantage. No way, the number of dragons on the two sides is too different. Even if Calvin and the others still have powerhouses such as the Fire Dragon King Ignalu, why don't the enemies have comparable powerhouses? As far as Calvin knows, there is a sea. The Dragon King has been entangled with Ignalu, the two dragons restrained each other, and no one can do anything. But to this day, Calvin hasn't met the strong among the dragons, either by coincidence or on purpose. And today, it was Irene who consciously achieved the dragon-killing magic. When she played for the first time, she thought she could only get entangled with a dragon. Who would have thought that with Calvin's assistance, she would have killed a dragon forcibly? Yes, that dark red flame bomb was ejected by a true red-eyed black dragon. This flame bomb has no temperature and its lethality is almost zero. However, its characteristics of burning magical physical strength are first-class assistance. But at the same time Calvin also has a deep regret, that is, the lack of lethality. Since then, the true red-eyed black dragon is likely to become a simple mount and auxiliary summoned beast. You must know that the original red-eyed black dragon was Calvin's assassin. Although facing non-dragon enemies, the true red-eyed black dragon is still strong and desperate. The reason why the true red-eyed black dragon has fallen to this point is naturally because of the toughness of other summoned beasts. The battles of these days have been enough for Calvin to test the strength of his summoned beasts. To Calvin's expectation, those summoned beasts are stronger than he thought. The flash of the blue-eyed white dragon has strong penetrating power. It is almost like a laser, like the fusion of lightning and flame. Compared with the white dragon, it is not much more destructive. Gaia Drake, the knight of the earth and the sky with the storm, is fast, agile, and can be far and near. The strongest is its cutting nature. When combined with the original spiral characteristics, the attack power is also absolutely powerful. The dragon crystal possessed by the Nine Lama is derived from the first dragon killed by Calvin himself. The characteristics of the enhanced light greatly enhance its melee ability. It is located at the top of many summoned beasts and is the best physical shield. Lama's own tricks can also be integrated into the light of strengthening, and the ability to tackle tough problems is also excellent. The Phoenix Marco already possesses extremely high melee ability. After adding the power of the Fire Dragon, it is simply an enhanced version of Naz. Although its flame is not as good as Naz's dragon flame from Ignalu, it is also the flame of is not inferior to the flame of dragon. As for Jean-Paku, Calvin originally planned to eliminate weapons other than Hirawamaru, but after careful consideration, he decided to keep it. However, in this era, I am afraid that it is useless, and the extreme cold power can only be used by the blade. In addition to extremely low temperatures, it is also handy for ice modeling. Finally, it is the Black Wizard with absolute destructive ability. Calvin sets its dragon-killing mode to the form of the Super Wizard Swordsman Dark Paladin, which can eliminate the roar of the sneak attack on Irene with a single sword. That destructive power, I am afraid that no defense can resist. Compared to Calvin's seven-headed summoned beast, Irene's dragon-killing magic seems to be weaker. Although she succeeded in killing a dragon, it is still unknown whether she could defeat it without Calvin's help, and after killing the dragon with the help of the dragon, the magic consumption was huge. Even a magician like Irene with huge magic power is like this, and the new Dragon Slayer magician will be even more unbearable. There is absolutely no chance of defeating the dragon by a single Dragon Slayer. But Calvin did not expect to be able to. 400 years later, Naz, Gojalu and others practiced Dragon Slayer magic for many years, and they may not be able to defeat the dragon, not to mention the new Dragon Slayer wizard that has not yet appeared. You consume too much magic power now, don't do anything, just rest. Calvin let Irene land on the head of the red-eyed black dragon and said softly. Then I watched it quietly. I've heard a lot about your battles, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Irene smiled slightly, and looked at Calvin with a smile on her big bright eyes. Not reconciled. She is brave and decisive, but not reckless. Although she wants to continue fighting, she also understands that holding on is only a hindrance. Calvin nodded slightly, and then, his eyes became cold, he looked up at the sky, and above them were the dragons fighting in a group. The blue-eyed white dragon has already joined it, and it is being attacked by 3 dragons at the same time. Although it is fierce and unusual, facing the 3 dragons at the same time, it is inevitable that it will be invincible. At this moment, it is completely broken and looks very miserable. Calvin's arrival just now, the dragons naturally saw that the great name Fettel was already well known among the dragons. Everyone knew that this human being was very important and naturally valued it very much. In this regard, Calvin just smiled slightly, showing a look of disdain. In the past, his summoned beasts may have been damaged too much and could not be maintained until novel.me, but after years of research and development and improvement, today's summoned beasts already have similar immortality. The effect of the body. As long as his magic power is not exhausted, the summoned beast will not die. The huge magic power is transmitted through the difficult link between Calvin and the summoning card. In an instant, the blue-eyed white dragon emits a dazzling silver-white light, stabbing the three dragons with difficulty. The light dissipated, and the eyes were blue. The white dragon appeared before them intact. This situation really made the three dragons depressed, desperately trying to beat the blue-eyed white dragon into such a miserable situation. How could it be restored in a blink of an eye? What kind of fight is this? Awesome! Irene couldn't help but admire when she saw this. She was shocked by her beautiful eyes. At the same time, the black sorcerer and Zanpakuo who were still beside Calvin jumped into the sky without a word. The physical abilities of the summoned beasts are all extraordinary, and they easily jumped onto the back of the blue-eyed white dragon, each holding a sword, with awe-inspiring aura. Together with the true red-eyed black dragon at Calvin's feet, Calvin has already summoned 4 summoned beasts. Of course, he can continue to summon them, but the magic power required for the 4 summoned beasts is no small amount. Generally speaking, Calvin would not summon the 5th one. With strong support, the blue-eyed white dragon no longer needs to worry. The light flashes, and it rushes towards Sanlong. At the same time, the black sorcerer and Zanpo also raised their weapons, murderously aggressive. Seeing Zanpaku's hand with a sharp blade waved, an ice dragon flew towards one of the dragons. Similarly, the dark purple magic power was entwined on the black sorcerer's sword, and when it got close, it would use the force of lightning to slash it. Under Chapter 330, Black Dragon and Black Sorcerer. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The war is getting more and more fierce. Both sides have lost too much. Calvin has forgotten how many comrades in arms died. After all, a funeral will be held within a few days. And the funeral seems to have lost its original symbol, reduced to a notice, informing one's comrades in arms that another comrade has passed away. The heart is getting colder and more murderous, but it is always pervading. Calvin didn't know if the enemy felt this way, but he could feel that his mentality was completely different from the past, and he might be going crazy. He has never tried to fight such a long war. Fortunately, they are gaining the upper hand. Despite the tragedy, it did beat the enemy back steadily. There are 3 reasons for. One of them is Calvin. In this era, Calvin has been hailed as the strongest mankind. He has never lost the battle he participated in. With 7 summoned beasts that can destroy dragons, he is invincible, and there are countless dragons that have died under his hands. The connected dragon extinguisher has gradually become numb in his heart, but even he himself does not know whether this is growth or degeneration. The second is the growth of those dragon-killing wizards. As the only wizards who can produce and cause dragons at present, their role in wars is definitely not low. Although 1-to-1 is not an opponent at all, they only need to be given to each a dragon slayer, and a dragon can form a very good complement. Especially Irene, her strength is much stronger than a year ago. It's not a problem to kill the dragon alone, and she also has excellent commanding ability. In many battles without Calvin, she just depends on she can win, and in terms of prestige, she is only a tiny bit behind Calvin. Third, Akunarokia. That was a young man with dark complexion and dark grey hair. His identity was also a dragon slayer. But his record is quite difficult. Akunarokia never fights with other people or dragons, and is always alone. However, in just 3 months, as many as 40 or 3 dragons died in his hands. He is like a permanent the lonely hero who does not retreat, often challenges the dragon group alone, and is the most popular rising star of Ishgar. Even, a few people think that Akunarokia can be compared with Calvin. Irene was naturally dismissive of this, but when Calvin heard the name, her heart was tight. Finally appeared, the black dragon. Standing alone on the wall of the castle, Calvin, who had just heard the news, looked at the vast blue sky. Even if there is no Akunarokia, our side has the absolute upper hand. This war, you no longer need you. Although you are cruel to you who haven't done anything yet, I'm sorry, I have to kill you in order to prevent the black dragon from coming to the world. Whispering to himself, Calvin's eyes gradually became cold, and murderous auras inadvertently poured out, making people shudder. After experiencing so many killings, Calvin is no longer innocent with him that day. Now Calvin does not hesitate to kill. Glancing slightly at the demon tail mark on his body, Calvin couldn't help laughing at himself. The current me, I am afraid I am not qualified to be the wizard of fairy tale. Both eyes suddenly became firm. However, as long as it can kill you, what the price is? If you really wait for the black dragon to show up before taking action, I'm not sure. The black dragon Akunarokia is powerful, no one knows better than him. The black dragon has 2 incomprehensible attributes. It is a real dragon, devouring magic dragons. There are many types of dragons, each with its own characteristics: fire dragons, water dragons, and iron dragons. They feed on the elements of their own attributes. The same attributes cannot cause harm to them. Therefore, in theory, magic has no effect on Akunarokia, even Calvin's Dragon Slayer card. According to Calvin's perception, there are only 2 kinds of magic powers that have an effect on black dragons. One is the magic power that is born of life sacrifice, and the other is the magic of the gods. Even Calvin couldn't be sure whether the god-killing magic had any effect. In this year, Calvin has never given up on the research of the god of destruction magic. According to his idea, as long as the magic of the god of destruction is researched, it can be made into a card of the god of destruction, and even the template is planned. 3 magical gods. However, he was at a loss as to the destroyer magic, had no idea at all, and couldn't even find the direction. Although he has seen fire, thunder, and the magic of destruction, he still can't understand it. If there is a living of destruction magician to assist him, there may be some chances, but he traveled back 400 years ago, there is no opportunity. Therefore, he decided to kill the black dragon before it fully grown up in this era. But in fact, Calvin is very contradictory. On the one hand, he hopes to kill the black dragon Akunarokia. On the other hand, he is afraid that after changing history, he will no longer be able to interact with Fairy Tale. The time in Monster Tale was his happiest time. Of course he didn't want to let it disappear. It's just that he is even more afraid that his partner will one day be killed by the black dragon. Even if you can't go back 400 years, even if you are forgotten by your partner, I must kill you. Clenched his fist, Calvin became firm again. What's wrong? A sentimental look. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind, it was Irene. In this era, it is impossible to be happy at all. Calvin replied lightly. Help me find news about Akunarokia, I'm going to see him. He is indeed a powerful combat force. Maybe he is more powerful than me, but he is too withdrawn. Our dragon has tried to contact him, but he completely ignored our intentions, even his attitude is worthy of being called. It's bad, I don't think you can persuade him to join us. Irene said. I have my own idea, just tell me his news. Calvin replied coldly, not even realizing it, his tone was much colder than before. Irene stared at Calvin for a moment, then said. Banis Rideau Peak, we have a dragon seeing him there, it may be the place where he temporarily settled. Calvin replied with an and then jumped down from the city wall, and the red-eyed black dragon appeared instantly, carrying him soaring into the sky. Fatrel, what are you? Banis Rideau Peak, a towering, tall mountain. A young man with grey hair and a young man with black hair are talking. It's getting stronger and stronger, the strong smell of blood, how many dragons did you kill? Among them, the black-haired youth asked blankly. It's over 40 heads. As my physique changes, there are more and more types of magic power that can be swallowed. Recently, it has become easier to kill dragons. In a short while, I will be able to kill dragons all over the world. The grey-haired youth raised the corners of his mouth and said with a ferocious voice. I really have to thank you, Jeff, for actually improving my own dragon-killing magic to this point. Although I also have the credit, the bigger reason is that you have a special physique. Not everyone can eat magic directly like you. The black-haired youth replied lightly, still expressionless. Furthermore, I help you, but because I also hope to win this war. With your help, coupled with the world's strongest strength of the Dragon Slayer Fetri, the war will end sooner. Is it enough to win this war? The grey-haired youth asked suddenly. What do you mean? The expressionless face of the black-haired young man finally moved, frowning slightly. The grey-haired young man grinned and laughed wildly. Dragons do not need to survive in the world at all. I want them all. Kill. Light. The grey-haired young man was named Akunarokia, and the black-haired man was the notorious black sorcerer, Jeff. Seeing Akunarokia's unconcealed killing intention, Jeff suddenly had an ominous premonition. I shouldn't, I made a demon more terrible than a dragon by myself. Chapter 331, Raid. Hey? Calvin isn't there. Anna's voice sounded behind Irene. I just left, I went to find that Akunarokia, I haven't seen him so frizzy before. Irene said a little unhappy. Irene and Anna, after a year of fighting side by side, coupled with the same powerful wizards, are already very good sisters unknowingly. Everyone thinks that the two of them hit it off right away, they are a good girlfriend who is not a sister than a sister, and even Calvin has never doubted the relationship between the two. Indeed, the two of them seem to have endless topics in magic, and they seem to be really good, but they both have the same man in their hearts. When getting along day and night, both sides can't hide their minds from each other, but they don't talk about this topic tacitly, tacit understanding is enough to avoid embarrassment. It's just that they often think of the same thing in their hearts. I have that kind of relationship with him, and I must be the one with him in the end. Being in an environment of fighting and killing for a long time, the spirit will be easily tired and depressed, even Calvin is no exception. These bad emotions need to be released and expressed. There are two stunning beauties around, and they are obviously interesting to him, and they also hint at them sneakily from time to time. In addition, the distance of 400 years is really far away and desperate. Therefore, Calvin made a mistake and he was sorry to Myra. More than once, more than one person. A whistling sound, passing by the ear. The surrounding scenery retreats quickly. The flying speed of the real red-eyed black dragon is as fast as ever. Now Calvin can also say that the whole world is my back garden. Calvin at this moment is in a mixed mood. There is excitement, and worry. These feelings have nothing to do with Irene and Anna, but only with a man, Akunarokia. From the moment he went to the peak of Banis Rideau, he had decided to take this opportunity to kill this future scourge. My thoughts gradually calmed down between the flying of the real red-eyed black dragon, and there was no more waves, only determination left. As long as I can find Akunarokia, it is the best chance, and possibly the last chance. If he escapes, he will definitely not leak his whereabouts easily. It will be troublesome to find him again. Can't fail. Thinking of the future Rog mentioned in the future, the world was ruled by Akunarokia, in the deep waters, and the calm heart suddenly rippled again. In the past, Calvin hadn't been in such a mess before any battle. After all, the result of this battle was too significant for the future world. Soon, the peak of Banis Rideau has been reflected in Calvin's eyes. In front of the speed of the red-eyed black dragon, there is no such thing as Wang Shan running to death. The destination has arrived, and at the same time, Calvin has already sensed the magic in the mountain. There are two magic powers, both magic powers that have been seen, but they are all a bit strange. This means that he has seen the masters of the two magic powers, but only once or twice at most. The trickiest characters have gathered together, Jeff, Akunarokia. Calvin frowned slightly. At this time, he didn't know whether he should make a move. The name of the Black Wizard Jeff, Calvin will never think that it is a vain name. In the future, there will be rumors that the Black Dragon of the End is the product of the Black Wizard. It seems that it is not nonsense. Otherwise, how could these two guys get together? According to Mabes, Jeff would not easily come into contact with human creatures, so as not to take his life and hide him for 400 years. When he was thinking quickly in his mind, the true red-eyed black dragon did not hide anything, and appeared carelessly in front of the two of them. In fact, there was no way to hide it. The huge body and magic power were discovered far away. Fatrol, the world's #1 wizard, what is it so expensive to do here? Akunarokia said coldly, staring at the red-eyed black dragon. Although it was well hidden, it was ruinous still inadvertently revealed. Even though he was thinking, Calvin did not miss this point. Sure enough, I still want to kill him, and it's best to fight for a one-shot kill. However, if Jeff is on the scene, I can't kill him. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Calvin remained calm on the surface, and did not answer Akunarokia, but said to Jeff, "Who are you?" Jeff gave Calvin a blank expression, then turned and walked away without saying a word, as if he didn't want to have contact with Calvin. This fits Calvin's intention. Don't mind, he is like this, and you didn't come to him. Akunarokia said meaningfully. Calvin looked at Akunarokia calmly, his eyes didn't reveal any emotion, and he felt a little cold. But he smiled suddenly. Yes, I came to you specially after hearing your rumors, Akunarokia. Akunarokia suddenly sighed, shrugged, and said helplessly, "Is you here to pull me into your camp again? I refused before, I have no interest." Calvin looked at Jeff, who was already far away, his eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't do anything, and continued, "After all, the power of one person is limited. It is more efficient to unite." Akunarokia laughed disdainfully. "Only the weak will gather together. I am the strong. It will not take long for me to surpass you, Fettel." Calvin was non-committal, and Yu Guang continued to stare at Jeff. "It is true that I am now called the strongest by the world, but this title has no meaning to me. I have only one purpose." Akunarokia raised his eyebrows and said nothing. He felt that he knew Calvin's so-called purpose, to defeat the dragons that were hostile to humans, and then fell in love with the dragons who were willing to coexist with humans. However, that is not his purpose. He is the Dragon Slayer who exists to kill all dragons in the world. So, he looked at the real red-eyed black dragon's gaze, and he got worse. Originally, he had a lot of hostility towards dragons, even though he knew it was Calvin's summoned beast, not a real dragon. "What's wrong, are you interested in my real red-eyed black dragon?" "Yet, for all dragons, I have the urge to shoot." Akunarokia grinned, without any estimate of Calvin, giving people an indescribable aura. Even Calvin felt a little bit chill. However, Calvin didn't pay attention to this momentum. He was still paying attention to Jeff. In the peripheral light, Jeff had been far away to the point where he could barely see his back. But Calvin still feels insecure. "Even if I don't learn from Novel.me, I can still feel that you are great. Do you really intend to continue fighting alone?" "Ha ha ha." Akunarokia couldn't help laughing. "Maybe Fetrer, your strength is the strongest in the world, but your persuasive level is bad enough. I'm saying it again, I can't join you. And, I will surpass you." Calvin didn't respond, just stood quietly, as if thinking about something. After a while, he smiled slightly. "Is far enough away?" He spoke slowly. "Actually, I didn't really come to you to join us." "Hey." Akunarokia was puzzled. He didn't come to join him, so why did he talk a lot of nonsense here? Without any warning, the red-eyed black dragon opened his mouth like a yawn. Extraordinary intuition made Akunarokia notice something wrong. A summoned beast, how could it yawn? But before he could react, countless magic spells suddenly lit up around him, which firmly surrounded him. One of the magical Amaterasu Hikaru. Immediately afterwards, the real red-eyed black dragon's big mouth full of fangs, lit up with a dark red light, and filled with the magic of worship. At the same time, 6 summoned beasts appeared instantly around Akunarokia, and even more terribly, their respective killer moves were also ready to go. Chapter 332, Beat Akunarokia. The 7-headed dragon slayer summoned beasts' unique tricks bombarded him indiscriminately in the horrified gaze of Akunarokia. He was restrained by Amaterasu, and he could not move. All the moves were taken as orders. The blue-eyed white dragon's blast bullets flashed past like the strongest laser. The real red-eyed black dragon spewed out a huge energy ball burning with dark red flames, and everything it passed was turned into ashes. Gaia Drake, the knight of the earth and the sky, slammed a shot from a distance. The cutting force of the spiral seemed to cut open space. The 9 tail tips of the 9 llama gathered in front of its open mouth, condensing a sphere about the size of its head. The sphere is extremely gorgeous, and the magic power in it spins disorderly and rapidly, immediately spraying like a dragon's roar. Out. The Phoenix Marco is the simplest, his hands turned into bird wings, his body covered with blue inflammation, a flying kick was aimed at Akunarokia's head. As for Zanpaku and Dark Paladin, they each hold their own knives. The frost and sharp knife marks seem to paint in the air, drawing a huge cross, and the center of the cross is Akunarokia. There was a loud noise, bursting the earth and dust everywhere. But Calvin's offensive did not end there. He stretched out one hand and aimed his palm at Akunarokia, his whole body magic surging toward the palm, and a deep pitch black ball condensed in his palm. Mao's 8 Extremes Black Void Flash. Like a laser, the pitch black ball shot out a huge black pillar, the same deep pitch black, but in that pitch black, you can feel the extremely terrible fluctuations of magical power. From Calvin raised his hand to the extremely black virtual flash, it arrived almost at the same time as the attacks of other summoned beasts in the blink of an eye. That was his fastest trick, and it was extremely powerful. Marco, the Phoenix, didn't even have time to leave the attack range. Rumbling. Jeff, who had already left a certain distance, couldn't help turning his head after hearing the momentum, frowning slightly. The two started their hands? Although Akunarokia is impulsive and arrogant, I can't think of it being so stupid. Jeff never thought that Calvin did it first, because he really couldn't think of a reason for Calvin to do it. However, Featrix shouldn't kill him. Just teach him a lesson, lest he really think that he is invincible. Jeff shook his head slightly, ignored him, and left quickly. Jeff has a high opinion of Calvin. Although he has never played against him personally, he understands that the opponent's strength is mostly superior to him, and at most he can draw a tie with his immortality. Can't win. He is looking forward to one day that he can play with Calvin, and the opponent would better kill him, but all this has to wait after the war is won. The extremely black virtual flash completely enveloped the bodies of Akunarokia and the Phoenix Marco. Looking from a distance, it was like an ink pen drawing a stroke on white paper. But Calvin didn't look relaxed at all. After all, in his perception, Akunarokia was still alive. It should be said that he was not even seriously injured. In the attack just now, Calvin was convinced that unless it was the Dragon King, no dragon would survive, and Akunarokia had only such a slight injury. It was definitely his physique that was already very immune to magic. But since it can cause damage to him, then he hasn't reached the point where the magic is completely ineffective. A figure flew out from the scattered dust, a pair of fierce eyes stared at Calvin fiercely, Akunarokia's veins bulged, and his whole body was wounded, so embarrassed. This suddenly hit him with all his strength. As soon as this sentence emerged from his mind, there was a touch of blue inflammation in his eyes, and he saw a foot wearing sandals quickly enlarge in front of his eyes. Didn't it just be destroyed? At the same time his thoughts passed over these words, the instinctive reaction of the Akunarokia beast made him respond instantly, and he opened his mouth and bit down fiercely. Boom. There is no suspense, Akunarokia was kicked into the air, but Marco's foot was also chewed off, but the wound appeared blue, and he recovered in a few blinks. In the direction where Akunarokia was kicked, Zanpakuo and Dark Paladin stood in battle, each cutting a knife. The blade's trajectory splashed with sharp icicles, and at the same time the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, while the other blade's blade was unremarkable, with only the sharpest breath. Although Marco's kick was heavy just now, Akunarokia almost shed tears from the kick, but Marco was made of magic after all, and he was eaten by him. Therefore, the damage was not great. He turned around in midair and opened his mouth to Zanpakuo and Paladin. The roar of the black dragon. A violent roar spurted, and the turbulent magic power made people dare not doubt its power, but in front of Paladin's slash, the roar split into two. Hey! Dark Paladin's dragon-killing power comes from the dragon crystal of the blade dragon. The slash slashed and roared, and then slashed Akunarokia's body. From the left shoulder to the right waist, a knife mark appeared along with blood blossoms, but this seemingly indestructible attack was only left on him. Shallow traces. The ice cut by Zanpakuo also came immediately, and the icicles completely covered his body, and Akunarokia's entire body was frozen. For a long time, Karl's diploma has the advantage in the number of summoned beasts. His offensive has always been wave after wave. Just after the attack of Zanpakuo, the Knight of Earth and Sky, Gaia Drake, has already stabbed him with his spear. Behind Akunarokia, there was a golden figure with black lines on his body, holding a head-sized ball in each hand. The black pattern of the golden figure is very similar to the Nine Lama, which is another form of the Nine Lama Naruto mode, which is about the same size as an ordinary human, with faster speed and more concentrated power. The ball in his hand is condensed by magic, and the rapid rotation is even more powerful. This is naturally Calvin's reference to a certain character. Spiral shot. Helix Rinwan. The spirals of different forms before and after hit the frozen Akunarokia one after another, the ice of Zanpakuo disappeared properly, and Akunarokia, who was released from restraint, had no time to react. Two spiral attacks of completely different nature are rapidly spinning on his body surface. Even if he is attacked by a dragon, it may be twisted into a lump of rotten flesh. Ah! Was flanked back and forth, Akunarokia couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Even with a very high magic resistance physique, he still couldn't hold it. It should be said that thanks to the strange dragon-killing physique novel.me Akunarokia is still alive. There is no doubt that he is also getting seriously injured now. What the is this going crazy? He started attacking without saying a word, and it's the kind of combo that makes people feel extravagant even if they can fight back. Have I offended him? Is it possible that he is afraid that I will be stronger than him one day? So he is the first to start? Fetal is actually such a dirty and despicable wizard? Can such a person be called the strongest? But this is really amazing. Akunarokia's thoughts passed quickly, gritted his teeth fiercely, and his expression became more and more ferocious because of the pain. Don't think that I really can't compare to you. Fetal. Just listen to Akunarokia's roar, his hands are full of dark magic, he has been beaten enough, he wants to fight back. But the counterattack has not yet begun. The 9 llamas and the knights of the earth and the sky have jumped up, and suddenly there are 2 black and white walls around Akunarokia. When you look closely, where is the wall? It is clearly the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed. The black dragon's tail swept. There was only time to raise his hands to protect his head, and in the next moment Akunarokia felt 2 huge impacts. Even his physique, the impact brought by the huge tail, could not resist too much. Many. Oh. The pain made him groan. Akunarokia began to feel that he would die here today, let alone fighting. He didn't even have room to fight back. Chapter 333, Dragon Power. The huge black and white tail almost slapped Akunarokia. I saw him curling his body, supporting his head with difficulty with his hands, making it difficult to move his body even once. Finally, the 2 tails separated, and Akunarokia took a breath of fresh air. Just now, he felt his lungs were about to burst. But before he took a few breaths, a new round of attacks immediately arrived. It was still the green flame, and Marco's godless fisheye appeared in front of him. This time Calvin didn't let it start again, fearing that it would be eaten up by him again, and he kicked it at his abdomen. Going down, Akunarokia was kicked again. The 9 llamas in Naruto mode appeared behind Akunarokia, holding his wrists with both hands, and a few tails appeared behind him to lock his body firmly, allowing him to turn only his head up and down. Akunarokia's eyes were about to burst into flames, and his anger, fear, and other emotions made him almost blown up by anger. With all his strength, he really slowly broke free. Dragon-slaying magic was originally a magic that would be improved based on emotions. Under his excitement, his magic power actually increased further. And what makes Akunarokia so fiercely trying to break free is because the blue-eyed white dragon is rushing towards him at full speed. Its smooth head is like a hill, and its huge body brings extraordinary impact. Narokia could not imagine the consequences of being hit. But the power of the 9 llamas is so great. Although the body has become smaller to the size of a human, its power remains the same. Even if Akunarokia tried his best, he just moved his hands to the tail around his waist. Before he could touch it, Qinjian Beilong's forehead had already come into close contact with him. Boom! Like a big mallet hitting a small iron ball, and like a big truck hitting a little baby, Akunarokia and the 9 llamas flew far behind, with Akunarokia as a meat shield. The llama suffered limited damage and still restrained him tightly. After hitting a few trees, the 9 llamas stretched out a tail suddenly and plunged into the ground. 1 person and 1 beast were pulled violently, and the tail bent down. With the force of recoil, Akunarokia was hit hard. Ground. The force of this smash was extraordinary. The ground broke and a human-shaped pothole was clearly visible. Akunarokia was sinking into it, and blood flowed out of the gap. Needless to say, this blow added 3 points to his injury. Akunarokia didn't seem to be able to move. Obviously, this was a matter of course. The Knight of the Earth and the Sky, Gaia Drake, appeared above him with a knight's gun. Give him one last blow, everything is over. The knight's gun was about to stab, but Akunarokia stood up suddenly, showing a smug smile. Finally relax. His speed was not like a badly injured body, he jumped onto Gaia like a monkey, grabbed the boss with an open mouth, and bit on Gaia's mask. The armor of the Knight of the Earth and Sky was so strong and hard, but under the mouth of Akunarokia, it was as crisp as a biscuit. With a few clicks, he actually ate most of Gaia's head. Even though Marco kicked him off quickly, Akunarokia still held Gaia tightly and continued his feast. Calvin's eyes dazzled, he wouldn't let Akunarokia easily at it. Gaia without half of his head could still move, a spiral of cutting force suddenly broke out, leaving Akunarokia on his body. The next wound. But Akunarokia still ignored him, and as he continued his movements, Gaia's entire head was about to be eaten. When Akunarokia bit the remaining piece of his head, it suddenly seemed as if some switch had been turned on. Gaia's entire body actually slowly turned into the purest magic power, all flowing towards his mouth. Suddenly, Gaia's whole body shone dazzlingly, turned into a light and shot towards Calvin. Calvin grabbed it, and a card appeared in his hand. It turned out that Calvin saw that the situation was wrong and quickly changed it back to a card. Although he did not move slowly, most of Gaia's magic was still swallowed. GGGG, this magic is the most delicious I have ever tasted. Akunarokia, with his back to Calvin, turned slowly, laughing wildly. Your magic power has lifted me to another level. Fettle. When the voice fell, Akunarokia blew strong waves of magic power, and saw blue patterns appearing on his body, and his body oozing light. Calvin has the impression of this pattern. In the future, the black dragon will have exactly the same pattern on the dark dragon drive. Dragon power. Calvin frowned slightly, which was a bit unexpected. Almost all people who use dragon-killing magic have a special form, the power of the dragon. Generally speaking, after the dragon slayer has swallowed the extraordinary magic power, the dragon power contained in the body can be drawn out, and some dragon slayer can freely control this power, such as the sword-biting tiger. White dragon and shadow dragon. Calvin still remembered that after the 2 men used the power of the dragon, their strength soared in all aspects. Calvin couldn't predict the strength of Akunarokia after using the power of the dragon. Fighting against powerful enemies can force me to make progress, Fettle, I have to thank you. Akunarokia's voice fell, and the whole figure appeared in front of Calvin as if teleporting, his fist with terrible magic power blasted towards Calvin's cheek. Calvin's eyes were not panicked, and the corners of his mouth sneered. Boom. The fist touched was not Calvin's skin, but a shield formed by magic, supported by a huge magic arm. Suzaku giant. Magic power burst out suddenly, welling out of Calvin, Flying Akunarokia, two giant palms shot hard, and once again, Akunarokia was sandwiched between Akunarokia. But this time was not as effective as the previous one. Giant Suzuo was not out of a hole in the center of his palm, and Akunarokia jumped out of it and continued to rush towards Calvin. He understands that Novel.me is a waste of energy to fight these summoned beasts, and if you want to win, you have to defeat Calvin. Can't be swallowed by him anymore. Calvin's thoughts passed by, the giant Suzuo disappeared, his wings stretched out behind him, and he quickly avoided Akunarokia's attack. At the same time, the true red-eyed black dragon and the blue-eyed white dragon turned into a white light and a black light respectively, and shot them at Calvin's hand, turning them back into cards. The Phoenix Marco appeared in front of Calvin to block the attack, while the other three summoned beasts once again surrounded Akunarokia. In an instant, Akunarokia understood Calvin's thoughts. So you don't want me to eat your magic power? But with these four things, you really think you can beat me? Calvin didn't answer, but the 9 llamas threw Akunarokia out with a punch. Don't think that the power of the dragon is invincible. Chapter 334, Dragon Wing. Even if you only use 4 summoned beasts, your kid is far from my opponent. Calvin sneered slightly, and looked at Akunarokia who was blown out. Just look at his hands pointing together, tracing a strange trajectory in front of him, a faint wave of magic overflowing. The next moment, around Akunarokia, a wave of the same frequency appeared. Suddenly, 4 pitch-black spikes pierced from the void and penetrated Akunarokia's limbs. The strange thing was that there was no trace of blood in the penetration. It was more of a penetration than a penetration. A weird scene happened. Akunarokia was like a movie with the pause button being pressed, paused in the air, his limbs tried to break free, but there was no effect. Obviously, this is the magic used by Calvin. Akunarokia naturally knew this. He stretched his neck and twisted his body, trying to swallow his mouth next to the black spikes, but he obviously overestimated his softness, and underestimated the firmness of the black spikes. No matter how they twisted, they just wriggled like a caterpillar. Calvin smiled contemptuously. Of course he wouldn't just watch Akunarokia break free of his confinement. Dark Paladin and Zanpakuo both attacked, aiming at Akunarokia's heart and abdomen with swords. Jean-Po's silver-white knife glowed with cold light and cold frost, and gradually condensed a sharper and firmer ice blade outside the blade, which was crystal clear, while Dark Paladin's relatively bolder long-handled knife oozes pitch black and deep. The smoke wrapped around the knife, extremely strange. Call out! Call out! The sound of the blade slashing through the air sounded, and the tip of the ice blade pierced the skin of Akunarokia's heart, but an inexplicable resistance was clearly felt, like a blunt knife squeezed on the rubber, only barely stabbed entering the tip of the knife. This level of course cannot kill Akunarokia. Dark Paladin also encountered the same situation, the long-handled magic sword only smashed into the shallow skin, and the usual indestructive effect was completely lost. The resistance to magic has increased, and this guy is still improving in this battle. Calvin's heart shuddered. He knew in his heart that this battle must end as soon as possible. Although it only hurt a little bit, the taste of cutting meat with a blunt knife was obviously more painful and uncomfortable. The pain further stimulated Akunarokia, his eyes were protruding, and he clenched his teeth. Ah! Suddenly, the greatest magical power so far erupted on Akunarokia. The magical power that had swallowed the night of the earth and the sky was unreserved, and it exploded out in one burst, passing through his pitch-black spikes. Under the explosion of magic power, they dissipated one after another. After gaining his freedom, Akunarokia grabbed the 2 knives for the first time, and surrounded his hands with magic power, leaving him unscathed even if he held the blade tightly. His eyes seemed to be spitting out sparks, desperately cruel. Stared at Calvin. Don't do that, I actually hate this look. The Phoenix Marco appeared behind Akunarokia like a ghost, and when he noticed it, it was too late. A round kick made Marco's back heel come into close contact with the back of Akunarokia's head. The huge force caused Akunarokia to sway for a while. He could no longer hold the knife with his hands and was kicked out of control. To the front. In front of him, the 9 llamas were already waiting, with their hands together with hammers, just about to take advantage of the momentum that Akunarokia flew over to give him another cruel. But Akunarokia didn't intend to just sit there and wait for death. He pulled back his magical hands, arched his waist, and slammed out suddenly. The bombardment of the black dragon. With fists and fists, the magic burst at the place where they hit each other, and the explosion roared with a bang. Under this impact, both the 9 llamas and Akunarokia flew out one after another. After being beaten for so long, Akunarokia almost understood Calvin's offensive mode. He didn't even want to know that there must be a summoned beast behind him at the moment, turning back in midair, and his magic power gathered on his feet, hanging upside down. Kicked out. Black Dragon's Claw Strike. Sure enough, Marco was behind him, raising his leg to block. This time it was Marco's turn to be kicked. After retreating one, the other 3 immediately followed. Frost, and Spintail all attacked Akunarokia. Akunarokia kept swinging his fists, bringing out the afterimages, and the roar sounded endlessly. However, Akunarokia perfectly showed what it means to have 2 fists hard to beat 4 hands. No matter how fast his fists are, it can't compare with the advantage of numbers. What's more, Calvin's summoned beasts are not slow at all. Even though the power of the dragon had been drawn out, Akunarokia's injuries continued to deepen a little bit, his fists began to slow down, the scars appeared one by one, and the bruises gradually increased. Once again, Marco kicked it out of nowhere. Akunarokia only felt extremely depressed. He had clearly reacted to Marco's kick, but there was no more arm to block him. He could only watch this hairy leg and get in close contact with him again. In this instant, Akunarokia felt his thoughts slow down, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. If this continues, I will die. Sure enough, I am not Fetrix's opponent now. Even though I have improved a lot in this battle, the distance from him doesn't seem to be shortened much. I'm not reconciled, give me a little more time, I can beat him. Boom. At the moment of the kick, Calvin felt something was wrong. It's different from the feeling of kicking the body before, but it's like hitting the wall. But he immediately realized what was going on, and Akunarokia's magic power became a little different. This time, Akunarokia was not kicked. Behind him, a wing with a blue pattern in pitch black stretched out and stood in front of him. Obviously, it was the wing that blocked Marco's kick. Calvin, who had been calm, his face finally changed. Is it so fast? Although I knew that this guy would become a dragon, did he start to change so early? Or, the battle with me urged him to evolve rapidly. Hey! The only remaining coat of Akunarokia was torn, and another wing suddenly stretched out. The dragon scale slowly appeared on his face, and his hands had become dragon claws. This guy is going to hang up, but fortunately, that guy has very little magic power left, and he can no longer come back. Calvin's expression became heavier, his eyes sharpened, and his spirits became abnormally concentrated. Looking at the changes in his body, Akunarokia couldn't help but raise his mouth, glanced at Calvin lightly, and sneered. Is this the real secret of the Dragon Slayer magic? It seems that I am going faster and farther than everyone else, even the woman who created this magic can't compare to me. Calvin frowned slightly and said, so what, let me talk about winning. Akunarokia twisted his neck and let out a click, his eyes became calm, but he was still full of murderous aura. I don't have much magic power left, and the injuries are serious, but you are still so careful not to let me eat your magic power. I admit that I can't beat you now. Hey! Calvin raised an eyebrow, intending to say something more. But Akunarokia did not intend to continue the talk until novel.me he opened his mouth suddenly to the ground, and roared with the few remaining magic power. The dust rose, the roaring magic power scattered all around, and with his almost zero magic power, Calvin couldn't perceive his location for a while. Bad. How could Calvin not know, this guy is going to run away? Suddenly, a figure flew out of the dust and flew straight to the sky. Marco caught up with it for the first time, and Calvin quickly summoned the blue-eyed white dragon. It's just that Marco's wings are quite different in flight speed compared to the dragon wings, and although the blue-eyed white dragon flies very fast, the time it takes to fly is enough for Akunarokia to escape. In terms of flight speed, no creatures in this world can compare to dragons. Calvin's face showed unprecedented sternness and blueness. Chapter 335, Discuss. In this way, Akunarokia escaped. Of course it was not Calvin's hope. He sat on the blue-eyed white dragon and continued searching for a day, but he still found nothing. Calvin gave up and went back with a depressed mood. Flying over Gurdanov, when the civilians below saw the white dragon, their words of admiration did not hesitate to say that for these civilians, Calvin was a well-deserved hero. Back in his room, Calvin still had that unhappy expression on his face. He knew very well that after being escaped by Akunarokia this time, the other party would definitely not reveal his whereabouts easily. When meeting again, I am afraid it is time for the opponent to become a dragon completely. Even the current Calvin still doesn't have any confidence to defeat the black dragon that is completely immune to magic power and can consume magic power to supplement it. However, in the past year, Calvin has not done nothing. He has been studying the magic power and characteristics of the dragon, as well as the methods that may defeat the complete Akunarokia. Obviously, the magical power of dragons is higher than that of humans and other creatures. Normal magical powers attack them like hitting an iron block with a sponge. No matter how hard you try, you can't hurt them. In addition, the characteristics of dragons are more noteworthy. Each dragon has its own characteristics, that is, the attributes of the dragon. A dragon with a certain attribute cannot be harmed when faced with magic of the same attribute. But this is not without exception. Even dragons with the same attribute have different aptitudes. Just like the fire dragon King Ignalu, his flame is extremely domineering, even if it is a dragon with the same fire attribute. In front of his flames, he was not immune. And these deservedly strongest among the same attributes are the so-called dragon kings. There are also some conceptual attributes, such as strengthening, manipulation, mind, etc. These dragons often have special abilities, which may not be enough to fight natural elements in combat power, but those special abilities are often difficult to prevent. The attributes of Akunarokia surpassed all dragons. After all, the nature of all dragons cannot escape the word magic. Akunarokia, who possesses magic attributes, has almost reached the origin of magic. After he is completely dragonized, he will be invincible in the world. Facing such a terrible enemy, the only way Calvin could think of was to destroy the gods. If the quality of magic power is divided into grades, then the magic power of ordinary humans is 1, the magic power of the dragon slayer and the dragon is 2, and the magic power of the slayer magic is estimated to be 3. Calvin couldn't say whether this guess was accurate. After all, there were only 3 destroyer slayers he had seen, but it was certain that their destroying magic was indeed better than the dragon slaying magic of the same attribute. In any case, the fire dragon slayer can be injured by the flames of the flame slayer magic, but Calvin cannot be sure whether the flame slayer magic can cause damage to the fire dragon. After all, although the dragon slayer had a physique similar to that of a dragon, he was not a real dragon after all. Perhaps, only Master Mikardi who defeated the ancestor of the demon can defeat the black dragon Akunarokia. Calvin laughed self-deprecatingly, hoping for this vague possibility is not his style. There were two sounds of bang and bang. The door of Calvin's room was opened, and it was Irene and Anna who came. How come you shut yourself in the room as soon as you come back? Even if the solicitation fails, you don't need to be so low. Before people entered the door, Irene's voice sounded, and she saw her walking to Calvin and sitting down. It's pretty close. Now the advantage is on our side. Even if we fight separately, victory is just a matter of time. By coincidence, Anna sat on Calvin's other side and said softly. Seeing that the two females were somewhat competitive, Calvin couldn't help but sighed. This is no fault of others, who told him that he couldn't control his little brother. And since the neighboring countries refused to fight with Gurdanov, Irene's political marriage has survived in name only. The general married another woman a year ago. Naturally, Irene does not need to stick to the womanhood anymore. Even Irene, who had experienced male and female affairs, took the initiative first, but Calvin could not resist her graceful body and charm. However, as the two people closest to me in this era, there are some things that I can explain to them. After pondering for a long time, Calvin spoke slowly. Some things, I want to confess to you. Irene and Anna listened carefully at the same time, both of them were very curious. What exactly did Calvin want to tell them? Anna guessed, is it possible that Calvin intends to say something from the future? The dragon slayer named Akunarokia, I actually didn't try to recruit him, but to kill him, but I failed and he escaped. Kill him? Why kill such a powerful force? Irene frowned and asked. I want to kill him, naturally there is a reason. Anna, you know, I come from the future 400 years later. 400 years from now? What did you say? Irene opened her mouth, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Calvin smiled softly at her, a bit bitter in the smile, and continued. 400 years later, the dragon has disappeared from the world. The only surviving dragon is Akunarokia. He changed from a human to a dragon and killed all the dragons, even the dragon slayer. I didn't let it go, and in the end he ruled the whole world. If he is a wise ruler, it's fine, but he has a terrible desire to destroy, and the world is like purgatory on earth. These are all Calvin learned through the future Roger. Intelligence, he didn't think that in the situation at that time, Roger would lie to him in the future. From a person to a dragon? Is this possible? Irene suddenly turned pale, and she vaguely guessed that the reason why a person would become a dragon was probably because of the dragon extinction she created. Magic. Calvin's face was also very ugly, he understood Irene's concerns. I'm still not sure, whether this is true only for Akunarokia, or all the dragon slayers will be like this, at least a few dragon slayers I will know after 400 years www.novel.com. It has been many years since I have possessed dragon killing magic, and there is no sign of turning into a dragon. But, to kill all the dragons and the dragon slayer, is this kind of thing really possible? He is really that powerful? At this time, Anna asked in confusion, with a little disbelief in her expression. He is not so powerful yet, but ordinary dragons are no longer his opponents. The trickiest thing is his characteristics. He is a magic dragon slayer, so you understand. In other words, does all the magic power have no effect on him? Anna said, her tone trembling. Impossible. The essence of dragon-killing magic is to attach the power of dragons to humans. Therefore, every dragon-killing wizard has the same attributes as the attached dragon, but I have never heard of such a magical power. Dragon, if there is such a dragon, it is impossible to be unfamiliar. Irene said in a loud voice a little angrily. As a queen who has studied dragons for a long time, she is qualified to say this. Perhaps because of that genius wizard Jeff. Calvin replied calmly. Jeff? What does it have to do with him? I don't know, but Akunarokia's attributes are so peculiar, and it shouldn't have anything to do with him. When I went to kill Akunarokia yesterday, Jeff was next to him, most likely it was Jair. What changes did the husband's dark magic have made to Akunarokia? I explained everything to you. If you support me and kill Akunarokia while he is not strong enough to resist, please help me. Everything I say is not a lie. He really will kill all the dragons and the dragon slayer. Irene and Anna looked at each other and nodded solemnly without thinking about it for long. Chapter 336, Irene bears Elian. 400 years ago, because of the disagreement between dragons, Yugzagar and the dragons of the western continent broke out in an unprecedented war. And 400 years later, in a coincidence, the two continents broke out in war again, but the protagonist of this battle is no longer the dragon, and the person who initiated the war is the notorious black mage Jeff. The western continent in this era has been unified, and the entire continent has only one huge empire called Albaraz, whose founder is Jeff. He suddenly launched an annihilation war on Isolgar, and the major magic guilds of Ishurgar naturally stood up to resist, but in front of Jeff's guard team, known as the 12 Shields, the only one there was room for retreat. In the remote barren hills of Fiori, Irene bears Elian stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking down at the earth. At this time, unheard footsteps came from behind. What are you thinking about? The person behind asked coldly. Thinking about him, if he is still there, would you say can you defeat all of our 12 shields? Irene replied. This question, you, one of the double walls called the 12 shields, can't answer it. The visitor asked again with a chuckle. I naturally have the answer. Even after 400 years of accumulation, there is still a gap between me and him in magic. Ogstar is about the same as me. The other 12 shields are probably the same as one of his summoned beasts. Almost, the conclusion is that all members of the 12 shields, none of them are his opponents. Irene said with emotion. What's the use of talking about this now? Fetcher, no, Calvin is no longer there now. The visitor replied lightly. Irene turned around at this moment, a hint of warmth appeared in her cold eyes, and she whispered, unconsciously, you are getting older, Anna. The person here is Lucy's ancestor, Anna, who once possessed all the keys of the zodiac. You don't want to think about how old I am, and I don't look like you are already a dragon. Anna was very helpless, facing a woman who was obviously the same age as herself, but she was getting older day by day, but the other party remained the same for hundreds of years. Anyone will be depressed. I didn't voluntarily go to the dragon, I want to grow old as an ordinary woman. Irene sighed softly, her voice could not be heard. However, without this dragon drive, I wouldn't be able to wait until this time and plan this matter. Speaking of this, whether it was Irene or Anna, the eyes became sharp. However, will this really go smoothly? Although helping Jeff to obtain the fairy heart does give him the power to travel through time and space, he is probably even more invincible at that time. How to ensure that it can be used for us? Jeff will absorb all the magic power of the fairy's heart, and the separation of maybes, and that magic power will naturally be performed by me, and I will secretly use the time and space mark addition technique on that magic power. I have confidence will not be discovered by anyone, and then when Jeff wants to travel through time and space, I will secretly activate the additional technique so that we can achieve the goal. Irene said confidently. It's you, how is the gap in time? Except you, the astral sorcerer, no one else can sense it. Then, Irene asked Anna again. Don't worry, although I can't control it, I can still influence it. Now the time gap is very stable, and it can bear a large number of people crossing time. Anna replied. That's good, let's start implementing the plan now. I will recast the entire Fury Kingdom in a while. First send maybes to Jeff, and then I need to find someone to defeat me and let me leave first. Up. Is there anyone here who can defeat you? Acting can't be too fake. Anna teased. Humph, even though I'm really serious, few can beat me, but if I face my own daughter, it's excusable to be unable to start. Irene smiled slightly and replied confidently. Also, those children who followed me, don't put too much hands on them if they encounter them. Suddenly, Anna told Irene. Those Dragon Slayer wizards? You know, they won't kill them, but you and Jeff are funny enough. Even the dragon that teaches them magic is not an opponent of Akunarokia. What can a child do? Calvin is the only one who can defeat the Black Dragon. 400 years ago, Guridanov. After Calvin had secretly talked with Irene and Anna, a secret order had been secretly issued. The content of the order was to find a Dragon Slayer named Akunarokia. After finding him, he must not be easily contacted, and he should be notified immediately, and he will be dealt with by him. Almost all dragons did not understand the significance of this command, but because it was an order issued by Guridanov's Queen Irene, and Fetcher did show invincible strength this year, the dragons they are not very resistant. However, 1 month later, dragons indeed found Akunarokia killing the dragon from time to time, but often when Calvin arrived, this guy had disappeared without a trace. And if the dragon who found him wanted to track him, it often ended up being killed by Akunarokia. Now Akunarokia is not too difficult to kill a dragon, especially after he grew the wings of the dragon he was staring at couldn't even escape. On this day, Calvin trapped himself in the room and stared at the 3 cards in front of him. It still doesn't work. These cards only have an appearance. At most, the capacity of magic power has increased, but the essence is still not separated from the previous summoning card. The 3 cards placed in front of Calvin depict a strong blue giant, a golden monster that resembles an eagle and a dragon, and a red flying dragon with 2 mouths. The 3 illusory gods, even if they use the dragon crystal as a carrier, they are just 3 more dragon-killing summoned beasts, which are still useless for Akunarokia. If you want to use these 3 cards to defeat the complete Black Dragon novel.me, you must make them fit your own name, and you must have the characteristics of gods. After thinking hard, Calvin seemed to find a little aura, but when he really wanted to grasp the aura, he found that there was no aura. There was only confusion and trouble in his mind. To this day, Calvin has determined that Akunarokia cannot appear before it is completely dragonized, and when it appears in front of him, it must be the Black Dragon he has seen in the future. And Calvin has put all his hopes on the 3 cards in front of him. However, the 3 cards of the 3 magic gods were almost the ones he wanted to develop when he first came into contact with the summoning card. After so many years, he could not succeed. Now he wants to create them in a short period of time. What is still missing? The opportunity to change the magical power. Think carefully, besides the dragon-killing magic, there should be other things that can change the nature of the magical power. Chapter 337, No Way to Start. In the wilderness, a magical circle full of mystery suddenly appeared on the ground, the magic circle shining slightly, emitting a soft light. Then, a huge figure appeared in the air, and the light outlined its outline. After a while, a huge blue figure appeared here. The blue figure is extremely large and burly, with bulging muscles, blue wings like dragon wings, and a few huge horns on its head. Calvin, who was standing in front of it, frowned slightly, shook his head slightly disappointed, stretched out his hand, and the blue figure disappeared. Still failed. Excluding the dragon-killing attribute, the strength is comparable to other dragon-killing summoned beasts, but that's it. It's just a mere appearance, and it's not comparable to my ideal giant soldier. In recent days, Calvin has been tracking Akunarokia, but trying to catch a dragon that evades wholeheartedly is not easy. Every time Calvin received information about Akunarokia's presence, when he rushed to the past, Akunarokia had already gone to nowhere. Calvin also understood very well that the black dragon would never take the initiative to appear in front of him before gaining power that surpassed him, and when he appeared again, he might have gained the same strength as the future dragon of End. Perhaps, this period of time will not be too long. Every time the opponent kills a dragon, the strength increases by 1 point. Therefore, Calvin hastily stepped up the research and development of the 3 phantom summoned beasts he has always longed for. However, the strength of the 3 phantom gods in his mind can almost be called the level of a god. How can it be easily developed? So far, it has only created a general summon with the appearance of the 3 phantom gods. Beast. Although its strength is quite extraordinary, it does not have the slightest god quality. Although he failed again, Calvin was not very disappointed. After all, he had failed many times before, but the sense of urgency in his heart became more and more urgent. Akunarokia became stronger and stronger, but he kept standing still. He once tried to find the true god slayer, but in this era when the dragon slayer was just born, the slayer didn't appear. After searching for a long time, he still found nothing. God slayer magic, dragon slayer magic. At this time, Calvin had returned to his home, holding a glass of wine, thinking quietly. The dragon-killing summoned beasts that can be made using dragon crystals can really only use items like the crystals of the gods to create 3 illusion gods. So far, he has started from all aspects of thinking, and the result is naturally not very good. No matter how he tries, the strongest summoned beast is comparable to other dragon-killing summoned beasts. Among Calvin's current thoughts, there is only one that has not been tried. It uses a higher quality crystal than the dragon crystal, the legendary crystal. In Calvin's cognition, the essence of the dragon crystal is a magic power converter. Therefore, after human beings bury the dragon crystal, their own magic power will be converted into the magic power of the same level as that of the dragon. The crystal should be able to transform ordinary magic power into the same magic power as God. However, the so-called crystal of the gods is just a legend, and even this legend is a fantasy based on the existence of the dragon crystal. Whether there is such a is not worthy of scrutiny. Even the existence of God is a question. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if God really exists, can it be guaranteed that this kind of magic crystal is in the body of God? Even if it does exist, the premise is that God must fall first. When these speculations are true, Calvin has the possibility to obtain the crystal of the gods, that is, there is only this possibility. No one knows what the crystal of the gods looks like, whether it has been found and hidden, or as people who do not know the goods are placed as ornaments. The conclusion is that if you want to use the crystal of the gods to create the 3 fantasy gods, unless he has extraordinary luck. No, don't be whimsical, it's better to experiment a few times with this time. With a sigh, Calvin drank the wine in his hand, dejectedly picked up the blank card, raised his hand, and drew the lines of magical power, but he did not do anything. Oh. No way to start. It's like the designer's withered inspiration and the code character Calvin. This situation really cannot be overcome with effort. Perhaps, one day you will be blessed to the soul. But it was obviously not today. 2 hours later, the blank card in Calvin's hand was still blank. He flicked the card on the table angrily and left without looking back. Summoned a real red-eyed black dragon, flying in the blue sky and white clouds, the passing wind, bringing Calvin a kind of relaxation and tranquility. As if all the troubles were let go. Flying aimlessly, Calvin would occasionally look forward to it. Maybe he would encounter Akunarokia when he wandered around like this. After all, with his magical perception, the range of encounter is actually quite large. 400 years later, because of a certain magic, the entire continent was shrunk. As for the meeting place of Fairy Tale, the newly built tavern has now become the stronghold of the dark sorcerer Jeff and his subordinates known as 12 Shields. Outside were densely packed soldiers, and on the outer periphery were the members of the Demon Tail who had already fought battles, as well as the wizards of other famous guilds. In the guild of Monster Tail, there is only one person who is incompatible with Jeff and the others. It was Mabes, the first president of Fairy Tale. Then I beg you, Irene, immediately cast the separation and additional magic. Glancing at Mabes, whose heart was locked by the chains of ice, Jeff couldn't see emotion in his eyes, his mouth seemed to be smiling and sad, his tone said calmly. The heart of the fairy is not simple magic. It is not something that can be done in a moment to separate it. Irene stretched out her hand to feel it, and smiled slightly. It's okay, in front of this absolute gap, the fairy tale can't get here, just take your time. Jeff said nonchalantly, then said to Mabes. Sorry, Mabes, but this is the only way to defeat Akunarokia. Whether it is a dragon or a human being cursed for immortality, they are not Akunarokia's opponents. The only person who can defeat him, the man who is recognized as the strongest mankind, was already in Akin 400 years ago. Norokia was defeated in front of him. What, the strongest magician recognized by your majesty? Does such a person really exist? At this moment, a man in white clothes novel.me with glasses and a serious expression asked in surprise Tao. Jeff glanced at his hand, then looked at Mabes, and slowly explained. That was 400 years ago. That man developed a dragon-killing magic that is different from what you know now. He killed one dragon after another. Even Akunarokia only dared to hide from the beginning. He, that is the most deservedly strongest, even now, even the entire Albaraz. Your Majesty, that's the end of the gossip, I'm going to start to perform the separation and additional magic. At this moment, Irene interrupted Jeff's words very strongly. The other members of the 12 shields, look at me and I will look at you. Looking at Irene's somber expression, no one dared to speak. Even Jeff was a little embarrassed, and said apologetically, I forgot to worry about your mood. I seem to have said too much. Fatrol is already a figure in the past, and he died as a loser. It is not worthy of your majesty's praise. Irene said coldly. Chapter 338, Everything is. Seeing Irene became hot for no reason, even Jeff didn't seem to dare to provoke her. Rakide, one of the 12 shields who used the magic of desire, always felt that there were some stories he didn't know about, so he quietly walked to Neinhardt's 12 shields, which is familiar to Irene, and asked softly. Do you know Irene and the strongest wizard, do you know Neinhardt? Neinhardt gave Rakide an impatiently, not wanting to pay attention to him, but he explained. In the Dragon King festival 400 years ago, Lord Irene and the sorcerer were comrades in arms, and the two seemed to be. At this point, his words stopped because Irene was already staring at him. As one of the strongest double walls in the 12 shields, even the remaining 12 shields were quite jealous of Irene, especially Neinhardt, so he shut up quickly. Even Rakide quickly averted his sight, pretending that nothing happened, and the rest of the people, including Jeff, pretended not to see it. Everyone here is more or less aware of their deeds, knowing that Irene is a person who lived from 400 years ago to the present, and it is obvious that what happened between these two people, they will not be stupid to touch Irene now moldy. Irene did not continue to get angry after glaring at Neinhardt and Rakide. In fact, although she did not really want to hear these pasts, she was not as angry as she showed. It is more acting and expressing one's pressure. After all, now she was going to do something in front of such a large group of people. She is not worried that other people will discover her little actions. The main problem is Jeff and Augusta. Jeff will not talk about it. Even in the 12 shields full of aliens, Augusta is very alien. The presence. It depends on whether it is success or failure. Reaching out his hand, the magic power began to interweave with Mabi's, and the entangled magic power was full of inexplicable mystery. Facts have proved that Irene is overly concerned. She is the absolute authority on additional magic, and Jeff and Augusta will not investigate Irene's magic for no reason. Their minds are more put it on the monster tail that is about to attack, and Mabi's herself. Irene's magic and Mabi's magic are still entangled. The fairy's heart and Mabi's gradually begin to separate, but the process is surprisingly slow. As time went by, watching the members of the 12 shields leave the fairy tale guild, only Jeff looked out the window and the corners of Irene's mouth raised slightly. Very well, no one has noticed the high-level restriction attachment and the time-space tag attachment that I have hidden on Mabi's. Irene was secretly happy, but the expression on her face remained unchanged, and she began to slowly speed up the separation. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. Maybe I don't need to die, the plan can be successful. 400 years ago, the Western continent. Calvin looked at the 4 dragon corpses lying in front of him, and there was no wave in his heart. Just now, when he wandered to the Western continent, he ran into a 4-headed dragon that turned into a corpse in front of him. During the war, needless to say, the battle happened naturally, after a terrifying battle in the eyes of humans. Later, Calvin won easily. Unconsciously, I have become so powerful. Solving a few dragons is the same as solving a few ordinary wizards before. It's a pity that even though I am so strong, handsome, and humorous, I can't beat Akunarokia at the peak. It feels like the road ahead is dark. He laughed self-deprecatingly, then sighed faintly, sat on the red-eyed black dragon, and flew away toward Ishigar. On the way back, he was no longer as relaxed and leisurely as he was just now, and he looked like he was worried, and he did not have the style of the strongest wizard. The 3 magical gods seemed to be impossible to achieve. The only way to do this now is to find other ways. While flying, his head began to think, to his current level, is there any way to continue to become stronger? After a period of time, I finally returned to Gurdanov. When I returned to the residence and opened the door, I saw Irene holding the failed card he tried before. Is this the summoned beast you want to make to defeat Akunarokia? It looks very mighty. Yes, handsome is handsome enough, haha. Calvin lay on the sofa in a lazy position, and looked at Irene with his chin. In fact, I still can't believe it until now. There will be humans that can surpass you, and that human will turn into a dragon. Irene put down the card and commented on Calvin's eyes with a clarifying look. As if confirming. The two looked at each other, and Calvin felt that he couldn't bear Irene's eyes a little, pretending to turn his head inadvertently, and replied in a disappointed manner. The reason why he couldn't kill him last time was because he grew wings and ran away, and he will be stronger than me sooner or later. There is no doubt about that. Anyway, how did you and Berselian study? I mean Longhua's research. The topic was a bit serious, and Irene's face became heavy. At the sight of Irene, Calvin's heart suddenly froze. After a long time, Irene said slowly. Berselian has carefully examined my body, and in my body, he found a seed. Seed. Calvin couldn't help thinking of the previous magical seed in his body. Yes, that seed will germinate and grow slowly, and as that seed evolves, I will slowly become a dragon. That is a dragon species. In fact, it's not just me. Other people who practice dragon magic will gradually become dragons in the future. At this point, Irene's expression became very sad. It is true that she loves dragons deeply, but it does not mean that she is willing to abandon the human body. Calvin frowned deeply. This answer was a bit unexpected. He thought that only Akunarokia would do this. It was also out of caution that Irene was asked to check with Berselian. There is no reason. Naz and Wendy have been practicing dragon-killing magic for many years, but they show no signs of change. Is it possible that the dragon who taught them the magic of slaying dragons came up with a solution? It can't be wrong, it must be so, Longhua must have a way to stop it. Thinking of this, Calvin quickly told Irene his guess. Hearing that, Irene's eyes lit up until novel.me. Yes, although a problem was discovered, it doesn't mean that the problem could not be solved. The wise dragon Bears Elian is the most knowledgeable dragon, and he must have a solution. Fixed. Irene, who had ignited hope, hurried to find Bears Elian. Calvin twitched at the corner of his mouth. He thought he was a little stupid. He should hug Irene tightly just now to comfort her, spend a good evening, and talk to Irene the next morning. Suddenly, Calvin's thoughts paused. Then he lay down on the ground. It was not because of Ellie's departure that he was lost, but because he suddenly discovered today that he seemed to have become the kind of scumbag he hated the most. Before, it could be said that Irene and Anna's enthusiasm and charm could not be resisted as an excuse, but now, he has actually begun to think of ways to play tricks. It turns out that Kildas and I, as well as I and Adris, are all the same kind of people. Haha. Chapter 339, Copper Long Bashi. Early the next morning, Calvin walked out of Anna's residence with a refreshing look. Last night, after realizing his essence as a man, Calvin experienced an indescribable period of suffering and torture in his heart, and then finally recognized the true self, the ID, and knew how to obey the desire of his own heart. So, he ran to Anna's residence overnight, told her about his experience and shared his joy, and then he said to Anna, "Are you still leaving tonight?" The words of course, stay overnight. After breaking through the barrier that hindered his thinking, Calvin felt that his whole person's thinking was completely different the next day, as if he was removing the fog that had been covering him, and the road ahead was clearly visible, waiting for him to step out. He finally took an irretrievable step and became the person he once despised the most. Returning to his residence, Calvin lay lazily on the sofa, as if he couldn't lift anything. Now, I am even more unable to die. I must kill that dragon. A happy life is still waiting for me. Then the only thing I can do is... Calvin took out a card, staring blankly. In the past, Calvin had developed a card called Fusion. The effect was to fuse more than one summoned beast into one, increasing combat effectiveness. At that time, some of the summoned beasts he made when he was young gradually couldn't keep up with his progress. At that time, except for his strongest cards, these cards seemed to have become decorations. Calvin didn't want to be like this. Every card was carefully crafted and made with painstaking effort. In order for them to still shine in battle, Calvin took a lot of effort to develop Fusion. Relying on Fusion, low-star summoned beasts can have the strength of high-star summoned beasts, and his types of summoned beasts become richer. This tactic lasted for a long time, and it was not until he woke up after 7 years of slumber that the summoning card was updated and the Fusion tactic was discarded. But the power of Fusion is still beyond doubt. If I can fuse the 7-headed dragon-killing summoned beasts, can I compete with the magic immune Akunarokia? Calvin couldn't help thinking. However, it is too early to think about this question. Whether the Dragon Slayer summoned beast can fuse is still unknown. The previous summoned beasts can be fused, because in essence, the summoned beasts are formed by Calvin's magic power. What builds them is a complex and rigorous magic circle. Fusion actually means that the magic circle of different summoned beasts is reconstructed into one magic array with 2 characteristics. It can be understood that Calvin created a new summoned beast based on 2 summoned beasts, but did not make the summoned beast into a card, but hide it in the 2 summoned beasts, and the trigger key is fusion this card. But the Dragon Slayer summoned beast is different. The dragon crystal is mixed into their manufacturing process. In other words, if you want to fuse them, it is equivalent to using multiple dragon crystals to create the Dragon Slayer summoned beast. Calvin hadn't tried this before, nor thought about it. But thinking about it this way, you can understand how difficult this process is. Different dragon crystals have different attributes. How to reconcile them is a difficult problem Calvin must overcome. It was Calvin's research on how to integrate the dragon-killing summoned beast in the past in war. And the war, with the fall of a large number of dragons, gradually came to an end. After going through the difficult period of the First War, Yuxijia or Fang slowly began to gain an advantage with Calvin, who slays dragons like chickens, and the number of dragons on both sides also slowly changed during Calvin's slaughter. Get close. The fatal blow was made by Akunarokia. His appearance was like the last grass that overwhelmed a camel. Those dragons that hated humans became fewer and fewer. Many people and dragons believe that the war will end soon, and people and dragons can live on friendly terms with each other from then on. Bashizi thinks this way. In the Dragon King festival, Bashizi's performance was not outstanding, but at least he was left with his life. This pair was a bronze dragon for his loss. The whole body is covered with metallic brown scales. Although the attack power is not so good in the dragon, with that solid scale, he was rarely injured in the war. He could say something proudly, even if it is that Fetri, it is quite difficult to hurt him. Fly in the air leisurely, Bashizi was flying towards the town he sheltered, and he was in a good mood. Just now, Bashizi was ending a battle, and their 4 dragons wiped out all the 9 dragons in the place. Of course, there was also a magician named Fetrer on their side. Thinking of Fetrel, Bashiz had to feel that a human being was actually above the dragon, and it was something that he could not even think of before. Fortunately, he is on our side. The dragon's flying speed is extremely fast. Although Bashiz did not rush at full speed, it did not take long to return to his town. Before long, the town was visible to the naked eye, and just then, a voice came from his ear. I finally waited for you, Tong Long. Why are the voices so close? Bashizi turned his head in doubt, and saw a human with wings staring at him with abusive eyes. Bashiz dared to swear, this is the angry look in the human eyes he has seen. Before he had an attack, the human suddenly opened his mouth, and the magic of terror gathered in it. Roar. Is it the Dragon Slayer? Boom. A huge roar, ejected from the person's mouth, directly covered the entire head of Bashizi, so directly attacked, even with the defense of the bronze dragon, it would not be intact. Bashiz only felt a pain, and his consciousness seemed to be lost in an instant. When he woke up, he found that he was falling, and quickly waved his wings to stabilize. But in the next second, more intense pain than before came from his head. The pain came from the man's magical fist. Compared to the dragon's body, that small fist had an unimaginable power. The huge impact made Bashizi continued to fall, and finally landed on all fours, and a large spider web crack appeared on the ground. Although he received some injuries due to the sneak attack twice in a row, it was not enough for Bashizi. After slowing down, he looked up and his eyes were full of anger. You angered me. Human. The huge sound buzzed, and the next moment, Bashizi opened that huge mouth. Countless irregular brown metals flew out, accompanied by the copper dragon's more intense aura than the violent wind, forming an extremely terrifying metal storm, like a huge meat grinder. However, the human being was surprisingly sensitive. Although Basis' roar came quickly and fiercely, he was dangerously avoided by the human, and even moreover, he used this short gap to fly toward Basis. The bronze dragon naturally noticed the movements of the human beings. Just after the roar stopped, he turned around, the dragon's tail flung out, and the sky-like giant pillar swept diagonally, slamming the invincible human on the ground. Boom! The dust dispersed, and the bronze dragon slapped its wings slightly, and the dust had dispersed, exposing the ground that was smashed. In a deep pit, the rampant human being was lying in it, motionless. But Bashizi knew that the man was not dead, but it is estimated that he was seriously injured, and no one could be unscathed with a physical attack. Human, tell me why you attacked me, don't you know that I am on your side? The human slowly opened his eyes. Looking aloft, do you really think you have won? The man grinned, grinning fiercely, and did not answer Bashi's question. Subsequently, his body began to change. First, a light blue pattern emerged from him, and then, his body began to grow larger, and dark scales emerged from him. The head that was still human before has become a dragon head. Bashizi's instinct told him that he absolutely wanted to stop the human being's current changes, and hurriedly used his hard body to hit the man with all his strength. Boom! There was a huge impact, and there was an impact airflow around. Chapter 340, The Beginning of the Hunt. The one who was knocked into flight was Bashizi, who was a bronze dragon. For Bashiz, this is simply incredible. As a bronze dragon, let alone other, he is definitely the best among dragons in terms of physical ability, and the impact that he was hit by the impact just now, actually it was stronger than he felt when he wrestled with Iron Dragon Metallicana before. Who is he? After being knocked into flight, Bashizi had already adjusted his posture after rolling on the ground for a few laps, staring at the front on all fours, ignoring the headache on his body, and was fully guarding the enemy in front of him. Bashizi was looking at the enemy, and saw that the human being just now has completely changed his appearance. The body is not smaller than himself, even a bit bigger. The dark body is scattered with light blue patterns, and the traces of the human are already a little bit. I can't find it. Anyone who sees it will only think that the dragon in front of him is a real dragon. You have turned from a human to a dragon. Are you a human or a dragon? Bashizi asked suspiciously. I used to be a human, but from now on, Akunarokia will become the only dragon king. Accompanied by Akunarokia's roar, great power emanated from his body, just the roar it has caused strong wind pressure. However, this wind pressure was just a breeze for Basis, and he became even more angry after hearing what Akunarokia said. Akunarokia. Are you not on our side? Why attack me? At the same time, he murmured in his heart, turning a human into a dragon, and the Dragon Slayer magic still has this effect? Or as long as he is like this, no wonder he can fight a dragon alone. Ha 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 ha. Your side. Have you misunderstood something? I have never stood on either side. All dragons are my hunting targets. Now there are not many dragons in the west. So the dragon of Ishigar has become your target. Bashiz became dignified. The name Akunarokia is also very famous among dragons, although it is not as loud as Fetril, but most dragons think he is the strong human being second only to Fetrix. After all, there are only these two human beings who have a record of killing dragons alone. Bashizi does not think that he can easily defeat the opponent, but he does not think that he will lose to the opponent. That's the end of the gossip, you are the first dragon to see me like this. Don't die too fast. Akunarokia said in a contemptuous tone, and heard this. But Bashizi only felt a chill behind his back. This is the first time I have seen each other. Doesn't it mean that when the opponent fought with dragons before, they all won with a human body? In addition, I have already felt the strength of the opponent a little bit earlier, which can be said to be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Basis became more cautious. Then, the battle broke out suddenly. As long as there is a dragon fighting, the momentum must be earth-shattering, and it is still in Uxigar. Soon, the news came to Calvin's ears, and he hurried to the battle site on the true red-eyed black dragon. The battle started until Calvin arrived. Although it was short, it was definitely not long. However, when Calvin came to the battle site, he saw only a dragon corpse that had been opened and its brown scales lost its luster. The blood has also emptied. It is the copper dragon Ba. Calvin closed his eyes and maximized his magic perception. After a few minutes, he found nothing but felt the magic power that had not dissipated at the scene. This magical feeling really belongs to Akunarokia, has it escaped long ago? Finally started to attack the dragon of Ishugar, and it looks like it has become a dragon completely. Looking at the damage caused by the two dragons to the neighborhood, it is obvious that the traces caused by the two behemoths, and Akunarokia, who can completely become a dragon, is probably more powerful than himself. Is there any fear for me? But it is estimated that the day he appeared in front of me should not be far away. Fortunately, I am not without countermeasures. The breeze blew through Calvin's hair, and the eyes under the hair were his eyes full of determination. Fixing the body of the bronze dragon on the back of the true red-eyed black dragon, Calvin started the journey back. On the way, he saw the town that was supposed to be guarded by the bronze dragon. There was an atmosphere of sadness, not only because of the death of the bronze dragon, the town was also destroyed by the fighting. Many people who haven't had time to take refuge have only the corpses left, and many more may not even find the corpses. Calvin has seen this tragic scene several times before. The scope of the dragon war is so wide. The dragons of Ishugar will naturally try to protect them, but you can't ask the dragons of the western continent to fight carefully. As for Akunarokia's actions at the moment, it was obvious that he didn't worry about any life plans at all. Although you have changed from a human to a dragon, your mind is like a wild beast. Sure enough, this guy is not dead, it is the greatest damage to the world. In a remote valley somewhere, Akunarokia, who had just killed the bronze dragon, was looking at the black-haired man who suddenly appeared in front of him with his fierce gaze. Why kill the bronze dragon? He is a dragon that has guarded humans for nearly 100 years and has never harmed humans. The black-haired man said, his tone very serious. Isn't it normal for the dragon slayer to kill the dragon? Akunarokia replied calmly. The only ones that should be killed are those dragons that hate and despise humans. I help you gain strength, not to make you kill indiscriminately. The black-haired man's voice gradually became angry and excited. Why sympathize with the dragon, Jeff? I remember you said that your whole family was killed by the dragon. Akunarokia asked puzzledly. In his opinion, Jeff clearly has a life experience similar to himself, why is his thinking so naive? Dragons are not worthy of existence in this world at all. I will keep hunting until all the dragons are killed. Akunarokia crossed Jeff, and calmly said the words that made Jeff's face grim. He has no plans to continue the conversation. Although Jeff is a magical genius, since the two sides have different ideas, it is meaningless to force it. After walking a few steps, Akunarokia's footsteps stopped, and he turned his head slightly, his fierce gaze with disdain. If you want to stop it, just try it, but you also have to have this ability, ha 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 ha. Since the last time you escaped from Fetral, novel.me has not people can stop me. Akunarokia smiled wildly, and slowly went away. Only Jeff clenched his fist and stood there with a heavy expression. It took a long time for Jeff to speak to himself softly. What genius, I am so self-righteous, I actually created such a monster, and it is still a monster that I can't control. A dragon that can swallow all magic power, no magician can beat him, not even Fetral. At this moment, Jeff's mouth is full of bitterness, and he only feels unprecedented regret in his heart. On the other side, Akunarokia, who had gone away, had put aside Jeff's affairs, but had a completely different mood. The battle with the copper dragon just now was the easiest battle he has ever experienced. The powerful force that turned into the Dragon Queen was surging and fascinating. It was a completely different realm compared to when it was not dragonized. The increasingly powerful dragon. The death of Tonglong Ba Shizi is just the beginning. After the dragons of the western continent were killed 7 or 88, naturally they could not have the strength to compete with Yuxigar anymore. They had already taken the lead in defeating and retreating in this battle called Dragon King Sacrifice in later generations. They are all defeated. Naturally, these dragons will not show up again. It is the best choice to hide with their tails up. These hidden dragons are not easy to find. There is no Akunarokia who regards hunting dragons as a lifelong goal. The prey, naturally, set his sights on the dragon of Ishugar. 2 days after the death of the bronze dragon, there will be news from the town of Magnolia in the future. The sole dragon Spurlot was killed by a dark dragon and the body fell in the town. 4 days later, Calvin felt the dragon fighting. When he arrived, there was only the body of Swamp, the dragon of the swamp. This dragon was the first dragon Calvin encountered in this era. His extremely troublesome character made him he never showed up in the whole war, and he didn't expect to die after the war, and the person who killed him was naturally Akunarokia. 7 days later, news came again that Atlas Fram, the Hell Flame Dragon, was killed. 10 days later, Thunder Dragon Westbrook was killed. 11 days later, the Explosion Dragon Kiskodero was killed. Within the territory of Ishugar, news of the slaying of dragons came one after another. The same thing is that these slain dragons are usually lone dragons. Obviously, Akunarokia was the only one who picked it up. Dragon attack and kill. In just half a month, as many as 8 dragons were killed, which was already a very serious injury to the dragons. The previous wars had reduced the number of dragons a lot. Now, the number of dragons is becoming scarcer. On this day, Calvin rode a real red-eyed black dragon back to Gurdanov with a heavy face, followed by 7 dragons, all of whom were dragons living in Gurdanov. Irene and Anna stepped forward to greet them. Seeing Calvin's expression, his brows suddenly frowned. Can't you still find him? Irene asked. That guy is very cunning and cautious, but also very powerful. The average dragon can't last long in his hands, and he only picks the lone dragon to start. It's hard to catch him. Calvin said worriedly. He played hide-and-seek enemies for a long time, and he also felt exhausted. More importantly, even if he finds Akunarokia now, whether he can defeat him is still unknown. After all, this attribute of immunity to magic is too cheating. Fortunately, Guridanov's other dragons are also well aware of the danger of this guy, so every time Calvin goes out to block Akunarokia, there must be more than 5 dragons to follow. In a forest not far away from Guridanov, Akunarokia, who was not dragonized, was hiding and peeking at the 2 dragons in front of him. The 2 dragons are leaning on each other, their 2 tails are entangled orthogonally. They should look like a pair of partners. One is slightly smaller and is rubbing against the chin of the other dragon with her head, looking kind and loving. The forest dragon and the earth dragon, the first time they played against 2 dragons at the same time, they were used as opponents. I wonder if they are too arrogant. The forest dragon Froth and the earth dragon Kai, the 2 dragons are not powerful dragons, but they have been together for many years, they have an unusual understanding of each other, and their attributes are very complementary. When the 2 dragons worked together, even if 3 ordinary dragons could not resist. Akunarokia did not attack right away, but slowly approached. Although arrogant, he was not mentally retarded. If this battle is delayed for a long time, even if he can win, Fetcher will definitely come with a group of dragons. Group fights himself, even though he is almost completely immune to magic, the dragon's physical attack can still cause him harm. Although his dragon body is also extremely powerful, once he is under siege, even he has no confidence to be safe. Therefore, in the face of forest dragons and earth dragons, it is best to kill them with one blow or cause serious injuries to one of them. I approached the 2 dragons very cautiously. When slowly approaching about 200 meters, I saw that the slightly larger dragon with ochre scales suddenly raised its head, and then the dragon claw slapped the ground, and a shock burst out suddenly. Not good. I was discovered. Akunarokia looked startled, did not dare to neglect, suddenly changed into a black dragon posture, the next moment, he will spread his wings and fly high. In an instant, a few thick stone pillars sprang up on the ground under him. These pillars made of soil have extraordinary hardness. Although Akunarokia successfully lifted into the air in an emergency, his abdomen was still stabbed. It's painful. Fortunately, this hastily attack has limited power. Despite the pain, it has not been injured. Although it was discovered in advance and did not cause the effect that Akunarokia expected, he did not retreat. He was not a scrupulous guy at first, he had a crazy energy, and he was cautious and rational before. Just fear Calvin. Now it is not 100% that will be delayed, he naturally dare to try his current strength, maybe he can easily handle it, just like killing those dragons easily before. Opening the huge mouth of ferociousness, the roar spurted out from it. Among the many dragons, the destructive power of Akunarokia's roar was close to the strongest. Even the forest dragon and the earth dragon were the first to roar together. But the roar of the 2 dragons was blown away by Akunarokia's roar. Boom! The roar sounded, creating great prestige in this huge forest, a large number of birds soared away, and many beasts hurriedly rushed out of the forest. The battle between the 3 dragons officially broke out, and the rocks rose from the ground to crack, and various plants and trees seemed to have been given a soul, like a flexible hand entwined towards Akunarokia. A little magical power appeared out of the air around Akunarokia's body, and every magical power was like a cannon muzzle, shooting out magical rays of light black magical power, dense and fast. An earth wall suddenly rises on the ground, and Akunarokia's attack blasts on it, causing bursts of explosions. This point of defense cannot completely withstand Akunarokia's attack, but the earth wall is completely broken in a few seconds. But these few seconds were enough time for the 2 dragons to react, and the magical powers of the 2 dragons were intertwined, and countless brown woods burst out of the ground, like endless tentacles attacking Akunarokia. This is stronger, tougher, faster and more flexible than the plant that the forest dragon manipulates alone. In all, this is a combined magic between the 2 dragons, and it is also unique among the dragons. The dragonized Akunarokia couldn't see his expression, but from his high roar, he didn't care much. The magic power was entangled in his wings, and he charged towards the endless wood below, rolling and twisting at will. Moving, the wings entangled by magic power turned into indestructible weapons, and the wood was destroyed one after another when they collided. The combined magic issued by the 2 dragons was smashed by Akunarokia, unable to stop him from advancing. What is this guy's background? Even the Fire Dragon King can't easily burn the hardwood of the forest, it looks like ordinary wood in front of him. The Earth Dragon Kai and the Forest Dragon Froth were both taken aback. Their combined magic looks ordinary, but its power is quite powerful. Those woods are really powerful, and they are defeated by this trick. There are not a few dragons in China, and being destroyed so easily is unprecedented in their long life. Akunarokia let out a roar, as if to demonstrate his might, and as if mocking the weakness of the 2 dragons, and his attack obviously did not end there, he was already close to the 2 dragons after passing through the hardwoods. The Earth Dragon Kias did not back down, his defense of the Earth attribute was not weaker than those of the Metal Dragons, he was not afraid of close hand-to-hand combat, and the Forest Dragon Froth assisted in harassment in the rear. The Battle of the 3 Dragons novel.me gradually entered a white-hot, large tracts of forests were destroyed, and the terrain began to change. However, the 2 dragons still underestimated Akunarokia, and Akunarokia also underestimated himself. After hunting many dragons, Akunarokia's strength has gradually increased to one of him. I am also surprised. In the face of the two dragons hand in hand, he actually pressed the opponent directly to fight. The magical attack was ineffective to him, and the melee ability was much stronger. Unknowingly, Akunarokia's strength was close to the future level. It may not take him even a year to become the Dragon Slayer, but this terrifying strength growth really makes the dragon shudder. At the same time, in the distant horizon, Calvin was riding a real red-eyed black dragon, flying at a very fast speed to somewhere. Behind him, there was a seven-headed dragon following. Obviously, Calvin had received the news of Akunarokia's battle with the forest dragon and earth dragon. He did not dare to delay the slightest, for fear of being run away by the opponent when it was too late. Attack two dragons at the same time. Has this guy's strength increased to this point? It's horrible. Chapter 342, See You Forever. When Calvin brought the seven dragons to the destroyed forest, the scene had become quiet. Without a doubt, Akunarokia once again succeeded in slaying the dragon before they arrived. Looking at the two dragon corpses that were so ruined, Calvin only felt a kind of unspeakable sadness. The strength of the other party was getting stronger day by day. Calvin also knew the two dragons, Phalos and Kyle. I also knew the strength of the two dragons, but they were still easily killed. Berzelian also said in a deep voice, the human power has grown too fast, far beyond common sense, even Irene is far behind, and other dragon slayers have nothing to compare. After all, he glanced at Calvin and didn't know if Calvin could beat the opponent. Calvin's eyes were serious, and he didn't speak anymore, and he cleaned up and buried the corpse with the other dragons. At this moment, Calvin spoke. Berzelian, have you thought of a solution to Irene's dragonization problem? There are already ideas. As long as the dragon enters the body of the dragon slayer, the growth of the dragon species in the body can be inhibited. After 7 or 8 years in the body of the dragon slayer, the dragon species will be completely suppressed. Berzelian replied. 7 or 8 years. How long does it take? Calvin said in surprise. It may be a long day for you humans, but in the long life of our dragon clan, a nap is only this time. Berzelian replied nonchalantly. Calvin is speechless, and the perception of time between the two species is not in the same dimension. Once again without success, Calvin can't say how lost he was. Anyway, he's used to it, but the urgency in his heart has deepened again. Akunarokia has become stronger too fast, even though he has some prepared, but the summoned beast of the 3 phantom gods he desires most, still has no progress. Even in front of Irene and Anna, he still showed an indifferent appearance, but the 3 of them get along day and night, how can they not discover Calvin's hidden concerns, but the 2 of them have no way. After all, Calvin's current strength they can all be regarded as the strongest in the world, and the strongest in this world is to include the dragon. The 2 can only try to relax Calvin at night. In the next month, Calvin and Akunarokia were still playing this hide-and-seek game. Akunarokia was quite talented in this game, and he was never caught by Calvin once. And during this period of time, he can even hunt 3 dragons at the same time. At this point, Calvin didn't dare to let the dragons scatter to find Akunarokia. If he was not careful, the dragon that caught the ghost would become caught. And being able to find the place where the dragon exists so easily, Akunarokia obviously not only has the sense of smell of the dragon, but also has a high sensitivity to the high concentration of magic power, and the so-called high concentration of magic power, there are only dragons in this world. Calvin can have it, Irene is half of it at most. This morning, Calvin was riding a real red-eyed black dragon, looking at the sky without knowing what he was thinking. Fatrel, do you want to continue like this? We can't even touch the fur of Akunarokia. Many dragons have begun to complain. Berzelian walked to Calvin, sounded said. I understand, that guy won't be stupid enough to face me with so many dragons at the same time. Calvin nodded and said calmly. What do you decide to do? You stay in Gurdanov, and I will do the next steps alone. Are you really okay? The guy's current strength, we just have a guess, anyway, it will not be lower than the level of the Dragon King. Berzelian's voice was a little different. The so-called Dragon King refers to the dragon that is recognized as the strongest in a certain attribute. The most famous is the Fire Dragon King Ignalu. However, not all attributes will give birth to the Dragon King. After all, the strength of the dragons of the same attribute is not far away. How could the strength of the remaining dragons be recognized? One of the titles of the later generations of Akunarokia was the Dragon King, but the difference was that the Dragon King had no attributes before it, because he was the king of all dragons, and those who refused to accept it were already dead. This is no way. I still have a chance to beat him now. After a while, I am afraid that even if we swarm up, we will not be the opponent. Calvin smiled softly, with a sense of freedom in his tone. Facing the increasingly urgent sense of tension, Calvin finally woke up, chasing Akunarokias as he does now, and may never be able to catch him, so he decided to change his strategy and wait for nothing. Just yesterday, Calvin developed a card that can hide his magic and breath. Calvin planned to find a dragon to act alone, followed behind to hide himself, and quietly waited for Akunarokia to come and attack him. At that time, it was the final battle. Anyway, this time he had already planned to give it up, and if he didn't succeed, he would become benevolent. Fatrel, after everything is over, I will enter Irene's body and restrain the dragon seed. Before Calvin was about to leave, Berzelian said suddenly. Calvin understood what Berzelian meant, and raised his mouth slightly, without answering, directly causing the red-eyed black dragon to raise its wings. In the eyes of Irene, Anna, Bears Elian, and many dragons, Calvin flew away from Gurdanov. For Calvin, it was not too difficult to find a dragon. It didn't take long before he found an ice dragon in a frozen lake and slept himself in ice. Calvin was very speechless about this situation. In Ishugar, some dragons remained neutral and had no good feelings or dislikes towards humans, and did not want to be dragged into the war, so he hid and expressed his reluctance to get involved. In fact, they are not very rigorous in hiding things with you, but they find that their dragon also understands the meaning of the other party, and generally will not bother. It's a pity that there is a strange flower, Akunarokia. I am afraid that most of the lonely dragons killed by him are these hidden dragons. And these hidden world dragons might not even know that the western continent and Ishgar had ended the war, let alone the anti-dragon guy like Akunarokia, and they were completely unprepared. Without intending to harass the sleeping ice dragon, Calvin found a remote place, inspired the card that could hide the magic and breath in his hand, and waited quietly. Calvin didn't like to wait, especially when he didn't know how long to wait. He always felt that he had been through it for a long time, but when he looked up at the sky, it was still dark. Hey, when I was dating Myra before and waiting for her, I was not as uneasy as now. As night fell quietly, the moon on the night was big and round until novel.me the silvery white light always had a tranquil feeling. Looking at the moonlight, Calvin fell asleep unconsciously. Without any preparation and vigil, he fell asleep. The night came gently, and then gently, the sky began to glow, and the big and round sun slowly rose from the horizon. Suddenly, Calvin woke up with a spirit, and wiped the corners of his mouth subconsciously. Nothing was wiped. I wiped it, and fell asleep like this. It seems that the pressure I have been under is really great lately. This black charcoal dragon, looking for him is more tiring than looking for his first love. The grievances against Akunarokia made Calvin murmur and whisper. At this moment, a huge and dark magic power quickly approached in his magic perception. Calvin closed his mouth suddenly, his eyes became sharp and cold, and 7 cards were held in his hand. Lucky, I will wait for you so soon. Akunarokia. Chapter 343, Go to War. The huge black figure that came at speed, like an incarnation of an unknown, descended over the lake. Suddenly, Akunarokia opened his mouth and blasted a roar directly at the bottom. Calvin was shocked, and he didn't care about hiding it. Giant Suzuo instantly appeared outside his body. Fortunately, it seemed that his roar was too powerful, and his momentum was also extremely shocking. Akunarokia did not find Calvin's existence. The roar of the dragon clan can basically be regarded as the dragon's most destructive move, even if it is the attribute of the sage dragon Bear Celian, the power of its roar is equally astonishing. Not to mention Akunarokia, it was a terrible attack that could easily change the terrain. Therefore, Calvin will use the magic of the Moeo series to defend against the roaring remaining power. The ice dragon sleeping below was totally unconscious, but even if he noticed it, he couldn't react at all. But the ice dragon will freeze the entire lake, not just to make him feel cool, it is a very strong defensive magic, just to protect yourself who may be attacked, you know, before the ice dragon falls asleep, outside but there is a dragon war. The roar shot down on the smooth ice, like a sledgehammer hitting an iron block. The shock and impact are magnified countless times, which is probably what Calvin feels now, but this level of scene is for Calvin. It is commonplace that every time he fights against the dragon, that time is not stronger than now. The ice lake is worthy of the defensive magic that can make the ice dragon hibernate safely. Akunarokia's attack cannot directly penetrate the ice layer, so that it can only continue to roar. This is Calvin's opportunity to summon it instantly. Black Sorcerer, Jean Paku, Phoenix, and the Knight of Earth and Sky. Ho ho ho. At this moment, the ice burst suddenly, and a hidden and invisible figure flew out of the ice and circled the roar of Akunarokia. His speed was extremely fast and he arrived at Akunaro in an instant. Kia approached. It was a beautiful and elegant dragon. His body was carved like a piece of clear crystal, and it was still carved by the best carver. Every part is so beautiful, which is similar to all the dragons in Calvin's impression. There is no doubt that the ice dragon in front of him is definitely the most beautiful dragon Calvin has ever seen. It is simply art. Seeing that the artwork was going to pass by Akunarokia, his back suddenly stretched out a row of ice cones, and then it slashed across Akunarokia's body like a saw blade, as if it were the highest Ming swordsman slashed beautifully. The sound that the ice cone made when it rubbed against Akunarokia's hard scales was extremely harsh, and it made Akunarokia stop the roar, and talked about his pain with a huge sound. A disdainful sneer appeared on the beautiful face of the ice dragon, but before he was happy for a few seconds, he saw Akunarokia's hideous and terrifying dragon head appearing not far from him, faster than him. I was faster just now. When it was said that it was too late, the ice dragon only felt that there was a spark in the outside light, and then before Akunarokia was about to bite him, he was kicked to the side of the body. Now the ice dragon could see clearly. In the cyan fire that stopped in front of him, a human being with bird wings and claws on both hands, it was this little human that gave the dark and dirty dragon to kicked. The ice dragon only feels that his worldview has been distorted. Now humans are so strong? Can even a dragon be kicked? From my own instinct, the black dragon just now is definitely a ruthless character. Could it be true that it is not a human but a bird? The ice dragon looked back and saw that the black dragon who had just wiped his body had adjusted his body, but he did not have time to attack him because he was entangled by 3 other humans. One of them, wearing a strange light blue armor and carrying a big sword with a long handle, was running around on the body of the black dragon, slashing to the east with 2 slashes. Another guy riding a flying horse was provoking in front of the black dragon, from time to time. Two spiral-shaped spears pierced a spiral storm. There was also a thin guy who used ice as a weapon as he did. An endless stream of cold air spread from the knife in his hand. The ice had been covering the black dragon's body, trying to delay his movements. These three humans, plus the guy who didn't know whether they were birds or humans in front of him, all contained powerful power. The ice dragon's instinct told him that if he was besieged, he might be dead. His instincts have always been accurate, more accurate than those of human women. 4 humans can kill the dragon? When did the dragon become so weak, or did the humans become stronger? The ice dragon was still in a daze, but Akunarokia could no longer control his temper. Ho 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 ho. The roar resounding through the heavens and the earth, the sound waves are close to the point where the naked eye can see, the knights of the earth and the sky and Zanpai cautiously backed away. The black magician of the pattern was shaken off, and the phoenix moved quickly, and immediately flew over to catch it. Calvin, do you despicable guy only sneak attacks? Come out. Akunarokia yelled angrily, yelling at the same time as his right paw, magical power gushing out, and the ground was destroyed instantly. Its destructive power is far from the time when Calvin was beaten up before. At this time, a black dragon not inferior to Akunarokia appeared out of thin air, seeing the ice dragon's eyes protruding again. In addition to the strange appearance of the black dragon, the human standing on the back of the black dragon made him it feels incredible. I have lived for decades and have never seen as many strange things as I have seen today. First, a strange dragon attacked me for no reason, then several humans attacked him, and then the strange dragon attacked another human being. As a result, that human riding a black dragon appeared. No one and no dragon knew how the ice dragon's heart collapsed. Calvin looked at Akunarokia with a solemn face. Seeing that there was not even a scar on his body, he couldn't help but sighed faintly. Sure enough, the queen became a dragon completely immune to magic, not to mention the attack of the summoned beast. The attack of the ice dragon just now did not hurt him. Speaking of the ice dragon, Calvin couldn't help taking another look. It was really beautiful. It was of the Dragon King level in appearance, much more beautiful than the ice dragon that Calvin killed before. Maybe if the ice dragon was the current one, maybe Zanpo's attributes would have to be changed. Putting away a brief moment of random thoughts, Calvin turned his attention back to Akunarokia and novel.me provocatively. Akunarokia, today, only one of us can leave alive, this time you don't run away. Escape. Ha ha ha, I will give you all the humiliation I have suffered before. With the roar, Akunarokia has rushed over, and Calvin is completely unwilling to show weakness. The red-eyed black dragon is the same. Rush out. Immediately afterwards, the other summoned beasts also acted immediately, and the formation vaguely surrounded Akunarokia, each brewing unique tricks. Akunarokia naturally noticed this blatant action, but he didn't care. Anyway, it didn't work for him, and he was able to fill his stomach. The red-eyed black dragon flying in front of his eyes opened his mouth and sprayed out a large dark red flame. Akunarokia rushed into the fire without evading, and hit the source of the fire with a hammer. The red-eyed black dragon immediately shut his mouth, flicked his wings, his body was as agile as a fat man, and instantly faced Akunarokia with his hind legs, facing his head mallet, and the paws of his hind legs tried to grab it. Boom. Chapter 344, Blue Eyes White Dragon. In the violent collision, what flew out of it was the true red-eyed black dragon, the powerful strength that was once proud of, and today it is not the enemy of one in front of Akunarokia. However, the summoned beast would not be conscious and would not be defeated so easily, and Calvin opened his black wings for the first time and flew in mid-air. Doesn't even the flames that burn magic power have any effect? Calvin frowned secretly, but his movements didn't slow down anymore. He stretched out his fingers and pointed at Akunarokia, and the magic began to boil. Akunarokia was blocked by the red-eyed black dragon just now, and his movements paused a little bit, but when he wanted to rush towards Calvin again, he found a pale blue attack in front of him. In an instant, an icy feeling came from all over the body. It turned out that Zanpo Yao slammed a knife at him, and that knife brought endless frost, which actually sealed most of Akunarokia's body. Living. It's pretty cool. Akunarokia yelled disdainfully, his huge body suddenly exerted force, and the ice on his body began to fall apart. Calvin ignored his ridicule, and in this short freezing time, it was enough for him to display the magic that was brewing. I saw that there seemed to be a large snow-white hole on top of Akunarokia's head, from which endless white pouring out. It was a piece of snowflakes, both beautiful and deadly. The third of Moao? Bing Tian Beiwa Burial. The cold words came from Calvin's mouth. This is different from the previous Moao series. It is more powerful than before, and through the sympathetic resonance with the dragon summoning beast, it is even mixed with the dragon killing attribute. In other words, even if Calvin does not use summoned beasts at this moment, he can still cast magic that is lethal to dragons. The pouring snowflakes bloomed on Akunarokia. Even though its magic power was ineffective, the chill brought by the ice flower still made Akunarokia feel cold. Sure enough, but still useless. Akunarokia opened his mouth again, this time he did not spray out a roar, but unmatched suction came from it, all the ice cubes flowed into his mouth as magic. At this moment, the Knight of the Earth and the Sky, Gaia Drake, appeared in front of him, and the spiral spear pierced out. The magic power that was flowing into his mouth suddenly turned into a storm vortex, and it was spinning rapidly by Akunarok. Ye Tun enters. The violent rotation of the magic is naturally not easy to swallow. Although the magic will not cause damage to Akunarokia, it is absolutely uncomfortable, so Akunarokia closed his mouth and wanted to attack the Knight of the Earth and the Sky, but it had already slipped away after the attack. One retreated, and the other came up again. The black sorcerer carried a broadsword and rode a true red-eyed black dragon to the top of Akunarokia. The two fell on Akunarokia with the momentum of Mount Tai. On his back, coupled with the spiral magic power he had just swallowed, he was still in discomfort, and the huge body fell directly downward. The phoenix appeared in the abdomen of the devil dragon at the right time, kicked it up fiercely, and the flames erupted completely, coupled with that powerful foot force, like a bomb exploded here. Akunarokia's roar resounded through the world again, and it wasn't that he was hurt. It's just that the feeling of being fooled made him extremely angry. It was clear that none of the attacks hurt him, but Calvin just felt uncomfortable. Play. Now he didn't care whether it was uncomfortable anymore, he swallowed all directions with his mouth, he would not refuse any magic power, flames, frost. The ice dragon watching from the side hadn't recovered from the stunned situation just now, he saw the battle in front of him, and began to be stunned again. He felt an unusual threat from every attack of Calvin's summoned beasts, but what happened to the pitch-black dragon? The full cry of air showed that he was not injured, and he was able to swallow them at the same time. Falling flames and ice? Isn't the dragon only eating things with the same attributes as him? When did flame and ice become the same source? No one paid any attention to the inner world of the ice dragon. At the moment when he saw Akunarokia going crazy, Calvin asked the summoned beast to step back at the same time. The summoned beast was also transformed by magic, which means that it can also be taken by Akunarokia ate it. However, while retreating, the black sorcerer slashed towards Akunarokia, and the engulfed mana suddenly split into two, but unfortunately it did not dissipate, but continued towards Akunar. Ragia's mouth surged. As for Akunarokia, there was no reaction at all. It's trickier than imagined. My only advantage is quantity and more flexibility than him. In the short confrontation just now, Calvin has tried all the summoned beasts summoned. None of them can cause damage to Akunarokia. The Knight of the Earth and the Sky even directly blasted the attack into his body, but the opponent it looks a bit uncomfortable, probably like the level of a headache when humans eat ice too quickly. Akunarokia, who had swallowed all his magical powers, burped, and his stomach was obviously a little up. He turned his head to face Calvin and said in a mocking tone. Are there any other tricks? Come out, I want you to know how powerless you are when facing this uncle. In fact, Akunarokia was very surprised by his performance. Although he learned that he was completely immune to magic in the process of hunting the dragon, Calvin beat him so hard last time that he always beat him. He was a little bit jealous of Calvin, but through the fight just now, he had understood that he had completely surpassed this guy who was known as the strongest in the world. At the same time, he has more or less admiration for Calvin in his heart. Facing a strong, domineering, cheating opponent like himself, he can still have such a performance, which is already very good. Calvin didn't say a word, mobilizing the magic power in his body to resonate with the summoned beast, and stretched out his hand to face Akunarokia. The final ceremony of Moeo. 5 dragons turned to destruction. 5 dragon-shaped magic powers vacated from the 5 summoned beasts. Each one has a size comparable to Akunarokia. The slender body brings a terrifying sense of oppression. The prestige is unparalleled, and the ice dragon is here. When he saw this scene, he finally couldn't help running away quickly. In front of this move, he felt a fatal threat. Is there still such a move? What a great guy. Akunarokia was excited in his heart. He knew clearly that apart from himself, no dragon could survive this trick, but it was him who faced this trick at this moment. Fearlessly, facing the 5 dragons of magic power that rushed towards him, Akunarokia laughed loudly, bursting out his magic power with all his strength. Countless magic beams shot out from around his body, and the 5 magic power the dragon collided head-on. Boom boom. The ice dragon, which was flying far away like the sky and the earth, felt the power and waved its wings faster. The magical entanglement burst out, emitting light like the sun and stars, and Calvin had to use black wings in front of him. The huge magical collision has temporarily invalidated his magical perception. With the strong light and loud noise, Calvin is no different from blind. Cold sweat slipped from his cheeks, showing his nervousness. A card was already in his hand. Whenever there was any movement, he would immediately summon the summoned beast. When the strong light dissipated, the loud noise stopped, and the magic powers annihilated each other in the collision. In the center of the collision, a strong black dragon stood proudly here. Unscathed. Although I expected it, the 5 dragons turning to extinction is useless at all, maybe my trump card. No matter what, it's up to you, the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. Chapter 345, Ultimate Dragon Knight. In order to integrate the power of the 7 dragon slaying cards into one, Calvin was really worried. If you want to use the 7 powers of destroying the dragon, you must first have a carrier that carries the power. With little consideration, Calvin decided to have the blue-eyed white dragon with the ability to extinguish the dragon. He just thinks that light tolerance should be the best. The other is that the blue-eyed white dragon is handsome and holy. Then, the brainstorming attempt began. The power of extinguishing dragons is not water, nor is it a paint, and it is impossible to simply mix them together to change the original attribute quality. Even though its essence is magic, it is like water and oil, mercury and soy milk, although they are all liquids, they can never be mixed. Calvin tried his best to integrate the other 6 dragon-killing attributes into the blue-eyed white dragon. Even if they were barely mixed together, the various powers could only interfere with each other. Calvin's skills would be considered superb without an explosion. After several failures, Calvin gave up this idea. Since it is impossible to gather the 7 attributes on a single card, Calvin decided to abandon the remaining 6 dragon-killing attributes, all of which were used to enhance the last dragon killing power. Prior to this, Calvin defined the dragon crystal as a magic power converter, which can convert ordinary magic power into magic power effective on dragons. This kind of transformation is impossible without loss. If Calvin's magic output damage is 100, then after the transformation of the dragon crystal, the damage is about 85 to 90. This value cannot be said to be low. In front of Calvin's magical power, which is much larger than that of dragons, the average dragon is not his opponent at all, but facing Akunarokia, it is not enough. What Calvin had to do was to use the remaining 6 dragon crystals to increase the conversion efficiency to the limit and break it. Finally, Calvin reformed the blue-eyed white dragon card. The magic circle in it had 6 spare small magic circles, which were used to house the remaining dragon-killing cards. The effect was to use them. The dragon crystal of the Dragon Slayer card to improve conversion efficiency. Thus, the new card was born. For this reason, Calvin deliberately changed the form of the blue-eyed white dragon and gave it a new name, the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. It was a deliberate change, that is to say, the blue-eyed white dragon could not change its appearance and name. I have to say that Calvin is particularly stubborn in this strange and irrelevant place. This was said by Irene and Anna, who watched Calvin's entire transformation process. Looking at Akunarokia, who was still unscathed even after the strongest move of the Moeo series, Calvin raised the card in his hand and poured magic power into it without hesitation. At the same time, the 5-headed dragon-killing summoned beasts that had been summoned turned into rays of different colors and shot towards the card in Calvin's hand. The speed is so fast that Akunarokia has no time to stop it. Although he had no intention to stop it. What other means? Use it all at once, Fettel. I will kill you after you have exhausted all methods and exert the strongest strength, so that you will be convinced to death. The most dazzling light burst out from the card. A huge dragon was outlined by the light, white and pale blue intertwined. Finally, a dragon with 3 heads larger than Akunarokia appeared here. Its name is the Ultimate Dragon with Blue Eyes. In appearance, it is a blue-eyed white dragon with 3 heads. Ha ha ha, did you have 2 more heads soon? Don't tell me, this is your secret trump card. Fettel. Akunarokia seemed to be amused by something, smiling wildly, extremely arrogant. You kid are arrogant enough. Calvin said, standing on the back of the dragon with blue eyes, with an unhappy expression. Obviously, he was hiding from himself like a dog before, but now he is arrogant after a little bit of the upper hand. Calvin is naturally angry. At the same time, as Calvin said, his body, magic power gradually outlined a piece of armor. The purple main body, the gold stroke, this appearance is exactly what Calvin once wore, the Dark Knight Gaia Chaos Warrior. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon is overloaded with too many dragon crystals, so Calvin must always be in contact with him to maintain the magic link, but Calvin in this state is the biggest target, because all the magic is poured into the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. There is no more power to defend yourself. Therefore, Calvin transformed the 9 Llama card so that it could be transformed into the current chaotic armor to protect itself. At the same time, the strengthening attributes of the 9 Llamas were used by Calvin on the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. The strengthening effect of this attribute is more efficient than simply using it to increase the efficiency of the Dragon Slayer. Nevertheless, the blue-eyed ultimate dragon at this moment can still convert the magic output damage of 100 to more than 500. When I stood on the back of the blue-eyed ultimate dragon in this posture, I was in a new state. Now I am a veritable ultimate dragon knight. This is the moment. Calvin has all his cards out, no doubt, this is in his current life. The strongest state. When the voice fell, Calvin rushed towards Akunarokia riding on the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. Naturally, Akunarokia would not escape, but also flapped his wings, with a soaring momentum, facing this person and a dragon. 2 powerful magical powers clash in the void, and the violent fluctuations seem to have cracked the air. Just like 2 reckless men, the heads of the 2 dragons collided with each other, and this simple movement had already caused a lot of shock and a storm. But the blue-eyed ultimate dragon has 3 heads, and the other 2 heads opened their mouths, and the flashes gathered here. Burst blast bomb. 2 blue and white flashing lasers that seemed to penetrate the world and earth whizzed out at Akunarokia's body. Facing this attack, even Akunarokia didn't dare to bear it with his torso. He stretched out his 2 giant claws to block the attack, like a catcher catching the laser beam thrown by the pitcher. The bursting blast bomb suddenly burst, and the light shone through the world. A severe pain came from the palm of his hand, which surprised Akunarokia. His wings flapped quickly, and he backed away. The previous head mallet feels wrong, plus the 2 shots just now. Sure enough, is Fettel already able to hurt me? Unexpectedly, it really works. I really am a genius. Just as Calvin thought so, he saw the starlight shining around Akunarokia, and in an instant, countless magical rays burst out. This trick again. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon shuttles and dodges in this with unimaginable flexibility, and its elegant movements are like a dance master dancing. But after all, its body is bigger than Akunarokia until novel.me. It is impossible to completely dodge in such a dense attack, but this fragmentary attack can't break the blue-eyed dragon. Defense, that is the defense power that has been improved by the enhanced dragon. In an instant, the blue-eyed ultimate dragon had approached Akunarokia, and its tail suddenly glowed. Dragon Shaw. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon slammed into the air, like a supergiant tire, and the tail turned into an invincible, shocking sword under the extreme speed of its tumbling. Cut it down. Boom. The earth was split open for an unknown length or depth. Akunarokia didn't dare to take this move, so he could only avoid it. His strong dragon driver had a speed that was not inferior to that of Green Eye. Anything stronger than a monster is not enough to describe this man, it's beyond the norm than me. Akunaroki roared in his heart, and the panic that had not been seen for a long time appeared faintly in his heart again. Chapter 346, Fierce Battle. If simply converting combat power into numerical values, Akunaroki would be inferior to the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. But no matter what, this guy's magic resistance is high. If it weren't for the blue-eyed ultimate dragon, it would no longer be a matter of high magic resistance, but direct magic immunity. In a world where magic is the main force, what could be more ridiculous creatures? Even if the blue-eyed ultimate dragon can hurt him, it is only a barely breaking defense. Calvin estimates that the output of 100 damage may only be 10 to 15 on Akunaroki. Shoo! Facing the roaring laser beam, Akunaroki did not dodge and ate it with his own body, and at the same time allowed him to smoothly approach the blue-eyed ultimate dragon. A group of dark magic power concentrated on his dragon's claws, blasting fiercely on the head of the blue-eyed ultimate dragon, directly hitting its head to one side. But the blue-eyed ultimate dragon had 3 heads, one head was hit, and the other 2 heads sprang out like a spirit snake, biting Akunaroki's neck and shoulders respectively. Let's do it at 0 distance. While biting Akunaroki, the blasting blast bomb was ready, and there were 2 bangs, and a violent explosion made a close contact with the dragon. Ho 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 ho. This pain made Black Dragon want to go crazy, but he also understood that he couldn't be impulsive now, otherwise he wouldn't want to beat the guy in front of him. When the body turned, the tail swept towards the ultimate dragon with centrifugal force. Unlike the sharpness of the ultimate dragon's tail, Akunaroki's tail has an irregularly raised tail hammer, which is under his power. Below, almost all defenses can be smashed. The defense is as hard as the ultimate dragon, and it can't stop it. The chest position was swept away, and the spider web crack appeared suddenly, but Calvin ignored it. For the summoned beast, this injury was nothing, as long as it was not Akunaroki just needs to bite. Instead, taking advantage of the gap created at the moment when Akunaroki turned around, the claws of the ultimate dragon's hind legs firmly grasped his wings, the claws also grabbed his neck, and the sharp fingertips even more. Stabbed into the flesh, then, all 3 heads were aimed at the back of his head. Try this Trinity attack, bastard. 3 attacks more fierce than the roar of the dragon, bombarding Akunaroki's head indiscriminately. The loud explosion, its power caused Akunaroki to lose consciousness, almost all to lose consciousness. He could not manipulate his dragon body in a short time and fell towards the ground. Knocking down the falling water dog has always been Calvin's favorite. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon caught up in an instant, and gave it a when Akunaroki was about to land. Boom! There was a deep pit on the earth, and half of Akunaroki was buried in the earth. This was a real impact, and the damage caused to him was the heaviest blow since the start of the war. It has been 20 minutes since the start of the war. During this time, the 2 of them had no reservations and tried their best. Fuck, don't get too proud of yourself. The Akunaroki, who was hit hard, was going crazy, and a burst of violent magic burst out all over his body, trying to shake the ultimate dragon away. The ultimate dragon retreated, but on the initiative, he came to the back of Akunaroki, and his 3 heads bit the dark and hideous tail. Then, twisting his body like a fishing rod, using the slender neck of the ultimate dragon to throw Akunaroki from one side to the other side of the ground. But this is not a one-stop offensive, but a continuous swing, and a swing. Unlimited world return. Calvin yelled in his heart, but he was in the most exciting moment since the start of the war. God knows how long he has wanted to do this. Although it is a bit indecent to bite and shake, but the ultimate dragon hand is not long enough. But Akunaroki, who was thrown away, only felt infinite humiliation. He was actually carried by his tail as a toy. Since he was able to transform into a dragon, he has not received such treatment. Every time the body comes into contact with the earth, it brings a terrifying impact. The neck of the ultimate dragon is already long enough, plus the length of Akunaroki's tail, this centrifugal force is big enough, and the 3 faucets work together to ensure that the strength of each blow is absolutely sufficient. At this moment, Akunaroki only felt that there was no pain in his whole body, and it was even more dizzy to be thrown around like this, and he wanted to struggle, but couldn't use half of his strength. Originally Akunaroki's body was also extremely hard, and the earth was actually a somewhat hard sponge to him, but as he kept pressing the earth, the ground gradually became compacted and became harder. My own pain is getting worse. If this goes on, I will be played like this sooner or later. In just half a minute, the blue-eyed ultimate dragon probably dumped Akunaroki for nearly 50 times, let alone the dragon, even the gods could not hold it. If you should break it, you would break. Akunaroki's heart was fierce, and the tail extending from the spine suddenly broke, and then he was thrown out. At this moment, this piece of land has been destroyed in a disastrous manner. The lake where the ice dragon slept before has completely disappeared, and there are craters everywhere, and the destructive power of the most terrifying natural disasters cannot be matched. Looking at the tail in the ultimate dragon's mouth, there was an extremely dark magic in the fracture, and Calvin admired it a little at this time. Very decisive, but I never thought that dragons could survive by docking their tails like lizards. I wonder if they could grow out. Calvin said in a mocking tone. Don't bother you to worry about it. Before the words were finished, Akunaroki rushed towards the ultimate dragon, running fast with his limbs, and his speed was also very fast, like a cheetah without a tail. Calvin was ready to wait. The opponent's body was a bit tougher than he expected. After so many heavy blows just now, he could still move like this. While running over, he shot a few shots at the ultimate dragon, which was naturally easily avoided. Akunaroki leaped towards the ultimate dragon, as if a cat was hunting, but Calvin was not afraid at all, and the 3 dragon heads of the ultimate dragon faced at a tricky angle. Kunarokia bit. Akunarokia was already fierce, ignored the 3 dragon heads he had bitten, and bit towards Calvin on the back of the ultimate dragon. Calvin jumped away instantly. After turning into a chaos warrior, his speed was not slow at all, but at the moment he jumped away, Calvin was shocked. Bad. It was too late, and Akunarokia's big mouth bit on the body of the ultimate dragon. The next moment, unmatched suction came from his mouth, and the bite position flowed into him like a liquid. In the mouth. Calvin handed a sharp blade, and his figure flashed in an instant, and a knife mark appeared on Akunarokia's neck, splashing blood, but it was too shallow. But immediately the ultimate dragon rolled over, and the 3 slender necks simultaneously slammed Akunarokia away. Calvin's reaction can be said to be very swift, but despite this, Akunarokia also has a lot of magical powers from the blue-eyed dragon. On the back of the ultimate dragon, the place where Calvin had been before was blurred, but with the addition of magic power, it slowly returned to its original state. Calvin's expression was already pale. Ha ha ha. It's delicious. Even if you have been wary of not being eaten by me, the magic is still novel. Me, but it is impossible in such a fierce battle. Akunarokia got the supplement satisfied, laughing arrogantly. However, the truth is that what Akunarokia said is correct. If Akunarokia really desperately wants to devour the magic power of the ultimate dragon, this is unavoidable. How can he eat 1 or 2 bites? Although Calvin had the upper hand just now, the strengths and weaknesses of each other remained the same. Calvin's magic power will slowly decrease with the battle, while Akunarokia will always try to get supplements from the ultimate dragon. Come on, Fettel. The second round has begun. I thought this guy was so angry, isn't he still calm? Akunarokia's performance was surprising, but reasonable. If he was really an impulsive guy, how could he be able to play hide and seek with Calvin for so long? But it's me who has the upper hand now. Chapter 347, Continuous Evolution. In Guridanov, Irene, the queen, was pacing back and forth a little irritably. Irene, believe Fetrer, he is now recognized as the world's strongest wizard, he will not be defeated. Seeing this, Berselian couldn't help but comfort. It's true that Fettel is the strongest magician, but the enemy is also recognized as the nemesis of magic, how can you not worry about it? Irene replied, which made Berselian very helpless, and he didn't know this. But you can never say how strong and powerful the enemy is while comforting others. At this moment, Irene stopped and suddenly spoke. No, I'm going to find Fetrer. With a serious look and serious tone, Berselian, who almost watched Irene grow up, knew immediately that Irene was determined. Don't make trouble with Irene, do you think your appearance will help Fetral? Maybe it will be regarded as a weakness. Moreover, you have no means to find Fetral. Berselian said in a deep voice. I have to go, I'm just waiting for the result here, I can't do it. But Irene yelled back immediately. Berselian sighed faintly. The wise queen in the past has lost her former calmness since she fell in love, but for Berselian, Irene was actually just restoring the cost. A little willful girl. Since becoming a queen with huge magic power, Irene has become mature in a short time due to the responsibilities on her shoulders, but now there is the strongest wizard to help her share too much, and the war has been won. The responsibilities on his shoulders were almost wiped out, so it was normal to change back to the original appearance. The reason for sighing was precisely because Berselian knew that he could not refuse Irene's request. As I said before, Irene was almost the one he grew up watching, and she still spoiled her since she was a child. Otherwise, how do you think she developed her self-willed personality? Hey, I know, but I can't let you go out alone, I'll go with you. I knew, Berselian, you were the best to me. Irene hugged Xianlong's thigh, a little girl's posture, which made Xianlong speechless and didn't want to think about his age. What kind of spoiled? However, for the long lives of the dragons, no matter how old human beings are in front of them, they are little ghosts. Thinking about this, Berselian feels normal again, and enjoys the treatment that has not been a long time with peace of mind. It's better to take me with me. Suddenly, a voice came, and when he turned his head, it was Anna. In terms of finding people, I seem to be more suitable for the astral sorcerer. Anna said with a smile. Irene also smiled slightly, if we really fight, we won't have time to protect you. I was underestimated, but you still don't know, the 13th key has been created. Anna was not angry, still smiling. The 13th key that Fettel helped design, for the dragon-specific artificial celestial spirit, Ophiuchus? Really made it. Irene was taken aback. At first, she thought it was whimsical, but actually succeeded. This matter has to be talked about not long after I met Anna. At that time Anna decided to join the Dragon War and do her part for mankind, but unfortunately, although she herself is also a superb protoss wizard, facing the dragon, the protoss magic is helpless. Later, Calvin created the Dragon Slayer card, which inspired Anna. Can she have a protoss that can kill the dragon? After talking about this idea to Calvin, Calvin said that he would create the 13th protoss beyond the zodiac, use the dragon crystal to create the key, create the shape, and inject the soul. With the help of the protoss king next, Ophiuchus is born. But it is a pity that despite the extraordinary strength of this protagonist, his wisdom is not high. A terrible guy, even protoss can create it. Although it is my man, I still have to say that Fettel is really getting more and more inhuman. Irene twitched her mouth, she always felt that Carl Wen's magical methods have moved to an unprecedented realm. He is also my man, and my surprise is not lower than you. Anna rolled her eyes, now there is no problem with my security, and you have no reason not to let me go with you. However, at this moment, the inhuman that Irene said was in crisis in front of a dragon. Seeing Akunaroki rushing up again desperately, Calvin only felt extremely irritable. The ultimate dragon under his feet waved his wings and avoided, and his tail swept towards the black dragon like a sharp blade. Akunaroki did not evade, stretched out his left hand to block it, then flipped his wrist, grabbed the ultimate dragon's tail, pulled it over, opened his mouth and bit at the ultimate dragon. In an instant, the ultimate dragon glowed with blue and white light, and the speed and power suddenly increased. It sprinted in the direction of Akunaroki, and hit it directly before he could react. The huge impact made Akunaroki spout blood, but as if nothing happened, he grabbed the ultimate dragon and bit down. Another group of magical power was swallowed, and the 3 dragon heads of the ultimate dragon wrapped around Akunaroki's back with their slender necks, opening their mouths for a while. Boom boom. In the sound of the explosion, 2 huge figures flew out from both sides. Watching the ultimate dragon was bitten again, Calvin only felt angry and helpless. After being forced to break his tail, Akunaroki completely changed his tactics, holding on to the body of the ultimate dragon, taking a bite whenever he had the opportunity, and completely ignoring the attack on him. What's even more hateful is that this tactic is very useful. Although the ultimate dragon's attack can hurt him, it is not fatal. Fighting hard, Akunaroki succeeded in eating a lot of the ultimate dragon's magic power. These magical powers have characteristics that Akunaroki has never seen before. Not only are they delicious, they are surprisingly effective in replenishing physical strength, and even their tails have regrown. Calvin had nothing to say about this. He began to feel that the dragon race was actually a powerful mutant lizard monster. However, Akunaroki knew that the tail could regenerate because he didn't have a tail when he was in human form. Since the queen transformed into a dragon can grow wings and tail from nothing, it will naturally grow again after being broken. Oops, it consumes a lot of magic power, but this guy has no sign of falling down. Calvin looked at the black dragon in front of him, and couldn't help but give a wry smile to novel. Akunaroki, although he was covered with injuries, he was still full of energy, and after eating his own magic power, he was very physically strong, and he was obviously able to fight for a long time. The most desperate thing for Calvin was that he realized that in this battle, Akunaroki was still evolving. It should be said that since he first ate the ultimate dragon's magic power, evolution began. With more and more magic power eaten, this guy's defense power is increasing, but Calvin clearly understands that the reason for the increase in defense power is because he is more and more adaptable to the ultimate dragon's magic power. Understood, the characteristic of this guy is that when he consumes what level of magic power, he can increase his resistance to what extent. If the strength of the fruit dragon has a value, the ultimate dragon with multiple dragon crystals is undoubtedly the highest. In other words, if he cannot be defeated today, then this guy will truly reach the perfect body and become a veritable one. Dragon King. Calvin feels that this kind of people who can continue to grow stronger in battle is really unreasonable. Chapter 348, Defeated. When Akunaroki was ambushed by Calvin, Akunaroki wanted to be upright and defeated Calvin with overwhelming power. He was confident that he relied on his ignorant dragon body, Calvin's summoned beast company. He can't hurt a single hair. But reality hit him again, and the attack of the 3-headed dragon actually broke his resistance to magic, and it also forced himself to dock his tail to survive. However, the victory belongs to him after all. Because he can eat. Looking at the blue-eyed ultimate dragon with a head and half body in front of him, Akunaroki laughed loudly. Under his unremitting eating, this powerful summoned beast was on the verge of collapse. As for the current Akunaroki, although he was suffering from injuries all over his body, his condition was better than ever. After eating the magic power of the ultimate dragon, he finally completed the last step in the fierce battle. Evolution. From just now, the ultimate dragon's attack has no effect, and the desperate attack, but the head is shattered. The summoned beast has not been repaired. Do you have no magic power? Fetcher. Akunaroki roared loudly, not intending to listen to Calvin's answer, and just opened his mouth and roared. What the unmatched magic power brought was a devastating attack. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon protected Calvin completely, but it was gone. Fa avoided. The 2 remaining heads of the ultimate dragon also ejected beams of light. However, facing the roar of Akunaroki, they were smashed to pieces and hit the ultimate dragon accurately. With terrible power, the ground was almost uncovered, and the blast blew away everything around it like a hurricane, but the ultimate dragon, which was already on the verge of dissipation, really disappeared completely. The chaos suit on Calvin was also in tatters, his magic power was nearly exhausted, and his face was very pale. I still can't beat him, it's really ugly, I lost to this guy for the second time. Akunaroki walked in front of Calvin. Every step of his huge body caused shocks. He looked at Calvin condescendingly, and said in a deep voice. You lost, Fettel. Calvin didn't speak either, just scattered the chaos suit from his body, and then mobilized the only magic power in his body. Black coffin. The 4 huge black walls suddenly towered up from around Akunaroki, as if the infinite gravity that would pull the sky down filled the black coffin. Countless black shadow blades sprang from the wall, and there was only one target. Facing this move that most magicians couldn't take, Akunaroki just smiled contemptuously, and then the magic burst on his body, and the black coffin was directly broken. After seeing the sky, countless light blue magic wolves are greeted, and they charge towards Akunaroki like a death squad, and Akunaroki does not evade, opened his mouth and sucked. Those magic wolves were all drawn into his mouth by invisible power. Don't understand, what you are doing now is just in vain. I am already the strongest dragon, and I will be the only Dragon King in the future. The answer to him was a blue sword made of magic power. It was held by a blue giant also made of magic power. The body was no smaller than Akunarokia. The sword that pierced the air was swung out by it. The sword that could cut off a small mountain was useless on Akunarokia, and was completely blocked by his hard scales. Calvin couldn't help but smile wryly. It's so ugly. The person who once suppressed me easily can't make me shed a drop of blood now with a full blow. Akunarokia said in a deep voice, unable to hear whether he was angry or happy. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand, and the huge arm brought a vast attack area. Giant Suzu's defense was instantly broken, and that huge force blasted on Calvin without reservation. Calvin himself had forgotten how long he hadn't tasted such a heavy attack, and even his consciousness seemed to be blown away. He could only barely give magic power to the body surface and increase a little defense. Being beaten up is not the end, and then followed by the tail hammer of Akunarokia, which slammed into Calvin fiercely. The irregular shape was extremely destructive to the human body. And one of the bulges of the tail hammer hit Calvin's abdomen and penetrated his body completely. Cough cough cough. Calvin, who was hung from the tail hammer, kept coughing up blood from his mouth and let out a soft moan of pain. The magic power on his body was running out and there was no resistance. Looking at Calvin in a miserable condition, blood kept flowing out of the wound. Akunarokia suddenly had no desire to abuse him. He flicked his tail and threw Calvin on the ground as trash. In the past I still admired you, the wizard who slays dragons easily, but now I have surpassed you. Farewell, the former strongest wizard. After speaking, Akunarokia spread his wings directly. Fly, leaving only one Calvin who barely retained consciousness. He didn't give Calvin the last blow. The wound just now was fatal. If it was left here for a few minutes, Calvin would die. Even if he didn't die, if Calvin came to him after healed, he would naturally bring despair to the opponent again. In addition, Akunarokia is actually worried that other dragons will come to Calvin. Although he is not afraid of any magic, any dragon is extremely powerful by his body alone. He is now covered in injuries and it would be terrible to be entangled up. The former battlefield seemed to have been attacked by natural disasters, and Calvin lying there was about to be soaked in blood. The body can't move at all, and the magic power has been completely consumed, and the blood is flowing. This time, it's really hopeless. I'm really not reconciled. If I can create the 3 illusion gods, I will definitely not lose. Calvin only felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and his consciousness getting weaker, but he also forced himself to open his eyes and look at the sky. I guess I will wake up after closing it. For the last time, I have to appreciate the world. The corners of Calvin's mouth raised slightly. As he died, Calvin felt that his feelings about the world were different, the thickness of the earth, the vastness of the sky, and the dazzling sun. All feelings, everything is different. At this moment, Calvin suddenly had an idea. The wall that had previously blocked him from creating the 3 illusory gods was broken by a light stabbing by him. It's really stupid. The best reference for making the 3 illusion gods is to always be in front of me. There is no need for god-killing magic at all. This world is naturally my best teacher. Unfortunately, after realizing it, I have no chance. The eyelids were getting heavier and the line of sight getting blurred. Calvin felt that he could not hold it anymore. His eyes closed slowly. Fatal. It seems to hear Irene and the others still novel. Me but, too tired, forget it. I always feel that I have done nothing in my life. This thought passed through his thoughts, and the next moment Calvin fell into the silent darkness. At a distance from Calvin, Jeff looked at him gravely. A dragon carrying 2 women seemed to be looking for Calvin, but Jeff didn't want to pay attention. He sighed faintly, and turned away with a heavy expression. Just now, he didn't know when he began to hide here, watching the battle between Akunarokia and Calvin. Can't even Fetcher win. Obviously his strength is already so terrifying. Fatrol is dead, and no one in this world can stop Akunarokia, not even Ignalu. Chapter 349, The Giant Soldiers of Obelisk. Wake up, Calvin. Wake up, don't sleep. The faint voice came into Calvin's ears, gradually waking up his consciousness. What's the matter, am I dead? And why in this era, someone would call me Calvin? The voice is so familiar, who is calling me? Boom. Roar. Boom. The sound of battle, the roar of the dragon, who is fighting, is it fighting with Akunarokia? Wake up, Calvin. His eyes opened suddenly, and the sight that came into his eyes made Calvin stunned, making him even more confused, who was not so awake, and could not tell if it was reality or dreaming. What he saw was Fairy Tale's companion, one by one appeared here. Finally woke up. Enough embarrassing. Long time no see, Calvin. A warm feeling is surrounding his wounds. The only magic that can heal wounds is the dragon of the sky. At this moment, the one who helps Calvin heal is the dragon slayer of the sky, his partner, Wendy. Next to him, there were 2 beautiful women looking at them worriedly. They were all in a panic. At first glance, they knew that it was Mila and Kana who had just gone through a big battle. What's the matter, am I back to the future? However, the battle not far away told him that he was still 400 years ago, and the magic dragon Akunarokia was slaying all quarters, suppressing the enemy with powerful force. And the main force fighting him was the 2 dragons, one was Bear's Elian, and the other was a pink-white dragon. The smell of that pink-white dragon was so familiar, it was clearly Irene. Irene turned into a dragon. However, there is also an Irene on Brazilian's head. She is fighting with Bear's Elian using dragon-killing magic, and there is a tacit understanding between one person and one dragon. In addition, there is also the artificial star Ophiuchus that Anna drove her to help make it, and in Anna's hands, Ophiuchus played a power that was not inferior to the dragon. In the end, there are 3 dragon slayers who are very familiar with them, Naz, Gojiru and Loxus, but the attack effect of the 3 is very limited, almost equivalent to no effect, but these 3 are still full of fighting spirit, but the state does not look very good, the same look after the war. This incredible scene kept Calvin in shock since he was sober, and he simply couldn't figure out what happened. It's unbelievable, Fettel. The familiar name came, and he quickly turned his head to see, but it was Anna, but this Anna was much older than he knew. Calvin immediately turned his head back again. He found that he was not mistaken, and there was indeed an Anna among those fighting Akunarokia. Countless questions entangled in my heart. Looking at Calvin's dazed look, old Anna seemed to have discovered something strange and smiled slightly. Calvin, thank you for your hard work, we will come to help you from the future. Milla hugged Calvin directly, but Calvin's heart was shocked by what he said. From the future, come back. These things will not be delayed. The most important thing now is to defeat Akunarokia, who is severely injured by you. Old Anna interrupted Calvin and the fairy tale, or was she a little angry? Milla hugged Calvin, which seemed a little exciting to her. Oh, yes, yes. Calvin shook his body, always feeling a cold air from his spine to his forehead. He suddenly thought that his future girlfriend and the woman from 400 years ago had already met. There is a feeling that Shura Field will happen in a moment. At this moment, Akunarokia has the upper hand. If it weren't for Bears Elian and Anna who turned into a dragon to be able to contain 1 or 2, they would have already lost, and the other members of the demon tail are all around Calvin. If Akunarokia rushed over, they would use their bodies to protect Calvin. Elsa, wearing the armor of Omega, fought in front of Calvin, her cold eyes fixed on the battle in front of her, also with a wound. She only heard her say in a calm voice. You have become more powerful. You can see the intensity of the battle between you and Akunarokia just by looking around. It is very difficult for Naz and the others to even hurt him. In the battle just now, that guy ate my magic power and became stronger. Calvin briefly explained, but he looked at Elisa with a strange look. Couldn't it really be my blood? Elisa naturally didn't know Calvin's mental activity, she just nodded, and then asked Wendy, when will the treatment end? We need your dragon killing bonus, otherwise we can't fight Akunarokia. Wait a minute, Calvin was directly opened a hole, and the injury is very serious. Wendy's cute little face is full of seriousness. She has also experienced severe battles. The magic is actually not enough, but for Calvin, is still trying to force himself. At this time, a young black-haired man walked over with the help of Mabis. Jerf? And isn't the first generation a ghost? Calvin asked with a frown. But Jeff ignored Calvin and just stared at old Anna closely. Is this the purpose of you and Irene? Use me to send all the fairy tale members back to this era. Taking advantage of the serious injuries of Akunarokia and Fettel after a battle, come and hit him. Old Anna nodded gently. Not only that, Fetrix is actually Calvin, the wizard of fairy tale 400 years later. Another purpose of Irene and I was to save him. When Irene and I arrived 400 years ago, he had already died. Jeff looked at Calvin and was silent. Calvin only felt that his scalp was numb, he almost guessed what was going on. Okay, the treatment is complete. At this time, Wendy's cheerful voice sounded, and Calvin was taken aback, and found that his wound had healed as expected, and his magic power had been restored by half. Calvin's magic is too great, and I can't help you fully recover, but if you want to fight, it should be fine. Wendy smiled, her face full of satisfaction with herself. Hearing this, Calvin smiled lightly, and now everything else can be set aside first, before hitting the worst enemy. Although my mind is still messed up, now that I can fight, let's end it first. Calvin mobilized the magic power of his whole body and concentrated it on the tips of his fingers, causing his fingers to emit a slight soft light, but they were awe-inspiring. I saw his fingers drew a mysterious magic circle in the air, and then, the world seemed to be affected. It was the magic power of the world and nature, which was attracted by Calvin's magic circle. Calvin suddenly flicked his arm and drew the last stroke of the magic circle. An astonishing thing happened. In the eyes of everyone's surprise, a huge blue body appeared like a god. Calvin! This is the one, right? Suddenly, Kana exclaimed, her tone full of excitement. Yes, I have given you the finished product of the trial work before. I just realized it when I was infinitely close to death. At this time, Elisa also remembered the huge blue fist that once hit Calvin who was controlled. Its name is Obelisk's Titan Soldier. A monster appeared out of thin air. Is it Fetrur's summoned beast again? Akunarokia, who was fighting, had been paying attention to Calvin's side, and when he saw Calvin wake up and summoned, he secretly smiled cruelly. Great, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com this time let me really destroy you. The giant soldiers walked towards Akunarokia step by step, and at this moment, Akunarokia ignored other attacks and directly opened his mouth to bite the giant soldiers. The magic power of Fettel's summoned beast is always the best. The giant soldiers did not evade, allowing Akunarokia to bite, but Akunarokia only felt a pain in his teeth, he seemed to be biting on a piece of indestructible steel, and he couldn't bite. What the is this? Before he could react, he found that his shoulder was grasped by a powerful hand, like a hoop, and lifted himself up. What? He saw that the big blue man was pulling the other arm back. The next moment, a huge fist hit his head fiercely. Boom! Chapter 350, 3 The Power of the Illusion. Wait. I have never suffered such a heavy fist. This was the only thought that Akunarokia had after being hit in the head. At this moment, he was smashed to the ground, his limbs propped on the ground and wanted to stand up, but he couldn't do it. His head was still dizzy, his eyes were shaking everything, and his limbs couldn't use much force. Seeing the big blue man walking slowly step by step, Akunarokia was only furious. This kind of unhurried action seemed to tell him that you were not worthy of me. Asshole, don't get overwhelmed with a punch. Akunarokia yelled angrily, raised his head, and spouted the biggest roar so far, and the target was naturally the swaggering giant soldier. Die. Under this roar, no one can live. The attack that seemed to destroy the world made everyone present at Monster Tale recall a scene from Sirius Island. They couldn't help but breathe, but the next moment, they could only open their mouths and stunned. Facing the roar of ruining the world, the giant soldier's response was to wave its fist again. That huge fist was almost invincible, and the roar of highly concentrated magic power was easily broken by him, which seemed so understatement. What kind of monster is this? In such a situation, even Akunarokia couldn't help shaking from the bottom of his heart, and he wondered if he was dreaming. The giant soldier would not pay attention to Akunarokia's inner activities, but saw it suddenly approaching quickly, and a punch fell on the abdomen, punching Akunarokia into a shrimp shape, followed by an upper hook bombing the head. Finally, the giant soldier pulled his arm back sharply. The fist that twisted his entire body perfectly hit Akunarokia's face directly and knocked him away by an unknown number of meters. Why? Why can't I eat its magic power? Why its attacks can hurt me? I have obviously transformed again. Akunarokia was wailing in his heart. He really couldn't accept everything in front of him. Obviously not long ago, he vigorously defeated the strongest sorcerer and became a veritable dragon king. This invincible position hasn't even passed for a long time, so he wants to give it to others? Hey, did you see that? Akunarokia is being beaten up. Gagaru only felt that everything in front of him was unrealistic. This was really Akunaro who had just pressed them down. Kia? Why is there no way to fight back? They tried their best but couldn't even replace a wound. Is there such a big gap? Since it is Calvin's summoned beast, I don't think it's surprising what happens. The Black Dragon's previous injury is Calvin's handwriting, isn't it? Laxus responded to Gojiru, not knowing when he put on himself his leather jacket has no intention of continuing to do it. Haha. As expected of Calvin, it is still exaggerated to the point where I will surpass him sooner or later. Nazaha laughed, as if he was the one who beat the Black Dragon in front of him, even if he saw such a powerful one. Strength, but still full of confidence in myself. Forget it, Naz, I think it's impossible to surpass Calvin, so let's give up. Naz's good partner, Hobby, relentlessly complained. The Fire Dragon boy, why can he be so confident? It was obviously relying on the card that Calvin left in his body to use the power of the dragon, and he had to shout such shameful secret words. Gojilu secretly slandered. At this moment, he pressed his chest, and there was also a card left by Calvin in his body. That whisper, I won't shout when I die. A pink dragon turned into a human form. It was Irene who came from 400 years later. She glanced at Irene who was standing on Bear's Elion. She did not know what emotions were revealed in her eyes, and then turned her eyes back to the giant. Shenbing over there. I knew that the person who could hit Akunarokia must be you. If Akunarokia is standing on top of the dragon, you who directly surpassed it are already. In this short period of time, Akunarokia has suffered fatal damage. The dragon's extremely strong physique, the magic immunity gained after swallowing the magic power of the blue-eyed ultimate dragon, in front of those blue fists, everything it's useless. Escape. Can only escape. This thought filled Akunarokia's brain. He had already realized that he was not an opponent at all. He could not even see the slightest possibility of victory. In the face of such an opponent, it is only possible to save his life by running away. There is a future if you keep your life. Desperately trying to escape, he finally seized an opportunity. The wings were shot the fastest in history, and he rushed into the air. Flying to the sky is my victory. Although that guy has wings, his size is definitely not fast enough for me. Just when Akunarokia was ecstatic because of his smooth liftoff, he didn't notice. In the sky above, a red figure was looming in the clouds. Calvin, what's that? Elisa stared at the sky, her body trembling. That is the dragon that rules the sky, Osiris? Sky Dragon, Calvin said with a smile. Wendy, how do you feel compared to your mother? Wendy ignored him and pretended not to hear. The Sky Dragon in the clouds revealed its figure, with a dazzling red color like a gem, and its arrogant posture shocked everyone present. Call thunder. The Sky Dragon had two mouths up and down side by side, and the upper mouth suddenly opened, sending out a lightning-like magic bullet from it, directly hitting Akunarokia, who was defenseless above him, and was affected by this. After the blow, the damage was obviously not great, but there was a wave of weakness in his body, which made him even slower. The Sky Dragon descended from the sky, its slender body swam, and its four claws firmly grasped Akunarokia's limbs and pressed it to the ground. So, is there more than one summoned beast beyond Akunarokia? Jeff murmured to himself. He saw that he had an insurmountable power forever, and he only felt that everything in the past 400 years the plans are so ridiculous. Calvin's power has far surpassed our imagination. Mabis, who supported him, said softly. At this moment, she only felt extremely proud. This is the strongest wizard in the guild she founded. Honestly speaking, Akunarokia is quite resistant to beatings. In that case, I will entertain him with the highest standards. Calvin said, and his fingers began to draw magic circles in the air again. Akunarokia kept twisting and struggling under the sky dragon, but it had no effect at all. At this moment, all the people and dragons present felt that the temperature was rising and the sun became dazzling. It's getting hot, what's the matter? Lucy fanned herself with her hand, and inadvertently looked up, only to discover something that shocked her nerves that could no longer be easily shocked. There are actually 2 suns. Hearing Lucy's words, everyone looked up, and sure enough, in addition to the original sun, there was another sun in the sky, and it seemed to be very close to them. Hey, Calvin, maybe you did it again, right? Gray, who had already taken off all his clothes, asked very speechlessly. He always felt that his partner was no longer human. Calvin waved his hand handsomely, drawing the last stroke of the magic circle, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The winged dragon of the sun is my strongest summoned beast in every sense. Together with the giant soldier and the sky dragon, it is also called the 3 fantasy gods. In the dazzling light, the figure of the winged dragon gradually became clear from the blur. Its whole body was made of golden metal, like a golden beast, exuding the sacred light of the sun. There are actually 3 summoned beasts surpassing Akunaroki until novel. Me, why did he lose before? Laxus also took off his coat again because of the heat, and looked at Carl in confusion. Text. Kana twitched the corners of her mouth incredibly. She had heard Calvin mention it when she was very young. At that time, he often took the 3 cards he drew and vowed to her to create a summoned beast that transcends the dragon and rivals the gods. At that time, the image of the card and the painting on it was exactly the same as the 3 phantom gods she saw in front of her eyes, and it was actually made by him. This guy, he has been thinking about such things since he was a child. And old Anna was also speechless. This was an emotion he hadn't had in many years. I planned so much with Irene, conspired with Jeff to train the Dragon Slayer, and opened the Eclipse Gate to travel to the future, just to gather the power of the fairy tale to hit Aku at this point in time. No Rokia, but now it seems that it is enough to bring Wendy back. In a bad mood, I feel like doing a lot of extra work. A new future. When the pterodactyl was summoned by Calvin, Akunarokia, who was pressed by the Sky Dragon, struggled more and more. After a short fight, he already understood that both the Sky Dragon and the giant soldier are there. The ability to kill him. Only the winged dragon, this light appeared here already gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He really didn't want to stay here for a moment, he just wanted to escape as far as possible. But his strong physique can only lie on the ground and twist, his limbs are suppressed by the Sky Dragon, it is very difficult for him to move. The roar of the Black Dragon. Unpretentiously, Akunarokia spouted a roar at the Sky Dragon. The power of this roar was by no means inferior to any of his previous attacks. However, the Sky Dragon was extremely understated, using its ruby-like wings it turned aside. This must be a joke, how could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Although it is the appearance of a dragon, anyone can see Akunarokia's panic, and everyone present understands this. The guy is exhausted today. At this moment, Akunarokia shrank suddenly and turned back into a human form, thereby breaking free from the imprisonment of the Sky Dragon, and then a pair of black wings with light blue patterns spread out behind him, soaring into the sky. But just after flying for a few tens of meters, a golden yellow metal-like wing stood in front of him. With a single flap, the huge wind made him stop in place. Let me end it all. Calvin muttered among the crowd of monster tail. Smash the fist. A huge fist whizzed out and shot down the humanoid Akunarokia with unparalleled power. In this moment, Akunarokia only felt the whole land blast on him, that the impact was so strong that it was impossible to resist even a single cent. Super magic guided wave? Thunder cannon. Immediately afterwards, the mouth under the Sky Dragon opened wide, and a beam of red and white laser beams were ejected from it, which contained infinite destructive power. That gorgeous beam of light is like the most beautiful crystal, but when it bombards Akunarokia, it instantly turns into the most dangerous weapon. Akunarokia has exploded all his magic power as a defense, but still not enough, Raiden destroyed his body from the inside out. At this moment, Akunarokia was still conscious, but only a breath was left. At any rate, I'm not dead yet. Today's humiliation will be returned to you thousands of times in the future. With his broken body and barely waving his wings, Akunarokia was still looking for the trace of escape. Possibility. But the golden sun that appeared in front of him sank his last hope. Holy Phoenix. Akunarokia directly cast Long Hua, and at this moment he can only do this. The winged dragon's body made of gold instantly turned into a golden flame, but there was no trace of heat radiating out strangely, because all the heat was contained in its body. Like a bird spreading its wings and flying high, the pterodactyl lightly swept over Akunarokia. Thinking had stopped at this moment, and Akunarokia felt nothing or nothing at the moment when the flame came to him. That flame is no longer a mere flame, but a concrete form of ultimate destruction. At the moment when the winged dragon passed through, all of his thoughts, flesh, and magic have been dissipated into nothingness. Did you win? Lucy asked blankly. She was a little bit difficult and convinced. Before heading to this era, she had been prepared to fight hard and even sacrifice, but now she just watched quietly and it was over. She couldn't easily react. She knew that Calvin was very strong, especially after seeing him play in the martial arts. But today Calvin has refreshed his knowledge of him again. This is no longer just a strong one. This guy is not human at all. Even if Calvin tells her that he is no longer a human being, Lucy thinks she won't react. Seeing that Akunarokia's bones were gone, Calvin breathed out softly, and the nightmare that had been going on was finally over. He turned his head to look at old Anna and said, "Everything is over, you can tell me from beginning to end." Old Anna smiled slightly, and then simply said everything. It turned out that Calvin would die before Anna and Irene arrived after a hole was opened by Akunarokia. And because of Calvin's death, both Anna and Irene regarded the defeat of Akunarokia as their life's mission, and within a period of time, no one or the dragon could find Akunarokia's whereabouts. Both it was inferred that he was seriously injured in a battle with Calvin. Irene rejected Brazilian's dragon soul technique on her. She believed that the power of dragon transformation was necessary, while Anna and Jeff worked out a plan to train the dragon slayers to pass through the solar eclipse. The era when the magic power was most abundant was 777 400 years later, when it hit Akunarokia. But 400 years later, Anna discovered Calvin and the fairy tale, and after several hardships contacted Irene, who had already devoted herself to Jeff. She told Irene about it. At that time, neither Anna nor Irene still had the idea of hitting Akunarokia, and the appearance of Calvin made both of them agree that they found the possibility of defeating Akunarokia, although at that time Calvin was just a relatively powerful S-rank wizard. As Calvin grew up, and Irene learned that Jeff's real purpose was to travel to the past and change everything before Akunarokia had grown to be invincible. A plan was born from the bottom of their hearts, and found a way to save Calvin's life. Later, Anna found the time gap caused by her own travel through time and space. Irene also discovered how Jeff traveled through time and space. The two decided to use Jeff to bring all the fairy tale members to 400 years ago. When Akunarokia was at its weakest, rescued Calvin and united all the forces to defeat Akunarokia. So, this is Jeff? No wonder he looks weak. What did you do to him? Calvin glanced at Jeff who was being supported by Mabis, with the gossip in his eyes. Look. He absorbed the goblin's heart and turned into the white sorcerer, but I had already done tricks on Mabis. Irene walked over at this moment, dressed up with a coquettish look, making Calvin very uncomfortable. Habit. You have changed a lot in 400 years, Calvin said with a general feeling. So what is the heart of the fairy? What is the relationship between the first generation and Jeff? Calvin asked again. This time it was explained by Mabis. After finally sorting out everything, Calvin sighed slightly. Thank you very much for your hard work. This time, everyone laughed happily, despite the twists and turns, but finally got the desired result. Now, all that remains is how to go back to the future, or are we going to live in this era? At this time, Elisa asked, while still staring at her mother, the young AI, with very sharp eyes. Lin and Calvin had doubts in their eyes. Calvin was seen with a guilty conscience, and just when he wanted to say something, his body suddenly emitted a slight soft light. Not only him, all the people who passed through, including the future Irene and the old Anna, and Jeff are the same, their bodies glowing for unknown reasons. So, what's going on? Calvin twitched at the corner of his mouth. The light was a bit familiar. When he traveled back 400 years ago, it seemed to have happened. Jeff spoke at this moment. It is the corrective power of time and space. Akunarokia is not an unimportant person in the future. Instead, it is the source of many events. Take your fairy tale as an example. You went back to the past to get to Akunarokia, but now that Akunarokia is dead, then you in the future no longer have the goal of going back to the past, that is, going back to the past, the future, no longer exists. So what do you mean? Naz didn't understand at all, so he couldn't understand what the brother was saying. To put it simply, the future as we perceive it has completely changed. Mabis replied, everything will be different. Fairy tale doesn't know whether it will exist or not. Everyone's encounter, maybe it won't exist, all changes are unknown. Although I had anticipated it when I decided to kill Akunarokia, when it did happen, there was really no way to give it up. Calvin sighed quietly. Everyone's mood became heavy, and the joy of defeating the enemy before had disappeared. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that the future will change, so I will get to know everyone again. At this moment, Naz suddenly laughed and said, always optimistic. Everyone looked at Naz and couldn't help laughing as they looked at his unpretentious expression. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and Calvin felt that the time he could stay was getting shorter and shorter. In fact, not only him, but everyone was aware of this strange feeling. At this time, the young Irene came to the future Irene, looking at her completely different from her expression was very strange. It seems you guessed it, future Irene said in a relaxed tone. Young Irene nodded, since my future has completely changed, then your existence will no longer exist. I have been prepared for a long time, don't look at me looking so young, but the price of Longhua, trust me, you will never want to bear it. If it hadn't been for a certain goal in my heart, I would have wanted to die a long time ago. Young Irene nodded and did not speak again. In her inexplicable gaze, all the people from the future burst out with a dazzling light. After the light was over, only Irene, Anna and Berselian were left on the scene. It's like a dream. Anna muttered to herself, her expression full of reluctance. Yes, and this goodbye is too simple. Berselian looked at the two women who had been hurt, and was wisely silent. Calvin opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was the familiar ceiling. Is it actually in my own home? Calvin sighed slightly, and Calvin sat up. What he thought in his heart was the reluctance and guilt of Irene and Anna. These two nice women really let them down. Boom. What's happenin'? The door was suddenly kicked open, and Calvin was immediately taken aback. What time is it? Haven't you woken up yet? You bastard! An angry shout came, and the owner of the voice was someone Calvin hadn't seen for a long time. Master. Grandpa. Going out of the house in a vague way, Calvin only felt that everything was ridiculous. His grandfather Pierce Macaro, who had been dead for many years, appeared in front of him and drove him out of the house directly. What is that? He doesn't know anything yet. Calvin. Are you willing to come out of the house at last? At this moment, a deserted voice came. Looking back, it was Kana who grew up with him in his memory. Kana's dress was as good as he had remembered, but what was the matter with her fierce expression? When do you want to hide? Mila and me, which one do you choose? Kana approached Calvin, grabbed his collar and shouted fiercely. At this time, the people on the street were attracted by the behavior of the two, and everyone looked full of interest. This reaction is that the residents of Magnolia are right. Also, why is the worst beginning when I go back to the future? What do I want to choose? It shouldn't be the one I thought. A burst of cold sweat rushed down, and Calvin, with a guilty conscience, didn't know how to react. Kana, get out of me, what do you want to do to my Calvin? A strong force came from behind him, pulling him away from Kana directly. Unsurprisingly, it was Myra, and it was still acting. Myra dressed up as Tame. Oh, it's starting again, this Shura field never gets tired of it every time. Gray said with a mean look when he hugged Jubian and appeared. The long-awaited scene has appeared again, this time I can definitely write a wonderful plot. Lucy said with a small notebook, drooling. Open, do you want to press Kana or Myra? Is there no option for Calvin to lie in the hospital for 3 months? Laxus appeared with golden light and lightning, and said to Mabis who was opening the market with a serious face. At this time, Elisa in armor slowly walked out behind Makarov, and everyone subconsciously divided away. Stop the farce, there is a big man in Magnolia today. Is it possible that a big person will be more exciting than the current scene? Naz didn't know when he burst out of the crowd, and said with a smile like a ruffian. It's my mother. Elisa let out a cold voice, and immediately silenced Naz. Ho 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 ho. There was a familiar roar in the sky, Calvin had heard it many times, it was Brazilian's voice. There was a vague guess in my heart. A beautiful woman with long crimson hair landed on the ground together with the dragon. That face was almost exactly the same as Elisa, but more dignified and noble. Who is it if it's not Irene? Why would the CO speaker of the council appear here? My mother. Irene didn't say a word, but looked at Calvin with a smile, with a charming face, while the eyes of Kana and Mila became more murderous, and their instincts as women realized what to think. Being pulled back and forth by Calvin, he closed his eyes in despair. What kind of an unfolding, I don't care. Calvin, who broke the jar, hugged Mila and Kana until novel.me and then, amidst everyone's horrified eyes, his body leaked out. The arm composed of blue magic power grabbed Irene. Then, a huge black dragon appeared under his feet, leading the 3 women directly into the sky. During this period, Irene did not resist, and Berselian at her feet stepped back a little bit fearfully. Calvin, did you take chairperson Irene? After a while, Lucy cautiously opened the mouth of everyone's eyes. Calvin, you bastard! What do you want to do to my mother? Even in the sky, you can still hear Elisa's roar, but Calvin doesn't care about that much anymore. In fact, he doesn't understand where his courage just came from, so he dared to take these 3 women away in one go. Looking at the dragon that he met from time to time in the sky, and the 3 women behind him who didn't say a word, Calvin really reacted now and couldn't help but smile. Time is terrible. Finish. Postscript. Fairy Tale's S-rank wizard, Calvin Macaro suddenly abducted Irene, the CO chairperson of the council, and 2 wizards who belonged to Fairy Tale. This incident directly detonated the mainland. Irene, known as the queen of the dragon clan, is respected by all dragons and is recognized as a super wizard. How could this kind of character be taken away under the public? Many people don't believe it very much, but there are many witnesses, so under the leadership of her daughter, Elisa, who is also the wizard of the Fairy Tale, a large number of wizards unions including the Fairy Tale, and a large number of dragon, launched a mighty hunt for Calvin. When this army caught up with Calvin, what appeared in front of them was Calvin's famous mainland summoned beast, and there were as many as 10. There is also a pair of Calvin who is very upset. In an instant, the dragon that had experienced the war 400 years ago fled immediately, and at the same time fled with the wizards. Since then, the crusade has been declared a failure. A year later, 5 evil dragons attacked humans in an attempt to provoke the second Dragon King sacrifice. These 5 dragons are extraordinary in strength, and each has a strength comparable to that of the Dragon King, even if it is now recognized as the strongest fire dragon King Ignalu. It is just a tie with one of the dragons. Then Calvin, who disappeared for a year, appeared. A single horse conquered the 5 dragons. The displayed strength attracted the attention of the whole world, especially the 3 phantom gods under his command, showing almost invincible power. Since the first battle, Calvin has been named the strongest wizard in the world. 3 years later, primitive demons that have long since disappeared in the long river of history appeared, and their displayed power contaminated countless human depravities and became their subordinates. Calvin, the strongest magician in the world, took action. The 3 phantoms merged into a new summoned beast, the summoned beast with a god posture, the King of Light. It restored all fallen humans and easily destroyed the original demons. After, Calvin was called the savior of the world. A few months later, Jeff appeared in front of Calvin. The 2 of them didn't know what they were talking about, but everyone knew that King Guangchuang had come again, that warm and sacred, and its light was enough to illuminate the power of the world. Only Guangchuang King has it. Later, Jeff and Mabes, the first president of Fairy Tale, disappeared, not knowing where he went. When Calvin was 37 years old, Macaro, the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, died. In the same year, Calvin, known as the strongest wizard, savior, hero, and scumbag, took over as the fourth-generation president. Time flies. An old wizard with all white beard and hair is on a remote hill, drinking small wine and basking in the sun. Beside him, a noble and beautiful red-haired woman is gently nestling on his shoulder. Is it today? The red-haired woman said softly in a sad tone. It's today. I lived more than 100 years old, and with your company, Kana and Myra, I have no regrets in my life. The old man took a sip of wine and looked at the two tombstones in front of him with a calm expression. Those two tombstones read Kana Rupinana and Myra Strauss respectively. But I still don't want you to leave here. Is there no way to extend your life? Death is a necessary stage of life, no need to grieve for me. As he said, the old man suddenly took out a card from his arms, which depicted a white book. A new card? A book? The red-haired woman asked. Anyone will be forgotten by time. This is the result of me contending with time. This book has my wisdom, thinking and memory, and he will continue to look for his host, using his little spiritual power to survive forever. In the infinite universe. The old man laughed. Then, who are you going to find as the first host, me? So that I can see things and think about people when I am alone. This is too unfair to you, Irene, I won't do this. Your life is still very long. I'm just one of the travelers. After I die, you will find your future. As for the first host, I don't know. Talking till novel.me the old man injected his huge magic power into the card. After a while, an ordinary white book appeared in his hand. In addition to what I just said, this book also has a magical ability, watch it. I saw the old man throw the book out, and the book suddenly disappeared in the next moment. This is the ability of time and space. The red-haired woman asked. No, this is the ability to shuttle in the infinite universe. This book can be finished.